Excitement and drama are never far away from British motor racing, and that was the case yesterday when we had day one here. Welcome along to day two of the 2022 BRSCC Formula Ford Festival. The drama yesterday came about many different ways across the festival itself, plus the support championships which are racing here. In addition to Formula Ford, we've got the Fiesta Junior Championship coming to a climax today, and the final race in the AIRTEC Fiesta Senior Championship. All that to look forward to, plus the drama of last year's champion Jamie Sharp in the Formula Ford. We're waiting for him in the holding area right now. He had a coming together with another former festival winner, Niall Murray, who's got to work his way through the field in the semi-final. So all sorts of drama. Other previous champions, such as Joey Foster, taking heat wins. So absolutely the stories were everywhere yesterday. One of the big stories coming into the event, though, is the return of the 1991 festival winner, Mark Goossens, who's here in a properly liveried Duckham's car. Mark, welcome back to the festival. Lovely to have you here. What's it like to be back at Brands Hatch in the festival?
Well, you know what, whatever discipline it is, I always love coming back to this track. But to be back in a Formula Ford is really special. I keep telling the guys, yesterday, as soon as I drove through the tunnel to come to the grid, I had a big smile on my face, so I'm all happy to be here.
We're used to seeing you obviously racing in Euro NASCAR now, so it's always a pleasure to welcome you here, but particularly evocative seeing you in a Van Diemen liveried car.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, it's a 9080 car. Unfortunately, we didn't have a 91 car to do it with, but you know what, 31 years later, I'm back in a Duckham's car, and I'm really proud of it.
It's great to see. Mark, what's your message for young drivers and what they should be thinking about Formula Ford when they look at it?
Well, I think still it's the best learning ground. It's the best school. After go-karting, I think they all should do Formula Ford. But things have changed in the world. But you know, I still think the way we're driving here this weekend, that's where you learn the most from.
That's a great message for the youngsters. Mark, a pleasure to talk to you. Thanks so much for your time. Good luck for the progression race, which is the first race that's going on. I could go up at the sharp end, but instead I'm going to go to another sharp part of the grid, the Jamie Sharp part. He hates me putting a microphone in his face to Jamie, but he knows that it's inevitable that I'm going to ask him about what happened yesterday. So just chatting to his engineer. Jamie, I know not the best time to stick a microphone in your face, but what are your thoughts on yesterday? I've read some stuff on social media. How are you approaching today?
Max attack for me. I'm still in it to win it. Not giving up yet. So yeah, I'm here to win.
I mean, the pace was not in question, was it? Because you were pole position for your heat, and you and Niall were so close, ultimately too close in the race yesterday.
I mean, yeah, definitely in the rain we're quick, but we found dry pace as well. So no matter what, we know we've got a good shot. But yeah, I mean, it's racing, it happens. It's not ideal, but I moved on, so bigger days.
No one could take last year's sensational win away from you, and equally we're going to look forward to watching you today, so I wish you the very best of luck for the race. Have a good one. Jamie Sharp, last year's championship winner. You can see here, now this, just to put the perspective in for those of you who didn't join us yesterday, this is the progression race. So basically anybody that finished outside of the top 12 in their heats, and there were 4 heats yesterday, go to the progression race. The top 6 will then go through to the semi-final. We have another race after the semi-finals, which is called the last chance race, when another 6 drivers who hadn't got through by the semis will get through. On top of that, we have the historic festival for the older cars, the super classic cars, and they contest the aptly named Brian Jones Memorial Trophy. Brian, of course, the voice of the festival, the voice of Brands Hatch over many years. The likes of me grew up sitting on the banks listening to Brian's dulcet tones and extremely entertaining and informed commentary over the years. So a massive pleasure to see that trophy raced for, and that will come by the historic final before we get through to the main final, which is the last race of the day, light permitting. The whistle's blown, the engines are going to start, the cars are coming on track, and to give you the grid for our first race of the day, a great pleasure to hand over once again to Scott Woodwis.
Thank you very much, Richard. Good morning, race fans. It is Festival Sunday morning. It is Festival final day to decide who is chosen to be 2022 Formula Ford Festival champion. As they said in the press this week, Drivers don't choose to win the festival chooses them. And who is it going to be this year that gets selected as the lucky name that gets engraved onto the Neil Shanahan Trophy for the main festival, and of course for the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy for the historic final. Well, before we get to the semi-finals, we've got these two very important progression races to kick off today's action. First of which is lining up on the grid now on what is very different weather conditions to yesterday. Now, thankfully, and hopefully I'm touching wood here because I'm not hopefully cursing it too much. Yes, it's wet conditions, but it's not, I say this carefully, not as wet as we anticipated it was going to be early this morning. There were one or two heavy rain showers as I was driving to the circuit this morning, but ultimately the circuit is wet, but hopefully the inclement weather which is expected either is not as bad as it was or stays away as long as possible, because of course we want to get racing as clean and as good a run as possible. So this is the grid then for progression race 1. This is made up of drivers who didn't make it through automatically, as Richard said. Bob Hawkins starts this progression race on pole position alongside Norwegian Dan Renner-Larsen. Cam Jackson's got some work to do. He had some problems that later on and just missed out on an automatic spot. He's possibly a favourite to win this alongside the young Belgian Gilles Chloé on the second row of the grid. Row 3 is Jonathan Barnes and Jonathan Nash. Then the Goose himself, 1991 Festival champion Mark Goosens. He starts 7th alongside Misty Racing Steve Kite in a Swift SC94. Ian Geary and Neil Richardson from Australia come next to round up the top 10. Then it's Bob Lambert and Gerhard Hausschult from Germany. Jonathan Miles and the man to watch from the back of the grid in 14th place, Jamie Sharp from P14. He will not stay there. I'm suspecting he will carve his way through to pick up a top 6 spot. And then Bruce Connolly from Australia rounds out the 15 cars that will take to this grid for the first of 2 progression races to decide the last 12 cars that will go through to this afternoon's semi-finals of the Formula Ford Festival. Now, whilst they're on the formation, that we should do a little bit of housekeeping from yesterday in terms of some of the results. For those who weren't here, the victors of the heats from yesterday, which was quite extraordinary in terms of some of the results that we had. Heat 1, many described as like a festival final. It was a very close affair between eventual winner Max Esterson, the newly crowned national champion Jordan Dempsey, and 2020 festival winner Rory Smith, and it was a victory for them in the top 3. For Heat 2, which was incredibly dramatic, that was the heat where we had Niall Murray and Jamie Sharp make contact on the exit of Surtees, and that of course allowed Joey Foster to drive through and win the heat from Lucas Romanek and Team USA's Thomas Schrage. Heat 3 was the most dramatic because we had a really awful accident between Matt Rivette and Tom MacArthur. But latest we have on them, for those who want some updates, we've actually heard from both on social media. Both, I think, at least Matt Rivette went to the hospital to be at least checked over for precautionary matters, of course, because it was quite a heavy accident. He was complaining a bit of a sore head, but apparently he's been released from hospital, and both have declared on social media that they are as okay as they can be. A little bit shaken up from the events, but they are as okay as they can be, which is quite thankful. And so that was Sean Rashid. In fact, it was a 2-part heat because we had the last 4 laps restarted after the red flag due to the incident between the 2 cars up at Paddock Hill Bend. I understand, of course, that Matt Rivette's car, unfortunately, for those who saw the state of the car, is not going to be racing today. In terms of Tom MacArthur, that's still a maybe because they were working, Linton Stutley of Enigma Motorsport were working hard to try and see if they could get that car fixed, and they were buying parts to see if they could possibly get that car ready and rebuilt for the progression race today to get him through, which means there is a possible chance for the second progression race we could see Tom MacArthur's car on the grid, which if that's the case could be a mega achievement from everyone involved. So Sean Rashid, Jordan Kelly and Abdul Ahmed, who only just beat Michael Eastwell to the start to the checkered flag to take the final podium spot, were the top 3 in Heat 3, and then Heat 4, which is arguably the quietest of the 4 heats, saw David McCulloch put on a great defensive drive to win from pole position ahead of Chris Middlehurst, last year's national champion and a double podium finisher here at the festival, and Brandon McCorkham, who picked up 3rd in the result after an excellent drive from a much improved Tom Nippers, but he picked up a 5-second penalty for track limits, which meant Brandon McCorkham for Oldfield Motorsport picked up the final podium spot in heat number 4. So this is going to be drivers that did not make it through from essentially the first 2 heats. This is cars from heats 1 and 2, and I think it's possibly whoever set the fastest heat time in that one, which I think it does mean that Bob Hawkins starts in pole position because the conditions were slightly different compared to what we had. It was overcast but dry, but the actual run itself was a little bit different. So we'll see how this race plays out, but Bob Hawkins, his 13th place finishing time was faster than that of Dan Renner-Larsen's, therefore he starts on pole position on the left. So Bob Hawkins then is the red race chassis on the left-hand side from pole. I think Dan Renner-Larsen stopped a bit too far forward, which means that everyone else is going to start to stack up here. It's a bit of a last-minute possibly practice start there, which is slightly naughty. I think that's Ian Geary in the pit lane who's pulled in. One of these older cars has pulled into the pit lane. But it is Bob Hawkins on the front row of the grid. on the left in red. The yellow car of Dan Rene-Larsen from Norway on the right. But watch for Cam Jackson, the white car with the yellow nose, third on the grid. And the red car right at the back is Jamie Sharp, defending Festival champion, who will not stay there, I'm sure, for 14th place. Time to get Festival Sunday underway then in the wet conditions of Progression Race 1 of the 2022 Formula Ford Festival. Bob Hawkins on pole, Dan Rene-Larsen on the front row, Jamie Sharp back in 14th on the grid. Dan Rene-Larsen doesn't really move off the grid. He gets completely swamped by everyone off the line, but it's Bob Hawkins who will lead them. There was contact there between himself and Steve Kite. I think he just about got away from that. Meanwhile, Jamie Sharp, like a whip it out of the greyhounds, whip it out of the gates, straight away passing 5 or 6 cars before he even gets to Paddock Hill Bend, and he's certainly on a mission to get through. Meanwhile, Cam Jackson, a 2 was on the white line in wet conditions. That is dangerous. But look at the way Jamie Sharp is carving his way through the field. This is really the fight back of the Festival champion. He's already up to, what, 5th or 6th position. He's around the outside of Mark Goosens. Now he's up the inside of Jonathan Barnes. He's up to about 5th position in 2 corners. You can tell Jamie Sharp is going maximum attack here. And look at the spray. The wet conditions are certainly favouring some drivers and not helping others. Cam Jackson goes to the lead already. He's gone past Bob Hawkins. You can tell from yesterday's dramas there are several cars that are definitely out of position and in reality shouldn't really be here in terms of pace in progression races. But that's the great attraction about the festival, is that the cars around as Bob Hawkins goes around, so the pole sitter is around, and that might possibly put his chance of getting through to the semi-finals at an end. He might not get back. Meanwhile, going to the lead, I think already at the end of the first lap, from last to second, excuse me, it's Jamie Sharp. I forgot Cam Jackson was out in front. Bob Hawkins is trying desperately to get going again. He's stuck at the McLaren corner. He's spinning his wheels. Go on, Bob. Yes, he's got it onto the tarmac just before the grass. So he's back into the race, but I'm afraid that might be his festival over already this morning. So, Jamie Sharp then from the back of the grid up to second. Now, remember, it's the top 6 that will progress, so obviously he's going to, provided he keeps it on the road in these 12 laps, he will certainly make it through quite comfortably in second place if he stays where he is. Of course, the man out in front by 3.6 seconds at the end of the first lap was Cam Jackson, so he's someone who's incredibly formidable in historic and classic machinery in Formula Fords. And I remember here, there's a couple of months ago, he was racing here in both the historic and the classic Formula Ford Championship, and he practically won every single race. So Cam with a slightly more modern machinery than he's used to. This fantastic white and yellow, I think ex sort of German Formula Ford livery by the looks of it, or it's a car, Van Diemen, that's been liveried in one of a German Formula Ford. Cam Jackson sets the new fast lap in terms of a proper flying lap, and Jamie Sharp is only fractionally slower. So Cam Jackson in that 1989 Van Diemen, I believe it is, let's have a look at that one. Cam Jackson, he's in a Van Diemen, I think it's an 89 Van Diemen, is just as quick as Jamie Sharp in the wet. So the gap is 3.6 seconds. Jamie Sharp, if he wants to win, he's going to have to push hard to try and get after him. But at the same time, he will obviously want to hope that they just keep himself out of trouble compared to what happened yesterday with Niall Murray. Now, the rest of the qualifiers, this is actually the battle going on here for the final automatic transfer spot. So essentially this means that whichever car gets through here, this is the decision between whoever finishes 6th and their main festival journey continues, and whoever finishes 7th and their main festival journey ends. Of course, those 2 cars that are battling there, which is Jonathan Miles in the blue number 36 and Steve Kite in the Misty Racing number 72 Swift, both of those cars should be part of the historic final later on this afternoon. But in terms of their main festival, it might well be the end of the road for one of them. It depends if Steve Kite can catch up to the back of Jonathan Miles, which at the moment he can't do. Now, in terms of lap time, Jamie Sharp is on it. He's just set the fastest lap of the race as he heads down towards Paddock Hill Bend. He's taken a full second out of him in the wet conditions. So the gap is down from 3.6 to 2.6 as they come on to lap 4 here. Rest of the top 6. There's Cam Jackson splashing his way through. You need a rudder, never mind wet tyres in these conditions. It's incredible. But they turn their way out of Graham Hill Bend. You can see there the spray being kicked up from the back of Jamie Sharp's car as they switch. And that's a key point as well, I should mention too. There's 2 parts of this circuit that have been resurfaced. That's Paddock Hill Bend and Graham Hill Bend. And as you come away from that, there was a transition between the new tarmac and the wet tarmac. And there were a few drivers over testing that were talking about the fact that either cars in front or them themselves were coming off this new tarmac onto the old tarmac. And the new tarmac absorbs the water and the standing water and the condensation better. And it's a sudden change in grip. So therefore, some drivers are coming off the new tarmac onto the old and immediately finding more water on the circuit and spinning up the rears and even spinning in a straight line, because that's how tricky it can be if you don't manage the transition between this new and old tarmac, particularly when you get to the compression here at the end of Paddock Hill Bend. So another second taken out from Jamie Sharp here. 1.6 seconds is the gap. It's a new fastest lap of the race. It was another second quicker again. So he's now 1 minute point 148 is the fastest lap. We should look at the rest of the top 6 qualifiers. Third is Gilles Chloé, who's the young Belgian driver who's come across courtesy of John Svensson and the JRT team. Fourth is Dan Reder-Larsen from the front row. And for historic racing fans, Mark Goossens is fifth in the 1980 Duckham's livery Van Diemen. So Mark Goossens could continue his festival journey if he stays in 5th position. As Jamie Sharp puts everyone's nerves on end as he decides to switch the car, and he's getting very close to the edge of the circuit. Now, for those wondering, it looks like he's running wide. He's doing that on purpose because in these wet conditions, you are better, ironically, to come off the racing line, because it's called the wet line or the karting line in some cases, because the racing line in the dry has lots of people using it, so therefore there's lots of rubber that's gone down, so therefore it becomes very grippy. If of course you add water to rubber, it becomes incredibly slippery, and therefore you don't have very much grip. So what you want to do in the wet conditions is where on the racing line you would normally take it, you would have to go a little bit wider offline because there is less rubber on the circuit, and therefore less rubber means you've got less grip, you've got more grip in the wet conditions if you come off the racing line. So that's what some drivers do. So if you see them going wide, you might think they're going off into the kitty litter unless they've misjudged it, but ultimately that is them purposely running wide to get the grip that they need. So if you do see them running wide, you'll see it here for a couple of the cars. See here Ian Jerry, they're taking the wide approach, sliding around. Well, that was, I spoke too soon there, because Ian Jerry almost backs it into the car, and they're going to do that right in front of the leaders, I think, because Cam Jackson and Jamie Sharp were just coming out of Graham Hill Bend as these 4 cars were coming up through Surtees and Clearways. So Ian Jerry has the spin. There are the leaders in the background, but in front of them, Bob Hawkins here recovering as he battles with Neil Richardson, a man from Australia, one of the Australian drivers that have come across courtesy of Solly Motorsport. Brian Soule has quite an affiliation with the Australians. I think he takes a few cars over to the Australian sort of equivalent of the Formula Ford Festival. It's a wonderful Formula Ford event they have at Phillip Island in Australia. So good to see some of the Australian drivers come back across. It's good to see them, of course, given that we've had restrictions the past couple of years with borders and with COVID, etc. So great to have lots of international drivers across. Ooh, Cam Jackson here has been really caught by Jamie Sharp. Looking at the gap last time round, he took another, it was only a couple of tenths he took out of him, but now Jamie Sharp's got the traction he needs. Exiting Graham Hill Bend, he pulls alongside Cam Jackson, round the outside into Surtees corner, and from the back of the grid, 14th out of 15 cars, Jamie Sharp now leads the first progression race of the day here at Brands Hatch in the Formula Ford Festival, as I think many predicted he probably would do, because given the pace he's got and given that he is the defending festival champion, you would expect that of a calibre of driver such as Jamie. So Jamie Sharp then leading from the front as where he should be. Cam Jackson putting in a great effort in second place. These two are by far the class of the field in this progression race. Again, we talked about it right at the start of the race. In fact, look, Jamie Sharp was a full 2 seconds quicker than Cam Jackson on that lap alone. So he's already not only passed him, he's reeled in the second gap that he had at the start of that lap and pulled another second on top of him when he passed him. So these two, of course, as we said, that's the fun of the festival. These two cars ultimately shouldn't really be in the progression race. They should be getting themselves prepped for the semi-finals and having a less stressful morning than they're having right now. But I think ultimately that what they might be doing is getting quite valuable data. If it's going to stay wet for the rest of the day, it will certainly help them in terms of setup knowledge, what the conditions are like, and that might give them a bit of an edge, both in their respective races later on. Jamie Sharp, of course, will have to start. It will be 25th in his semi-final. Because, of course, it's because the 48 automatic qualifiers from yesterday, 12 from each of the 4 heats, means that makes up the first 24 places in each semi-final. So Jamie Sharp, of course, will take up position 25. It's going to be quite a task to go through from 25th to at least 12th to get through into the final later on this afternoon at the end of the day. Here's Gilles Chloé in the blue 126 machine. That's the JRT run race chassis being closed down by Dan Reder-Larsen. Further back, we've got the Jonathan Barnes, so this is 7 and 145. This is Jonathan Nash and Bruce Connolly, and they're going to make their way out of the left-hander and down towards the down towards Surtees. So this is the battle that's going on for 9th and 10th positions. So it is outside the progression spot, but these two most likely will hopefully see them in the historic final later on. They turn their way out through McLaren for the 8th time. We're on lap 9 of 12. Here's some cars further back. This is the battle that's going on for, well, this is towards the back of the field. This is now Gerhard Hausschultz, I think, battling with Neil Richardson and Bob Hawkins. And this is now also going past in the battle for 3rd in this race. This is Gilles Chloé in the blue Formula Ford race chassis and the older yellow car, which is Dan Reder-Larsen, who's twitching around behind Gilles Claret trying to find grip. They're struggling for grip at some point as Jamie Sharp sets another new fastest lap of the race. It is again another half a second quicker than Cam Jackson out in front. The gap is now 2.1 seconds to the good between P1 and P2. So down the pit straight they go. And in these either it is raining or it's sort of lined off a bit, or it's just we've had quite a heavy rain shower, and this is just how saturated the circuit is right now at this point, as both Chloe and Renner Larsen have gone past some of our back markers there, Hauschild, Richardson and Hawkins. And in terms of the battle, we should say, right now, Jonathan Miles has got past Mark Goossens, but and Goossens has got quite a gap over Steve Kite, I think. Yeah, 12 seconds. So Mark Goossens at the moment, touch wood, if he can stay where he is, will get the final transfer spot into the semi-finals. It will put him 30th for one of his, or 29th or 30th for one of his semi-finals, but they put him on the back row of the grid. But Mark, of course, will hope to put in a good performance, so it gives him as good a position as possible, hopefully for the historic final later on. Now, Jamie Sharp is on the penultimate lap of this progression race. He's coming up to the back of the battle that's going on between Jonathan Nash and Bruce Connolly. This is England versus Australia. It's not quite the back and forth we see in the Ashes between these two, but certainly it's quite a scrap between them for the respective position for 9th and 10th. This is for bragging rights, at least, on track. But Jamie Sharp putting in a very worthy performance, of course, in this first progression race. And as we expected, didn't hang around despite the adverse conditions we've got here. And certainly coping with them well. Now, hopefully, Bruce Connolly wasn't quite looking his mirrors too much, I don't think. He was probably more focused on Jonathan Nash in front than allowing Jamie Sharp past, and he gets very close to the edge of the circuit. That was very tricky. Jonathan Nash has a small twitch, and I thought he was going to move across on Jamie Sharp for a second there, but thankfully he didn't, because Jamie Sharp managed to find enough room. Last lap of the first progression race, they come across the line, and another 0.7 of a second on that lap. No, another 1.3 seconds taken out. So gap is still 1.9 compared to Sharp and Jackson. Still, change for third we've had, so Dan Renner Larsen has got past Gilles Claret, so that will help him in terms of a starting spot for the semi-final later on. But Jamie Sharp then, in a race that I think many, even he, would expect he didn't need to do, but of course, it's everyone's journey to the festival final. Whether it stops prematurely or gets right to the end, it's always different. It's always a different way, and sometimes you have to do it the hard way in order to get the reward in the end. And Jamie Sharp, who was in that battle, he had the front-running pace to be with the likes of Niall Murray and Joey Foster, so he will have to make sure he can pick his way through, and who knows, if he can't get himself to the front on a podium position in the semis, it'll be a big ask given the conditions, but if he can get himself towards the front, he's certainly someone who should still count him as a potential winner for the festival to go back-to-back. So from the back of the grid to the front, Jamie Sharp guarantees his spot in the semi-finals with victory in Progression Race 1 of the 2022 Formula Ford Festival. Cam Jackson with a fine performance in his older Van Diemen takes second. Battle to the end, that was going on between 9th and 10th, just won by Jonathan Nash, who did beat Bruce Connolly. Meanwhile, Gilles Claret dives up the inside of Dan Renner Larsen. This is for the final podium spot in the progression race, and Dan Renner Larsen puts it onto the outside line, put it onto the white line, but he holds on in terms of traction. And with the better run off the corner, Dan Renner Larsen will speed to the checkered flag, and he will take a podium finish in Progression Race 1. Third place for the yellow Formula Ford driven by the Norwegian. The Belgian is fourth, and this is for 5th and 6th. Mark Goossens and Jonathan Miles are back together, and Jonathan Miles, I think, will just hold on. Goossens was, all right, the Jonathan Miles has, well, I think there was a bit of a change, I think, because Goossens was behind Jonathan Miles. He's obviously re-caught him and re-passed him, but on the last lap, Jonathan Miles gets back through, so Jonathan Miles and Mark Goossens are the last two automatic qualifiers to get through into the Formula Ford Festival semi-finals. So at the moment, all 6 of our previous festival champions are intact, and they're in the semi-finals now, so that's a good sign for that one. Rest of the field comes through. Steve Kite is 7th. We've got Jonathan Barnes in 8th. And then it's Nash 9th, Connolly 10th, Hauschild 11th. Bob Hawkins, sadly, his festival comes to an end after he started on pole in 12th. And then Neil Richardson and Ian Geary. And we lost Bob Lambert earlier on as well. Didn't even really make the start, it looks like, or even retired on the first lap. So slight relief for the BM Racing squad, and particularly for the man at the top of the timing sheet. Jamie Sharp, then last year's festival champion, keeps his hopes alive by winning from the back of the grid, and he takes victory in Progression Race 1. Cam Jackson is 2nd, with Dan Renner Larsen 3rd, and their fellow qualifiers are Gilles Claret, Jonathan Miles, and 1991 champion Mark Goossens. He keeps his festival dream alive for 2022. Steve Kite is the first of the cars to miss out, from Jonathan Barnes, then Jonathan Nash, Bruce Connolly, Gerhard Hauschild, Bob Hawkins, Neil Richardson, and Ian Geary, and looks like Bob Lambert didn't get to the start of the race. Unfortunately, his at least main festival is over too, but of course most of those cars are historic cars, so hopefully we will see them in the historic final later on. Right, time for our first podium top 3 of the weekend, and to do that we'll hand back down to the top of the pit lane with Richard John Neil.
Thanks very much indeed, Scott. So we've already had a chat with this guy already, and Jamie Sharp just being congratulated by his team personnel. He's got to get him to derobe as well. We've got Dan Renner Larsen getting out of his car, and 139 Cameron Jackson in third place. They're taking their time this morning getting out of the cars and getting ready. Jamie, congratulations. I'm going to get you on the podium for our first interview, and we'll get you standing in front of our board there. Well done, good stuff. Spoke to you before the race, and you drove that the way you said you were going to, attacking, and great to see the Jamie Sharp smile. What a super drive, congratulations. Second position on the opening lap.
Yeah, I mean, I just went out there to have fun, as I did last year. I mean, I'm only here to enjoy myself, but we're still here to try and win it, so yeah, I mean, clean race, can't complain. Just onwards from here now.
And what were your thoughts, after that first lap? Is that more than you expected?
I said I wanted 10 off the start, given the starts that we've had in the past. So I can't say I'm unpleased with how it went, but yeah, I'll take that.
Is it pressure on or pressure off? Because obviously you've qualified now for the semi-final, and you're going to be a little way back. So is it just go out and enjoy yourself, or you won the festival last year, so it's done and that's history. That's in the bag. Nobody will ever take that away from you. But what's your mindset going into the semi?
Still here to win it.
Good lad.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't want to come here just to play around. So yeah, I mean, given yesterday's mishap, yeah, I'm not letting it get my head down. So yeah, still here.
Jamie, well done. Great win, great drive through the field, great entertaining start to the day. Let's get our second place driver in. Cameron Jackson takes second position. Congratulations, Cameron. Lovely to see you. Looking very dry and calm. Very well, thank you. Thank you for asking. We'll just make sure you're in front of our hoarding that we've got there. Good drive to second place. Couldn't stop Jamie, last year's champion, from coming through.
No, he's pretty quick, isn't he?
Yeah.
But no, I just waved him by because I just thought I might be able to learn something, and he'd caught me from quite a long way back. So definitely sensible just to not tangle and throw us both out of the race. So yeah, it was good. It was good. I just sort of stuck behind him and saw what he was doing and found a bit of pace. So yeah.
It was difficult for you guys off the front because nobody had been out. Obviously you get an extra sighting lap or whatever, but once you're racing it's a different matter, and you needed to keep it on, which you did.
Yeah, I've done a lot of laps here before in the wet, so you sort of just slot back into it, don't you? But it was nice not to be in the spray, and on the two warm-up laps I was behind the other two cars and you were just getting a complete faceful. So yeah, it was quite nice for me just to find my way and got a good start, and yeah, that was solid.
Many congratulations. We'll see you for the semi-final. Thank you very much indeed, and well done. And Dan Renner Larsen, our visitor from Norway, makes it up. Front row start. We'll get you on the front here, Dan Renner. Good to see you.
Thank you very much.
How's the season going for you out in Norway?
Well, it's been fun actually. We have this new kid with us, Christer. He's driving a new car. He's going to, so I'm helping him and drive myself for some fun.
Always wonderful to see you at the festival, and conditions were tricky out there.
Yeah, and I made a wrong thing in the start, so I lost 10 places and I have to work all the way up again. But it was fun, and it's my birthday, so I have a good day.
Oh, many happy returns. It's Tilluga in Danish. I've no idea what it is in Norwegian.
You say?
It's Tilluga, med fødselsdag in Danish.
Thank you.
Near enough.
Yeah, that's okay. Thank you.
Happy birthday in English and Danish. We look forward to seeing you in semi. Dan Renner, congratulations. So there we go. That's our interviews for our first race of the day, the first of the two progression races. We'll see you for the progression race 2 a little bit later on, but now we've got the modified Fords on the grid. Just checking, it is modified Fords on the grid. So we'll go back to Scott Wilbis, who may well have a special guest up in the box for us as well. So over to you, Scott.
Our second race of the weekend for the modified Ford series. Races A and C. I can hear myself in my ears, so there we go. That's better. I was getting a bit distracted. So it's races A, groups A and C for race number 2 of the weekend. I do indeed have a very special guest, and that is a man who was racing yesterday and knows all about these modified Fords, particularly in fact this fantastic series. You know him as the pit lane commentator for C1 Racing Club, but for this weekend he's helping me with everything on the Fords, etc. And indeed, if he wants to for the festival too. That's Rob Lewis. Rob, great to have you in the box again. Not quite out there running around the pit lane, a bit more dry, I think, than you normally are analyse some of these races. But good to have you here, and you know a lot about some of these guys and these particular cars, because this series, ever since it joined BRSCC, has been nothing but sublime.
Absolutely, it's a fantastic series. I think Paul Neville, Chris Baker, Jimmy Neofitu, the team here in the Modified Ford Series do a fantastic job of getting these cars on the grid. Now, the first thing I've noticed as they're gridding these cars up, there is no Neil Jessup on the front row, who of course had that podium finish in the first race yesterday. So I do hope he could either get out in the race later today. We've actually got the grids up actually, but Neil Jessup is supposed to be there on the front row alongside Steve Goldsmith, who starts on pole, and the people's favourite at Brands Hatch, Rod Burley, alongside Jack Gadd on the second row. Third row, we've got Paul Neville in his immaculate Mark II Escort alongside Lloyd Jameson, who had a wonderful birthday yesterday and a good solid result on his first race out. Wayne Crabtree next with Rory Jose, who's got a brand new gearbox in that Focus ST after he lost fourth gear yesterday, so it's good to see Rory back out in the bright pink Focus. Nick Proudlock and Supertune Racing's Harry Hardley on the fifth row, and again Harry showing some impressive speed in that Duratec engine Puma. Rob Taylor and David Guthrie round out row 6. David Guthrie returning with a new engine and going into a new class for all this weekend. Colin Tester and Adam Underhill on row 7. Adam Underhill changing the setup overnight for the car to get back on this weekend and get some more raw pace out of the car. Justin Fuller in the Puma and Nigel Craig on row 8. Richard Sanders on row 9 with Alex Branch, who's fresh from racing, I believe, Fiesta Juniors.
Correct.
Nick Wall on row 10 with Jason Stone. Now, Jason is showing on the timing, but I can tell you, unfortunately, he's got a hole in his engine, so he won't be on the grid there today. He's due a new engine, unfortunately, in that Fiesta. I have got the onboard from that, which I'll put up on the socials. Julian Fisher on the next row with Dan Cowan in his Fiesta ST150. The Fiestas keep coming. And on row 12, we see Mark Hatfield for the first time in the race this weekend, with Tom Murphy in his Black Puma for the second time this weekend. Chris Burley on row 13 with Mike Greenfield in his Fiesta on rounding out row 13, and Brian Lilly in the Sierra Cosworth RS500 we should see. My good friend AJ Howe in the EcoBoost powered Focus Estate. Hopefully he can get up through the pack on those nice wet tyres he's got. Oliver Bullion in the Fiesta and Robert Tinto on row 15 with Matthew Cripps driving his dad Steve's Mark II Escorts for the first time in this weather, with Malcolm Wise on the last row. We'll just see them getting out onto the grid now, Scott. This is going to be quite exciting, isn't it?
It will be. There's a fantastic mix of cars all around in this series. Of course, every time I see the grid, it's always magnificent to watch. One car I'm disappointed not to see, because we've got Wayne Crabtree here this weekend, and I always say every time he's here and he doesn't bring it, I'm always jokingly say I'm slightly disappointed. He doesn't have his Subaru engine RS200, although I think if it had four-wheel drive it probably would dominate in these conditions. I expect one or two of the four-wheel drive cars, particularly that ex-Tarmac rally car Escort Cosworth with Lloyd Jameson, to possibly have one of the advantages here. The front-wheel drives will also have that advantage too. But it's rear-wheel drive car, particularly those Escort Mark 1s and Mark 2s, that might find themselves thinking it's the RAC Rally rather than Brad.
Absolutely, it's pouring out there.
Yeah, that one. But what a different sort of unique set of cars you've got at the front. You've got Rob Burley's Escort WRC, the diminutive but potent little Ford Anglia of Steve Goldsmith, Jack Gadd's Space Frame Mark 1 Escort RSR. You've got Lloyd Jameson's ex-Tarmac rally car for Escort Cosworth, Paul Neville in the Ford Escort RS2000, and then Rory Joseph the bright pink Focus RS, and then Wayne Crabtree in his Mark 1 Escort alongside them as well. So a massive variety of different cars that you couldn't wish to have any better, and I'm sure it's going to be quite a battle at the front, because Steve Goldsmith technically de facto is on pole position. Well, he is, but it's going to be intriguing because he's got some very fast cars behind him. But then, that said, that Anglia is no slouch. It might be small, but it's packed a punch on the straights.
It's all about power to weight ratio. Okay, it's got a naturally aspirated engine in there. It's not as big as the turbo guys, but it's got that power to weight ratio going for it. It doesn't weigh a lot. 700 kilos, I believe. I could be wrong on that. As we see Adam Underhill on the screen there, that's his first time out in his Focus ST170 this weekend in the AJU Motorsport Ford Focus. But if you want a couple of tips for the race, obviously I've got to be a bit biased and talk about AJ Howe. I'm going to look forward to seeing him going up through the field as they get ready to form up for the start of this race. But Harry Hardy, for me, front wheel drive is going to be key in these conditions. They can get the power down, the engine's over the driven wheels, and hopefully we'll see a couple of the smaller boys at the back make their way towards the front. Here we go.
So it is effectively a 31 strong field that will head towards the start and finish line. It was a second green flag lap because, of course, the conditions were much different than they were yesterday. So in the wet here at Brands Hatch, it's our second race of the weekend for the Modified Ford Series. This is Groups A and C, and look at that in difference in size. A Ford Anglia and a Ford Escort WRC on the front row of the grid. Steve Goldsmith is on his own pole position as the race gets underway. Race number 2 of Modified Ford Series gets underway towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time, and it is Rob Burley's Ford Escort WRC, which I think, as many many are not surprised by, is back into the lead straight away from pole position.
All twitchy as they go down into Paddock Hill Bend. David Guthrie had a mega start there, passing at least one row of cars before twitching the back end up as they go up into Druids. He's round the outside of Harry Hardy, right up the back bumper of Paul Neville. The rear-wheel drive guys are going to really struggle to get that power down in these early stages of the race, and Rory Jose going really well in that pink Project Zero Racing Focus as they come out and up towards Surtees. The raw power of those turbo cars. Lloyd Jameson has dropped back a bit. I'm not sure if he's got an issue there or he's just struggling a bit to get the grip in these conditions. And AJ Howe flying also as they go up into clearways now with the leaders.
Yeah, the four-wheel drive cars are expected to be a little bit further forward, but of course Lloyd Jameson probably just trickling around. We've got 2 more Fiesta ST150s going to combat. Rob Taylor battling away with Jordan Sanders. I think that car is an ex-Fiesta Junior car. I think it was possibly driven by, the name escapes me a little bit, but it is a former Fiesta Junior car that's come through. Speaking of which, the same is also true of Alex Sprains, who started back in 18th on the grid. So at the end of lap number 1 of this second modified Ford race, Rob Burley then leads the way here as they head up towards the end of beginning of lap number 2, and it's Rob Burley who leads the way from Goldsmith in second place. Crabtree's up to third, so Wayne Crabtree in the Escort Mark 1 is third, ahead of Jack Gadd's Space Frame Escort Mark 1 RSR as Goldsmith hangs the tail out in the Anglia. Meanwhile, it's 3 abreast behind, 3 different cars you couldn't see, a turbocharged Ford Focus, a Ford Puma and a Space Frame Escort Mark 1 RSR. At the moment, in these wet conditions, Rob, equally as matches each other until they get to the straights when that Focus just puts its power down, and with a chirp of the turbo, it's away and gone up the road.
Bang and gone, but one man, as I said on the build-up to this, not to discount, is Harry Hardy. He's up to 6th place, and don't forget, that is a 2-litre Puma. That's got no more power than your average family saloon nowadays, and he is absolutely rocketing up that grid with David Guthrie in tow. You could see earlier in the clip with Steve Goldsmith getting a little bit twitchy. These rear-wheel drive cars really cannot get that power down on the wet stuff as they come through. 1 minute 1 lap times is kind of what you want to expect from the fast boys in these conditions. It's so wet out there, but that wily old fox Rod Burley is really giving everyone a good show here at Brands Hatch this morning, as Steve Goldsmith in second with Wayne Crabtree fighting to get up into 3rd place, and Harry Hardy's really pushing on the back of Rory Jose as they go up into Druids with David Guthrie in tow. Hurry up boys, I want to play too. As they come back down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend now, Rory's just keeping Harry Hardy in check there. He doesn't want to do anything silly in these opening laps, especially after the gearbox issues he has yesterday. He just wants to get that car home in a good position, and he's really redeemed himself this year, has Rory. He had a bit of a shunt at Snetterton last year, but this year he's been... Oh, we got a car off. Yellow flags, that's car number 174. Is that Tom Murphy?
174, if I quickly bring it up on the grid, 174 is, Tom Murphy started 24th for the Ford Puma, so unfortunately that's his race done, and as anticipated, as it is still quite a dangerous position, safety car has been deployed here at Brands Hatch. We had a safety car yesterday in race 1, but unfortunately we've got more dramas around the circuit here. Of course, it is these inclement weather conditions where it's going to be pretty tricky.
Yes, I can only guess there, and obviously I don't want to be the judge and the court for Tom Murphy, but my guess is he's tried to get a bit of traction out around the outside and just lost a bit of grip and ended up in the gravel on the outside there at Clearways. It's easily done. It was bad enough there in the dry race yesterday. There were a few cars ready to go. There's the runyourfleet.com safety car ready to pick up Rod Burley, who probably will be a bit miffed. He had a 6-second lead there with Steve Goldsmith in second, Wayne Crabtree third, Rory Jose 4th, Harry Hardy 5th. That is mega impressive, Harry, and he's en route to get that class win for Class B. If he could do that, my hat's off to him. That is an impressive drive. David Guthrie is up to 6th. Jack Gadd has dropped down to 7th, perhaps not being able to get that power down. Colin Tester, the man himself in the Fiesta ST150, one of his super tuned cars. Of course, he's an instructor here at Brands Hatch, Scott. He's got himself up to 8th. We've just got the live snatch taking place now. They're going to get Tom Murphy out the gravel, so it'll be a few laps under this safety car. Now, I just want to look in the standings. Where's AJ? AJ Howe is up to 19th, so he's doing well. He obviously wants to get the grip down in that estate, and that car is certainly a bit unique, isn't it, Scott?
It is, yeah. It's I always sort of say whenever I'm introducing it in with the grid and say it's a focus estate, and I always say, no, that's not me stumbling, like, it's actually a focus estate, which is great to see. It's a wonderfully unique car, and I'd imagine that he's got quite a decent amount of stability, because of course typically cars that have got, in some cases, a longer wheelbase tend to be more stable when it comes to, particularly in adverse conditions like this, and particularly also being,
yes.
being front wheel drive also, of course that's a help in wet conditions too. So he's got the advantages going for him. It's just sometimes, as we both know, the reliability of that car isn't always quite there, but when it's on song, it's quite formidable and is always able to carve its way through pretty easily.
It is. It's a formidable car. It's a home-built car. He's got a Fiesta EcoBoost 1.6 turbo engine in that, and unfortunately he blew the boost pipe off it yesterday. He's had a bit of a tricky year. He has won some trophies along the way, but that is, for me, that is the epitome of club racing. It is a home-built car on his drive with lots of friends. He's got some wonderful sponsors on board. Fury Auto Works, as you can see on the front of his car there as he comes through our shot, have been doing lots of work on the turbo and engine setup, trying to get the best power out of it while also keeping it reasonably reliable. So hopefully over the next year or so we'll see AJ back out and more reliable. Other notable cars in the field as well. Lloyd Jameson, after his 6th place birthday result yesterday, he's gone down to 10th. Maybe he's struggling a little bit with the grip in this position, but in these conditions, sorry, but you know, he's had a bit of a tricky year as well with engine issues, so he'll just be looking to get another good solid result in this race. And David Guthrie, after he blew his engine at Donington earlier this year, he's put a new EcoBoost engine in that Fiesta, and he's up to 6th place, as I said earlier on the commentary. He's doing brilliantly to follow Rory Jose and Harry Hardy in the front wheel drive machines. We're still currently on safety car, although I have a feeling this may be the last lap for it. Don't quote me on it. They're just trying to get Tom's car out the gravel, or at least get it out of the way so they can carry on with this race.
Yeah, definitely. Get it into a safe enough position so they can carry this race on, get it restarted as soon as possible. The timer ticks down. It's only a 15-minute race, so these guys are going to have to try and get going. But for yesterday's race, of course, it was quite dramatic at some points because we had that battle between Neil Jessup and James Allen, and I'm surprised. I think many people watching it back are surprised James Allen even got to it unscathed. Because if you look at the massive tank slapper that he had.
That was mega. That was absolutely mega when he did that. It's fair play to him. I'm sure, actually, Scott, he will be revelling in these conditions later on today because, of course, another Focus RS front-wheel drive.
Yeah, so he'll want to try and make the most of those conditions. I think, hopefully, and I'm touching wood here when I say this, it is brightening up slightly, I say very slowly and carefully. It doesn't look as though it's actually raining at the moment, or if it is, it's quite light. And hopefully that's an omen. I can see some light breaking through the clouds above. So I'm probably being I'm being a bit tenuous, but in many cases it looks like it's getting a little bit brighter, shall we say? But we're still expecting more rain throughout the day as the races go on. So let's just quickly check in with class leaders very quickly. So Rob Burley leads Class A in the lead. In second place, Steve Goldsmith leads in the Anglia in Class B+. Harry Hardy in the Puma leads Class B. Super B is led by Jack Gadden, the number 59 Escort Mark 1 RSR. There it goes, just going through the shot now. Also leading its class, we've got the 771 Escort Mark 1 in Class C of Nick Proudlock. He leads that Class 2, and I think he's the last class leader, I think, on the field. Yes, he is. So class leaders are inside the top 15, all of them, and looking to go through. Another favourite car of mine, being someone who used to watch Australian touring car videotapes all the way when I was a kid, the Brian Lilly Ford Sierra RS500 Cosworth in the beautiful replica red and yellow Dick Johnson livery. That's one that's iconic to me, of course. There's another one which Jeremy Sutton has, of course, I know that when he drives. Yes. He's usually out with CMMC, and that's a proper Tony Longhurst Benson Hedges type livery. So great to see one or two of these Sierra RS500s, whether they're originals or built up to be RS500 specs.
Oh, great shame.
That's the first commentator's curse of the weekend, I think, because into the pit lane he comes then. So as I speak about that car, unfortunately, pulls into the pit lane and has the issue. So that's unfortunate to see. I think with the recovery from what I saw, they've just about pulled it up against the barrier as much as they can. There were still waved yellows down there. But it looks as though...
Just looking out the commentary window there, Scott, I can't see a JCB, so I assume they're going to leave the car there tucked up against the barrier where it is so we can resume some racing, perhaps.
Hopefully so. So that means with about 6 minutes to go then, the race will get back underway. We'll know if it's there.
Lights out on the safety car.
Yeah, lights out on the safety car. 771, that's the Nick Proudlock car, again slightly sideways. I think the rain, if it's coming back again, I think if the cars have got their wipers on, it's more to counter the spray from the cars in front rather than any rain around on the circuit, because it is looking a little bit brighter out there at the moment. But we'll wait and see how the rest of this race progresses. Just noticed that Wayne Crabtree's Mark 1 Escort there is a wonderful Golf livery as well. That's fantastic. Two fantastic bastions of motorsport. Of course, the Golf livery, the Mark 1 Escort, but it's an Escort WRC that leads the way as they head on to the restart of this race with 5.5 minutes to go in the second modified Ford Series race of the weekend. And Rob Burley leads the way in the four-wheel drive Escort Cosworth WRC. And now the battle for second begins between Steve Goldsmith in the Anglia, Wayne Crabtree in the Mark 1 Escort, the Focus ST of Rory Jose, Harry Hardy of a 2-litre Ford Puma, and David Guthrie in his winged and splitted for Ford Fiesta. Now it's 5 of them line astern for the podium places, and they are 5 quite different spec cars, but in many cases they are all over each other down towards Graham Hill Bend.
Rory's having a right old battle there. He's trying to get onto the back of the third place car of Wayne Crabtree, but he's also got Harry Hardy gnawing away at his back bumper. Come on, Rory, let me through. What an impressive drive there by Harry Hardy and Rory. And don't forget, we've also got Dave Guthrie up the back bumper of both of them looking to get through. Like we say, those front wheel drive cars really able to get their power down a bit better and get the traction on the circuit, as we see Steve Goldsmith and Wayne Crabtree clawing their way out of the first corner. But Rob Burley has just said, you know what, you guys, you bang your castanets together, I'm off. But here comes Rory Jose down the inside, and David Guthrie's got past Harry Hardy on sheer power there, coming down the straight into Paddock Hill Bend, nice and twitchy on the brakes, turning nice and gently. Lovely stuff.
Josie has managed to get the move done on Goldsmith. Now if he's got the power up the hill towards Druids, he might well get Wayne Crabtree, which he just about does. Crabtree tries and moves across. He'd have to give him the room. There was almost a bit of a click coming together between them, but thankfully Wayne saw him in his mirrors. But he knows that it's possibly only a matter of time. It's when rather than if that big Focus ST gets in front. Of course, he's looming large in his mirrors. This huge pink Focus ST. Definitely can't miss it on track, and the power it's got, you can't miss that either. Further back, we've got Jordan Sanders. This is the AJ Howe Focus Estate running wide, going around the outside of Nigel Craig, trying to get past here. Again, 3 more different cars you couldn't find. An ST150, a Mark II Escort and a Focus Estate, all together on track, battling for position. And that is down at the moment, scrapping over. Looks like that is currently 15th, 16th and 17th, because I think Nick Proudlock has got past all 3 of them. Meanwhile, they're all together in this battle here. Look, as you see, now Wayne Crabtree's got some poke in that Escort Mark 1, holding off Rory Jose, particular straight line, but here he comes to the inside line into Paddock Hill Bend. Rory will know that Wayne's got the better grip on the outside line as Hardy goes round the outside of Goldsmith in the Anglia to hold on to the position. I think Jose was a bit out of shape there, but he managed to hold on to it, and again Crabtree defends the inside line, turning in towards Druids, and now here comes behind him David Guthrie in the Fiesta. So a great, fantastic battle. Again, 5 different genuine models of cars: an Escort, a Focus, a Fiesta, a Puma and an Anglia. 5 different specifications, 5 different generations of car, just as equally matched each other in these wet conditions. It really is a performance leveler in the wet, and it's proving it here.
Here comes Rory Jose up into Surtees. Lovely move by Rory. Fantastic stuff. He'll be really pleased with that if he could keep it on the black stuff with 2.5 minutes to go, or just over 2.5 minutes to go in this race. Rory sideways. Oh, keep it out the gravel, Rory. Oh, no. Come on, keep it on the black stuff, Rory. Get it out, get it out. Oh, good lad. Such a shame. He was driving an immaculate race. And there goes Wayne Crabtree with David Guthrie now down the inside, going into Paddock Hill Bend. Just about holds him off, does Wayne Crabtree. But Steve Goldsmith has dropped down from 2nd place to 5th. He obviously couldn't quite get the grip there, but gutting for Rory Jose. He was having a mega race. And here comes Harry Hardy around the outside, coming up the hill into Druids. Wayne Crabtree's holding off David Guthrie. This is a fabulous scrap, like you say, between different generations of these modified Fords. Superb.
I tell you what, I've never seen a modified Ford race and never been entertained. This has been a fantastic scrap between these 4 cars. They're getting past one of the slower Ford Pumas as they comes through Graham Hill Bend. Keeps out of the way nicely. It's good driving there from the slower Ford Puma there. They put the lap on. There's only 1 minute 45 left on the clock as Rob Burley continues to lead. His 4-wheel drive advantage has given him a lead of just about 7 seconds at the end of the last lap. But these 4 cars going back and forth. The Wayne Crabtree Golf liveried Escort Mark 1, the wing and splitter, the modified, the aero enhanced, shall we say, Fiesta ST150. Now this battle between a Ford Puma 2-litre and a Ford Anglia. It's great to see, and there's not many series that you'll find these 4 Ford models all together battling and being that evenly matched as much as possible. The rain is certainly helping in terms of being a performance leveler towards the front between these 4 cars. The constant back and forth battles has now a bit of rarity for what I was expecting today. I've been blinded by the sun here in the commentary box as it's coming out, so wasn't expecting that today. We were expecting weather today, which was going to be 100% chance of rain. It was going to be, oh no, AJ Howe off the road. AJ Howe's off the road in the Focus Estate. What was it said about stability?
Yes, absolutely. It looks like that was up into Surtees. Oh, another car off. That's obviously very wet there.
That's 444's gone off the road. Let's quickly look at where that is.
Oh, another
one off the road. Now, is it well, either it's some kind of fluid. Oliver Bullion's gone off the road. I couldn't see the other one that went off there, but that's extraordinary. 3 cars have gone off at the same spot. Is it possibly just quite wet down there?
I think so.
We have had quite a few of the Formula Fords were saying that a lot of incidents from red flags and testing, a lot of them were down around at the Surtees Clearways McLaren complex all the way through testing. So that's the tricky part of the circuit.
Obviously the circuit is very greasy because it's absolutely pouring down as here comes David Guthrie again down the inside of Wayne Crabtree down the straight. God, son, fantastic move into second overall behind Rob Burley. Fantastic drive by David Guthrie as we've got 10 seconds left, so this is looking to be the last lap, or certainly the penultimate lap of this race. But fantastic by David Guthrie, and Harry Hardy still doesn't want to stop trying to climb positions. He wants that overall podium spot with Steve Golding sideways behind him. Fantastic, and Harry Hardy down the inside. That's for the overall podium position. Wayne Crabtree just holds him off. Fantastic as they go onto the back straight here as well. One thing to contend with as well, you've got back markers here as Rob Burley continues with a 4-second lead. Are we going to have a checkered flag this time out? No, we've still got the last lap boards, I believe.
Yeah, but the leader will come through and take the checkered flag this time by, and Harry Hardy's got that advantage in past Wayne Crabtree. David Guthrie is into second place, but meanwhile, as they come up towards the start and finish line, the checkered flag's being readied. Rob Burley takes another victory to his tally. He wins race 2 of the Modified Ford Series for groups A and C. Then the scrap for second. David Guthrie runs away with P2, and Harry Hardy does steal third place on the final lap to pick up the final overall spot in the Ford Puma. Wayne Crabtree's 4th, Steve Goldsmith 5th, and Rory Jones, well, he says he's still going in 6th. He is, so carries on to hold on to 6th position. There's Paul Neville, the man behind Modified Fords. I'm sure is once again very proud of the grid he's put together this weekend, and he himself, of course, races in a very decent Ford Escort RS 2000. On its day in the dry conditions, he's usually quite a quick guy out there towards the front, but I think the wet's not really suiting his Escort RS 2000. Rest of the pack starts coming through as well to take the checkered flag. AJ Howe has recovered from the spin, but he had us. We see there that was a 771 of Nick Proudlock, who was leading his class in the race, battling away with AJ Howard, dives up the inside of him and takes, I think, possibly either a position or at least unlaps himself, one of the two. I don't know how far back he was, but AJ Howard gets the checkered flag. But again, as I've said, every single time they come out at any race weekend that they've got, the Modified Fords never fail to deliver. They never disappoint at all. It's a magnificent series, and they put on great action from start to finish every single time they're out on track.
That was absolutely mega. That second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth place battle. I mean, Harry Hardy, David Guthrie, put your hands together, lads. That was a superb drive, battling with Wayne Crabtree and Steve Goldsmith. And Rory, my heart breaks for him. That was a superb move to get into second place earlier into the race, but unfortunately came a bit of a cropper on the exit of Clearways there. He will be back, and it's good to see him up there and fighting fit after his gearbox issues in the race yesterday. But don't be deceived, the sun may be out, but it is still pouring with rain out of this commentary box. But from a personal point of view, it's been a pleasure to commentate on this race. That was superb.
That was excellent back and forth stuff from everyone involved there, and of course there's still one more race left to go. We'll see half of these cars out for race 3 with B and C later on. So the result from races groups A and C for Modified Ford Series: Rob Burley, David Guthrie and Harry Hardy, all class winners, and they take 1st, 2nd and 3rd overall. Wayne Crabtree is 4th and Steve Goldsmith, Rory Jost, Jack Gadd, who wins the Super B class, then Colin Tester, Lloyd Jameson in the Escort, and Nick Wall round out the top 10. Then Nigel Craig 11th, Paul Neville 12th, Richard Sanders 13th, ahead of Julian Fisher, Adam Underhill, Justin Fuller, who wins his class, Rob Taylor, AJ Howe in the Focus State, Nick Proudlock and Alex Sprains round out the top 20. And then the rest of the order, if it scrolls through from 21st downwards, we've got Dan Cowan, Malcolm Wise and the Sapphire Cosworth, and Oliver Bullion, Mike Greenfield, Matthew Cripps, Mark Hadford and Chris Burley. And we lost from that race Robert Tinto, Brian Lilly and Tom Murphy, as well as I think also at the end of that as well. That was the last 3 retirees. So we're going to head down to our second podium of the day, our first today for the Modified Ford Series. Let's see how the top 3 found that amazing race, including winner Rob Burley, down at the top of the pit lane with Richard John Neal.
Thank you very much, Scott. Let's see if we can grab. Rod's always ready. Well done, Rod. One thing I love about Rod is that we'll get you standing in front of here for in our studio, such as we'll call it. One thing I was going to say, when we circuit commentate, you always come up and keep us informed, which is great, and a lot of people don't appreciate that. I love a wet race because it sorts everybody out, doesn't it?
I was praying for rain. You know I was yesterday, yes. It still wasn't plain sailing because it got very greasy as the race went on. Might have been from my car because I think we got a bit of an oil leak from somewhere. And yeah, we also had the perennial misfire, but it was enough. You know, I know the best way round here when it's wet. But yeah, with the restart as well, that obviously closed everybody up. But like you say, it's a great leveller, and it gets other people that don't normally get near the front to have a chance.
And of course, you know, having a fast car, which you seem to be able to pedal quickly in the wet or dry, doesn't matter what nature throws at you, you're there. You've still got to deal with the wet and the slower cars.
That's right, and when you're sort of at the front, you're sort of experimenting with the conditions. You know, you're the first one onto the scene. A couple of laps, there was some grass and mud that's dragged on. So yeah, you've got to keep alert. You know, everyone says, you know, obviously four-wheel drive's an advantage, but you know, there's another four-wheel drive car out there as well. So it's, you know, like you say, you've still got to get it to the finish. But yeah, I enjoyed that. That's our first outright win of this year, believe it or not.
No way!
Yeah, honestly, yeah, it's been that sort of year. But it's nice to do it here at Brands, you know, home circuit, and you know, with a lot of family and friends here. It's a good way. You know, the guys have worked tirelessly this year. You know, Joe and his son Joseph, and Barry, and you know, everybody else who's helped. People like Stuart Day. A lot of people have put a lot of effort in this year. It's just been, I think the old girls just said, you know, I'm getting tired now, and yeah, but you know, new lease of life today, so
that's great. So that's your day done now, I think, isn't it?
Yes, I've got to go and look after the Intermarques now, so I put my other hat on, sort of poacher turned gamekeeper.
Well, good luck with that, Rod. Let's have a quick word with our second place, because we've got cars coming on the grid, and second position goes to David Guthrie. Fair old progress through the grid there for David. Let's get you here. Maybe move you over just a tad, so we've got our sponsors in. Was that a lot of work, because you made up a lot of ground on your grid position?
Well, very difficult, very difficult. Really tricky conditions, but I think the front wheel drive cars had a bit of an advantage there. But yeah, a lot of hard work, really hard work.
The accent tells me you're not from the southeast.
No, from Yorkshire. Motherland, God's country.
And that's the thing about modified Ford Series, isn't it? It attracts the drivers of incredible machinery from all over the country.
It is a really good series. I mean, there's obviously a lot of different cars, as you've seen. But conditions like this are a really good leveler for us, because obviously we're sort of less power, and it brings us closer to, you know, the big guys, and gives us a good race.
You got another race? I can't remember whether you were in yesterday's race.
No, yesterday I won my class yesterday, and yeah, we've had a good race today, so I'm happy. No damage, come back in one piece.
And next outing for the modified Ford Series, is that it for the year now?
Yeah, that's it for the year now. It's I believe it's Silverstone next year, in March, I believe, so.
There you go, you got the plug in for that as well.
Yeah.
Great stuff. Many congratulations on the podium. Lovely to see you. I'm not sure if we've got our third place man, because he disappeared down the podium, but Harry Hardy. You got Harry?
Yeah.
Oh, great stuff. Thanks for coming back. Harry, we'll get you on the... Do you know what? It was very frenetic, the battling going on for second position initially and then third at the end, but you nabbed it. Well done.
Yeah, that was very intense. I mean, on that last lap, I didn't even know it was the last lap, because our windscreen was so steamed up with the spray and whatnot. But yeah, we just absolutely sent it. But the more powerful cars were sliding on the exit, and we could just about get the power down. So we managed to nab the place on the brakes on the last lap.
Harry, sorry to cut you short. We've got the signals going for the next race. Yeah. Congratulations on the podium. Thank you for chatting to us. We've got a championship decider coming up now, so very important that we hand back to the commentary box and Scott Woodward.
Yes, thank you very much, Richard. Well done to our top three from that second modified 4 Series race. Right, time to provisionally settle a championship here, because it is the last race of the season in these damp conditions for the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta Championship. It is a battle between Jensen Brickley and Alistair Kellett. And then the calculations overnight, we have it that Jensen Brickley currently, because you cannot drop rounds from any of these last 3 rounds in your drop scores, have them as 8 points in between them. But we'll get to that in a second. Gary Miller on the partial reverse grid will start from pole position with Marlo Cordell alongside him. Looks like outgoing champion Rob Smith will be alongside the man who is in the lead of the points going into this race, Jensen Brickley, and of Alistair Kellett, and then Zachary Lucas, double race winner, who is in a battle for third place with Rob Smith. A point between them, we believe, provisionally on after the two result races yesterday. Jamie Going and guest driver Nicholas Reeve, who is invisible for points, starts in 8th alongside Sean Reynolds, also we believe a guest 2. Then it's Simon Horriban who rounds out the top 10, hoping for a better day than yesterday. Barry John McHenry and Adam Burdis in his 3rd start in his first weekend in the ST240s. He's been a regular ST150 driver throughout the season. Then it's row 7 for Connor Blackburn and Caitlin May. 2 young drivers who have been progressing well in these turbo cars throughout the season. Marco Ricci, the London-based Italian, starts on row 8 alongside Morgan Kidd, who's also been making sporadic appearances. Hopefully he makes a full appearance next year. Luke Bannister, who's been a welcome addition back to the paddock, as well as John Cooper, who has had some tough times this season, but starting back in 18th, will have to try and carve his way through. And also we lost Spencer Stevenson and William Kellett from the second race yesterday, so they will have to start from the back of the ST240 grid. Then we get to the ST150s, where we saw David Nye, who was in his first weekend back in, enjoyed himself yesterday. yesterday and on pole for the ST150s alongside Nick Moore, who looks ready to potentially pick up the victory in the ST150 class as the highest placed ST150 class car in the overall standings. Then we'll take you through the rest of the ST150s in a second. The cars will be going, I'm certain, for 2 green flag laps because, of course, yesterday they raced in practically dry conditions. Now, of course, it's completely different, being quite wet, so therefore they have to try and adapt to the conditions and try and use these 2 laps as an extra sighter to adapt to the lower grip levels. So as we said then, we've looked at some of the numbers and we believe provisionally going into this last race, it is 8 points between Jensen Brickley and Alistair Kellett. So Jensen Brickley leads with how many points? 681 compared to 783. 681 compared to 673. Too many there for Alistair Kellett. So they came into the weekend after drop scores before this weekend, after the last rounds at Knock Hill, which was the last races they could use as drop scores. It was 603 points for Jensen Brickley, 587 for Alistair Kellett coming into the weekend. So a 16-point gap. Alistair Kellett finished ahead of Jensen Brickley, but because Nicholas Reeve is only here on a guest registration membership, so therefore he's only here as a guest and doesn't score points. Therefore, it means that Jensen Brickley only dropped 2 points in terms of positions. So effectively it was 4th and technically 5th position points that they scored. So 38 points scored by Alistair Kellett, 36 scored by Jensen Brickley. So only 2 points taken out of the lead. Then the second race later that day, Alistair Kellett took the second place position just behind Zach Lucas and also got the fastest lap of the race. That's another bonus 2 points on top of that. So that's 48 points compared to Jensen Brickley, who finished in 3rd overall and scored 42 points. That's an extra 6 points taken out, which means in total that's a drop of 10 points taken out in that one. So it is now... Sorry, no, it's 8 points in total because it's 6 and then 2. So 8 points taken out from those 2 races. So the gap has been halved in 2 races from 16 to 8. And of course, remember, you cannot use any of these 3 races this weekend as a drop score. They all have to count towards the final tally. So what we have it at the moment, provisionally, of course, we'll have to do all the number crunching properly to get the final results afterwards. But provisionally, it looks as though it's 8 points between Jensen Brickley and Alistair Kellett for the championship victory. In terms of the battle for 3rd place also, watch for that too, because Zach Lucas, double race winner, is now a point ahead of Rob Smith, outgoing champion. Because you only get 52 points for a win, so it's now impossible for either Zach Lucas or Rob Smith to win this race, to win the championship for this one. It's a battle for them for 3rd place, so it's between Zach and Lucas, a point between them. We've also got Simon Horrobin provisionally 5th at the moment on 506, John Cooper 6th on 474, Spencer Stevenson 466, Marla Cordell with 394, 364 for Jamie Going, and then Connor Blackburn rounds out the provisional. No, he doesn't. I tell a lie. Connor Blackburn is 9th at the moment with 356, and Barry John McHenry, we believe, is provisionally in 10th place at the moment, coming into this race with 330. So, of course, all to play for then in this final 20 minutes of racing. Of course, the damp conditions here might well play a big factor here, and it has to be a case of who can cope with them better, either Jensen Brickley or Alistair Kellett. Ultimately, Kellett needs to make sure he outscores Jensen Brickley by at least 8 points if he can, and that could be as many as a couple of positions, possibly also the fastest lap of the race. But Jensen Brickley now has to see if he can either finish ahead of him or try and stay behind Alistair Kellett, immediately behind him as best as possible. He needs to try and race his heart out and possibly go for back-to-back junior and senior titles. For Alistair Kellett, it'll be his 2nd Fiesta title after he won it back in 2016. So, the last couple of ST150s at the back of the grid are in position. A 26-strong field for the final race of the season. Time to provisionally decide who wins the 2022 AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta Championship. Gary Miller on pole, Marla Cordell alongside him. The championship contenders, 4th and 5th on the grid. Race winner Zach Lucas back in 6th. The red lights are on, red lights are off, and the final race of the season is go. It's a good start from the second row of the grid from Jensen Brickley. They're going to go possibly 3 abreast down towards turn 1. Close your eyes. Marla Cordell gets a good start, and crucially Jensen Brickley's up into 2nd place. So into P2 for Jensen Brickley. It's going to be side by side for 3rd between Gary Miller and I think possibly Marla Cordell. No, Cordell leads it. So it's actually in fact Zach who leads it, but not much longer. It's contact. Jamie Going off into the barrier. I think that was contact with Nicholas Reeve. Off into the barriers, into the gravel goes Jamie Going. It's front wheel drive, so he might be able to claw his way back out. I think he does. And into the lead, there goes Jensen Brickley. That's crucial. If he wins this race, whatever happens, if he finishes ahead of Alistair Kellett, that should be his title. Jamie Going gets out of the way, out of the instant that he had, but by order then, at the end of the first lap, there's lots of gravel and dirt has been thrown onto the circuit after the contact. Jensen Brickley then, whose points leader, leads the way in this final race, exactly where he needs to be. Oh, Jensen Brickley slides wide! No, Jensen Brickley's off into the gravel trap! Is that he's changed up over? Can he claw his way back into the road? He's in front of Alistair Kellett. Kellett gets through, so does Reeve, so does Rob Smith, so the drama starts already. Jensen Brickley is now behind Alistair Kellett, and he can't afford to drop any more positions. Right now he's dropping points, he's dropping places, and he could be losing the championship. So on the first lap of the race, Jensen Brickley gets caught out at Clearways. That's the corner that's been giving everyone so much trouble over the weekend in the entire event. Jensen Brickley then is now down to across the line to 8th position. Kellett is down to 5th, but is in 5th, but he might be trying to attack Nicholas Reeve. Now, of course, Nicholas doesn't score points as a guest, so therefore it means that Kellett then will then move, is technically getting points for 4th in many cases, because Marlon Cordell leads. Marlon Cordell hasn't ever won a Fiesta race in the championship. He now leads with Zachary Lucas chasing after him. 3rd for Gary Miller, 4th for Nicholas Reeve, 5th for Alistair Kellett, then it's Rob Smith 6th. Sean Reynolds is 7th. He also gets it sideways for Gary Miller. Off the road at Clearways again, exiting Surtees. That corner is a really treacherous part of the track. Off the road and just keeping out of the gravel is the Irishman. That's another 3 place gained up for Jensen Brickley. And now we see Spencer Stevenson battling away with Ross Smith. Spencer Stevenson flying here for the back of the grid. Wait, Spencer Stevenson started back, what was it, 19th or 20th place, and he's up to about 6th or 7th. That's an incredible drive for Spencer Stevenson. Here comes Jensen Brickley looking to the outside line of the outgoing champion Rob Smith, and you can see here Kellett at the moment is just a couple of places ahead. Now then, I've got to try and work this out on the fly. So at the moment, given where cars are in terms of guest cars, so at the moment Kellett is sat in, well technically, getting points for a podium place. That means that's 42 points essentially for Alistair Kellett. As to where Brickley is, he is now into 6th position, and that means that he would score 36 points. So at the moment, we've got it at the moment, given guest drivers in front, at the moment, provisionally of course, it's Jensen at the moment who still has it by 2. But he's got to try and claw his way back up and keep himself out of trouble. But what a dramatic start to the final race of the season for the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta Championship. Jensen Brickley almost throwing his championship away in the Clearways gravel trap. So Marlon Cordell continues to lead. Zach Lucas in 2nd place. Nicholas Reeve is 3rd, but of course is only a guest driver, so he's invisible for points. Lucas sets the fastest lap of the race. Morgan Kidd's off the road up at Surtees and Clearways. So can she get that car going? Yellow flag's down there. She's spinning her wheels and she's stuck, so that's pretty crucial. Meanwhile, there's Jamie Going just being lapped there by the leaders already, so Jamie Going struggling around. Meanwhile, here comes down Alistair Kellett, who has a big defensive move put on him by Nicholas Reeve. It's almost as the back of him there going around the right-hander. Stevens in P5, and Jensen Brickley still watching on in P6, so this is going to be pretty crucial here. But Nicholas Reeve might not be in the championship hunt, but he doesn't even care. He's defending for position because he wants to prove a point. If he's going to do a full season next year, certainly going the right way about it, battling for the championship. Now, of course, look at positions. It means that even though he's invisible, Kellett's currently 4th, but he's scoring points for 5th. So for 3rd, excuse me. So he'll get 42 points at the moment. Jensen Brickley gets 36. He's sideways on the exit through Clearways and McLaren. Round the outside goes Spencer Stevenson. That's crucial for the championship. So now Alistair Kellett goes down onto 38 points compared to 36. So now at the moment, it's a gap of 6 points. That's how much it swings in the championship. Zach Lucas sets the fastest lap of the race, so there won't be any bonus points there for Kellett. And now the 2 championship contenders are nose to tail, with Brickley 6/10 quicker than Kellett was on that last lap. Further battling going on there. That was Caitlin May battling with Connor Blackburn over 10th position, but now the leading group comes in through the right-hander, and Jamie Going, who is not in the championship fight, but he will make himself a nuisance, I'm sure. Off the road again has gone Gary Miller at the same spot, just a few metres around up at the complex. There goes Morgan Kidd, who managed to recover from her off at the same spot a lap or 2 ago. So Cordell then still leads the way, but he's only got a 2/10 of a second advantage as Jamie Going works his way into the complex at Surtees with Nicholas Reeve and everyone else stacking up behind him. So, and there's Gary Miller trying to recover. So there are yellow flags, so you can't pass there. Meanwhile, Marlon Cordell then for Jam Sport Racing leads the way with Kellett with Zach Lucas in 2nd place. And it is there Nicholas Reeve in 3rd. Here comes Jensen Brickley round the outside, powering his way past Alistair Kellett. The 2 championship contenders are side by side down the pit straight. Look at that, Stevenson and Reeve went either side of Jamie Going into Paddock Hill Bend. That was a risky move from Nicholas Reeve, but he somehow made it work. Down the hill, up towards Druids again for another lap. And Jensen Brickley now is ahead of Alistair Kellett, and that's crucial because, of course, if he finishes ahead, that essentially is Jensen's championship, pretty much. Oh, there's contact! That was Jamie Going. He got tapped, I think, by Jensen Brickley. Brickley's off the road onto the grass. They're side by side again. I think Kellett got back through again. That is not what Jensen Brickley needs to be getting involved in. He needs to keep it a clean race. This has been a drama-filled final race of the season for the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta Championship. We've barely had 5 minutes. Goodness me. Oh, and that's a Brickley. Is that Brickley sideways again? He's sideways again. Jensen Brickley. Now, has he got damage to the front end of that car? If he has, that might well be a bit of a... that could be a hindrance. He's sliding around a bit, but he manages to keep it on. But they're stacking up behind him. There's Rob Smith is in there. We've got Caitlin May. We've got Sean Reynolds, who's also, I think, invisible for points as well. Connor Blackburn's in there too. So now, where's it left, everybody? Well, Alistair Kellett's in 5th position now, so he now scores points for 36. And Jensen, no, it's 4th place points, of course, so it's 38 still. So 38 points will go the way of Alistair Kellett, being the fact Nicholas Reeve is up there. He's past Spencer Stevenson, well, defending from him. So it's 4th place points for Alistair Kellett. It's now 5th place points for Jensen Brickley. So it changes, the swing changes again. At the moment, provisionally, of course, you've got to crunch the numbers a little bit afterwards, but provisionally, it's still Jensen's title by 6 points. Because Alistair Kellett's only taking 2 points out of him. So keep an eye on that. Goodness me, I'm almost out of breath, and it's barely 7 minutes into this race. And there's still a lot of it to go, and still a lot that can happen in these wet conditions. So, big twitch for Caitlin May there in front of Sean Reynolds, battling away with also Connor Blackburn. In front, though, we should still say that Marla Cordell and Zachary Lucas have changed positions, so there's been a change for the lead. But that Lucas into the lead here in this final race. We see Nicholas Reeve and Spencer Stevenson going wheel to wheel, door mirror to door mirror, battling over 3rd place. Nicholas Reeve putting in a fantastic effort. He was a great driver in the Fiesta Junior Championship a few years ago. He's had a couple of years off from racing, but great to see him back in Fiestas in the paddock. He's also had some time racing Clios as well, briefly in a couple of rounds a couple of years ago, but great to have him back in a front-wheel drive car, great to have him back in the Fiesta paddock, and great to see him with so much potential possibly for next year if he decides to come in for a full season, because he really is showing his class here in this one. Great performance in the wet conditions here. Now, we've got to keep on tamping our 2 championship contenders, of course. We look back here to see the ST150s. Looks like Nick Moore leads the way from David Nice, and Nick Moore, of course, doing everything he needs to do to pretty much become the ST150 class winner. Meanwhile, for 2nd place, we've got David Nye and Joseph Knight, and Joseph Knight goes up the inside. Off the road, it's gone for 777, which is Sean Reynolds. Oh, and I just heard, did I hear Alistair Kellett slowing? Did I hear that on the circuit commentary? So side by side go Cooper and Kellett. That's Connor Blackburn off the road to the gravel up at the exit of McLaren's. It's all kicking off here in the Fiestas. Goodness me. Haven't even hit half distance yet. We've got the wily old foxes here, Jamie Going and Simon Horrobin. These two are never dull on circuit with each other. Now, can they get around here without making contact? Usually it's not the case, but these two are being quite civil this time. And Simon Horrobin with the outside line. Of course, Jamie Going's a lap down anyway, but he'll still have a battle with Simon Horrobin here just for the sake of it. I'm sure I heard Josh Barrett on the circuit commentary saying that Alistair Kellett was having a problem with slowing up, but we haven't seen it on the cameras just yet. So Simon Horrobin does in fact get past. That's not for position. That'll be Jamie Going about a lap down or so. Now, Alistair Kellett has been passed by Jensen Brickley, so it changes again in terms of points. So that's now, again, advantage Brickley. He's now up into what is now essentially a net 4th place, if you take out Nick Reeve in terms of point scoring. But he's finishing ahead of Alistair Kellett anyway, so that means he gains another couple of points. So the gap now goes out to 10 points provisionally as we get towards half distance in this final Fiesta Championship race of the weekend and of the season. So still this battle goes on. And scrap going on for 3rd place between Nicholas Reeve and Spencer Stevenson. And still Spencer Stevenson all over the back of Nicholas Reeve. Great to see the JRW Motorsport cars running so strongly. Of course, one of those cars is out in front, and that of course has Zachary Lucas at the wheel. The gap is now a 2nd between himself and Marla Cordell. Marla having one of his best races of the season. I'm sure that the wet conditions are certainly helping him out as well. So half distance in this race, and here's Zach Lucas with Marla Cordell all over the back of him, so this win might not be done. Zach Lucas is looking for 3 wins in a row. Marla Cordell wants his first Fiesta race outright, and both of them are going toe-to-toe here for the race victory in this final race. So we've still got half the race to go now. We've gone past the 10-minute mark, and these two looking very evenly matched as Cordell looks one way, then the other, but Lucas holds firm on the inside line, throws the block, and he's standing his ground here out in front. He wants that triple victory, the hat-trick, to round off the season, but Cordell is giving it everything to try and give him the biggest possible headache that he can. Still going on for 3rd place, and there is Jensen Brickley, and he's pulling away slightly from Alistair Kellett now. So again, the fact that he's ahead is being that Jensen Brickley still keeps himself in front and still outscores him. So at the moment, despite all the drama, it's still Jensen Brickley's title at the moment by provisionally 10 points as they take the wider line through Clearways and McLaren. And still Lucas from Cordell as they come out through Clark Curve with 9 minutes to go. Start of another lap. Last time by Cordell was about 3/10 slower than Zach Lucas, and so they turn their weight. Got to be very careful not to touch the painted white lines on the outside of the circuit, as that might well cause problems. And particularly with these front-wheel drive cars, where all the weight is on the front of the front, with the braking, the acceleration, the steering, and of course the weight of the engine, everything else at the front. And it takes, like they used to say in touring cars, you could spin them around with your little finger. It's that light on the front end of the car. As you see here, Nicholas Reeves, Spencer Stevenson going wheel to wheel. They bang wheels and bang doors. Reeves over onto the grass, but keeps his foot in, and in a fair play to him, keeps up the inside and holds on to third place. So great stuff from Nicholas Reeves. He's certainly staking a claim here to be quite a contender next year in the Fiesta Championship, should he come back for a full season. I hope he does, because this is a preview to what he can do in 2023. Sign me up, because he's having a fantastic run. As the Kennett sideways, that's the last thing he needs when he's trying to battle for a championship. At the moment, he loses it, of course, but doesn't want to lose it completely here. He's really sort of struggling on the inside line, trying to hold on. Rob Smith, who's trying to get round the outside. Also up there as well is Caitlin May, having a brilliant race. Caitlin May up to 8th position, so she's really reveling in the wet conditions, having one of her best results so far. Jensen Brickley chasing after this battle for third, as we see Rob Smith has got past Alistair Kellett, so he's got through, and at the moment it seems that Alistair Kellett's title chance of slipping away here, but we've still got 7.5 minutes. Kellett's got back past Rob Smith in the background, I see, so Rob Smith was ahead, but Kellett manages to get back through. As Reeve again, just he's being absolutely stubborn as anything, holding off Spencer Stevenson. But all it's doing now is benefiting Jensen Brickley. It's benefiting him no end, because he's catching up. And if he can get a couple more spots, he'll only gain a couple more points. Well, he'll get 42 points for third place if he can get past both. But he needs to try and get past as cleanly as he can. He cannot afford any more drama in this race. All he has to do is keep it steady and just try and get past the best he can without any dramas or mishaps, and carry on as he is. At the moment, the championship is going provisionally his way. Side by side, third place, still Reeve on the outside line. Stevenson closes in on him. Meanwhile, there goes Kellett, Smith, and then Caitlin May in 8th position. Really good drive from her. It's her best performance of the season so far, I'm certain. She'll be definitely delighted with that if she's coming back to Fiestas next year. I hope many of them do. As up the inside looks Spencer Stevenson. This is the chance he's got. There's a back marker in the way. It's Matt Chambers boxing them in, and Reeves got nowhere to go. And up the inside into the place has got Spencer Stevenson. Now then, let's see if he can possibly try and help Brickley get past here. Of course, Reeves is going to get right underneath the rear bumper here, Stevenson. A little tap in the rear. Come on, Stevenson. Come on, Spencer. Get on with it. You might have passed me, but you're not pulling away from me, so let's go. Particularly, of course, when you've got the very feisty champion-elect Jensen Brickley on your tail. A little wide there from Spencer Stevenson. Here comes Reeve up the inside with a dive. On the racing line, it might be a little bit trickier. Around the outside looks Stevenson. He takes the wide line. So does Brickley. Gives Stevenson much better traction on the exit of the corner. And through Clark Curve, Stevenson sweeps back in front with 6 minutes to go. Jensen Brickley on their tail now as they come down towards Paddock Hill Bend once again. Less than 6 minutes to go now as they turn up towards the right-hander. So up the hill now, Stevenson now has effectively been released, and now it's Jensen Brickley's turn to try and get past Nicholas Reeve. He technically doesn't need to, but of course he would love to try and get a position higher up there to try and finish even on the podium if he could. Seeing here at the front though, we've got Zach Lucas and Marlon Cordell still pretty close together. I think they're coming up towards, a struggling Gary Miller, who's still recovering after his couple of spins earlier on. Still 5 minutes to go in this Fiesta race. Looking at how many laps we've completed so far. We've completed, so far, now 15 laps in the books here on the Indy circuit. And yeah, they are coming up towards Gary Miller here, who it's good to see him back. He's had a sporadic season. He's jumped into the odd round this year, but so far he's done quite a decent job. Good to have him back this weekend, coming across from Ireland. Of course, it's good that this year's festival is allowing some of the overseas drivers to properly come across now, with many restrictions from the pandemic now starting to ease. And these two really are the class of the field at the moment. They're some 11 seconds up on everyone else, which is looking pretty strong. Here's Joseph Knight, who leads the ST150 class, ahead of Nick Moore in second place. It's Adam Purtis, who was in an ST150 up until before the end of the season, for this meeting, having his first taste of an ST240 and possibly learning the hard way in these wet conditions, down in 17th at the moment overall. Gap is now gone out a little bit between the leaders, 0.6 of a second between Lucas and Cordell, so looks as though those two will be, at the moment, touch wood, certain for the podium positions in first and second. For third, though, Well, the gap is now was 1.1 seconds between Stevenson and Reeve over the line. Let's see what Stevenson and Reeve and Brickley do this time. They'll come across the line in a second. Stevenson's quite clear now. Brickley now looking possibly to have a challenge on the outside. We continue to look on Joseph Knight here, who is running 15th overall, but top ST150 car in the pack. And then as they come up through the left-hander at Surtees, see here Adam Burdis also carrying on. That I think is the car that Stuart Robbins has been driving most of the season this year, so good to see him that car back out, but with a different incumbent this time. And across the line they go. Still Joseph Knight. There's Nick Moore in 22. He looks like he's set to potentially finish the season as the top ST150 class driver in the overall standings. And those leaders in the ST150s are about to be caught very soon in the last couple of minutes by the overall leaders in the ST240 class. It looks as though Marlon Cordell's had a bit of a rough lap here, although he's been losing time in the last couple of laps, and he now is back by about 4/10. He's now 1.3 seconds behind Zach Lucas, who looks on course to wrap up the hat-trick here this weekend at Brands Hatch. Has a few local sponsors on the car as well, so I'm sure they'll be appreciative of the local success. As for what's going on between Stevenson, Reeve and Brickley, still no change there. In fact, I think Brickley's still about a quarter of a second back. There he is. Still a couple of laps to go. Meanwhile, there's Alistair Kellett. At the moment, he finishes behind Jensen Brickley. And I think there's Adam Burdis having a spin, so he's going to get back around again. He's letting both Marco Ricci so here we've got more battling between, looks like, I think that's Thomas Horton and Thomas Davis, who was a late entrant into the weekend this week, but he's been one of the regulars in the championship this year. So as we see here, now they're back together nose to tail, so through the traffic, Marlon Cordell has caught Zachary Lucas through the ST150 cars. So it might not be done yet for the race victory, because Cordell here is putting Luca under some very consistent late pressure here. I think the rain's returned again here at Brands Hatch. It's still looking quite grey and quite overcast. The headlights are on. As they come up through the right-hander, we're going to get possibly, it depends, maybe 2 more laps, at least 1 more, but we'll wait and see. So as they come up through the right-hander at Clark, further back there's Stevenson, there is Nicholas Reeve, and there in 5th position, but he'll score points for 4th, is in a couple of laps time the provisional Fiesta champion. Of course, we've got to wait for the checkered flag first, but Jensen Brickley, after all the dramas that we've had in this final race, it's definitely not done yet until he crosses the checkered flag, at least provisionally, of course. I have to stress that all results are subject to official confirmation after the event. But at the moment, it looks as though it's going to be. It'll also be essentially a solid 3rd place for Zach Lucas in the points, because of course he managed to overhaul Rob Smith and came into this race on our calculations a point provisionally ahead of Rob Smith. But this is certainly helping him, because Rob is back down in 7th place. Of course, we get the points for 6th, being that, as we say, Nicholas Reeve is invisible for those any scores. So as they come up through last couple of the corners. Now I'm looking out my window. They're going to put the checkered flag out this time. Potentially, maybe not. As that, here goes Marlon Cordell looking down the inside line, but Zach Lucas with a better traction on the outside holds on. I think they might just get across the line. Start with last lap. Yes, last lap ball's being prepared though. So 1 more time around the Indy circuit, possibly 1 more chance for Marlon Cordell, and 1 more lap to hang on to see who wins provisionally the 2022 AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta Championship. So, the timer now hits 0, but it's on to the final lap of the season for the Fiestas. It's been a wonderful season for them, of course, with these brand new turbo cars that came in back in 2020. Oh, contact between the 2 leaders, and Marlon Cordell gets into the rear of Zach Lucas's car. He backs off, because I'm certain if he'd gone through, that would almost certainly have been a penalty for unnecessary contact. So Marlon Cordell realised that he wasn't going to get through and said, look, I'm going to have to hold on here and possibly get 2nd place unless Zach Lucas makes a mistake here. Meanwhile, Jensen Brickley, quite expectant. The 2010 guys are waiting on the pit wall, I'm sure. was a valiant effort for Alistair Kelly all season, I'm certain, but as we come to the final few corners, it looks as though that's the direction the title's going then, as Zach Lucas drifts a little bit out wide onto the wet line of the circuit, and after 2 great performances in relatively dry conditions yesterday, he's proved he can do it in the West as well. The final race win of the season in the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta Championship goes to Zachary Lucas. He completes the hat-trick and takes 3 wins out of 3 here this weekend. Second for Marlo Cordell, then 3rd place for Spencer Stevenson, 4th for Nicholas Reeve, but 5th place we realise he's doing the window. He knows what's about to happen, because provisionally 5th will be enough to provisionally crown Jensen Brickley as the 2022 AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta Champion. On our calculations, it is... No, it's further back because Alistair Kellett falters. Alistair Kellett is slow at the flag. He finishes 9th. So Alistair Kellett on the last lap of the race drops 3 positions. He drops what was 6th to 9th, but it'll be points for 8th because, of course, Nicholas Reeve was a guest. So either way, that's more points lost. But Jensen Brickley then outscores Alistair Kellett, and he provisionally has taken the 2022 AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta Championship title. It is back-to-back junior and senior titles, and I'm certain we need to try and get Jensen Brickley to have a chat with him to get an immediate reaction. As for the ST150s, it's going to be a win in the last race in that class for... And it's going to be, I think... Of course, coming through, we're waiting for Nick Moore, who's come through, and I'm certain Nick Moore also appears to have pretty much taken... So, that was fantastic stuff, just communicating with a couple of people there. So, the last race of the season then, Zachary Lucas picks up the victory by 9/10 of a second. He completes the hat-trick here at Brands Hatch, and Marla Cordell, that's got to be one of his best results of the season so far. Spencer Stevenson 3rd, guest driver Nicholas Reeve 4th, and Jensen Brickley 5th place, but 4th place points should provisionally give him the 2022 AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta title. Congratulations provisionally to him. It's then in the end, 6th for Rob Smith, 7th for Caitlin May, great drive for her in the end, 8th for Cooper, 9th for Alistair Kellett, who slowed up right at the end of the race, so commiserations to Alistair, who I think was having problems towards that race. Then William Kellett 10th, Sean Reynolds 11th, then Barry McHenry, Colin Blackburn, Marco Ricci, Joseph Knight, who wins the ST150s, ahead of David Knight and Nick Moore, who looks like he's also provisionally wrapped up the accolade for being top ST150 class runner in the points. But it's going to be Luke Bannister, Thomas Davis, Thomas Horton, Simon Horrobin, who you saw drop back a little bit, then Morgan Kidd, Gary Miller had a penalty, and Jamie Going and Matt Chambers, with Adam Burdis pitting towards the end of the race. Right, for our final Fiesta Championship podium, including hopefully a chat with our newly crowned provisionally crowned champion, down to the top 3, hopefully the top 6 in both classes, top 3 in both classes, and our new champion, hopefully, down at the top of the pit lane with Richard John Neal. Hope we're not getting too wet down there.
Thanks very much, Scott. We're going to try and get as many in as we can, quickly as we can. Zach Lucas, let's get you in. Congratulations to get you on the spot here. Zach, perfect hat-trick, wet and dry, so nobody can doubt you're the man of the meeting there.
No, that's it. It's a perfect hat-trick, so I'm over the moon. I mean, Marlo definitely put me under pressure at the end. He was really giving it to me and managed to hold on, so that's the main thing. So yeah, we've done what we can do, done the best as we can do, so we'll see where it's got us.
I was watching on the way into Surtees, and you were like the British Drifting Championship many times up there, along with several other drivers.
Yeah, I mean, that corner's so slippery. If you don't turn in early enough, the back end you just lose it, you know, if you're going too quick, and that happened a fair few times.
Most wins of the season too.
Yes, yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm really happy about it.
Congratulations, Zach. Sorry to cut short. Want to get as many done as we can. Marlo Cordell in 2nd position. Marlo, we get you down quickly. Well done, Marlo. Good to see you. Well done. Super drive. It looked like the Drifting Championship. I was just saying to Zach out there, really difficult. And you had many good goes at getting the lead, but had to settle for 2nd. Are you happy with 2nd?
Yeah, we'll take it. Again, we're just struggling for traction here and there. A few lockups about, but other than that, yeah, it was mint. Yeah, Zach is just so quick in the wet. I knew he was going to be quick from the off.
He's quick in the dry as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But so are you.
Yeah, we're getting there. Yeah, it's been a tough season, so to end on a high is mega, especially at my home race. So, yeah.
Bet next year?
Maybe. We'll see.
You've got to now with this momentum, surely.
Yeah, you'd think so, yeah, but we'll see what comes about, see what happens for sponsorship.
Just sign this contract here and then you will have your racing.
Mega, yeah.
Marlo, great to see you on the podium. Many congratulations, well done. And our 3rd place driver, Spencer Stevenson. Spencer, we get you down quickly, another podium interview. If we can get Jensen lined up as well as the 150 drivers. That would be good. Well done, Spencer. Cracking drive. I think from a fair way back as well. It was a tough race.
Yeah, 19th to 3rd. Just avoided carnage. Just tried to keep it on the track and worked out.
There were a lot of cars spinning, and you know, how much extra concentration is it to race around here in the wet?
Yes, yeah, it takes a lot more energy. Just avoiding all the cars spinning off, and just trying to keep it on the track. So yeah, quite happy with that.
Well, many congratulations on that podium. Well done indeed, and thanks for talking to us, Spencer. We'll move on to the 150 class, and our winner was Joseph Knight. Have we got Joseph here? Joseph Knight, here he is.
All right.
Joseph, how are you doing? Well done. Nice to wrap up the season, our 5th win of the season, I think, and great to wrap up with a win.
Yeah, really good. Loads of fun in the wet. We started at the back after the gearbox went yesterday. But yeah, we was able to make it up, to come through with a win with a bit of a gap. It was really good. I'm really happy with it. I can't thank the team enough. Specialised Motorsport, they've helped me loads over the year and over the weekend. All my sponsors, yeah, brilliant. I'm really happy with it.
Well, many congratulations, Joseph. Hopefully we'll see you racing again next year. So all the best with that. Joseph Knight in 2nd position, David Nye. Go on, and Dave, we meet again.
Yeah, see you again.
And you were well back earlier on, then came through, and then so it looked like an interesting race.
Yeah, it was. He's very quick, youngster there. Good fun, but yeah, couldn't see a lot. It was good.
That's what it's about, though, isn't it? I mean, for this weekend, having the dry yesterday and the wet today, I mean, it's a bit of everything for everybody.
Some parts slippery, clearways is just a lottery where you're going to come out, but the rest of it's not too bad.
Cool. Glad to see you again.
Yeah, it's good fun.
Many congratulations. Again, trying to keep these short. So let's have a word with Nick Moore. He's our champion as well in the 150. Apparently, I have to have provisional. But
we've had no contact this weekend.
You're the champ. I'll move you back a little bit just against that backdrop there. Many congratulations on that. So you must be very happy with it.
Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed with the race, but I promised my other half I would just be careful and bring it home, and I've got my 1-year-old daughter Penny here as well, so I wanted to make sure that the car came back in one piece, and we settled it as I said to you yesterday. It's really pleased. I have to say that as well, you know, without East Anglia Competitions, Global M, there's a few others as well in there who are too shy to be mentioned today as well, but without a lot of these companies, you know, MCH Landscaping, I wouldn't, you know, been able to do this year. Really grateful.
Great to see you on track. Well done, Nick Moore, our champion there in the 150s. And we've got a new champion. Let's have a word with Jensen Brickley. Give it up for Jensen, everyone that's here. Congratulations, Jensen. How do you feel?
Oh, ecstatic. It's just amazing to get into the lead on lap 1, and then I had brand new wets all round because we thought it was going to rain like it just has now, but yeah, it didn't, so my rears were really slippy on the first lap, and yeah, we went into the gravel. I was like, oh no.
We all thought it was over.
Yeah, I dragged it out, and then the car was vibrating like mad down the straight. As soon as you get above 60 miles an hour, it was juddering really bad. I thought, we ain't going to make it. I caught Kellett, passed him, drove away. It just shows, the wet shows the drivers really, doesn't it? I know it's not been a level playing field this year for all of us, which some people will know, but we did the best we can of a bad situation, and here we are, back to back. Thanks to the team, thanks to JBS, thanks Tech 2, Pete Felix, everyone that's helped.
Well done, Jensen. Many congratulations. Look forward to seeing what's up for you next. There we go. Jensen Brickley. I'll do a jump when Jensen's on the podium. He didn't see that one because he finds it embarrassing, and I don't blame him. We've got the, I think the BRSCC chairman on the front row of the next race. So I'll hand you over to Scott Woodward, who'll take you through the grid and the lineup for the second of our Formula Ford progression races. Over to you, Scott.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Richard. Provisional congratulations, of course, to our our Fiesta champion, of course, Jensen Brickley, of course, the SC150 class winner as well in the final standings. Provisionally, Nick Moore as well. Right, time for progression race number 2 for the Formula Ford Festival. Quite an interesting story on the front row because we've got Peter Daly, who's not only BRSCC chairman, but of course 2020 historic final winner. Alongside him is his partner, who is the British GT safety car driver Lorna Vickers. So that should be quite an intriguing front row here and then towards turn 1 for the first time. They've got Oliver Chapman and Alan Slater behind them on the second row of the grid. Then Leanne McShane and Stuart Kestenbaum make up row 3. Then it's James Fetterplace and Ben Hatfield who make up the 4th row of the grid. And then some very interesting cars that have to pick their way through, who will certainly try to work their way towards the front. We've got William Ferguson from Team USA starts on the 5th row of the grid alongside Jake Cowden from Team Canada. Then James Penrose, our New Zealand driver to Europe, who's here this weekend. Starts 11th for Border Reavers. Now, we don't expect Matt Rivette to be there, of course. His car, after that awful accident that we saw yesterday, we believe he's pretty much out of action. As we said at the top of the programme, Matt has been discharged from hospital. He's okay. He went there as a precaution. He seems to be all right. Now, we need to wonder whether Tom MacArthur's there, because Tom MacArthur, we're trying to get that car fixed. If his car is there, that'd be incredible by the team that's been putting that car together. If he is there, he'll start 13th. Also, we've got Laurie Hughes in 14th place. And then Megan Gilks, who was deemed to be responsible for the contact between herself and her fellow Canadian Jake Cowden. She received 2 penalties, one for the contact, and the other for, let's say, an unsavoury gesture, shall we say, at the an unsavoury gesture, shall we say, at the end of the of that incident. So she also unfortunately got penalised for that too. So looking down the grid then, the key cars we've got to watch out for, if it's there, is car 117. This is the rest of the pack going through. There's William Ferguson, there's Jake Cowden going through. Then the next car should be then James Penrose, and then behind James Penrose we should then see, if the car is there, Tom MacArthur, which will be quite incredible, because if you compare the 2 cars, that car wasn't as damaged in many cases as, unfortunately, Matt Rivette's was after that rather unfortunate accident that he had. Now, here's the car there. It is there. So, just behind James Penrose, the car behind this one, James Penrose here, is Tom MacArthur, and his car is on the grid. Despite the accident yesterday, Tom MacArthur's hopes of not just in the main festival, but also the historic final as well. There it is. This is not it. This is Stuart Kestenbaum's car, but the car just behind the blue and white car, James Penrose, starting in the 13th grid spot, is Tom MacArthur. His car is there and it has been repaired. So credit where credit's due. A massive well done to the team to get that car back together again. So the 2 Van Diemens at the front of the grid, Peter Daly and Lorna Vickers, back to do something they've never actually done before, which is they've been on the grid together, but never, I think, on the front row together. So quite something to watch out for, I think, as they're going to work up to the grid spot. Peter just working his way towards his grid spot at the front, and Lorna stops in her spot too. So Peter Daly then, who many know as a Formula Ford racer, others know him as the BRSCC chairman, starts at pole position on the left-hand side, and the black Van Diemen on the left. The blue Van Diemen on the right is Lorna Vickers. The ready orange car behind them is Oliver Chapman, that's the Lola. Alan Slater's car is the black and white car, or almost the blue, maybe green and yellow car at the back towards it. But watch out from 9th backwards for William Ferguson, Jake Cowden, James Penrose, Tom MacArthur, and Megan Gilks on the back of the grid. So progression race 2 of the Formula Ford Festival for 2022, all set to get underway here at a very damp and wet Brands Hatch. Away they go. Clean start from Peter Daly from pole. Good start from Lorna Vickers too. It might well be Daly and Vickers 1-2 into turn 1 for the first time. In fact, side by side the Paddock Hill bend. This should be interesting. Round the outside looks Lorna Vickers. And Daly holds the inside lines as they come through. Rest of the pack goes pouring into the Paddock Hill bend, but it's going to be Peter Daly who leads. Here comes Oliver Chapman for second place, and so they come towards Druids for the first time. The Vickers will have the outside low, better grip, but look at William Ferguson, as Jamie Sharp did in race 1. As Stuart Kestenbaum runs very wide, goes back onto the circuit, squeezes the cars around him, and also getting involved there possibly was Jake Cowden. Now, of the more contemporary cars in the field, because most of these cars in the pack are of the Super Classic vintage, as Tom MacArthur charges his way through. He's passed all of the contemporary cars, I think, bar William Ferguson. But these faster cars, that's the magic of this, that they're going to carve their way through. As now we see Peter Daly, who continues to lead here in this opening lap of this progression race. Second for Chapman, William Ferguson tucked right under the gearbox of Balola. So now James Penrose works his way past Lorna Vickers. She keeps herself on the road as best she can. They work their way out of McLaren and up through Clark Kerr for the first time. So Peter Daly then leads the first race of the progression race, and he leads from William Ferguson from 9th on the grid in second place. It's then 3rd for Oliver Chapman. Then 4th now for, as they come across the line, Tom MacArthur, who's had a great start from 14th to 3rd already, 14th to 4th. Sorry, 13th to 4th. I'm getting my positions mixed up. Then it's 5th for Leanne McShane and 6th is Jake Cowden. Now, the faster cars I'm certain will start to come through here, but of course, in the wet conditions, it is quite a performance leveler, and some of the older cars can take and do take the fight to the newer cars, not just in the dry, but in the wet conditions too. And so far, Peter Daly hasn't been rapidly reeled in by William Ferguson here, as Jake Cowden looks up the inside here of Leanne McShane and gets past for 5th position. And that'll be also James Penrose getting into a qualifying spot as William Ferguson works the Team USA Ray chassis up past Peter Daly, and through he goes. Oliver Chapman still holding on to a very strong 3rd place. Peter Daly, of course, a very experienced Formula Ford racer, having started back in, I think, either the 80s or the 90s, one of the two, but has been a very prominent Formula Ford racer all the way through his career. As they come through onto the pit straight again. Still Ferguson leading, Daly second, Chapman third, Tom MacArthur's on the charge in fourth, and it's Jake Cowden fifth and James Penrose in sixth. Those are currently the 6 automatic qualifying spots. Also trying to make her way through is Megan Gilk. She's up to 8th position now. It's 12 laps in this second progression race. And here comes in the background for third position, Tom MacArthur. Just darting around having a look at Oliver Chapman in third place. As they turn out of the right-hander at Druids down the hill again. And of course you'll see quite a few of these cars. I'm certain we'll see both Peter Daly and Tom MacArthur in the historic final later on this afternoon. I can't tell you what the conditions are going to be like, but we'll have to wait and see how the rest of the day plays out. As Ferguson turns in through Surtees, taking it very steady. And Chapman, meanwhile, in Maloney, is going for it here for second place. Putting an attack here on Peter Daly. Has a look up the inside. Daly gives him the room, looks across and says, oh, you're going to go up the inside, are you? Right, you'll have the room on the inside, but watch me go straight round the outside and put the power down and hold on to the place. Peter Daly using all of his wily cunning and experience here to hold on to this current second place. But look at this, the cars behind him are stacking up here. You've got Chapman on his tail, and MacArthur, and Jake Cowden, and also James Penrose. Here goes MacArthur to the outside line. Hope you're not getting flashbacks of yesterday here at Paddock Hill. Penn trying to go around the outside of somebody. Megan Gilk sets the fastest lap of the race. Here comes MacArthur up the inside of Chapman. Cowden might follow him through. Penrose is also not too far away there. And in the background, setting the fastest lap of the race, is Megan Gilk. She's in 7th place, 1 spot away from her transfer place. And I'm certain as they start to get past Chapman here, who's really holding his own here in the old Lola. This fantastic old Lola chassis is really putting the fight to the newer cars. But there goes MacArthur. Cowden's got through as well. Penrose should get through too. And I think the next one, of course, is going to be Megan Gilk's, it seems. The current, as I say, 6 transfer spots are going to be Ferguson, Daly, Chapman, MacArthur, Cowden and Penrose at the moment. But it's only lap 4 here in the second progression race. Still plenty of time left to go. MacArthur here, just trying to take the white line. Oh, Peter Daly's had it off. No, Peter Daly's off the road up at Cleo's and McLaren. That's been the trouble corner everywhere. And unfortunately, that's put him out of the transfer places. He's now down to 7th position. And agonisingly, out of a transfer place. So Ferguson leads then. It's now Chapman in... No, well... Cowden's down to 2nd place. Cowden's up to 2nd place. I'll get my words out in a second. So Cowden 2nd, then MacArthur 3rd, Penrose 4th. Chapman is still 5th and Gilk's in 6th position. Peter Daly, of course, is down to 7th. The first man agonisingly out of that transfer spot automatically into the semi-finals. And if he stays there, his main final journey will be over this morning. But of course, he'll still be around, I'm certain, with a decent enough position for the historic final. So Cowden then, who's been out of the... both Canada drivers have been very impressive. Of course, Kevin Foster put a very great drive in his first ever car race yesterday in the heat to put himself 5th and stayed where he qualified, which is a magnificent effort for him. His first ever car race. Of course, he's driven race cars. He also did the French FEED F4 scholarship. As they're off the road with Oliver Chapman, that might be a respite to Peter Daly if he can catch him, because he'll see that Oliver Chapman's gone off, and that might well allow Peter to put the attack in and get a last transfer spot into the semi-finals. Meanwhile, William Ferguson out in front for Team USA, sets the fastest lap of the race in the wet, 1 minute 2.270. And now it's Cowden 2nd, MacArthur 3rd, Penrose 4th, Megan Gilk's is up to 5th. And now the scrap between Daly and Chapman. So Daly sets a new personal best for him. He was about 1.5 seconds quicker. 2.5 seconds quicker than Chapman's time there. He's got to try and close in a gap of, what's this now? That's now 2.3 seconds between Gilks and Chapman, with himself and Oliver Chapman. And he was able to hold off Oliver pretty well in the conditions, but I wonder if their pace is going to be quite similar now that Chapman's got up to speed. Either that or he's just being a bit more tentative. Speaking of tentative, just tweaking his way through the Surtees and McLaren complex comes William Ferguson. Then it's Penrose. MacArthur there understeering wide. He's got... Sorry, Cowden in 2nd place, forgive me. There's Penrose in the Border Reivers run New Zealand driver to Europe car. Fantastic incentive bringing that back. That moniker used to be used for a similar accolade that was given for Australian Formula Ford drivers, but they've managed to transfer it for New Zealand this time. And James Penrose, of course, who won not only last year's New Zealand Formula Ford Festival at Ruapuna, who dives down the outside to take 3rd place. He also won 6 New Zealand Formula Ford races, the entire country, national New Zealand championship, and he won the South Island Championship in New Zealand by taking 18 race victories. Yes, 18. That was an incredible drive for him. So certainly one to watch out for. And he's also been plying his craft this year, driving a Porsche Cup car and a TCR car into endurance races in New Zealand. So keeping his hand in. And great to see him now finally getting his prize. He was due to be here last year, but because of border restrictions and the whole calamity that COVID was causing over the last couple of years, it meant that he wasn't able to get across. So thankfully, now that things have calmed down somewhat in that situation and things have been reopening again as normal as possible, it now allowed him to come across and realise the prize that he's been given. So Ferguson then, coming on to lap 8 now of 12 in this second progression race, still holds on by quite a gap. It's North Americans first and second, and New Zealander in third place. Quite an international top 3 at the moment, which is good to see. Fourth for Tom MacArthur now. Megan Gilks closing him down in 5th position. Now Peter Daly was only about a second or so behind Oliver Chapman. If he's passed him, we'll have to wait and see. Gap-wise, it is now. He was quite a slow lap there. 1 minute 6.3 compared to 1 minute 4.9. So a personal best for Chapman. Gap has now gone out to 2 seconds between himself and Daly. So let's see. So we've got now this battle going on here between. This is Stuart Kestenbaum, and I think this is. I'm trying to work out the car here. It's car number. To work out the number here, it's car 61, so Feta Place. So Feta Place makes the move up the inside into Paddock Hill Bend, but I'm sure Kestenbaum will either get the undercut here, which he does, and goes through. Speaking of going through, Megan Gilks has made her way through into 5th position, so she's still in a transfer spot, into 4th, excuse me, up into 4th, so still in a transfer place, but of course up a position higher. That will definitely help her in terms of being a little bit further up the grid when it comes to the semi-finals, because of course the cars that are going through from the progression races are tacked on to the back of the 2 semi-final races. It means we get 2 full 30-car grids. So there goes Jake Cowden ahead of Penrose and then Gilks. So the 4 contemporary cars that are in this race are at the front of the field as many expected, but of course the older cars, like that one for example, Alan Slater, has gave them quite a race in the first part, and as I said, the wet conditions do tend to be quite the performance leveler. So that was proven in spades there, watching the cars such as Tom MacArthur and Peter Daly and Oliver Chapman in the early stages of that race, really putting on a good performance all the way through. The gap is now currently 2.2 seconds in the last transfer spot between Oliver Chapman and Peter Daly, so it's only got a couple more laps to try and catch him, and he'll have to try and hope for a mistake from Oliver, like he had just a few laps ago, and hope if he gets another one and doesn't negotiate one of these corners in the right way, but it gives him the chance to try and get through. It looks as though potentially. Oh wait, now Tom MacArthur. Oh, sorry, I was getting confused there. I thought for a second that Tom MacArthur had still been ahead of Megan Gilks for some reason, but I've remembered, of course, that before that Megan Gilks had got past, so ignore me for being stupid. So Cowden then still second from Penrose in third. So we're quite looking forward to the podium actually if it stays like this. It'll be quite an international one. Off the road has gone James Feta Place. He was battling with Stuart Kestenbaum. Well, I didn't see the beginning of that, and of course, unfortunately, now on the sodden grass on the outside of Graham Hill Bend, he'll be doing nothing but spinning his wheels. He'll have to try and be very tentative on the throttle to try and make sure he's not losing too much more grip than he already doesn't have. William Ferguson's drive so far has been very impressive. 7 seconds to the good for William Ferguson. And of course, William Ferguson, one of 3 Team USA scholarship drivers. Should give a shout out, I'm sure he's watching over there, quite early I'm sure in the morning, but shout out to Jeremy Shaw and everyone part of Team USA. Of course, they're 3 drivers doing quite a good job this weekend so far. William Ferguson, of course, having to battle through the progression race, but still Thomas Schragen, who got a podium yesterday in his heat. Elliot Budzinski also getting through automatically quite comfortably, looking pretty strong. Ferguson, looking at his experience, as he's won many karting titles. He won the FP USA Western F4 title last year, and he also finished runner-up in this year's Toyo Tyres F1600 Championship. And who won that championship in Canada this year? The man right behind him, which was Jake Cowden. So 2 quite prominent Formula Ford style single-seater races from North America, certainly plying their craft here and leading the way in this progression race. There is William Ferguson in the I'm going to say iconic Team USA livery, because they haven't changed the livery very much, and why not? Because it's very identifiable. It's pretty much a uniform for the Team USA scholarship cars, and it's the white top of that car with the stars and stripes adorning the blue section on the bottom. As now William Ferguson heads down the pit straight to start the last lap of this second progression race. And I'm going to keep an eye on that battle for 6th, though. I think that gap's come down again from about 2 seconds to about 1 or so. So Peter Daly might have found a little bit more pace, but I'll keep an eye on what the gap is across the line to start the last lap. I'm going to look backwards also out my commentary box window to see where the pair are. And to watch William Ferguson putting a lap on Stuart Kestenbaum. As for Chapman and Daly, Chapman is is being closed down here by Peter Daly. The last lap for him was about 2/10 quicker. As out of Graham Hill Bend goes William Ferguson. There goes Tom MacArthur. Fair play to the team that put that car back together. Of course, we know it wasn't as damaged as Matt Rivette's car sadly was after that accident in Heat 3, but it was not an easy task, I'm sure, to get the parts they needed to repair that car, but they've worked, I'm sure, pulled an all-nighter and worked hard to get him out, and so his festival dream stays alive. It will do also for this man, William Ferguson, who's about to make, I'm sure, Team USA very proud, as they're going to have one of their drivers win a race this weekend here already in the Formula Ford Festival, up to the checkered flag and guaranteeing his spot in the semi-final. William Ferguson wins the second progression race. A 10-second penalty for Oliver Chapman. Now then, 10-second penalty for Oliver Chapman, and that in turn, whether he gets past or not, will give Peter Daly, it seems, the final transfer spot. So William Ferguson wins the second progression race, second for Jake Cowden for Team Canada, third for James Penrose. So 3 of the kind of scholarship / special nationality drivers coming through. Oh no, Peter Daly's off the road at the final corner. Oh, Peter Daly, no, he's asking for a push from the marshals, but it's not going to work. And the marshal says, can't help you, I'm afraid. You're in the gravel and you're stuck on that one. Oh, Peter, no. So Oliver Chapman, despite the penalty, does get through to the final race, and Peter Daly loses out on the final corner of the progression race. Oh, that is heartbreaking for Peter. That is absolutely unfortunate. I'm certain he'll be back for the historic final, but he was on course to pick up that final transfer spot and then just off into the gravel at McLaren at the final lap of the race. There he is in the gravel in the background as William Ferguson comes in to celebrate his victory. But talk about drama. The festival never fails to deliver drama. 10-second penalty also for James Fetterplace, who finished quite far back anyway. But still, more twists and turns in this festival. It's been quite drama-filled all the way through from yesterday's racing. Now, of course, we go into some incredible action in the progression racing. We've still got the semis to come as well, and the historic final and everything else. So, the result from race number 2, then the 6 cars that will go through to the back of the first semi-final grids are the winner, William Ferguson, Jake Cowden second, James Penrose third, Megan Gilks fourth, Thomas MacArthur, what an effort from his team to get him to help him to get to 5th, and Oliver Chapman, despite the penalty, gets P6. And then 7th place downwards, it's going to be for the record, as I refresh my timing screen, 7th place for Leanne McShane. Peter Daly will not be classified 8th. He unfortunately doesn't make the flag. It'll be 8th for Stuart Castenbaum, 9th for Vickers, 10th for Ben Hasfield, 11th for Alan Slater, 12th for James Fetterplace, and sadly Peter Daly, agonising, doesn't make the flag. So that is him, I'm afraid, at least his main festival journey done. He'll be back out, I'm sure, in the historic final once he has got that car out of the gravel, dusted it off, and back out racing again. Right, let's hear from our international top 3 from progression race number 2. They're down at the top of the pit lane with Richard John Neal.
It is very cosmopolitan, isn't it, Scott? The race winner, William Ferguson, about to take the garland. He's just having a quick debrief with one of his team crew. There is William, there is the garland and BRSCC winner's hat. William, let's get you over here onto our podium. Many congratulations on that. We'll get you just standing here. Oh, got to look after the crash helmet. He'll need that a little bit later on, and the hands device as well. Many congratulations on the win. Very good drive as well, through from 9th on the grid, I think.
Thank you. Yeah. I mean, unfortunate incident yesterday in Heat 1 or Heat 4, race 1, took us out of the race.
What specifically happened there?
Just some racing incident out of Druids, put us off into the barriers on the exit of the corner. But no, all good, and thanks to the team, Ammonite and Team USA Scholarship for making this all happen. But the boys really did a lot of hard work putting the car back together, and it felt really good in this race. So yeah.
And you've rewarded them with a great drive, as I say, from 9th on the grid. It's not the easiest of conditions to work through, but a good driver will always shine in these conditions.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I love driving in the rain, especially at this track. I've had a lot of fun over the last 5 days now, since Wednesday. Yeah, great to be here.
And great to see a Team USA Scholarship driver taking it. Truly international flavour, William. Very well done indeed. Let's talk to our 2nd place driver, and that's Jake Cowden for Team Canada. We'll get you around. Great to meet you. Well done. Up here again, I think starting behind William on the grid. So equally, a huge amount of places made up in that race for you.
Yeah, it was pretty tough in these conditions. Moving through a lot of cars, it was a little bit tricky at times, especially going offline to make passes. But we kept the car on track, made it in P2, and went on to the semi-finals, which was the goal.
How much progress do you think realistically you'll be able to make in the semis?
I'm not sure. We're going to go back to the tent and work on the car a little bit, change the setup. So we're good in that department. So we'll see how it goes.
You can't work on the conditions, can you? Because we don't know what the English weather's going to throw at you.
No, I've found ever since the first day I got here, the conditions are very unpredictable. So we don't know until 5 minutes before the race, not even.
Whereabouts in Canada are you from, and what does the climate differ? How does it differ from here in the UK?
I'm from Ontario, but the weather conditions are pretty predictable there.
Oh, that's great. I hope it's not an unpredictable rest of the festival for you. Well done on P2, Jake. Great to speak to you. And our third place driver completing our international flavour is James Penrose from New Zealand, all the way from New Zealand. Great to have New Zealand back with us.
Thank you very much.
On the festival, and the Border Reivers entered car, I believe.
Yeah, no, we teamed up with Border Reivers team, Stuart and Jamie Thorburn, for this weekend, as well as the rest of the team. So, no, they've been very accommodating, and yeah, the car's actually, it's fantastic to drive. So, no, it's a good start.
New Zealand seemed to have the borders closed for a lot longer than the rest of us, and it, you know, all political, and it contained COVID for a long time. But great that you guys are back out. Your history as well. You've raced lots of different things and very successfully too.
No, thank you. So I raced Formula Ford for 3 seasons and won our national championship and the Formula Ford Festival, which is why I got this trip a couple years ago. And yeah, recently I was in the New Zealand Endurance Series and got a class win in the Audi TCR. So yeah, no, that was a lot of fun. So yeah, no, really enjoying it, and as well as my big stint in karts in my younger days.
Difficult day for you yesterday?
It was going well. It was going really well. P4, and then actually leading the race for a little bit, leading my heat. And yeah, unfortunately, on the restart, the fuel pump failed. So yeah, it wasn't meant to be. But yeah, got back in. You know, 3rd place here. It's all we can really. It gets us through, and we can just battle from the semi-final for there.
Gives you an extra race.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So got that edge on the competition.
James, how long's the stay for in the UK?
So we're here for the Walt Hayes Trophy as well. So we arrived about a week ago. So yeah, 4 weeks, 4 week stint. So yeah, loving London and everything else so far. So yeah, it's absolutely brilliant.
Sounds like you enjoy. I hope you all enjoy the rest of your stay. Many congratulations. Hopefully see you on the podium later on in the meeting.
Yeah, thank you very much. Cheers.
James Penrose there from New Zealand takes 3rd position in the progression race. That now moves us, of course, looking forward to. We've got our grid complete for the 2 semi-finals which are coming up later on. We've got 2 semi-finals, the last chance race and the festival final. We are now looking forward to the Fiesta Junior. This is not the championship finale. It is, of course, the championship finale event. Seniors are wrapped up, but the juniors have 2 more races to go, and the first of those is coming up right now. Cars on the grid. So to give you the grid and the details and a rundown of how the points pan out at the moment, let's hand you back to Scott Woodward.
Thank you very much, Richard. Indeed, we move back from Formula Fords to Fiesta Juniors, and our last 2 races, as Richard alluded to, of the 2022 season. We had one yesterday with a brand new race win in the championship in Luke Hilton, and because of that, of course, he starts on pole position. I think the grid is set by the second fastest times in qualifying yesterday, so it means that the grid, in fact, gives him this currently a pole position from Ben Mulrine alongside him. He gets a chance to redeem himself after he was off in the gravel yesterday. Albert Webster in 3rd, still looking for that first Fiesta Junior win, with Thomas Jatley ahead of him, alongside him, and then Sid Smith. We'll talk about the points connotations in a minute. Connor Duncan in the new race car consultants built Mark 7 E-Tech S, and 2nd of those E-Tech S cars on the grid now, a guest driver in P6. Hadley Simpson starts in 7th, also a guest. The Jam Sport Scholarship winner from this year, Lucas Hayden, starts 8th. Another guest driver, Sam Nisa, in 9th, and Lewis Hodgin rounds out the top 10. Archie Handy in 11th place, alongside Lexi Belk in 12th. Had a big moment at Graham Hill Bend, but somehow managed to collect herself without any contact with anyone else. Jacob Hodgkiss, who's the brother of former Fiesta Junior and F4 racer Nathaniel Hodgkiss, starts 13th, also a guest driver this weekend. Daniel Lewis starts 14th back on row 7. Then Harry England in the 2nd of the 2 next-gen Mark 7 E-Tech cars on the grid this weekend. He starts alongside James Pope for Ali Rushforth Motorsport. Then George Fox, though, quite off the pace compared to where his championship position dictates he should be. He starts back in 17th alongside Jasmine Shaw. Now, one car we can't see on the grid, I can see, is Sam Nessa's car on the grid. It should be on the grid spot on the 5th car on the left-hand side. Unfortunately, though, either his car will be starting from the pit lane, or that car's had a problem which has forced him to miss this 2nd race, I'm afraid. So it looks like, at the very least, we'll have 17 cars out there for this final weekend. Great to have this many cars, 18 cars enter this weekend. We did have 18 cars start the take the first start of race 1. Of course, Ben Moore Ryan sadly lost the car after he made a little bit of inadvertent and unintentional, of course, contact with his teammate who's contending for the championship, Thomas Jack Lee. So his car went off into the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. The race had to be restarted, and therefore he wasn't able to score anything from race number 1. So he gets a chance now to try and get himself a good result in race number 2 and do it all over again. So, as it is with the seniors, the juniors cannot drop any rounds from this final race of the race weekend of the season, so they can't use any of the 3 races as a drop score. So that means with essentially just adding on points based on the total after drop scores after not kills. Up to not kill, they can use those as drop scores, but it's from Brands Hatch these last 3 races. Every single point has to count towards their final tally. So, with all that in mind, now with the result that Thomas Jack Lee got, he managed to take a few points away from Sid Smith yesterday, but only eaten into the gap now, so it's now a 24-point gap between Sid Smith now, who's on 612 points provisionally, and Thomas Jack Lee with 588. Now, provided that Sid Smith can keep with Thomas Jack Lee and not allow him to outscore too much and keep himself out of drama, all Sid really needs to do is, even if he finishes behind Thomas Jack Lee in the last 2 races, that will essentially be enough, because it won't be enough points that Thomas Jack Lee is taking out of Sid Smith in order to seal the title away. It's a big ask, but of course he's going to have to try and hold on. This arguably is also the last race that Albert Webster can essentially ensure himself as a championship contender, because of course his points coming into this race, he's 527 points provisionally after that first race, so he's less than 100 behind Sid Smith. He would need to essentially outscore both Thomas Jack Lee and Sid Smith by quite a substantial amount of points to make that happen. But if he is able to do that, it will mean that it'll just be Sid Smith and Thomas Jack Lee for the final race of the season, going at it for the title. So Luke Hilton took his first race win yesterday. He was mega from the start in free practice, and then in qualifying where he took 2 pole positions, given his first and second fastest times were good enough for 2 poles. And of course yesterday he led from start to finish, got quite a gap yesterday, and won the first race of the weekend for the Fiesta Juniors by 2.3 seconds. But that was in different conditions than we had yesterday, slightly. I anticipate they're going to get a second green flag lap here, I think, because when they're out there, yes they are, because as the rules tend to go, when they're out there, when they were dry in the dry conditions yesterday, if the conditions change since the previous race, they have to go out and do a second formation lap, essentially to help them. It's a safety reason, simply just to help them acclimatise to the changing track and weather conditions, to make sure that they're not heading towards the first few corners and getting completely surprised that they're finding either standing water or lots of surface water, and damp and slippery tarmac out there, which can catch them off guard. So the Fiesta Junior Championship, for those who might be watching for the first time, and those who didn't watch anything yesterday but are watching yesterday for the first time and wondering what is the Fiesta Junior Championship. Well, it started back in 2012, and it is the designated junior championship for the British Racing and Sports Car Club. It has been running ever since then, and it's taken some great drivers all the way through from the first steps in junior circuit racing up to touring cars, GTs and sports cars, even single-seaters as well. Recent alumni include, or notable alumni include Aidan Moffat, who started his career in Fiesta Juniors before he moved on to become a touring car race winner in the BTCC. Also, we recently crowned Jack Sears Trophy winner for this season. Bobby Thompson also started his career in Fiesta Juniors. And you also look at some other notable drivers. Jack Mitchell, who was once a British GT4 champion, and also some other drivers who are competing this weekend. We should give a shout out for those race racing in TCR UK this weekend at Snetterton. I'm sure might be experiencing rather similar conditions here over in Norfolk. And we've got 4 drivers for Fiesta Juniors who are in TCR UK. A couple of them are contending for the title. So the best of luck to Lewis Kent, double TCR champion, his brother Bradley, also Isaac Smith and Alex Lee, who was even racing a Fiesta Junior, I believe, as soon as last year. And so incredibly, he's jumped to TCR UK and taken to it, literally like the proverbial duck to water. He's taken about 3 victories in TCR UK. I think he's on record now as the youngest TCR UK race winner. So it just proves, alongside that also, we shouldn't let slip also, of course, Joseph Loke, 2020 champion, gone into British F4, has won races, he was even contending for the title last year, and also been up there getting some really strong results. So we're all everyone in the Fiesta Juniors is very proud of all the alumni that have come through the grid as well. So most of the grid in this championship are running the evergreen Ford Fiesta Mark 6 ST150. There are 2 slightly different shaped cars on the grid, you'll notice. That being Connor Duncan starting P6, the blue and yellow car, and the orange and grey car further back towards the left, which is Harry England. Those are 2 of the brand new next generation Mark 7 Fiesta Junior race cars. We'll talk about more of them as the race goes on and over the rest of the 2 races go on throughout the day. So green flag at the back, 17 juniors all set to go for another 15 minutes of racing, the penultimate race of the season for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship on Festival weekend here at Brands Hatch. It's Hilton on pole, Ben Ryan on the front row of the grid, lights out, and we are racing here in the damp and slippery conditions of Brands Hatch. Archie Handy goes 4 abreast down towards turn 1. That was Hadley Simpson, Handy Hodgin and Lucas Hayden, so it's all the H's down towards turn 1. And they turn in through the right-hander to see if the championship contenders keep out of trouble. They do just about. And Luke Hilton leads the way. Albert Webster's up to second place. Side-by-side, possibly for third between Ben Ryan, who might well possibly throw a bit of a block here. And they're boxing in Sid Smith, who leads the championship by 24 points provisionally after race 1 yesterday. Now then, Thomas Jack Lee might not get too much resistance from Ben Ryan, but he might get... But Sid Smith might do, although both of them have just gone past quite effortlessly. So Ben Ryan slips back to 5th as Thomas Jack Lee gets ahead of Sid Smith and holds on. Connor Duncan, meanwhile, in the new Mark 7 Fiesta Junior car. He's doing a grand job here for Race Car Consultants. He's battling with a side-by-side scrap between Lewis Hodgin and Archie Handy. Now, Luke Hilton, of course, took his first win yesterday and was, look, he's firing off into the distance already. He's absolutely going for it now. The gap is quite substantial out in front. There he is. Look at the gap he's got already at the front of the field. So he's already charging off into the lead here. Albert Webster up to second place, who is yet to win a Fiesta Junior race, but he's going the right way about it as best he can. Ended the first lap. What's the gap between Hilton and Webster? 2.4 seconds in front. Luke Hilton, what a fantastic opening lap, and he was quite strong in the damp conditions yesterday in qualifying. He's carried that over to the race. There's absolutely, no pun intended, sailing away at the front of the field already in his opening couple of laps. Now, I should say also Connor Duncan was very strong in the Mark 7 Fiesta Junior race car. He's currently sat in 6th place ahead of Lewis Hodgin in P7, just heading out a shot now as the first of those two cars. The other car you can see is Harry England, just coming down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend. He's up the inside of Daniel Lewis. That's for 11th place. He's got past him now. So the Mark 7 cars, as we see the leaders come up through Surtees and Clearways for the second time. Oops, off the road's gone Jasmine Shaw. So her first season of Fiesta Junior has been a little bit up and down, but she's still learning a lot in this final weekend of the season, even in the wet conditions. Haven't seen too much wet running for the Fiesta Juniors this year. It's mainly been dry for most, if not all, the races, but interesting that the juniors are getting a bit of testing here, test their skills in the wet conditions here. Not often we get a wet junior race, but we had horrendous conditions at Croft last year in the first race of the season. That was when Jensen Brickley put in one of the best pieces of junior car control I've ever seen. He rotated the car heading through Barcroft, got a complete 360 as he lost the back end of the car, rotated the car in a full 360-degree spin, kept it out of the barriers, away from the other cars, on the road, and somehow got away with it unscathed. It's Ben Ryan here, who actually has been passed by Connor Duncan. So in the wet conditions, the new Mark 7 car proving its worth here. And up the inside he goes. Into P5 goes Connor Duncan. This is his first weekend of the championship. He's done a lot of karting previously, but Connor Duncan in the new Mark 7 absolutely loving the wet conditions here. We should talk about it briefly. The Mark 7 car, which has been developed by the BRSCC and Cook Sport Performance, which is led by I think he's now the Independence champion, BTC Racing Independence champion Josh Cook and his Cook Sport Performance outfit, who also recently announced this week that they're going to run a new Cook Sport Renault Cup for old Renault Clio Cup cars and race cars, and Clios and Renault Megans that are involved in that too. But this Mark 7 car has been developed with the next generation of the Fiesta Junior in mind. It is a purpose-built kit, so you can get the Mark 7 base car, you buy the kit from Cook Sport, all in, you can put a car together for about £15,000, and all the kits come through as spec from Cook Sport directly. So they all come in one kit together from the same location, which is Cook Sport's HQ performance base. And already a couple of the cars in development. We've got more car drivers interested coming into the championship next year. Some more exciting developments also on the way within the next couple of weeks for Fiesta Junior. So be sure to keep on the eye on the news and socials for that. But lots of good vibes going into next season. And of course, we're finishing off the season with a fantastic grid of 18 cars enter this weekend, 17 starting this race, because of course, oh no, Sam Nisa has got out. So Sam Nisa is showing as being in P16. So it looks like he started from the pit lane. Obviously, he wasn't present there exactly on the dummy grid before the formation lap, but it looks like he started from the pit lane, and all 18 cars are indeed out there. So that's good to see. But good to see we've got 18 cars here this weekend. It's quite a while since we had 18 cars, but you cast your mind back to 3 years ago when we had the festival back in 2019, and it was it was a very different sight for Fiesta Juniors. There was only 3 cars on the grid for that weekend, but the heavy work's been put in by the BRSCC and the championship coordinator Laura Payne and everyone else involved to get the championship promoted and get new drivers into the series. It's been absolutely mega, to the point now we're back to where we were before, as Hadley Simpson gets a big slide on next to Paddock Hill Bend, and around goes Harry England too. That might be in sympathy. They're both heading towards the tyres. Into the tyres goes Harry England, and Hadley Simpson just about misses that one. He was very lucky to avoid any contact with anyone else or anything, and I think Harry England simply just bounced off the tyres. Hopefully that car can get going again, but whether it's been damaged in that impact, we're not sure. Lucas Hayden there just touching the outside curb heading in towards the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Harry England's car still trying to get itself out of the barriers. As Albert Webster's been off the road, I think. He's been slightly off the grass. Harry England trying to get himself back into the race here. As now we see the battle going on for 5th between Connor Duncan in the new Mark 7. That car's been put together by Race Car Consultants. They've bought one of those kits. There's the other Mark 7 sadly out of the race after Harry England's gone into the wall. Now then, for 2nd place, we've got Albert Webster, Thomas Jack Lee and Sid Smith going at it for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. These are with the 3 main men in the championship all the way through this season. Thomas Jack Lee getting onto the back of his teammate, remember, because Albert Webster, along with Ben Mulryan, is a teammate. And here comes Sid Smith up the inside. He wants the points, he wants the place, but he knows that the 2 Race Car Consultants cars will make it incredibly difficult for him, particularly when both are still contending for the championship. Here comes Thomas Jack Lee, doesn't need to do this up the inside. He's 2 wheels on the grass heading into paddock at Graham Hill Bend. That's not really wise for a championship contender. And Webster is making it very difficult for him. And here comes Sid Smith, the 3 main championship contenders in the Fiesta Junior Championship, all nose to tail, all boxed together in towards Surtees. This might end very messy as they come through. They're going to be side by side. Sid Smith up the inside into what is now 4th place. They almost touch their the kissing bumpers up the inside in towards Clark Curve once again as Thomas Jack Lee, but Smith should have the traction on the exit. Little wide for Sid Smith, but he gets the power down heading through Clark Curve and now slots back in behind the Race Car Consultants driver. Meanwhile, up the road, Luke Hilton, what's his gap in the front? Looking at where he is at the moment, he is ahead now as they come across the line by 7.4 seconds. So what a drive it is this weekend for Luke Hilton. If he sticks around for next year, possible championship contender for 2023, I wonder. Great stuff from Luke Hilton. He's had a steady run. I remember he had a very strong first weekend he joined the championship back at one of the first few weekends of the championship. He had a very strong weekend at Croft where he was battling at the front with the likes of Albert Webster and Sid Smith. So that pace has, I think, been a bit of a long time coming, but good to see that they've been improving his pace and found the key to unlock the trick in the setup to allow him to really excel in these conditions. As Albert Webster gets very sideways heading out of Surtees. This corner complex here, Surtees, Clearways, McLaren and Clark, has been catching out so many people all across this weekend, not just Formula Fords, but in the AIRTEC Fiestas, the Fiesta Juniors and the modified Fords as well. They've all been struggling out there at that part of the corner, because that's the part of the circuit that it's essentially it's the slowest part of the circuit to dry, so therefore it stays wetter, stays damper, stays more slippery than other parts of the circuit around here, like Paddock Hill Bend and Graham Hill Bend, which were resurfaced in the last few months. And of course there's a bit of a transition in grip levels between the new and old tarmac, but they seem to be coping between these 2 corners pretty well. So the 2 Race Car Consultants cars, a little twitch there for Thomas Jack Lee. He caught a little dab of oversteer there. Thomas Jack Lee here knows he's got to try and get away if he can from Albert Webster, but even though they're teammates, Albert's not lying down letting him have this here. He's trying to force Thomas Jack Lee to go around the outside line. And with the rain light flashing away on Albert Webster, you can tell, of course, it is incredibly wet out there. Now, the outside line to Surtees will help Thomas Jack Lee, but Webster won't give it up, though. They're still going side by side. Webster bumps the curb and has to capitulate as through into 2nd place goes Thomas Jack Lee. Of course, that's going to help a little bit with his points tally, but of course, he's only going to take a few points out of Sid Smith. So at the moment, he's going to take 46 points, but they're side by side again. He might go back to 3rd. And across the line, across the stripe they go, and it's Webster who still holds on to 2nd place, but Thomas Jack Lee again slots back in. Now there's no real benefit for tow in wet conditions. In the wet, it kind of the standing water and the spread, it kind of negates it a little bit as Lee goes a little wide exiting Paddock Hill Bend. Here comes Sid Smith looking one way then the other, tries to take any advantage that he can of any mistake or slip up or mishap from Thomas Jack Lee to try and get through here. But also Sid Smith knows if he just keeps his car out of trouble, all he needs to do is just sit in behind Thomas Jack Lee, because he knows he's not far enough up the road. He's not outscoring him by enough by any means at the moment in order to give him the opportunity to make that happen. Also, we should say back in 5th again, still a good run so far for Connor Duncan in the new Mark 7 car in the wet conditions. Really good drive from him so far. Ben Mulryan's dropping back. He's dropped behind Archie Handy and also Daniel Lewis into Surtees. He's missing a headlight as well. Here comes Lucas Hayden, the Jam Sport Scholarship winner for this year. That scholarship also being run for 2023 as well, so I'm sure if there's any prospective junior drivers that want to take a look at that to possibly win a fully funded season of racing with Jam Sport in next year's Fiesta Junior Championship. Currently Lucas, who's had some mixed fortunes, had 1 or 2 good days, but it's all been a learning year for him in 2022, as it has for everyone that's been used to the championship this year. And fellow rookies this year include Ben Mulrine and Lexi Belk, who's been quite good so far, and she's been scoring quite consistently this year, and that's what's helped to get into, currently as I see it at the moment, well, at the moment, 4th in points. But of course Ben Mulrine will take a couple of points back out of her, but it'll only be a couple because Lexi came into this race on our calculations 8 ahead of Ben Mulrine, and that in part is mostly due to the fact that it was the off for Ben Mulrine that he had at Paddock Hill Bend essentially lost him and scored him no points from this race. So Lexi now has been able to, with her 32 points she scored yesterday, to catapult herself up into 4th place in the points. Provisionally, of course. So less than 4.5 minutes to go in this second Fiesta Junior race of the weekend. Still Luke Hilton out in front. Let's check the gap in this time. It's now still 7.3 seconds. So he's not completely backed off, but the cars behind lapping at pretty much a similar pace. If you look at the lap times, it was a 1 minute 3.0 for Luke Hilton. His best time was a 1 minute 1, but of course it started raining again, I think, which means it's getting even wetter out there as the 2 race car consultants teammates go into combat again. And still, Thomas Jatley looks back up the inside. Now he knows that Webster will have better grip on the outside line. Over the curb goes Lee. This time, you can squeeze me out, so why can you, Albert? Take that. And here comes Sid Smith, puts 2 wheels onto the grass. Don't do that, Sid. He's going to force his way up the inside line. And look at who you can at this one. It could be quite close. Was there contact? I'm not sure if there was, but they lean on each other in towards Surtees. Albert Webster very sideways. He gets sideways, big slide. He's almost lost it. Catches it through as Thomas Jatley. Through goes Sid Smith. Webster's down from 2nd to 4th. But again, a big tank slapper through Clearways and McLaren. And somehow, after he booted the throttle and gave it an armful of opposite lock, Albert Webster holds on to the car, but loses 2 places, down to 4th. So Thomas Jatley now then is going to score 46 points. Well, that was Luke Hilton. Did he just have a slide there, or something happened there? Because he was right to the edge inside of the circuit. So did he just have a big? I think he had a big moment there coming out of Paddock Hill Bend. So right at the end of the second race, it's all kicking off in the Fiesta Juniors. A slide for Albert Webster. We think a slide also for Luke Hilton. We'll check his lap time, because I think it might, if he's lost a bit of time, we'll see if the gap's come down from 8 seconds. So as it stands right now then, Thomas Jatley again would score 46 points. Sid Smith would score 42. And of course, the fastest lap of the race has of course gone to Luke Hilton. If I double check that on my timing screen, the answer is yes. So there's no fastest lap points there. So that means that at the moment it's still 4 points as Connor Duncan takes his turn to go drifting through Surtees. I'm certain that the drifting championships happened several months ago, not here at Brands Hatch at the Formula Ford Festival, but the juniors certainly either enjoying or being terrified of the wet conditions, given the fact it's quite tricky out there. But typically sliding around in the wet, usually it's either something that drivers enjoy or drivers absolutely detest. But either way, they seem to be having fun out there on the final weekend of the season. Now the gap has come down slightly. There's Harry England in the other Mark 7 car as Albert Webster's off the road into the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. But thankfully, because it's quite damp and wet out there, it's quite compacted. So therefore, luckily, Albert Webster held on. But I think his chance of getting a Fiesta Junior win in his final weekend of the championship, because I know that he's going off to senior racing, whatever it might be, next year. It's his last year as a junior. He was hoping to possibly have potentially a race win to round off the season. He's come close on the last 3 race weekends at Snetterton, Cadwell Park and Knock Hill, been leading at some points and then just missing out towards the end, because particularly these 2 drivers have been the class of field and managed to work their way through. A little further back, we've got George Foxlow here in 13th place, battling with the man, the young lad they call Seaweed, which is James Pope. That's an affectionate nickname for James, given that he's quite handy in the wet. Currently 14th at the moment. Sam Nisa as well in 15th place in one of our guest drivers, as he's also Hadley Simpson. He's recovering now from his earlier spin up at Paddock Hill Bend. They come through the right-hander up at the top of the hill. I think this is going to be the last lap of the race then, I think, because they're coming through the right... It might be second to last lap. I didn't quite see when they came across the line. I was double-checking something on the timing screen for a second. But now out of the Graham Hill Bend. Good run for Sid Smith though. Might have been a bit of a drama there for Thomas Jatley. Now moves to the inside line, darting around left and right. He puts himself into Thomas's mirrors, just reminds him, I'm still here, I haven't disappeared, Thomas. You might be in front of me, but A, you're not taking out enough points out of me to overhaul me in the championship, and B, I'm still here chasing your tail. Across the line comes Luke Hilton then to start the last lap of the race. And the white and fluorescent yellow car holding on to the lead now. The gap across the line, we'll check it. Did a 1 minute 3.0. Meanwhile, the battle here between Belk, Mulryan and Lucas Hayden looks quite tasty here. Belk has got the outside line and the better traction, but here comes Ben Mulryan. He might get the push in the slipstream from Lucas Hayden. And Mulryan gets his nose in front. Lexi Belk will try and fight back as she looks to the outside line towards Paddock. Now these two, of course, are teammates, of course, because they're both race for race car consultants. Belk looks for the undercut. That could be a good move here up the inside line. Really good undercut from Lexi Belk. Threads the needle up the inside and through back into what is now 9th place she goes. Great move. And look at that. It's opened the door out for Lucas Hayden. He squeezes through and pushes Ben Mulryan out of the top 10. Well, they'll carry on towards the end of the race. Meanwhile, here comes second and third, still battling nose to tail. It'll only be a couple of points taken out again from Thomas Jack Lee on Sid Smith's championship lead. He's going to take him out another 4. Of course, takes it to the last race of the season to the side. Meanwhile, you wait for your first Fiesta victory, and 2 come along at once. Brilliant job for Luke Hilton. It is a victory for 2 out of 2 so far in the Fiesta Junior Championship at Brands Hatch for Luke Hilton. Second place for Thomas Jack Lee. Third for Sid Smith. Fourth for Al Webster. Off the road's gone Lucas Hayden on the final lap of the race. Through the gravel at Clark Curve. Can he get it out? Can he dig himself out? Possibly. He'll try. Well, fifth. Hold on. Lucas Hilton's got a penalty. Lucas Hilton has a penalty at the end of it. So again, they're adding these penalties very late here, TSL at the end. But Luke Hilton gets a penalty. It must be for track limits, I think. So a 10-second penalty for track limits for Luke Hilton. So he actually gets denied his second race victory. Thomas Jack Lee actually takes the race win instead. It doesn't change how many points he takes out of Sid Smith. It's still 4. You get 50 for a win, 46 for second. So Sid Smith is second, Albert Webster is third, and Luke Hilton with a time penalty at the end is knocked off the podium to 4. So it's not Luke Hilton, I'm afraid. It's the car right behind him. It's Thomas Jack Lee. Well, Luke Hilton at least wins the race on the road. He won't know that until he gets to the pit lane. He'll be waved through because he might be a bit confused when he gets to the pit lane. But even so, that's unfortunate. A 10-second has to be for track limits because, of course, the track limit sensors are quite strict here at Brands Hatch, particularly exiting Paddock Hill Bend and Graham Hill Bend. As with any other circuits around the country, there are cameras which look on the top of look at the main pressure points where the pressure pads are. 5-second penalty also for James Pope as well, and also there was one for Connor Duncan too, I should mention, which pushed him down a couple. And then those cameras then send a picture up to race control. We'll talk about that in a second, but here's the result then. So, despite crossing the line first, Duke Hilton actually ends up 4th with a penalty, as Thomas Jack Lee wins the race in the end by 0.6 of a second from Sid Smith and Albert Webster in 3rd place. Luke Hilton, sadly, wins the race on the road, then gets a penalty to be knocked to 4th, and then the penalty for Connor Duncan means that it's Lewis Hodgin in 5th position. 6th goes to Archie Handy, 7th to Daniel Lewis, 8th to Connor Duncan after his penalty, 9th to Lexi Belk, 10th to Ben Mulryan, then Jacob Hodgkiss, George Foxlow. Lucas Hayden survived to 13th after his excursion in the gravel at the last corner, Sam Neesa 14th, then Hadley Simpson, James Pope after his penalty, and Jasmine Shaw, and Harry England was 2 laps down after he had his off at Paddock Hill Bend at the bottom of the hill. So we can head down to our top 3 at the top of the podium and have a chat with Richard John Neal to see how they found that second race of the weekend on finals weekend for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship.
Still a gap, isn't there, in the championship, but it's going to go to race 3 for sure, which is exactly what we wanted. I'm going to go over. Let's grab Thomas Jack Lee first of all. Laura, thanks for keeping us up to speed throughout the race. Much appreciated. Thomas, we'll get you in here, and your mark's here, so we'll get you to stand there, and we've got a good clear view of you. Can you go back a little bit more? There we go. That's super. Well done. Thanks for that. But were you expecting to get that one?
No, I think there was a tough battle between me, Sid and Albert, and then Albert obviously made a mistake which put him back behind me and Sid. So I was just trying to keep Sid behind for the rest of the race and thought second was where I'd be, and then when we came in here and realised Luke got a penalty, we were quite happy to get the win in the end.
It was quite busy, wasn't it, between you three, and I think there were times obviously when Luke was ahead of you and you managed to get back, but it was good, clean, fair racing, and you have to do that, don't you, with the way the championship end is structured.
Yeah, I think one small mistake between any of us in contention would just kind of sway the whole thing towards the other, really.
By my maths, the gap's 20 points. It's not insurmountable. Stranger things have happened in touring car racing, which I know you all aspire to. What are your thoughts heading into the final race of the season?
Well, I'm going to do all I can and beat Sid by as many points and just hope that he, I don't know, has some bad luck come his way. And that's all I can really do, is just get as many points as I can and then see where he finishes.
Well, good luck for that one, and we'll see you on the podium a little bit later on. Well done, Thomas Jack Lee, who takes the race win. And second position goes to Sid Smith. Sid's just coming over, working his way through the throng. Well done, Sid. Good to see you. We need to get you to stand here. And well, congratulations on second place. And I was just saying to Thomas Jack Lee that very close racing, and you were in front at one point, and he was in front, but it was all good, clean stuff.
Honestly, that's such a good race. Unfortunately, Albert got unlucky because I was saying to right good battle. I was trying to. It was half me wanted to just go for the lunges and have a good race, but I'm just again taking the championship and got to be smart on my moves. I didn't realise I was second. Apparently, did Luke get a penalty?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Okay. Really good race. I loved it. Every moment of it. We had a wet race this year, so it was good fun. Refresh everything in the wet, and it was loved every minute. It wasn't easy. A bit tiring in there.
20-point lead going into race 3. Does that make it easier, worse, or it's? I'll ask you the same question after race 3. But you know, what does it feel like from your perspective to have that? It's not quite enough, is it?
So yeah, 20 points enough to say right, I've got it now. But hopefully, because we'll be starting second for race 3 now, we can keep 20 points. That is, I basically just got to stay a couple places behind the maximum. Obviously I'll be going for the win like normal, but
you were there. I mean, it surprised me how racing. I know you're a racing driver, I know you're out there and you're a youngster, but you know, I was thinking, wow, you're really probably doing more than you need to do.
Yeah, again, I didn't want to just try too hard and make a silly mistake and put myself on the gravel or something, so I was playing smart, but I was also having a good race and some fun at the same time. But 20 points going to the last race, I couldn't be happy. I think that's more than enough, but I just got to keep it on the track, keep it clean, and hopefully get the championship after race 3.
How much of a mentor is Dad for you? Obviously he's been there and reigning champion, raced sports cars successfully, and because I know a lot of youngsters don't listen to Dad, but he's got some pedigree that's worth hearing out, isn't he?
Yeah, I've got to kind of listen to him after the stuff he's done. He actually says some quite smart stuff sometimes, but even he was coming to a different approach this weekend. He said, like, right, you've got to keep your head down, don't do anything stupid, you've got 3 solid finishes, and I think that's the right thing to do. And yeah, he's really helped me throughout the year and all the time I've been in Fiestas to get to this position I'm in now. So I've got to just wait till race 3 now, and
yeah, we'll let you have that nervous weight, Sid. Well done, congratulations on taking that one. And we've got to Albert Webster, who gets up to the podium in 3rd place. Albert, well done. We'll get you just standing just about here. Congratulations, and obviously second position for a lot of the race. And yeah. What was the moment that cost you ultimately the top step of the podium?
Well, I was going through 30s, I'd brake like normal, change down, and it started going sideways, but I was in neutral, so I didn't have the power to get back round, so by the time I got it in 3rds, I was on the grass backwards and these boys got in front. I tried to catch up, went wide at paddock, but it's alright, I'll take 3rd place.
In all the racing we've seen so far today, there seems to be a fine line between keeping it on track, at top speed, optimum performance, and maybe having something happen and getting the car sideways and maybe losing out.
Yeah, that's what you've got to do. In the wet, you can't be driving around normally. You've got to be on the edge, sideways basically all the time, especially in front wheel drive. You've got to be pushing the limits, especially in how tight this race is.
Going to go out with a win in race 3?
I've said this all year, I really hope so, but who knows. We'll plan for it.
Well, many congratulations on the podium. We'll see you for race 3. That's our Fiesta Junior podium complete, and brings our morning session to a conclusion. What a great morning's racing we've had from all things Ford. Absolutely brilliant. But stay with us because we've got a lot more to come. And to link it to the next part of our programme, let's hand you back to the commentary box once again, and Scott Woodwis.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Richard. Good to hear from our Fiesta Juniors. We're going to take a bit of break to look at something a little bit different now, because yesterday, for those who didn't watch the stream, or those who did, will have seen that we had the first public demonstration of the brand new Formula Foundation E electric single-seater. A very successful demonstration. Had 3 or 4 runs out in success as it came back in and out. We had Jake Mays at the wheel. And so what we're going to do, whilst taking a bit of a break here, is just to look at a segment that we featured a little bit earlier on, which is to have a bit of a chat about the car itself, the build, the premise of what's going to happen with the new series. So we're going to lead you into this new segment here after Richard Donner had a chat with some of the key people involved within this brand new Formula Foundation E project. So stay tuned, enjoy the segment. We'll be back with more Fiesta Ford racing action here at Brands Hatch after this. But sit back and enjoy more info on the brand new Formula Foundation E series.
The British Racing and Sports Car Club, as you'll be aware, has a very, very rich heritage, but also wants to look forward. And we've had some very exciting developments being announced over the last few weeks. In charge of Formula development at BRSCC is Greg Graham. Greg, this is beyond any expectation that we had about new Formula coming in. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, it's a project that we've been working on with partners, with Steve Wills and Dr. Nick Mason, to introduce, I think, globally the world's first club-level electric vehicle single-seater race car. There is a big surge in electric-powered race cars of various different formula, but single-seater at club level is new, and we think that by introducing first time in public today, we hope that there's a marketplace there. We hope there's a young marketplace there that want to drive this type of vehicle, and through the feedback we're getting so far, it seems so. There's electric karting, which is popular. There's Formula E as an aspiration, which is popular. There's TCR-E, which is coming, GT-E, which is coming, but there's nothing at this level that allows a race team or a young individual or an individual racer to get into club level electric vehicle racing. There just isn't anything there. When we went to market 2 weeks ago, the emails and the calls that we're getting are all from people that aspire to race electric vehicles. They don't aspire to race Formula 1, they actually aspire to race Formula E, and that's been really interesting, that it's a marketplace that exists, but yet nobody's tapped into it yet, and the expectation, the hope is that we have.
When you're looking for new ideas, obviously as developing Formula ideas for the British Racing and Sports Car Club, how did you go about getting to this stage? Did you sort of have a look and sort of do a matrix and work out where there were gaps?
We do that as a matter of course, and you've referred to some of the new formula that we've had coming. This happened by accident, as projects often do, where we spoke to Steve, who designed the chassis, designed the car. It was a petrol car at that point. Difficult to market a petrol single-seater in this day and age. However, somebody mentioned the electric word. It created a buzz amongst the partners that we've got involved. So from then on, we got serious about looking at the marketplace, looking at the product, and just trying to find if there was a dovetail between what we expected, what we hoped was out there, and what we could deliver to them. And this is the result.
And this is so new that the motor racing authorities are having to work with you to develop and work with the ideas that you're coming up with. That's right, isn't it?
It is, and we've had a lot of support from Motorsport UK, a lot of questions from Motorsport UK / FIA as far as a halo on a steel chassis. It's never been done before, but any new single-seater program without a halo is at it's at a disadvantage straight away. I think it's a necessary safety aspect of the car. So we're in dialogue with Motorsport UK. They've offered to help and assist us push the car, the structure, the chassis, the halo through to the next stages. The chassis has been designed beyond the expected crash structures, front, rear, side impact. But yeah, the next stage is to have it officially signed off by FIA, which will happen next year at some point.
It's wonderful to see the car here. We get a lot of talk about concepts and ideas, but it's here in the flesh, and Formula Foundation E is for real.
Formula Foundation E is here. Yeah, it is a concept car. It's a prototype car, but it's ready to race. It needs a few sessions on the dyno just to work out what it does, what the limitations are. Today it's running at 70% because that's enough for a test day, demo day. But the expectation is it's a quick machine. It's a really quick machine, and it'll be enjoyable to drive. The test driver, Jake, who drove it last week for the first time, within 10 minutes of driving it, had forgotten it was an electric drivetrain. He was talking about turn-in and brake bias and balance of the car, which is fantastic, because he's already forgotten and accepted that it's an electric drivetrain, and that's a fantastic aspect. The maintenance on the car is minimal. For the next 2 years, the drivetrain, the battery pack is warranted fully by Nick, who's manufactured it. So you're not having engine rebuilds, you're not having gearbox rebuilds. Drive the car, take it home, recharge it, bring it back, drive it again.
Other partners involved in the project, Greg?
Partners are Eco Classics, Steve Wills and Richard from RSR Technology. Hankook Tyre have kindly got involved at an early stage. Rob Smith from Green Recycling has looked at the project, got excited about it. He races already within the club. Just like the concept, and the feedback from the marketplace has been absolutely fantastic. It's blown us away. We need to turn it into selling cars, getting cars on grid. And that's where race teams should come and speak to us and ask to become involved, because it's a new marketplace, it's a dynamic, growing marketplace for electric vehicle racing. And these kids that are getting in touch with us, not just kids, are saying that the ability to race electric is based on the fact that they're introducing different sponsors to motorsport. Software companies, gaming companies are interested in EV racing. Just a non-traditional sponsorship base which can bring new drivers into the sport, or enable new drivers to come into the sport.
With Dr. Nick Mason, tell us about your role with the new project.
So, been involved with it for about 4 or 5 months, and RSR Technology came along and approached us to electrify a car that was already petrol, and it's the nature of the business what we do already, right? We electrify classic cars. So we just applied our normal system into the car, looking at how do we adapt it into a race car, and sort of try and take out some of the restrictions that you'd normally have in a road car and make it much more focused around the racetrack.
What sort of restrictions are there on road cars to race that you've had to deal with?
So, I mean, main ones obviously around the availability of power and torque, tuning the throttle pedals, etc. for the speed of reaction of the powertrain, right? So on the road you don't want it to react that quickly, right? And here we're trying to make it react as quickly as possible. So those sort of things, we have temperature limitations and those sort of things. We can push the envelope a little bit more on this car.
The one question I suppose you probably get fed up with being asked is how long will the charge go for, how long the race is going to be, and how quickly is it to actually charge the things up?
Yeah, so that's the big issue, right? It's got a relatively small battery for the car. It's a 20 kilowatt hour pack in there. That will last, we're expecting at least 20-minute race, 7 kilowatt charger, so it will take around about 2 to 3 hours to charge fully, and then you'll be out again and do another between 20 and 30 minutes.
How quickly is the technology moving on? I mean, if we were to cast our minds back, say, 2 years, where would we have been against what we've got now?
So the biggest thing is batteries. They've moved on significantly in terms of both the amount of power that they can give out. So we can actually, from a relatively small pack, we can actually generate quite a bit of power, because it's 120 kilowatts, 160 horsepower, and we can feed that with a relatively small battery. So that's one thing. The other one is capacity of the battery. So a few years ago you'd have probably been at about 15, 16 kilowatt hours. So the power density has improved so much that we can get 20, and in the next sort of 2 or 3 years we'll probably get that up to nearer 25.
And are you getting sort of approached by other formulas and maybe thinking about what's the next step on from here? Because obviously within racing we have a ladder, and we've got that gap, as Greg mentioned, between Formula Foundation E and Formula E. Is there a possibility to move up a step later on?
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, the technologies, you can go and put it into pretty much anything. It's electric car technology. It's just sort of getting the right motor, the right battery combination for the application, and that's kind of what we do day in, day out on classics, right? So just apply it to a different formula.
It's great to hear, Nick. Thanks for your time.
No problem. Thank you.
I'm with Steve Wells, the creator of this wonderful piece of kit we're looking at. I can't wait to see a grid of these cars. Congratulations on putting the car together. Tell us a little bit about the story and the history of this chassis.
So yeah, we decided to build a user-friendly car, really. Some time back, a couple of 3 years ago, had a petrol version originally, which we still have, and although we wanted to get that going, Greg at the BRSCC persuaded us to go electric. So with a big help from Nick at the Eco Classics, this is where we are today. So we're trying to bring an affordable car which is user-friendly and modern, and hopefully brings the not junior racing but sort of entry-level single-seaters to the fore again, because it really needs something else other than really expensive formulas. So we're not trying to compete with anybody else. It's purely our idea, our concept, and it's where we are today. Yeah.
What are the specific design challenges of electric drivetrain as opposed to a normally aspirated or a petrol driven engine in terms of single-seater design?
battery packaging is the big thing, and the weight distribution. So luckily the chassis accepted the battery box and the battery assembly the right way round, which is a big thing, and allowed for the batteries to be the laid in the box correctly. So the big thing is a battery box and layout. The motor's not such a big deal really, and yeah, so that was lucky. The chassis was designed around it really, basically, by and large, although it was for a petrol engine originally, but the width was already there for us, so we was fortunate to have the concept sort of in hand really. Yeah.
Is it something you'd thought about before, and were some of the challenges that you encountered things that had sort of gone through your mind before?
We never expected an electric vehicle this quickly. I mean, there's no denying that. We thought maybe one day, but when Greg pushed us towards it and put his argument towards it, and we looked at it commercially and physically, financially, everything else, really we knew we had to do it. So we thought we would do it, but not at this early stage. So it's a sort of 5 years sooner than we thought really. But that's the way the world has gone, and we've seen it change in the last 12 months. So what do? We have to do what we're told really and move with the times. Yeah.
That's great, and many congratulations again on producing this wonderful looking car, and we look forward to seeing it on track. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So a wonderful insight into a brand new project that has been taking place over the last few months, and gave its first public demonstration laps yesterday, the Formula Foundation E project. If you're a team or a driver that wants to find out more, you can head to the BRSCC website and go to the Formula section and head to the Formula Foundation E page. You can get in touch with Greg Graham and Steve Wills and everyone else that's involved in the project. A big thank you to RSR Technology, to Eco Classics, to Harncook Tyres, to Green Recycling, of course, who have come on board as a support sponsor as well, of course, and their managing director is none other than Rob Smith, who was last year's Fiesta champion, of course, outgoing Fiesta champion, now that we've provisionally crowned it to Jensen Brickley. His son Sid Smith is all going to be part of the development process with that, and of course we've just seen him in the Fiesta Junior Championship race. And of course, going forwards, it's going to be quite an exciting project with all sorts. Right, time back to go to Formula Ford action. Now we're into our crucial stage of the contest. It's semi-final time now. The first semi-final, sponsored by Avon Tyres, is coming up now. So to give us some insight into who can we expect to see at the front of the field and to get a view of some of the contenders, let's head back down to the assembly area with Richard John Neil. Richard, I bet it's pretty tense down there.
Thanks very much, Scott. Yeah, it is, and it's building because, as you can see, if you just sweep around, we've got quite a few gaps. So not all the cars have made it up to the holding area yet. So we've got a little bit of build-up time just to paint a picture on what's going on. So the way the semi-finals work is that the grids are made up from the heats, as you've probably already explained to everybody, I guess, so far this weekend, Scott. But the fastest one will go, fastest heat goes with the third fastest heat to combine for the semi-final. So the one that we're looking at the moment has got Joey Foster on pole position and Max Esterson. So all the winners are quick. But as I was saying to you this morning when we were standing discussing the racing, it's going to be nigh on impossible to pick a winner, but this is where we start to get a flavour of who is going to do well. So Joey Foster and Max Esterson are on the pole position. So I'm going to have a quick look around. There's a couple of drivers I want to interview when they're here, but they're not here yet. So we'll maybe head over to the sharp end, not the Jamie sharp end, because he's in this one as well, and see if we can pick up. Joey Foster's there, so we might have a quick word with Joey. He's been in this situation many, many times before, Joey Foster, the Cornish Fasty, as we call him. I've got to watch out here. Thank you, Jeremy, for saving me from getting run over there. As Interline goes the 88 car. It's Morgan Quinn for Team Dolan, who you remember had we were talking to the guys yesterday, had a fire at their workshop, which pretty much almost wiped out the team. We've got another one, Jeremy, coming through here, which is Matt Cowley, another Team Dolan car, and they've done so well with the help and support of the paddock, as well as their own efforts, of course, to get back into racing and onto fine form for the festival. Cadu Bedini coming into line as well. He's one of our Brazilian drivers. Let's head over this way, Jeremy. I'll drag you over here and we'll have a word with the Cornish Fasty. I'll do the the pun again just to see if it gets a giggle. It probably didn't. But we'll have a word with Joey Foster and see how he's going. Jordan Dempsey there, of course, our national champion. Ready to go. Rory Smith in the mix. So many quick drivers up at the sharp end here. It's going to be a real job to pick someone who's going to win, but a driver who has all the experience of being in this situation many times, right the way to a successful conclusion, is Joey Foster. Joey, I always love the fact, and I know Matt James, if Matt James is watching today, he's got Cornish sympathies as well, hasn't he? And it's great to see that you sport the county's colours.
Absolutely, yeah. You know, we're proud of being from Cornwall, and it's great to try and put it on the motorsport map.
Shame we haven't got a racetrack down there. There was talk of one being put together a few years ago, but it hasn't happened, which is a little bit of a shame. I was just saying about you being in this situation several times. Does it make it any easier having been here and won it before?
No, not at all. I mean, there's always quick drivers here at the Formula Ford Festival, so you never really know what's going to happen. You just try and get your head down, do your own thing, and stay out of trouble.
That's the key, isn't it? We saw that very much yesterday. How do you rate the Furman chassis as well?
Sorry?
How do you rate the Furman chassis?
Oh, well, we're making good progress with it. I think that showed well yesterday, especially with Abdul coming through and finishing third in his heat as well. So we're confident, wet or dry, which is that's fantastic. It's what you need here with the changeable weather.
We certainly need to be. Have you raced against Max Esterson before? He's on the front row with you.
Yeah, I believe last year we started the semi-final on the front row together as well. So
okay.
yeah,
I can't remember that far back myself.
That's right. We've raced wheel to wheel several times over the years, and we get along well. But he's a formidable racer, so yeah, I'm sure got a work cut out to try and stay in front of this one.
Excellent. Good luck for the semi-final. Joey Foster, one of our many former champions here. Max Esterson's not here yet, so he's going to sort out. Let's grab Lucas Romanek, who is going to be starting. He finished P2, so starts on row 2. That's the way the knockout system works on the Formula Ford Festival. I'm just going to get a quick thumbs up. Lucas, you all right for a quick word? I'll go around the other side this time, so we'll have a varied view. Lucas, good to see you, and you looked fairly relaxed yesterday when we had a chat with you after taking P2 in the heats. Has that changed? Are you relaxed and looking forward to the semi?
Yeah, can't really be too frantic about anything, so just try and keep as calm as possible and keep a cool head.
Any plan? I mean, do you have to think fairly carefully about who's around you on the grid, you know, in front and behind and at the side?
Yeah, the main goal is really just to keep our nose clean and bring it home in one piece, really.
And get into the final, as we saw last year. Anything can happen, can't it?
Yeah, exactly, especially with the weather.
Lucas, good luck for the race. Thanks for having a quick chat with us. As you can see, things building up. Max Esterson has just arrived, so he's going to go where you are, Jeremy, I think. So let's just pull a little bit clear. Now, down the back, one of the cars I wanted to talk to was Rick Morris, who's down there in car number. We'll just watch Max Esterson go into line, because we've got that little bit of breathing space at the moment, which is a little bit of a luxury between races, and I think a good call by the BRSCC to give us that. There is Max giving it a little bit of rev. Can we go down here? I'm going to have a word with Rick Morris in car number 2. And this is for Scott Stringfellow, who's watching. So Scott, this one's for you. We're going to go and have a word with your hero, Rick Morris, making sure we don't get run over on the way. And Rick in a venerable Royale car, which is, if you'd have been like me watching Formula Ford 1600 back in the day when Brian Jones was commentating, this is the sort of car you'd have seen. Very much a part of the historic scene. Obviously we've got the historic festival final going as well. So I'm going to say, is it okay to grab a quick word, Rick? It is. Brilliant. I'll just shove the microphone at you. Rick, doing this interview for a good friend, Scott Stringfellow. He's rooting for you today and watching on the stream. First of all, how are you?
I'm very good, thank you very much. A bit nervous as always, but there you go.
Really, after years of racing, I mean, I think I was watching you on my first festival, and absolute pleasure to see you still out here.
Well, it's only 50 years, come on.
What is it that brings you back year on year?
It's just iconic. It's an iconic Formula Ford. I'm a big fan of Formula Ford racing. The devil for me is wings and slicks, and so Formula Ford is where the driver can make the biggest difference, and it's not all about money, and a good driver can show what he's doing. So it's unique throughout the world. You know, whether I'm driving in South Africa or Australia, Europe or here, it's Formula Ford.
It still has that reputation, doesn't it? Mark Goosens was saying this morning to us that it is still highly relevant and should be highly relevant to youngsters.
Very much so. Youngsters ought to go into Formula Ford, and let's see more of them in the future.
Rick, what can you tell us about your very first festival memories? Were you at Snetterton?
Yeah, I did the first one. There's only two of us, I believe, still racing that did the first one, myself and Adrian Reynard, and it was great. Fireworks. I didn't make the final. I crashed out in the semi, but it was incredibly exciting. There was a certain tension about it, and then of course over the next 3 or 4 years, when we came here, it just built up and up.
This is a marvellous place, isn't it, to host Brands Hatch? Still an iconic name, Grand Prix or not. It's a name that resonates with everybody, and it's the Indy circuit, a perfect venue for this type of racing.
Yeah, I mean, it's up there with Kyalami and Phillip Island and Spa and places like that. This little tiny 1.24 mile circuit is actually bloody difficult, particularly in conditions like this, and they're iconic. Wherever you go in the world, people know about Paddock Bend, people know about the short circuit here. Forget the Grand Prix circuit, this is the one that counts.
Tell us a bit about this car. You're obviously competing in the historic side of it. It's great that we mix things up with the contemporary cars and the historics right the way through, but you've got your own festival final to look forward to as well.
Yeah. Well, this is a replica of my 1981 works car when I faced the Van Diemens of Senna, Mansell and Toledano, and I was, second in that one to Tommy, so it's just a replica of that car.
Serving you well?
Yeah, it's serving me well, and it's nice to be back in a Royale.
It's lovely to see you, Rick. Thanks for taking time to talk to us. Good luck for the race. Stay safe and enjoy the race. Rick Morris there. So, Scott, I hope you enjoyed that one. I know you're watching because you were yesterday as well, which is great, and we appreciate everybody coming through on the feeds, and also the drivers for us sticking the microphones right in front of them. Let's have a quick look at what else we've got on the grid, and I think we've got Jamie Sharp on the grid here as well, haven't we? Let's have a quick look around and see if we can spot where Jamie is. Can't see him at the moment. What we will do though is go and talk to another one of our Team USA scholarship runners, because I want to complete the set. If we were doing Team USA scholarship bingo, we haven't spoken to Elliot Budzinski, so I'm going to go over here. Sorry Jamie, I should give you a clue really as to where we're going. Elliot, are you okay for a quick thumbs up? And so another one of our Team USA scholarship drivers. Great to speak to you. Talk us through your weekend so far.
Yeah, in all honesty, it's not been going to plan. You know, I had a bit dodgy qualifying and then a bad start for the heat, but I'm feeling confident going into this race, and yeah, I think we can move our way into the final. So, yeah, we'll see.
8th place in the heat did get you into the semi. Are you happy with that? I mean, maybe a couple of places further down you could have come through from the last chance race and had a little bit more experience of the tarmac here. So were you just happy to get straight through though?
Yeah. I think it was much more beneficial just to get straight through. So, yeah.
Tell us a little bit about the journey with the Team USA scholarship. We've spoken to some of your colleagues, but we haven't really got a handle on how it works and how you get here. So give us a bit of a flavour of that.
Yeah. So I think it was the start of October. We flew in, and really Andy Lowe from Ammonite Motorsport has just been looking after us. Yeah, we've had a couple of Airbnbs, some hotels, but for the most part we've just been kind of either at the track testing or kind of exploring what the UK has to offer.
Car-wise, that's the Ray Formula car. They're built very near to where I live in South London. How are you finding the Rays?
Quite good. Yeah, I think it was a bit difficult to get used to, but less because of the chassis, more the tires. But I think it's a very good car, and especially in the rain, it's quite nice to drive.
Excellent. Well, good luck for the race, Elliot. Thanks very much for talking to us. Good luck for the rest of the festival.
I also want to say, big thanks to all the supporters of the Team USA program for, making sure and allowing us to be over here. So
that's great. You're very welcome, and thanks for that. Thank you. Well done. Elliot Budzinski there. I think we've ticked all the boxes and chatted to all three of the Team USA scholarship runners. The other driver I really need to catch up with here is Roberto Moreno, who's in 103, and I've probably walked straight past Roberto. Here he is here, right next door. There we go. Roberto, we had a chat last year when you were in the older car. It's wonderful to see you in a more contemporary car. What are the differences, and how have you found the difference in the event this year?
I think I need to turn the clock back about 30 years in my life. It's very different. You have to be up to the job, which of course I'm not. And I really admire the drivers and how quick they are. And they're teaching me a lesson here.
Well, fair play, but you made it straight through into the semi-final, so that was a good start.
Yeah, that was a good start. There's always to be able to get it to the final. So and I do realize with that I'm not at that level, so it's not going to be easy, but I'm going to give it a go.
I put a similar question to Mark Goossens earlier. Obviously he won the festival, I think 11 years after your good self, and my question to him was how important do you think Formula Ford is to young drivers these days?
Well, the reason I'm here initially is that I brought a driver from karting in Brazil straight to Formula Ford, because I believe is the best way you can learn your next level from karting. You don't have wings to confuse yourself, so you learn about racecraft, and also very competitive racecraft, and also the mechanical grip, how important it is for a race car, before you jump into an aerodynamic car together with mechanical. So in the future, the hope is when he has a scenario, the slow corners and fast corners, he can determine what's good for the mechanical grip and what's good for the aero grip, and he will help an engineer to direct the setup of the car.
It's a great answer, isn't it? And it's not a surprising answer, because obviously the formula's been around and developing for that long that it should remain relevant, shouldn't it?
It's just one thing I believe is very important for Formula Ford, for the future of it, is to bring the age down like the other categories have done, because you need to get the young drivers from karting into Formula Ford. You don't, if the other formulas is 14 and people have to wait until they're 16 to get here, they will go to the other formulas. And once you do aerodynamics car, it's very difficult to come back down. So it's very important for the age to be dropped in Formula Fords, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It'd be very exciting to see some younger drivers. As you say, at the moment they look elsewhere, don't they, or potentially?
Yeah, basically, let's say when you're 14 and you're ready to go car racing, the Formula Ford is much cheaper than a bigger car with aero and carbon fiber and so on. So you get some drivers come this way and some drivers going the other way.
I hope we've got this properly well recorded, because we'll put that to the MSA.
Thanks very much.
Motorsport UK. Roberto, lovely to talk to you. Great to see you again. I hope we'll see you next year as well.
It's lovely to be here. I'll be here one way or another. Brilliant. I'll be a year older, so I'm not too sure I'm on to race again. But I definitely will love to drive these cars, and I have a lot of fun driving it.
We have a lot of fun watching. I hope to see you next year driving as well as being here in person. Roberto Moreno, our 1980 festival winner. Let's go across and have a word with Niall Murray. We're getting some really good chats here. Niall, you know what I'm going to ask you, don't you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I thought you might save me asking it. Talk us through what happened yesterday with Jamie.
Yeah, same thing I'm saying to every journalist. I think it was a racing incident. I'm not going to point blame one way or another. I went for the move. I think Jamie just lost it a little bit on the exit. Obviously, neither of us were given more than a car width, really. So it was just one of them things. I've touched wheels of people going through there in the past, and I've seen countless people touch wheels and maybe continue over the grass or just keep going. But it was just unlucky the way Jamie kind of lost it on the marbles on the outside, and then caused both of us to spin then. So. And yeah, obviously it's extremely unfortunate that he had so much damage. I was just very lucky the way I hit the barrier. I bent the push rod and the tracking, the toe link as well. So my tracking was a bit out and the corner weight's a bit out. So, but I could continue. Unfortunately for Jamie, he couldn't. So yeah, look, it was unfortunately end to what could have been a fairly good race. I'm just more annoyed at myself really for making the mistakes to let him back by me and to catch me. So. yeah, look, we just have to try and make amends for it today. We're starting further down than I've ever started in a Formula Ford race, so yeah, we just have to pick them off one by one and see how it goes.
Last word from me. I don't have to say any more about the incident, but you and Jamie, I think it was like 0.005 of a second separating you in qualifying, which was ridiculously close, which was fantastic to see. That's what the festival's all about. In terms of your season, obviously we saw you come back and get a race win at Donington Park. Was that your first meeting back in a car this year?
Yeah, so I race. We run little 1.2 1995 Fiestas back home. So I did a race in that in June just for a bit of fun. We have a 6-hour race in them cars now in 2 weeks. So that's why I can't do the Walter Hayes. But other than that little fun race, yeah, the Donington, the Formula Ford was the only race I've done all year. Yeah, it was good to get back out. It was kind of the first run in this new car that Andy O'Brien kindly loaned us. So yeah, it was really just a shakedown for this. I got the win, but you know, Colin probably had the pace on me, but I was still probably second quickest to him over the weekend, so I was happy with that. I'm struggling with a straight line, which is now sorted, as you could see yesterday, the pace of the car. So yeah, we're as you said, in qualifying I was only 0.005 off Jamie, and the way the red flag kind of messed me up, I think he got kind of an extra lap. So yeah, if anything, we were bang on the same pace, or I felt I probably had a slightly more pace in the wet, and he was really the quickest in the wet all last year and all this week. So it's promising for the pace today that you know, I was the same time as him. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. Unfortunately, this is definitely the strongest semi. I'd say out of the top 10 quickest people in the wet, there's probably 8 or 9 of them in this semi. So yeah, again, we'll just have to see how it goes. It's probably going to be some sort of carnage up front, and we'll have to pick them off.
Yeah, it could be that, couldn't it? And does that help when you're race rusty? I mean, I hate to use the word race rusty, or the phrase race rusty, but what's it like jumping back in a car and being competitive? How do you do that after taking most of the season off?
Yeah, it is difficult, and that's why I did that Donington race. And last year I did a Champion of Brands round here, and then the Snetterton round as well before the festival, because I hadn't raced all year last year either. So you really have to get back into it. And yeah, look, it's kind of like riding a bike. When you get back into one of these prepared by Bernard, even though it's a different car to what I've raced before, you know, it feels like the exact same car. He's just set them up absolutely perfect. So yeah, it's just a matter of kind of fine-tuning things, but you get back into it straight away. I was on the pace in Donington, so yeah, it's not too bad.
I'll let you get in the zone for the race, because I think they're going to be calling the cars out very for sure. Noel, thanks for chatting to us. We'll see you a bit later.
Well, thank you very much.
Noel Murray there, another former championship winner. God, legs go to sleep when you're kneeling down by the car, so then wake up. Let's have a quick look. Course cars going round. I think we're going to get a whistle very, very shortly. Let's just have a quick look down the list and see if there's any other drivers that we want to grab to. Grab some of the important drivers. Well, they're all important in this race, of course. Let's have a quick look. We've got plenty of Rays. We've got Rick Morris, we've spoken to. Peter Barrel's down the other end. Let's whiz over and have a quick word with. Let's have a Jordan Dempsey moment. I'm going to drag Jeremy right the way back over here again. Actually, do you know what? I might have a Max Esterson moment, because he's on the front row. We spoke to Joey Foster as our first interview, and we'll see if we'll make Max our fellow front row interviewer as the final one. The gates are opening, so it might be a quick one. Let's get in. First interview pre-race was with Joey next door. Max, what are your thoughts about lining up next to Joey Foster?
Yeah, obviously he's very good in the wet, but I think we're quite strong in qualifying in the wet, so yeah, I think I have a chance to win this, so yeah, do my best.
How much of a Saturday evening for you on any race weekend, or even this weekend at the festival, is about poring over data and having a look what the car does? I'm not going to get an answer to that. Good luck for the race, Max. Oh well. We'll ask it for the next one if we can. Just backing out of the way of the cars. They're going out on track, so to give you the grid and a little bit more information about the drivers we've just spoken to, back with Scott Woodwis.
First semi-final weekend, sponsored by Avon Tyres. A big thank you to Avon, because you can see the big BMTR Avon Tyres Motorsport truck. And of course, they will be looking to see if there's a great race in prospect for them. So the cars will be heading out onto the grid very shortly for this first semi-final. As Richard very correctly alluded to, the grid is set by the results from heats 1 and 3. It's the fastest of those two heats that gives pole position to its respective winner. So that means that Joey Foster who correctly said that he lined up on the front row of the semi-final last year, starts alongside him, but this time it's positions reversed. It's Foster on pole, Edson alongside him on the front row. Then Lucas Romanek and Jordan Dempsey, two of the National Formula Ford rivals, Dempsey being the champion, of course, in fourth. Thomas Strakes from Team USA comes next alongside Robbie Smith, the 2020 champion. David Parks looking pretty impressive in fourth. In his heat, he starts in row 4 alongside Morgan Quinn from Team Dolan, starting 8th. William Lowing from Australia rounds out the top 10 with Kevin Foster of Team Canada as they head up to the 6th row of the grid. 6th row sees the young Brazilian Cadu Benini alongside the highest paced Super Classic car, which is Matthew Cowley and his Van Diemen, run by Team Dolan. Row 7 sees Niall Murray. He's got to try and pick his way through from 13th on the grid after his collision with Jamie Sharp, who's also in this heat with him, ironically. Ivan McCulloch is alongside him on the 7th row of the grid. Roberto Moreno, a 1980 champion, always wonderful to see him back here in his contemporary car on 8th row, alongside Elliot Budzinski for Team USA. So 2 Team USA drivers in this semi-final. Then it's Drew Cameron and Krista Otterström, who's the new Norwegian Formula 4 champion, brand new championship over in Scandinavia for them. Pascal Monbaron from Switzerland and Tom Hawkins round out the top 20 in our first of our 2 semi-finals. Adam Quartermain and Peter Barrable and his Royal RP26 then comes next on the 11th row of the grid. And the last few cars as we go through towards the back of the grid. Chris Goodwin, former BTCC racer and the McLaren test driver, supercar test driver, alongside the legend himself, Rick Morris, starting 24th in his Royale RP29. Jamie Sharp then comes next. He's one to watch for from 25th on the grid after he won from the back of the progression race to come through and take victory in that one, alongside Cam Jackson and his Van Diemen, also one to watch for from 26th. Then Dan Larson, who we should say happy birthday to because it's his birthday today. And then it's Gilles Cloet, the young Belgian, in 28th, Jonathan Miles, 29th, and Mark Goosens, the Goose himself, is at the back of the grid in his 1980 Duckham's livery Van Diemen, starting 30th and last, but certainly not least. So, time to ramp up the tension now. This is getting pretty close. Had some predictions in the chat from some of the drivers, saying Niall Murray, saying Lucas Romanek, Max Esterson. Niall Murray's going to have to come from 13th on the grid to make this happen, including Max Esterson. Of course, he's on the front row of the grid. Lucas Romanek starts third, on the second row at least. But we're now getting to this point here where we've got drivers out of position, lots of strong drivers here, and this is getting to the point now we're trying to make a prediction. I know I said we get some predictions now for semi-final 1. In terms of an overall favourite for the festival, it looks like he's starting to dry up a little bit, hopefully, here at Brands Hatch. It's impossible to call. It really is too tight to call in that case. I'm certain by the time we get to the final, it won't be any easier. So we'll have to wait and see how the rest of the festival plays out. Big thank you, as I say, to Avon Tyres for sponsoring semi-final 1 here at the Formula Ford Festival. And, of course, Avon Tyres, you see every single car that you run in Formula Ford these days runs Avon Tyres. So big thank you for their everlasting support of Formula Ford over the years, particularly in the more contemporary years with the Kent engines. It has been wonderful to see them go through. Now, I imagine there's going to be 2 green flag laps here. Yes, there are, because, of course, there's been a change in conditions compared to yesterday, when most of them raced in either very damp or relatively dry conditions in the heats yesterday. So it's going to be a second green flag lap to get adapted to the circuit. Let's just have another quick look through some of the contenders on the grid that we're reading to watch out for, and give maybe some insights into some of them as to who we should be looking out for, of course, from the front. Of course, we spoke to the front row men. Joe Foster on pole, of course, he's a winner of the main, I say in inverted commas, main festival twice. That was 2003 and 2017. He also won the separate Kent festival in 2004, and that was the year when they were moving over to, I think, the Duratec engines, or moving from Zetec to Duratec formula, and the years when we had multiple finals for different engine formulas. So they had a Kent festival, a Duratec festival, and a Zetec festival, and it was depending on which one was the newest or primary engine formula. I think David Parks has gone for a spin there at the complex at exiting Surtees and Clearways. So that was slightly awkward, but he's managed to get the car going again. So he's technically won 2 main festivals and 1 individual Kent festival away from the main designated festival. I've said festival about 5 times in 10 seconds there. Alongside him, Max Esterson, of course, who was runner-up last year. Technically, if he wins the festival this year, he will have technically stood on the festival podium in the final, sort of, on all 3 steps, because he was third originally, then he got second, and was given his trophy in the Kensington on Friday. A year later, after it originally went to Neil McLennan. And of course, if he can win here today, he'll be the first driver to win a festival final since Joseph Newgarden, double IndyCar champion, who was that year's also one of that year's Team USA scholarship drivers. But no America has ever won the main festival, depending on which engine formula has been the main primary formula for that year. Also watch out for Lucas Romanek and Jordan Dempsey. Jordan Dempsey, the national champion. Lucas Romanek looking pretty strong. Also, the American drivers, Thomas Strage and Elliot Budzinski further back. Rory Smith, the 2020 champion. Morgan Quinn 2. William Lowing from Australia. Kevin Foster from Team Canada 2. As well as Caleb Bonini, Matthew Cowley, Niall Murray from 13th. And Jamie Sharp, of course, from 25th on the grid. So, a 30-car field set for the first semi-final of the 2022 Formula Ford Festival. Joey Foster on pole. Max Esser alongside him. Watch for the red lights as they go out now. It's a strong start for the first few cars off the road. Then we're going to watch for the likes of Niall Murray and Jamie Sharp to make their way through. Matthew Cowley's on his toes, already trying to make a move on one of the Team Canada drivers. That will be Kevin Foster down towards turn 1 for the first time. But they're turning through Paddock Hill Bend, down the hill as we see Foster going wheel to wheel with Morgan Quinn up the hill. It's Etterson who leads, it's Dempsey to second place, and Foster from pole is down to third. It's now fourth now for Thomas Strage, fifth for Lucas Romanek. So good starts both from, it looks as though, Jordan Dempsey and from Thomas Strage in the Team USA car. They're slipping and sliding about, trying to find grip down towards Graham Hill Bend, and already Niall Murray making his way through. Morgan Quinn is one of a few cars streaming past Kevin Foster. This is only his second ever car race, it seems. But look at this, four at the front of the field, they're kicking off already. It's Etterson who leads, they're sliding and twitching around for grip. As now we see here Thomas Strage looking around the outside of Joey Foster. Fantastic stuff in his second ever race at Brands Hatch. He's being squeezed to the outside line, but he's got the traction and the grip. He might well stay there. Very close for Kevin Foster as he goes wheel to wheel with Matt Cowley. But Max Etterson continues as he means to go on. He leads the way at the end of lap number 1 from the front row of the grid. A great start for Rory Smith as well. He's up to P5 as they come down towards Paddock for the second time. And round the outside, Lucas Romanek he goes. So Etterson leads, Dempsey second, Strage is third, Foster fourth, then Smith, Romanek, David Parks, Niall Murray up to 8th from 13th on the grid. And then it's Morgan Quinn and Kevin Foster. As for Jamie Sharp, where's he ended up on the first lap of the race? Let's take a look at the timing, see where he's come across. Jamie Sharp has come across the timing screen still in 25th. So this is not the place he wants to be. He needs to be inside the top 12. He's got 14 laps to do it. They've completed 13 laps to go. There's Caleb Bonini, the young Brazilian driver, mentored by Roberto Moreno. Moreno, in fact, across the line, entered the first lap in 15th place. So a top 6 forming here. Etterson leads the way, got a 7/10 of a second gap as they turn their way out through McLaren and Clark Curve for the second time. And now they head onto the straight to complete lap number 2, begin lap number 3, and the gap that Etterson is pulling away, this is pretty substantial here. He's got a great gap in these damp conditions. Fastest flying lap of the race, the first proper flying lap. He's into the 59s, off the road, he's gone 43. That, I think, is Adam Quartermain off the road, so that's him from 22nd after he was there. Gets back onto the road. But now here, the scrap is going on for third. Joey Foster darting around, having a look around the outside of Thomas Strage, who's having a fantastic run in third place, holding them off. Dempsey holding firm in second place in these damp conditions. Also, we see Smith is under threat from Romanek, and just behind them there is Niall Murray. And of course, now if he stays where he is, he'll be able to graduate to the final automatically. We need to keep an eye on what's going on in the positions that are essentially on the bubble in terms of promotion spots, because 12th place is the cut-off. The last car that's currently there at the moment as they cross the line was Caleb Bonini. He's in 12th place. There's the top 7. So 8th now looks like it's David Parks. 9th there is Morgan Quinn. 10th is Kevin Foster. 11th is Bonini. And 12th now is Matthew Cowley. But he's under threat now from the, looks like, is that 53, William Lowing. So yeah, William Lowing in the 53, just outside the transfer spots at the moment. So you'll have to rely on the progression race if you can try and get through. Top 2 into the 59s now, pretty equal lap times, but the gap has stayed static now at 1.4 seconds. So as the sun starts to come out here, the track will start to dry up as now Thomas Strage has Joey Foster to his inside. He darts back to the outside under brakes into Druid's hairpin, and still the young American holding off the wily experienced and ever quick Joey Foster. If you can do that, you're certainly quite a talent, particularly in these adverse conditions. And Thomas Strage, definitely a great find from the 3 Team USA scholarship drivers, as are all 3, of course. The other driver we should watch out for, who's the other American, is Elliot Budzinski. And where's he got to at the moment? He's not in the top 20. He's down in 23rd position, so struggling here at the moment. Battle could be on here for 5th, 6th and 7th because Rory Smith has got Lucas Romanek beside him. Big oversteer moment for William Lowing there in the 53, the young Australian. He's on the tail of Caleb Bonini. How great it is to say young Australian, young Brazilian, these young, talented international drivers are coming here to the festival to prove their worth in what is being seen by many of these guys like Rick Morrison, Niall Murray and Joey Foster and Roberto Moreno as one of the finest training grounds for young drivers and single-seaters. They're saying, you want to get a proper handle on single-seaters, come to Formula Ford, learn your craft here, do it like the old champions did, and you will learn so much more in some cases than slicks and wings could ever give you. It's all on mechanical grip, it's all on low grip, it's all on skinny tyres, low power, lightweight. These are the great cars that young drivers want to watch. And I hope there are some young drivers watching here at the festival, both on the stream here and at this weekend watching. And they look at Formula Ford as a viable option to go forwards into their racing careers. It's wonderful to see so many young international drivers coming across to prove their worth. It really is feeling like one of the festivals of old when you've got these young talents coming through. Now, there's battle for fifth, three relatively young talents here. We've got Rory Smith, Lucas Romanek and Niall Murray all sliding around trying to get fifth position from Rory. So top 12 as it stands then. Esterson leads from Dempsey, then Schrage in third, Foster fourth, Smith is fifth, then Romanek, Murray, Quinn, Kevin Foster for Team Canada, Cadu Bonini the Brazilian, William Lowing and Matthew Cowley. That's the top 12 that will automatically progress to the final. There in the Duckham's livery Van Diemen is the Goose, Mark Goosens, currently sat in 27th place, battling with Jonathan Miles over P26. So the battle for second continues down towards Graham Hill Bend. Lap 6 now, 14 in this first semi-final of the weekend here at Brands Hatch. There's Max Esterson, 1.6 seconds is the gap, and Jordan Dempsey trying to chase after him here. Whether he brings Schrage and Foster with him depends on how much pace Schrager's got, if he can keep with Dempsey, and also if Foster can keep with him. Meanwhile, change for sixth, into P6 goes Niall Murray, past Lucas Romanek. Again, as it stands at the moment, even though he's lost a place, yes, he'll still be pressing to the final, but you want to arguably try and finish as high as possible in the semi-final to give yourself the best possible grid spot that you can get. Fastest that went to Max Esterson, then immediately gets taken by Joey Foster, 59.4. As now two former champions of the festival going wheel to wheel now. 2020 champion Rory Smith against double champion Niall Murray, bumping the rear of the gearbox there as now Joey Foster looks round the outside, looks like he's going for third place on Thomas Schrage. I think he's got the move done, but we'll look at that in our next camera shot. Meanwhile, Romanek is on the back of Murray, who in turn is on the back of Smith. Then you've got Morgan Quinn in there too, and not too far away, about a second back from this group, just out of shot, is Kevin Foster for Team Canada. So the young Canadian doing well in his second ever car race, I remind you. This is for someone who's done some stuff in F4 shootouts. He won the French feed F4 shootouts. So he'll get a full season in French F4 next year. But for his first actual car race, that was only runs in cars on the circuit, to actually be in a car race for your second ever time in a semi-final of the Formula Ford Festival, and to be in the top 10, holding your own, mega impressive from Kevin Foster. I'm very impressed. He's one of the drivers of the weekend for me so far. That's David Parks off the road in 111. And he was outside the qualifying spots anyway, sadly, so he rejoins back on the track in front of Chris Goodwin, who's battling with Roberto Moreno. So Moreno is outside the top 15. Looks like to come through, Moreno's down to 22nd, in fact, so he's dropped outside the top 20. Now then, here's something interesting. National champion Jordan Dempsey against the Cornish Fasty, or the Cornish Express they call him, Joey Foster. I love the term that was denoted there by Richard John Neal. I might have to use that in future. Anyway, back to the race. 1.9 seconds as the sun starts to shine here this afternoon on Festival Sunday. Dempsey now has Foster all over his rear gearbox, and that's the thing. These cars don't have an immediate answer to Max Esterson's pace, and I did talk this morning and say it's impossible to try and pick a victory, but if someone put a gun to my head and told me to give them actual prediction and force them here and now, at the moment, you can't argue against Max Esterson. He really is putting a grand performance. That year in GB3 this season has really taught him a lot, and he wants to avenge missing out on the festival final last year as part of one of the Team USA scholarship drivers. He wants that festival victory. We see here, that is Rory Smith being passed by Lucas Romanek. So Romanek's got back past Murray and then in turn got past Rory Smith. So he's now up into 5th position. Here comes Murray down the outside line, but they're all stacking up behind him because you've got Morgan Quinn for Team Dolan, the Kevin Foster for Team Canada, and Cadu Bonini in the 333 Kevin Mills car, the young Brazilian. And Matt Cowley has dropped to 14th also. Now Jamie Sharp, meanwhile, is up to 13th, so he's also possibly in an automatic transfer spot. He's just behind, he's the red card towards the back of the shot. Here he comes into view now, just behind, I think, last lap board. In fact, Ederson just going past into Paddock Hill Bend now, and he's got Joe Foster, who's about half a second back behind him. As we see now, Rory Smith, they're still in front of this battle going on between Cam Jackson and Ivan McCulloch there as they come through. So last lap, leaders are coming into and out of the hairpin at Druce. There could be a change on for the lead on the last lap here. Down towards Great Hill Bend they go. We're still watching Cam Jackson and Ivan McCulloch go through. But we need to look at our leaders who are coming out of Graham Hill Bend. We need to see them cross the line in a second. Keeping tabs on them. Meanwhile, they're going to come through into our sight any second now. There's Rick Morris and Peter Barrable. What about the leaders? Still nose to tail. Here comes Ederson, followed by Foster. As they come back into the complex now for the final time. Foster's going to make a late challenge here. They almost make contact as Ederson squeezes him right to the edge of the circuit to deny him a move. As they come up towards the final stretch of the checkered flag, it's going to be a very close run affair. Joey Foster closes in, but it's going to be too late. And Max Ederson will come to the checkered flag. He will head to the final as the winner of semi-final one. A great victory for Max Ederson. Joey Foster in second place then, only just behind him. Jordan Dempsey gets third as Cam Jackson runs off the road. He just holds on. He's outside the transfer spot, so you'll have to try and get a good spot for the last chance race later on. Then we've got Jordan Dempsey third. Thomas Schrey gets fourth. Romanek fifth. Niall Murray is sixth. Morgan Quinn is seventh. Then Kevin Foster. Jamie Sharp does automatically qualify for the final. His chances are still there. He qualifies ninth in that transfer spot. Caddy Bonini gets through in 10th. It's Ivan McCulloch 11th, and Rory Smith gets the final automatic transfer spot. So it is Ederson, Foster, Dempsey, Schrey, Romanek, Murray, Quinn, Foster, Sharp, Bonini, McCulloch and Smith are the 12 automatic progressors to the Formula Ford Festival final later on this afternoon. For the rest of the order coming through, which we'll have on the screen when we get the final results, 13th goes to Tom Hawkins. 14th goes to Krista Otterström, so he will have to be towards the front for the last chance race. Then got Pascal Monbaron 15th, Cam Jackson 16th, 17th for Elliot Budzinski, so he'll have to go through the progression race, as will now William Lowing. It's then 19th for Drew Cameron, 20th place for David Parks, 21st for Roberto Moreno, so he'll have to go through the progression race, 22nd for Dan Renner Larson, 23rd for Jonathan Miles, 24th for Mark Goosens, then it's Jill Chloe, Rick Morris 26th, and then Peter Barrow will be the last finisher, and we lost from that race Matthew Cowley sadly, so if he can get his car finished, he'll have to work his way through from the progression race to the last chance race to get into the final if he wants an opportunity, and then Chris Goodwin and Adam Quartermain also lost from that race as well. Just again, forgive us for the technical issues that we had there. Obviously, our production crew have been working hard to ensure that we fix those as best as possible. Max Ederson, meanwhile, though, has taken the heat victory, semi-final victory in number 1, sponsored by Avon Tyres. Max Ederson wins from Joey Foster only by a 10th and a half of a second from Joey Foster. Jordan Dempsey in 3rd place. Thomas Schrey is 4th. Lucas Romanek is 5th. 6th is Niall Murray, 7th place is Morgan Quinn, 8th is Joey Foster, 9th is Jamie Sharp from 25th on the grid, Caddy Bonini 10th, and there's Ivan McCulloch 11th and Rory Smith 12th, and then the rest of the progressors you see them going through on the screen. Now the key thing we have to look out for is the race winning time, in terms of the time it took for the race winner to complete those 14 laps. The race winning time for Max Ederson is 14 minutes 0.851, so 14 minutes 0.851. If whoever wins the second semi-final finishes the race in a quicker time than 14 minutes 0.851, they and their respective progressors will have the pole position side of the grid and respectively pole position for the grand final later on this afternoon. So the likes of Hawkins, Otterström and co will have to rely on the progression race. Meanwhile, these three at the top of the pit lane don't. They're our top 3 in semi-final 1, and they head down to the Parc Fermé area with Richard John Neal.
Thank you very much, Scott. Yeah, so the driver's out of the cars. Max Ederson. Ederson will take the laurels for the win, and the BRSCC winner's hat from Charlotte. He's doing his overalls up. Good lad, there we go. I'm ready for the interview. Put the proper hat on. So let's get Max over here. Max, can we come and grab you? A little bit of a debrief, maybe. Max Ederson will take your customary, and it is a customary position now because we spoke to you yesterday for the heat win. That looked pretty comfortable from where I was watching.
Yeah, it was at the start at least. At good pace. I guess I just read the conditions well at the start. But then obviously Joey's car came alive and he was closing pretty quick at the end. And I actually thought, like when I saw the last lap board, I thought that was the last lap already. So I thought I had it covered, then he was right on me. So yeah, a bit nerve-wracking at the end, but it was okay.
Gives you something to think about for the final. We've now got to wait and see whether you're inside or outside. I guess a lot of people say there's not too much of an advantage either way. The outside can be an advantage here at Brands.
Yeah, I mean, last year in the semi was wet, and I was on the inside in P1, and I had a disaster of a start like Joey did, just standing still in the wet, basically spinning the wheels. So, I don't know, P2 seemed okay, like I had a good launch, but yeah, we'll see what the weather does anyway.
How closely will you be watching semi-final 2, which is about to go off?
Yeah, I mean, I watch all the races back on the broadcast on YouTube. Like, that's what I spent last night doing, so yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Much feedback for changing the car, or does it really depend on the weather? We've got blue skies overhead right now, but is it going to change what you do to the car?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the conditions change more than you can change the car, so you just got to judge it off of that. Yeah, the sun might come out, but we'll see if it dries fast enough.
Okay, Max, congratulations. We look forward to seeing you for the final. And let's get Joey Foster in here. Joey, another cracking race for the man who started on pole position. Good to see you again. Down in 4th position at one time, so an incredible fight back.
Yeah, I think I didn't realise quite how slippery it is on the inside there on the start. So, you know, everyone says second is the best place to start. I thought, no, we'll be all right. You know, I'll make a good one, but just could not get the thing off the line. And of course, then we dropped right back. And I think we also started probably slightly lower on tyre pressures than the others. So it took me a few laps to come in, but when it did, the car was absolutely rapid. So it's a shame we didn't take the win, but overall, you know, we're pretty well set in a good position for the finals.
It's a great place to be, isn't it, for the final in some respect. Is there a lot of pressure starting a final on pole?
I'd rather be on pole than further back. No, I think you know, in this situation we're all quite aware that, you know, taking the festival crown is quite prestigious, and you know, we do anything to get there. So regardless of where you start, I think we all put that pressure on ourselves to do well.
Well, it's a great race. Thanks for giving us a good race in that one, and we look forward to seeing you for the final. Joey Foster there takes 2nd position. Jordan Dempsey's next up, who comes over here. Jordan was already well done, first driver all ready for the interview, and a situation you've been in all year, podium interviews, winning interviews. You don't look very happy though. It's P3, so row 3 for the final. A lot of work to do?
Yeah, a bit of work to do, but you know, the festival always kicks off, so yeah, we're kind of testing as we go along here in the wet. We kind of struggled a bit in testing, so each time we're trying different things in the car, and we might have made a slightly wrong step that time, but yeah, hopefully we'll get it dialed in for the final. You know, 6th isn't the worst place to start. Like, I made a mega start there, got up to 2nd, so yeah, I felt in the early laps I might have been able to hassle Max a bit more if it wasn't for trouble from behind, but yeah, just need to work on the setup now for the final and hopefully have a good run.
It's part of the magic of the festival for me, is that you never know who's going to be at the front. You never know if there are going to be drivers taking each other off in heats, as we had yesterday. You don't know what the weather's going to do. It is a complete lottery, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a complete lottery, and even like I said yesterday, you look at the heat draw, they were so different in each heat, and then even this semi was definitely the harder semi, so yeah, it is a lottery. Like, I would have preferred to have been in the other one and not have to deal with Joey and Max yet, but yeah, so you have to race them at some stage, so yeah, happy to come through in one piece, and we're still in a good spot for the final.
What's your role now for the rest of the afternoon pre-final? You're obviously going to watch the semi, I guess, as Joey and Max will, but what do you do in between time?
Yeah, watch the semi, go through the data, watch the other semi as well, and just see if there's anywhere we can improve the car. I think we're making progress every time we go out, but we're still not quite on the pace in the wet yet. So, like, we haven't had any wet running all year. I haven't driven this car in the wet since 2019 or 2020 or something like that. So yeah, it's learning as we go, and you know, I'm picking up bits, we're picking up bits in the car. So hopefully it'll come good in the final.
Jordan, thanks for chatting to us. Well done on 3rd place, and we'll see you for the final. Jordan Dempsey there, completing our podium for the 1st semi-final. 2nd semi-final is about to get underway. Fascinating, isn't it, that nature balances it all out. We had the drought, we had hot weather, hosepipe bans, goodness knows what, and then as soon as we get to the festival, sunshine now, but loads of rain. I'm going to hand you back to Scott for semi-final 2. If we've got time, we'll grab a few interviews in the holding area for there, but for now, back to Scott.
Thank you very much, Richard. Good to hear from our semi-final 1 finishers. We're moving into semi-final 2 now, which is sponsored by Finish Line UK. So a big thank you to Finish Line UK for their support. And as Richard mentioned, he's going to hopefully head over to the assembly area and have a chat to some of our drivers. Now, this is, of course, set by the results of heats 2 and 4. So, of course, the winners of both those heats will start on the front row of the grid. And it makes it quite an interesting affair because, of course, it means that we've got maybe 1 or 2 drivers there that we didn't quite expect to be towards the front winning those races. We've actually got, it should be, in whichever order, Sean Rashid and David McCulloch on the front row of the grid. So we'll give you a quick rundown of some of the drivers to watch out for, and if we do get a chance to throw down to Richard, we will do to have a chat to see what some of those drivers. So, drivers to watch out for in semi-final number 2, sponsored by Finish Line UK. Dave McCullough then had the faster of the 2 heats compared to Sean Rashid. He starts on the pole position side of the grid on pole, with Sean Rashid alongside him, this year's rookie Formula Ford champion. But then you've got some quite big contenders lining up to try and take it off him. We've got Chris Middlehurst, who's the 2021 national champion, was twice in the podium in previous years. Jordan Kelly, the very talented young Irish driver, starts in 4th on the grid after he was 2nd in his heat behind Sean Rashid. You've also got Brandon McCorkham, who was part of the 3 drivers in that GB4 shootout prize. We should say again, big congratulations to Colin Queen for winning the £20,000 GB4 shootout prize that was announced on revealed on Friday night. And Brandon starts alongside Abdul Ahmed, who put in a great drive in that very interrupted and stop-start Heat 3, but just beat Michael Eastwell, and he starts just directly behind him on the grid on the 4th row in 8th. Jeremy Fairbairn, his teammate at Kevin Mills Racing, is alongside him. And then we've got one driver you really should watch out for, particularly in these slightly damp or ever-changing conditions, and that's Alan Davidson. He's in So again, forgive us there for the slight technical hitch there. It might be some of the weather that's causing the inclement problems, of course. So either it's maybe in that sense, but of course we're working hard as we can to sort that one out. As we now move on to our second semi-final. So I'm not sure if there was any audio from what was talking through the grid there, but I'll quickly go through it again as it comes up on screen. So the drivers to watch out for in this race, of course, we've got David McCulloch who started on the front row. Here is the grid though. So David McCulloch then starts on the front row of the grid on pole position after winning his heat yesterday. He starts alongside Sean Rashid, who won heat 3. Yes, so heat 3. So it's as they come onto the Grid now. Dave McCulloch and Sean Rashid on the front row. Chris Middlehurst and Jordan Kelly come next on the second row. Brandon McCorkin and Abdul Ahmed on the third row, followed by Jeremy Fairbairn and Michael Eastwell on row 4. And then Alan Davidson in the Mondial. Watch for him. He might be an older car, but don't let that fool you. He's very a handy peddler. He was up there troubling some of the faster cars in his heat earlier on yesterday. Rob Parks rounds out the top 10. Then Tom Nippers and Samuel Street from Ben Cox and Adam Fathers. And then we have the Team Brazil scholarship driver Wallace Martins. He comes next in 15th on the grid alongside Ben Meludi. But it's Drew Stewart and Mark Sawyer who round out the top 18, and then the top 20 completed by Bryn Kinchley and German Dieter Harkel. Peter Lucas from Australia then comes next outside the top 20 and 21st on the grid, alongside Molly Dodd, who's making her Formula Ford debut this weekend, the former junior saloon car racer. Then it's Derek Palmer from Scotland and Gabe Tesh from the United States in the Team Dolan car, 24th. And then the 6 cars that made it through from the progression race earlier on. William Ferguson for Team USA, followed by Jake Cowden for Team Canada, James Penrose, the New Zealand driver to Europe here this weekend, Megan Gilks, who had to fight her way through to the 4th transfer spot, and then Tom MacArthur, after his car was rebuilt after being part of the accident between himself and Matt Rivette, the heroic effort from his team to get him back onto the grid, and he starts alongside at the back Oliver Chapman, who originally looked as though he was going to be out of the top 6, but then an off in the final corners from Peter Daly, who would have benefited from that, sadly meant that Peter Daly was out of the race at the final corner, and it still gave Oliver Chapman the progression into the semi-finals automatically. So the cars then make their way around onto the second formation lap. As you can see, the conditions appear to be improving. If you look at the run through Surtees, there's a bit of a dry line forming now. So this might have the potential of being the faster of the 2 heats here today. There's David McCulloch, who's got quite a large gap to the cars behind him. He seems to be out on his own here. You can see 1 or 2 sort of lighter patch to tarmac coming through. That's where the racing line is. So the surface water is starting to be dried up and dispersed here. Certainly the sun that's come out here at Brands Hatch. It's not quite the weather we expected, I think, but hopefully, touch wood, it stays this way for the rest of the day. They make their way around towards the second formation lap to re-acclimatise themselves with the current track conditions, because of course it is slightly damp and not as dry as it was for their heats earlier on. There's the yellow and green car. Watch for that one. That is Wallace Martins in the Team Brazil scholarship. He's also one to keep an eye on. That was a scholarship that was founded by Swift Cooper, the likes of Alan Cooper and his other half Vera, as well as some of the very talented driver coaches such as Adriano Medeiros, and indeed Roberto Moreno was involved in that judging panel as well. And they picked Wallace Martins, who has been dubbed in his national press as the Lewis Hamilton of the favelas. That's what they've called him. And I think there is something of a resemblance in some cases, but also that he is quite handy behind the wheel of a race car. He won the 2020 Formula V title in Brazil. Formula V, they don't really have Formula Ford anymore in Brazil, but they have Formula V, which is another kind of similar sort of junior sort of Formula Ford-esque type single-seater racing with no slicks or wings. And they use VW Beetle engines, I believe, rather than the traditional Ford Kent engines in these machines. He won that title in 2020. He's also raced in a couple of other different championships as well since then in single-seaters and tested a couple of cars. And that means that he's quite well versed in single-seaters. It's his first, of course, trip over to the UK, as it is for quite a few of these young international drivers. And certainly he's going to see if he can get himself into the top 12 if possible. He did well to get himself into 8th into his heat. So we'll see if we can possibly progress any higher than that. And let's see if he can make it happen. So Dave McCulloch is on pole position on the left-hand side in the white car on the front row of the grid. Alongside him is the red car of Sean Rashid on the front row of the grid. Then it's the black and orange car of Chris Middlehurst, the blue car of Jordan Kelly further back on the second row, and then watch for Brandon McCorkin in black and white. And then the car just by him in Brandon McCorkin is not Rory Smith, it's the other one. It's his 6th position, Abdul Ahmed, who's in the Furman chassis. So semi-final 2 then, sponsored by Finish Line UK, all set here at Brands Hatch for the Formula Ford Festival. McCulloch on pole. Can he convert it to a win like he did in Heat 4 yesterday? Let's find out. It's a good start from Abdul Ahmed from the front row of the grid as they head down towards paddock for the first bit. But a great start for Abdul Ahmed. He's gone from 6th to 2nd already by the time they head into Paddock Hill Bend. What a start from the Furman chassis. The American driver up into 2nd place behind the rapid starting Sean Rashid. So it's Americans 1st and 2nd. It's Irishman 3rd. Then we've got Chris Middlehurst battling with Jordan Kelly for 4th. And then it's 5th place for Michael Eastwell in the Kevin Mills racing car. He's scrapping with Brandon McCorkin. Also up there too on his toes is Alan Davidson. Also so is Sam Street in 71. And then Robbie Parks, who was pole sitter in the Heat 4 yesterday, but then dropped backwards until he eventually ended up finishing quite far back in the order. He was back in 5th in his heat. So away and gone. That's Sean Rashid with a big slide up through clearways. Did he just about catch it? No, he did. He's off the road. Sean Rashid off the road from a lead from the festival semi-final 2. Head in his hands thinking, what on earth has he just done? He clips a piece of the tarmac and off he goes on off the road. Now, if he can't get that going, that will be his festival over. Well, he was a possible outside shot some people were talking about because of his pace yesterday. But Sean Rashid, has he possibly thrown away his chance to get into the festival final? Or will he have to rely on the progression race? If he can get the car going, then of course it might not be completely over. Rain is starting to fall again in the sky, even though the bright sunshine is blazing through the clouds. There is rain starting to fall here again at Brands Hatch. So could this be the most dramatic of the semi-final heats, of the semi-finals? So down the hill then, in towards the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend now for the second time, battling away for position there. It's Jeremy Fairbairn squeezing out Brandon McCorkin. It now gives the run to, I think that's possibly Jordan Kelly now. So McCulloch leads, Abdul Ahmed second, Chris Middlehurst third. It's a very tricky and treacherous part of the circuit here. We found out all weekend, as we said. Surtees, Clearways and McLaren is the corner that's catching a lot of people out, whatever the formula is. And I think Sean Rashid has got himself going again because I couldn't see his car up against the barrier. He comes across, no, he's in the pit lane, so he's in 30th place. So he will have to rely at the moment on the progression race because he's a lap down, so he won't be able to get any higher into the top 12. His chance of doing that is practically impossible. Dave McCulloch, meanwhile, proving quite a surprise here. And one thing we should mention, Dave McCulloch, he said he'd never won a race at the festival before taking the heat yesterday. So incredibly, driving, I think, better than we've ever seen him at the festival. This is pretty substantial stuff here for David. He's got the pace, it seems, to hold everyone else off, but he seems to be enjoying these mixed sort of damp, wet, dry conditions. There is that dry line forming, so that might well help him and everyone else trying to get a good run here. Now remember, the winner's time which Dave McCulloch is trying to beat here is 14 minutes, 0.8. If he can do that, he'll have pole position for the final. But if he can win this for the semi-final, one unexpected semi-finalist, front row man he'll be, I'm sure. That's no discredit on his talent at all, because David's, of course, a very capable driver, as is his brother Ivor, of course. They're both very formidable in Formula Fords over in their homeland in Ireland, in Northern Ireland. But incredibly, over here at the festival, which is always well supported by the Irish, he's having an incredible year so far, and at the moment he's holding firm in the lead, but he's got a few contenders lining up. He's got Abdul Ahmed in second, Chris Middlehurst in third, then it's Eastwell fourth, Fairbairn fifth, sixth and seventh nose to tail. This is Jordan Kelly for Team Dolan, battling away with Brandon McCorkin, and I think now some of the rain's starting to come in a bit more here because it's starting to cloud over a bit more as they come into Graham Hill Bend now for the fourth time. 14 lap semi-final, top 12 go through. Everyone else has to go to the progression race, to the last chance race later on, and that's only about 8 laps. So really it will be a last gasp effort for anyone trying to get into the festival here. So McCulloch still leads. Abdul Ahmed doing his best to catch up. Let's look at lap times here. Last time by, what was the lap time last time? It was a fraction quicker for Abdul Ahmed. The fastest man on track last time by, set a fastest lap of the race, was Jeremy Fairbairn. He set a 57.857. New fastest lap of the race now goes to Chris Middlehurst, 57.5. So he started to charge along here, but he stole it moments after, actually fractions after Abdul Ahmed took it, and that lap time was 0.04 of a second better than Abdul Ahmed just took a moment ago. Eastwell having a look here. And all this battling is going to really help Dave McCulloch. I think McCulloch was a bit wide there through Druids. This will give Abdul Ahmed and co a chance to get involved. It seems as though that this is arguably not as tough as semi-finals. One car is that Jordan Kelly pulling off the road. Oh, the young Irishman out the race, it seems, pulling off the race. Jordan Kelly, yeah, that's a shame. He's having such a good run in his first festival, but Jordan Kelly's car has faltered on the exit of Druids. He's out of it, I'm afraid. And Michael Eastwell in third place. If you watched yesterday, he's hoping not to repeat the rather heart-stopping 360 that he did all by himself when he approached the Paddock Hill Bend, but thankfully kept it going, didn't actually make any contact with anybody, and managed to get going and qualify in about 5th or 6th position. He's now challenging Abdul Ahmed, but of course, whilst all this is happening, look, Dave McCulloch sets the fastest lap of the race. He's getting up off the road, getting up the road now, and running away with this festival semi-final victory. There's yellow flags. One car on the gravel is Adam Father's. Car number 5 is off the road, so sadly, that's Adam Father's festival potentially over, or at least he'll have to go into the progression race, it seems. So as they come now down the hill towards the at Graham Hill Bend, safety car has been deployed. So I think one thing we can guarantee is that because the safety car will take us beyond 14 minutes, I'm almost certain that, I think it's certain that we can provisionally say that Max Esserson will have the pole position semi-final race time, because this is going to take longer than 14 minutes to complete the entire race, including, of course, the safety car. So let's look at who else is in line to possibly make it through. So we've got David McCulloch leads then under safety car, Abdul Ahmed second, Michael Eastwell is now up to third place, Chris Middlehurst fourth, then Jeremy Fairbairn fifth, Brandon McCorkin is sixth, and the rest of the top 12 automatic final spots currently going to Alan Davidson in seventh, Robbie Parks in 8th, Wallace Martins is 9th, that's a great job from him, he started 15th, up to 9th in the Team Brazil car. We've got 10th now for Sam Street, 11th for Ben Cox, and 12th on the bubble just is Tom Nippers. Now, a couple of drivers to watch out for. James Penrose is in 18th, so again, he'll have to rely on the possible last chance race if he can't get into the top 12. He's behind at the moment, Drew Stewart in 17th place. There's some other drivers that are on that cusp in the bubble now that might be able to work their way through. Jake Cowden's up to 13th. Remember, he started in 26th on the grid after finishing his progression race in second place. So he's made up some great progress from what's 26th on the grid up to 13th. So he's passed 13 cars in the space of this short amount of time in this festival semi-final 2. So the safety car then leads the pack around, the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar safety car. Of course, big thank you to Run Your Fleet for their continued support here at for the BRSCC, and of course here at the festival too as well. And the Jaguar safety car that's been up and down the country at race events all around the UK, and of course been seen on live stream quite a few times, is back to lead the cars back around again. There's Adam Favers' race chassis. Unfortunately, he'll have to go to the progression race if he can get his car back going again. Looks like the left rear corner's come off that car, so some work required to fix that before he can get out for the progression race. I keep calling it progression races, the last chance race. We had the progression races earlier on. It's the last chance race later on this afternoon. Because after this race, 3 more races in the festival still to go. We've still got the historic final, which is sponsored by Race Parts to come. Some of the best of the super classic cars in the mix. That will be decided by the best performing positions, I think, throughout the festival from the semi-final places. I'll check the regulations on that to make sure that's how that system works. But now we see here the snatch vehicle collecting Adam Favers' car by the barrier. It's now in, I think, as safe a position as you can make it before they can recover it at the end of the race. So this means now that I think the safety car might well potentially come in at the end of this lap, but of course it's down to senior clerk of the course Andy Holly to decide if the track is clear enough to get the race back underway. We're on lap 8 of 14 in this second semi-final for the 2022 Formula Ford Festival, sponsored by Finish Line. And I wonder, is Dave McCulloch anticipating the safety car lights to go out here? Because he's sat back a little bit from the safety car, backing the pack up here. I think he's anticipating the safety car to come in, because he can see that result instance being cleared. We'll see on the next camera if the safety car lights are out. And if they are, racing will be back underway shortly. Yes, they are. So safety car is going to peel in this lap, and it now falls to David McCulloch to decide when to get semi-final 2 back underway in green flags. Abdul Ahmed is right there in the green Furman chassis, teammate to Joey Foster this weekend, right on his gearbox to try and get the jump on him on the restart here. But watch for the likes of Michael Eastwell and Chris Middlehurst, and also as well Jeremy Fairbairn. Brandon McCorker's in there too. And I think on this restart, David McCulloch hasn't really got away from the rest of the pack as he anticipated, because look at this, both Abdul Ahmed and Michael Eastwell have got great restarts, and they're lining up David McCulloch down the pit straight. Green flag in the air. We've got now 6 laps to go in semi-final 2, as here comes Jeremy Fairbairn. Look, it's the inside line for 4th place on Chris Middlehurst. Can't get it done. Down the hill. Up it again towards Druids. Here comes for 2nd place, side by side, Michael Eastwell. Puts the Spectrum chassis right to the inside line to take P2. He's going for a potential semi-final win if he can. Sliding out wide is Abdul Ahmed. Round he goes. Abdul Ahmed goes round at Druids. That's possibly going to be his chance for an automatic spot gone. And he will have to sit there agonisingly and wait for the rest of the pack to pour past. He will be last and about 28th, 29th position. Oh, heartbreak for Abdul Ahmed. He was having such a great race from 2nd on the restart to plumb last as he gets back going again. So now the chance for Michael Eastwell to win semi-final 2 has come a cropper. More battling going on here. We've got Ben Cox on the inside of Sam Street. More scrapping going on. In there too is, I think that's William Ferguson in car 20. As now the top 3 streak down the pit straight. 5 laps to go in semi-final 2. Also see Wallace Martins under threat from Robbie Parks. More battling here. We've got side by side between Ben Cox and the 82. Sam Street to the outside line. Also charging through is Jake Cowley. Past 2 cars in one move. He's gone past William Ferguson and also Tom Nippers in car 189. So what you're seeing here is the cars on the bubble battling for the final transfer spots. So at the moment, it's McCulloch and Eastwell who lead, Middlehurst in third, Fairbairn fourth, but it's McCulloch in fifth. Alan Davidson is sixth, Wallace Martin seventh ahead of Robbie Parks. Then 4 of this group of cars have got to go through automatically. It's currently Sam Street, Ben Cox ahead of Sam Street, then Jake Cowden, and then William Ferguson. Meanwhile, for the lead, Dave McCulloch has got Michael Eastwell all over him, diving to the inside in towards the complex of McLaren, up the inside, forces him out wide. He's through, he's also let Chris Middlehurst through, but the outside line is faster in these wet conditions, and Michael Eastwell goes to the lead of semi-final 2 at the Formula Ford Festival, with now a chance to escape with 4 laps to go. In the gravel, no, that's 2 of our USA and Canada drivers. Jake Cowden off the road, plumbing his way through. William Davidson gesticulating, possibly signalling that he thinks it was Jake's fault. But we'll let the clerk of the course decide that. But that's 2 of them having to go to the progression race again. So for the second time in a row, both Jake Cowden and William Ferguson will have to get to the final if they can from a transfer race. The last chance race coming up later on this afternoon. So let's breathe a second here. Michael Eastwell leads the way from Chris Middlehurst and David McCulloch in third place. Jeremy Fairbairn is now fifth because he's been passed by Brandon McCorkin. Sixth is now Alan Davidson. The rest of the transfer spots in the top 12. Wallace Martin's in seventh in the green and yellow Team Brazil car. There he is at the back of the shot, battling with Robbie Parks. It's Ben Cox in ninth. Tom Nippers is 10th. And who else is it going to be? Tom MacArthur could get to 11th from the back of the grid. Where did he start on the grid? He started way back in 29th on the grid. So from 29th to possibly 11th place, potentially could be Tom MacArthur getting his way through after what happened yesterday. Cross the line they go. Well, Ferguson's carried on. Oh, so it wasn't Ferguson. It was it? Okay, well that's confusing because there was a Team USA car off the road. I'm sure there was. Well, Ferguson's carried on. So Ferguson's carried on, as has Tom Nippers. Maybe it was Sam Street that went off. That was a similar livery car. So maybe Sam Street was the one that was off the road. Let me check my timing screen for that. Was it Sam Street that went off? It was, yes. Sam Street was the one that made contact with Jake Cowden. So my apologies for giving Jeremy Shaw and Team USA a heart attack. Speaking of heart attacks, that'll be one for Oliver Chapman off the road. He goes at Druids. So he won't get that one out, I think. He's going to try and get a push, saying, come on, marshals, push me, get me out here. I want to get back in the race. But he might not be able to get a chance. Meanwhile, Eastwell, there's also yellow flags down at, there's a green flag flying. So is there somebody off down at Clearways? There was a green flag flying on the exit of McLaren Corner onto Clark Curve. So all sorts going on in this last couple of laps of the semi-final 2 of the Formula Ford Festival. Robbie Parks has got past Wallace Martins now into 8th position. So 7th position, but Eastwell still leads them, but he has got both Middlehurst and McCulloch stacking up behind him. Oliver Chapman climbs out of his chassis. So double wave yellows for him, so no overtaking into the hairpin. That might be a blessing for Michael Eastwell in his quest to win semi-final 2. And what a great story it would be if he can hold on, I'll come back to that point in a second, because Chris Middlehurst is really putting up a fight here. 3 Surtees. A lap and a bit to go here in the second semi-final. Top 6 altogether. And in 6th place, watch for him, Alan Davidson in the Mondial chassis, the oldest car at the back. There he is at the back of the train. Could he spoil the party here and possibly get a final podium spot? He's going to have to go somewhere in this last lap to pass Fairbairn, McCorkin and McCulloch. But for the race lead and for the semi-final win, it's going to be pretty tricky. Now in terms of, checker flag been thrown. Yes, it has. Checker flag's been thrown early, a lap early, because of the car stranded down at the hairpin. So, right, now that's interesting, because the checker flag has gone out. It's finished 2 laps early, but the race time for Michael Eastwell is faster than Max Esterson, who completed the full festival. That's going to be very interesting, because I'm not sure how they're going to play that one, because, yes, it's a faster time, but it's 13 laps finished rather than 14. So, do they simply take it on time and give Eastwell the pole position time, or do they have to count possibly the equivalent of what could have been a lap and change it around and give Esterson the pole? I'm glad I'm not going to have to work that one out. That'll be the clerk of the course and the stewards to work that one out, and the timing keepers, because that's going to be pretty tricky. What it does mean is this man, Michael Eastwell, who I was teeing up to say hasn't raced in Formula 4 for a while, came back and did a great job at Donington, but he wins semi-final 2, and he will start on the front row of the grid, either in second or on pole on the front. We'll see what the clerk of the course decides to work out in terms of who gets what. If we're going by the book and it's the fastest fastest semi-final time, then if you're going on that absolute fact, it goes to Eastwell. But the fact that that race finished a lap early compared to Max Esterson finishing a full race, how's that going to work if there's any change to that? I wonder. But either way, it'll be quite an interesting situation to try and work out. So Michael Eastwell then gets victory in semi-final 2 of the Formula Ford Festival, with Chris Middlehurst in second, Dave McCulloch rounding out the top 3. It's then Brandon McCork who gets an official transfer spot, as do also Jeremy Fairbairn, Alan Davidson in P6, Robbie Parks, Wallace Martins for Team Brazil, Ben Cox, William Ferguson for Team USA, Tom Nippers and Ben Maludi is the final transfer spot. Tom MacArthur only just misses out, but he will be on the front row for the last chance race later on this afternoon. Who said Formula Ford racing was dull? Not us, not my stretch of the margin. So there's the confirmation of the top 10 then. Eastwell, Middlehurst and McCulloch, the top 3. We'll hear from them in a second. Then McCorkin, Fairbairn, Davidson, Parks, Martins, Cox and Ferguson round out the top 10. Middlehurst also takes the fastest lap of the race as well. Shows what pace he's got for the final later on. Tom Nippers and Ben Maludi take the final 2 transfer spots to go to the final. Then you've got Thomas MacArthur 13th, and these guys will have to get through from the progression race later on. Last chance race this afternoon. Drew Stewart, James Penrose, Megan Gilks, Gabe Tesh, Bryn Kinch, Mark Sawer and Jake Cowden, as well as also Mully Dodd, Peter Lucas, Klaus-Dieter Harkel, Derek Palmer and Abdul Ahmed, who got a penalty as well in that side. And we also lost from that race Oliver Chapman, who spun off into the gravel at Druids. We lost Sam Street off into the gravel at Clearways, and Jordan Kelly, who pulled off, Adam Fathers off at Paddock Hill Bend, and Sean Rashid, who retired on the very first lap after he spun away the lead up at Clearways as well. Right, time to catch your breath back. I don't know about you, Richard, but I'm a bit breathless after that. I wonder what our top 3 think of semi-final 2. Over to you.
I think they may well be breathless as well, Scott. It was drama right from the word go once again, surprises and plenty in store, plenty more to come no doubt as well here on our 51st Festival. Michael Eastwell will take the garland from Antoine, who's going to do the honours over there, and we'll get Michael up for his interview. There we go. Well done, Michael. Congratulations. Garland, bottle of bubbly, winner's hat, trophy, the complete works. Plenty to carry about. Let's get you over here, Michael. I think first interview of the weekend, isn't it? And congratulations on that. A fine win for you and very hard earned.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was a hard-fought race. I was probably a little bit out of position yesterday. The way qualifying went, ended a little bit early, and with the track changing, that pushed us back a bit. And then a few mistakes by myself in the first heat pushed me back a lot. And then I fought hard back to the 4th yesterday, and obviously starting 8th today to come away with the win wasn't really a thought at the time of the start of the race. So a very, very good result for the Kevin Mills team. Super happy for that. One
of the points we made about the festival yesterday was that, 4th place in a heat, you think, yes, fair enough, but then you find yourself 7th or 8th depending on where how the timing was, and that's suddenly a way back, isn't it? Yeah, it's the whole weekend. It's very up and down, and everyone has a story in the paddock. There's something that could have been, or it just all runs right. And for us, it's been a little bit up and down, but to come away with the win in that one is a super good job. So really pleased with that, and hopefully we can have a good final. So that'd be mega. The safety car, I think, meant that was the slower of the 2 semi-finals, so it means you're going to be starting on the outside of Max Esterton. Yep. Joey Foster to your inside. How does that shape up as a final? It's a good grid. No, obviously those guys are really experienced, and I've been away for a few years, so it's great to come back and have a really strong result like this is just epic. So super. What's kept you away? The pandemic, really. I went to Australia before the pandemic. Only went for a couple of months, and whilst I was away, the pandemic happened, and just made the best of the situation, really. And I do like wildlife photography now, which is a bit of a weird career change, but yeah, that's sort of my thing now. So yeah, that's just fell in love with Australia, the country, the wildlife, and I've just been doing that. So, but it's awesome to come back, see all the guys, and yeah, as I say, have a strong result today is really awesome. So, my total respect to you guys that have time off racing and come back and as sharp as ever. So, great to see. Well done on that. We'll see you for the final. Yeah, I look forward to it. Thank you ever so much. Michael Eastwell, thanks very much. So, Michael will depart. Second position, Chris Middlehurst. We meet again, Chris. Yeah. Another cracking race. You look pretty cool and calm and collected. One of those drivers who maybe seems to take races in his stride, but a terrific result.
Yeah, great result there, P2. We had the pace to win that, we were just really, really strong everywhere. But of course, a lot of yellow flags, a lot of incidents along the way there. So I had to use my head, but of course I was itching to get past where I could, so I saw the Eastwell, I went up the inside at Clearways there and just followed him through, and Abdul lost it at the rear end at Druids as well. I made a bit of a poor start actually, got a little bit too much wheel spin, but yeah, we got back through there and hung in, and yeah, I'll take P2. Definitely.
With Abdul and Sean going as well, Sean went in the early stages. It shows how tricky it still is out there.
Absolutely, yeah. These tyres haven't got much grip in any conditions really, especially the grease. You know, it's even sort of slipperier than the actual wet condition. You think it would be better as the track dries, but that in between phase where it can be quite tricky. But our car was really planted there, and on the drier parts of the track like Graham Hill, we were really getting loads of good drive, you know, towards Surtees there. So I had a couple of good runs, but of course it's wet offline, so you try to make the move and you sail down the inside. You're taking a chance and you're waiting for the car to grip up on the dry part, so you're taking a massive risk. And of course semi-finals not the final, so you know, maybe the next race we can make some more risk, but that race there was important to finish as hard as possible and keep it clean obviously, and start higher up at the final.
It's going to be the outside for the final. It was the slower of the two semis with the safety car, as I was just saying to Michael. Is it better on that outside line? Is there more of a racing line on the outside off the start?
I think it's probably a touch drier, maybe you could argue, because of the way the pit wall is, but I think it's going to probably dry out if it carries on the way it is. There's a lot of sunshine out there now, and it's quite warm as well for October as well. Normally it's quite a lot colder this time of year. Tape up radiators, etc., to keep the temps down. Temps up. So yeah, we'll see what the race brings, but looking forward to the final. Best here was P3 in 2016, so I'd like to go, you know, 1 or 2 better obviously, and get my name on the board. And now I'm going to just go for it. I've nothing to lose at all. So yeah, let's have it.
How much do you look? One final question. How much do you look at, you know, who you're going to be up against in the final? Because semi-final 1 was going on when you were presumably in the holding area, sitting in your car, going through mindset and everything else.
Yeah.
So did you actually see the result of SF1?
Yeah, I saw Max on the live stream there. I was watching it till later on, sort of see what the track's like, etc. But there's probably 10-15 drivers up, you know, that are within a, you know, 3-4 tenths or something like that. So you know, it's anyone's race really, and you know, it's like the final. It's full of potential, you know, chaos and crashes, and so.
Please don't.
No, but you know, obviously it's always full of incidents. You know, it's a one-off race, isn't it? So people want to win, but of course you've got to be there at the last lap, not sending down the inside and start the race. At the same time, you've got to make moves, so it's being calculated and aggressive, but you know, using your brain as well. So I'll certainly, you know, using my experience now, 10-11 years of racing Formula Ford to my advantage maybe, and hopefully we'll be there at the end.
Look forward to seeing you on the final. Chris Middlehurst, thanks ever so much indeed. Whistle's going for the next Formula coming up. We've got one more interview to do. David McCullough to join us, winner of the heat yesterday, and another visit to the podium. Well done, David. Led for so long, but third position, third row for the final. That's not a bad result.
No, quite happy with that. So just a pity the safety car come out there in that race, because I was 1.2 seconds ahead, and after that come out, I lost a bit of temperature in my tyres. I was trying to wave about to get a bit of temperature on them, but just didn't get enough into them or keep enough on them. And
you kept on. I mean, we lost Abdul, didn't we, after the safety car? He was up near you on the restart, and then we lost him.
I never actually seen what happened to him. I just happened to look in my mirrors and I seen Michael behind me, and then Chris, they got by me up into Clearways there, so that just slid up inside of me. But look, as it's quite happy with third. So straight, as you say, I'm starting by the third row for the final. You never know what could happen. There could be a bit of mix-up in the front row or final or that there. Stranger things has happened.
David, great to speak to you. Well done on third position in our second semi-final. That was the finish line semi-final, and thanks to Avon Tyres for sponsoring semi-final 1 here at Brands Hatch. We're looking forward to the final. We've got the last chance race to come yet, and of course the historic final before we get to the main final as well. The modified Fords are on track, so let's hand you back to Scott in the commentary box. Over to you, Scott.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, our third and final race of the weekend for the ever amazing Modified Ford series. I've run out of superlatives for this series because it is wonderful to see so many great Fords in the mix. This is for groups B and C. This is for some of the cars that you saw racing yesterday, including our race winner, which was James Allen, who starts in pole position. That is the grid for the Formula Ford Festival, not the modified Ford. So we will run you through the grid, at least I've got on my screen here, so which is James Allen, who starts in his Ford Focus, which he called yesterday. I think we formed a new hashtag, which is hashtag basically a touring car, as he said yesterday. Rob Lewis, of course, back in the commentary box here with me once again, so good to have him back here. So James Allen then, who starts on pole alongside the winner from the race, one of the race earlier on, or the top of his group earlier on, which was Steve Goldsmith in his Ford Anglia. Next we have then Kester Cook in his Super B Plus class Ford Fiesta. He's alongside Jack Gadd in the Escort Mark 1 RSR. Row 3's Andy Pipe in his Mark 1 Escort, and Paul Neville in his Ford RS 2000. In fact, here it is. So we've got the Allen and Goldsmith on the front row, Kester Cook and Jack Gadd. That'll stroll through as I go through. So Pipe and Neville on row 3. Chris Baker, it comes next in 7th on the grid. And Chris Baker in his Escort Mark 3 RS 1600, and Wayne Crabtree in his Escort Mark 1. Moving on to row 5, we've got Will Arif, a former Formula Ford Festival long-time racer himself. He starts an ST150. Nick Proudlock, who starts in his Escort Mark 1, starts on the 5th row of the grid. Gary Johnson in another Escort Mark 1 comes next on the 6th row, alongside the Mark 6 ST of Rob Taylor for start 12th. Row 7 sees Mike Thurley in his Escort Mark 1 Zack Speed, alongside Super Tune Motorsport boss Colin Tester in his Fiesta ST150. Then it's row 8 for Lewis Clark in another ST150, and Justin Fuller in his Ford Puma. And then following that, we've got 2 more ST150s, Tim Sandu in car 12 and Richard Sanders in car 30. It would have been Rob Lewis on the grid in 10th place, but he's decided to sit this one out for this side. So it'll be Nick Wall all by himself in car 7, in car 158 this time on the 10th row of the grid. Kevin Hatfield in his Ford Puma, and Julian Fisher and another ST150 is on the 11th row of the grid. Row 12 is John Turner in 711, and Mark Hatfield in his Ford Puma again, so Escort Mark 4 and Puma respectively. Gary Littlewood then comes next, so we stroll through towards the back of the grid once more with the last few cars. So car 75 is the Fiesta SE of Gary Littlewood, Chris Burley in his ST150, Jimmy Neofaitu in his Mark 1 Fiesta, Brian Lilly, who retired from the race earlier on, in his Sierra Cosworth RS 500, then Malcolm Wise in his Sierra Sapphire Cosworth, Oliver Bullion in his ST150. In the back of the grid, the bright pink Focus ST, can't miss it. That'll be from the back of the grid, Rory Jose as well. Rob, since the first race earlier on today, you've got a few bits of information for us based on what's happening in the grid.
Absolutely. So obviously Neil Jessup was missing from that second race. I caught up with Neil quickly before I came up to the commentary box. He's out with a head gasket. I'm just looking outside the window here. I think they are going to go for 2 formation laps, aren't they? So as you can see, the track is quite greasy as well. You will also notice the pink Focus ST right at the back. That's Rory Jose. I caught up with him earlier. Now, there was a bit of an issue with qualifying because he missed his race yesterday with the gearbox issues. He's doing the 2 races today, and there was a bit of a mix-up. He should have actually started last on the grid for the race earlier, and he should have been on his qualifying time for this one. There was a bit of a clerical error, as you do. It's a very busy meeting, so he's going to start from the back, and I'll tell you what, Scott, look out for fireworks from that man there. And, of course, Kevin Hadfield, that lovely little red Puma, was involved in a bit of action coming out of Druids yesterday. Yours truly had a bit of a pirouette up at Druids as well, but man, luckily Team Hatfield Motorsport have got that Puma back together, and Kevin is out there joining this immaculate grid of modified Fords. It's Fiestas, Pumas, Sierras, Focuses, you name it. A real eclectic mix of cars in this grid, and some fantastic drivers.
I've always said when I've ever seen this series, I have got a bit of a soft spot for a fast Ford, and particularly this really hits the spot when it comes to a series. In terms of own personal favourite series, particularly ones that have joined the BRSCC recently, and across the board, BRSCC has some fantastic series, and we love them equally just as much as everyone else. But in terms of my own personal enjoyment, in terms of series, there are a few that I quite like. In some cases, a little bit more than the others that I enjoy in general. And I have to say, modified Fords, ever since they joined, there's something about this paddock and this grid that I always enjoy every time it's on track, because you're absolutely right. It's the eclectic mix of cars that you have. Look, there's a Ford Sierra RS 500 Cosworth in between ST150s, a Mark 1 Fiesta, a Sierra Sapphire Cosworth. You've got a Focus RS at the front, you've got a Focus ST at the back, you've got Escort Mark 1s and Mark 2s, Sierras, a Ford Anglia. It's a brilliant mix of cars, different generations of Escorts, Mark 3s and Mark 4 Escorts. So many different cars here, all relatively evenly matched across different classes, and they're all going to explode into life in a few moments' time as we get race number 3 underway in a second.
James Allen on that front row, that car does look mean, doesn't it? Those LED lights on the front, and that is old and new on the front row as they get underway. We're just waiting for the lights to go out. And they do. Now listen to the roar of the Ford machinery as they jump into life and head down towards Paddock Hill Bend. How are they going to fend on this really greasy track as they turn in, tippy-toeing around Paddock Hill Bend for the first time? But it's James Allen clearing off into the lead as we head up into Druids.
So Allen then on his toes in the focus. One car's off in the gravel to the outside, didn't see who it was. And big slide for Steve Goldsmith under brakes and towards Druids for the first time. But he holds on to P2 ahead of the very fearsome Mark 1 RSR space frame car, who always gets very out of shape. Jack Gadd just about catches it, but he lets Kester Cook, and also looks like that's both Will Arif going through as well, and also Paul Neville. So they're all trying to stick to the dry line here as they come out of Graham Hill Bend, up towards the left-hander at Surtees for the first time. And James Allen being very tentative here. He's got a lot of power under that right foot. So, of course, compared to what happened yesterday when he had that massive tank slapper, he's taking it a bit more cautiously. I would imagine so after the tank slapper he had yesterday, but this track is drying. There is a dry line forming, so you're kind of wondering what cars in this field are running with the semi-slick tyres like your Dunlop Derezes, your Toyo AAA Rs, as we just see. I think that was Tim Sandu getting a bit crossed up there in the white Fiesta. I could be wrong, but you'll see those quicker cars come through that maybe gambled on slicks as they come roaring down the front straight for the first time. That beautiful Shell liveried Sierra RS500 go down the inside of Lewis Dart. That was so tight on the pit lane exit there. Also down the inside of the red Fiesta. I'm just trying to make that one out and back up the hill. But James Allen has cleared off into the distance. What a start from him. He's looking to make it 2 from 2 in the races this weekend in that Focus. He's had a bit of bad luck with gearbox issues and so on and so forth, but he's really got that Focus back together and flying at the front. Yep, the 3 seconds out in front. One of their Scott Mark was the massive tank slap. Around it goes. Trying to capture the number. It's number 36 that's gone around, Gary Johnson, and incredibly everyone missed him. Off the road goes Will Avril in the number 7 ST150. He's got Jack Gadd and the rather bemused Wayne Crabtree watching on. In fact, we've got 3 Escort Mark 1s in different specifications behind him. So Jack Gadd in the space frame Mark 1 RSR chassis, and the 2 regular chassis cars, which is Wayne Crabtree in the Golf colours and the black and white car of Andy Pipe in there too. Good to see that car up after the last time I saw that car for this weekend. It was in a cloud of smoke at Anglesey a year ago. And James Allen setting the fastest lap of that race with a 59.152. So the track is drying. You're getting a dry line in there, but it looks like we may have the safety car in front of us looking to appear. We've got yellow flags out on circuit, so yes, the safety car boards are out, so we are looking to have the safety car at some point, although James Allen has certainly below us in the commentary box. They haven't caught the leader as such, so they're just waiting for that to go around us. That RS500 going very slow there. It might well be him just running wide just to give the fact. Right, there's the problem. That looked to me like it's possibly Paul Neville's car that's come to a stop just on the entrance to Surtees. I'm not going to look up out the window. Yeah, there is a car stopped that's just on the outside entering Surtees. We didn't catch the back of it, and if it is Paul Neville's car, it has a rear wing. I'm looking around on the rest of the grid, and I can't quite see who else it might be. Yes, it is Paul Neville's car, unfortunately. So Paul Neville, the man behind the modified Ford series, he's put together a magnificent group of cars, and he really has played a blinder with this series, particularly ever since he created it a couple of years ago. And it's inspired so many people, regardless of what Ford they've got, provided it's 2011 aged or older, to come out, because there's always a class to them, always somebody to race with. And so this is a really wonderful home for anyone that's got a race-prepared Ford car, whether it's converted from a road car or even a purpose-built race car. Paul's done a fantastic job, and it's won plaudits and awards within the club racing community, and no wonder, because it's been such a great, very varied mix, and people just keep flocking to it and bringing cars like James Allen's Focus, and Rob Burley bringing his Escort WRC, and we get Escort Cosworths and Space Frame Mark 1s. The variety of cars that turns up in this series is absolutely mega. It is absolutely superb, as we can just see the safety car, James Allen catching up with the safety car. Yes, but from a personal point of view, it's why I wanted to join this series, the way they structure their entry fees, the way they do the class system. It's such a friendly paddock as well, and of course, there's nothing better than being on a BRSCC package during the Formula Ford Festival weekend. We have had some great racing here this weekend, not just from the modified Fords, from the brilliant Formula Ford historic and the current races as well. The Fiestas, the Fiesta Juniors, it's just a wonderful package to be on, as we see Justin Fuller's Puma there. He had a bit of a rotation earlier in the race today. I caught up with him quickly. They were just sorting the alignment out on that car. He thinks he had the front left upright was a bit loose, so they were just sorting that car out as well. But you'll notice a lot of these cars, you may see a few of them sort of going offline trying to cool down their wet tyres, and you'll also see some of the quicker boys there. They won't be worried about it. They'll stay on the nice dry line if they've opted for slicks. Now, the one man to keep a lookout, where's Rory Jose? According to the live feed, he is 18th. Correct me if I'm wrong. It does look like it. Where's our man Rory?
He is indeed 18th place, and he's
Correct.
got a quickest lap of a 1 minute 7.0424. So I know he was talking about running out on slicks, so it could well be the big gamble for him may pay off later into this race.
Potentially, it's not long to go. In fact, there he is at the back of the shot. You can't miss it. It's the bright pink Focus ST right at the back with the black bonnet. Watch for him to carve his way through. And of course, now the safety car's bunched everyone back up together again. The horsepower advantage he has over several of these Fiestas and Pumas means that he might well be on his toes quicker than everyone, several of the cars in front. So he might well pick off 3, 4, dare I say even more cars on the restart in the first couple of corners, because he will have the power and the pace in that car to pick his way through. So I wouldn't be surprised if he gets up there in the next couple of laps somewhere near the top 10.
Sorry to interrupt there, Scott. I was just looking out the window. I think the lights are out on the safety car, correct me if I'm wrong. They have got Paul Neville's car towed and out the way into the pits, so unless they're going to go... Oh, no, the safety car's pulled in, so we are going to get a restart on this lap. So it's James Allen to restart this brilliant field of modified Fords from Steve Goldsmith. And Kester Cook is up to third. He's really giving it big guns from the Fiestas after David Guthrie's magnificent race 2 earlier on. Kester Cook is also up there in the Big Skids Racing Team EcoBoost powered Fiesta. He's going great guns, and good to see Colin Tester up there as well.
Good stuff so far then from the number 7 machine, which is off the road very slightly in the first couple of laps, but he's now looking to the outside of the Golf liveried Mark 1 of Wayne Crabtree. And running wide there is Jack Gadd. He might let both Will Crabtree through, but he got twitchy too on the exit of Druids down towards Graham Hill Bend. The outside line right now is still the quicker line for some of these cars to take. Case in point, Wayne Crabtree goes round the outside and picks up another place up into 4th place now. His next target surely is to get on the overall podium and get himself past Kester Cook if he can. Meanwhile, I've noticed that James Allen on the restart, he's not getting away from Steve Goldsmith. That Anglia, it might be quite diminutive in size, but you said about power to weight ratio earlier, regardless of how much power it's got, it can still pack a punch in a straight line, and if it can go toe-to-toe with one of these fast cars like James Allen's car, which sets the fastest lap of the race, yeah, it was 7/10 off, but in the corners, it's probably just as quick, if not maybe a tad quicker.
He's going great guns, isn't he? You can see the car really squirreling as it comes out of the corner, getting that back end kicked out. It could well be that Steve has gambled on those slick tyres, and as the dry line appears on this circuit, you'll see the slick boys come in. As I keep on saying, there is Andy Pipes making a move. Is that down the inside of Jack Gadd up into Druids? It does look like it, just looking out the window there. He couldn't quite get the move done, but Colin Tester is there in the background, just waiting to pounce and make a mistake. Chris Baker there in the Mark III RS 1600. That is anything but an RS 1600. Incidentally, that is a Duratec sequential, the full works, but that is a monster car, and great to see Chris up there also in 10th place currently as they lead them back around. Let's look at the gap now. So James Allen is 1 second, so he's pulled out a bit of a gap now on Steve Goldsmith, up to 1 second from Kester Cook, who is another second behind, as we see on the screen, Rory Jose, and another fastest lap of the race from James Allen. So that tells me this track is drying, and drying fast.
So the gamble on slicks certainly paid off, and as I thought he would do, Rory Jose picks off 1, 2, 3 cars on the pit straight and goes from 5th to 12th literally in the blink of an eye, just like that. So
What
great
a
stuff
legend.
from Rory, and the slick tyre certainly working. His next target is going to be the... In fact, that's 11th now, in fact, because some of the cars dropped back. So his next target is going to be Chris Baker in that Escort, and the next cars in front of him are the likes of Mike Thurley, Justin Fuller, and then you've got Colin Tester before the rest of the pack comes through. So the top 2 pulled away a little bit. Wayne Crabtree's in a little bit of no man's land in 4th. Then this next group of cars headed up by Jack Gadd in P5. This is the next group that Rory's going to have to try and pick his way through now, for currently in 11th place. But given the power advantage he's got, give him a bit of clear track and he will absolutely fly.
Absolutely, but the one thing he's got to factor in as well, as you correctly said there, the higher up the order you go, the more difficult cars are going to be to pass. Not in terms of power, but there are some drivers on this grid, I'll tell you that. I mean, we saw in that first race, Wayne Crabtree, that fight between 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th place. Round the outside of Chris Baker and passes him like he's not even there. Fantastic, Rory. He's got the 2 cars in front of him, which is Justin Fuller and Mike Thurley there. As they go down into Paddock Hill Bend, you could certainly see a dry line appearing now. It's still a little bit twitchy as we go back up the hill. Colin Tester still sat there, very impressive in 7th place, considering that car is running on standard Fiesta power. What a driver Colin is. Fantastic to see there. Back down the hill there with Rory down the inside of Mark Thurley. Nice little move. Can he get it to pay off into Graham Hill? Not quite. Bit of a puff of smoke, but he's getting more confident as we go back down, squeezing there a little bit. That was a bit tasty, wasn't it, Scott?
had to really stand on the brakes not to make any contact there. And the blue flags waving furiously. I think that's possibly one of the Hadfields and their Puma moving out of the way.
Yeah, indeed.
So that is them with some sensible driving. Of course, the rule is with blue flags, it's the slower car stays where it is. It's all the faster cars to make their way around them without making contact or getting in the way. So Jose now, for his next trick, he's going to go past the Puma and the Escort in one go. So that's 2 more places taken up, and he moves up now into 8th position. Next target is Colin Tester in that potentially standard-powered ST150, and I'm certain that with the different golfing power between these 2 cars, it might not be too long before he's past him, I'm certain, before the end of a lap.
Absolute bonkers power in that Focus. You can hear it as it comes outside our commentary box. It also almost tears the roof off of it. But his fastest lap there is a 1:01. Our leader of the race, James Allen, has set the fastest so far, which is a 57.2. So he's got a bit of catching up to do. Yeah, Steve Goldsmith, look at him trying to keep up with James Allen. The gap is still only 1.2 seconds there. The LED lights at the front of that photo. It does look mean, doesn't it, as he comes tearing down the straight. Steve Goldsmith in hot pursuit with Kester Cook, an impressive third, and he sets the fastest lap of the race. Steve Goldsmith, he's really going great guns. Fantastic.
This is one of the cars of the weekend, this little Ford Anglia. Fantastic stuff from Steve Goldsmith, who is keeping with a several hundred horsepower. I'm certain it's an X-Time Attack Ford Focus, I think.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
So this X-Time Attack Ford Focus is being kept honest by a little Ford Anglia that is wiggling its tail around the exit of Paddock Hill Bend and Druids into Grave Hill Bend. He's keeping up with him. That's not second anymore. He's on his toes and with him. Now, either that's a problem developing, or it's just the better grip and handling for Steve Goldsmith's car. Is it going to be David beating Goliath here for a second? There's 3.5 minutes to go. There's traffic coming up. And Steve Goldsmith, who I thought it wasn't going to be possible a few laps ago, quite genuinely, he's all over the back of James Allen.
Look at him
sideways go. Exiting through clearways and Clark. This is genuinely one of the races of the weekend, purely just for these moments alone. Past the back mark as they go.
Oh, that was superb. Sorry to cut in there, Scott. That was absolutely brilliant. And you could even see in the background Steve Goldsmith, another fastest lap. That is a 56.201. That track is really getting nice and grippy for those guys now, as we see Rory Jose in the shot there. Where's he got up to? So he has got past. Colin Tester's actually dropped down to... Where's he got down to? According to the live timing, we're down to 9th. So Andy Piper, Mike Thurley, still ahead of him, but Rory Jose up to 6th now as Steve Goldsmith all over the back of James Allen. It's only that particular part of the circuit that James Allen seems to lose a bit of that time.
Yeah, meanwhile, whilst that happens, Rory Jose continuing to his charge. He's just got past Jack Gaffer 5th. Next target will be Wayne Crabtree in his Mark 1 Golf. For the 3rd time, sideways at McLaren corner. And even then he's done that twice, and he's still set the fastest lap of the race. So this is magnificent stuff from Steve Goldsmith.
Oh, what a driver, Steve, mate. He's getting a big round of applause from me after this.
And again!
55.894. Steve, you are getting a hug from me afterwards, mate. That is fantastic. That's Rory Jose coming into shot there, so he's still making his way up the grid as we go down into Paddock Hill Bend. The only other thing going into the later part of this race, you've got the slower cars as Steve just creeps down the inside. Rory Jose sets the fastest lap of the race now. That's a 55.4 as Steve Goldsmith getting it all crossed up outside of Druids. Don't throw it away now, Steve. Breathe. Don't throw it away now, Steve.
If there's a driver of the weekend in Modern Ford, I declare it now. If Paul Neville's listening, give it to this man right here, because so far Steve Goldsmith is putting on massive entertainment here. Not only getting sideways, but keeping this several hundred horsepower X-Time Attack Focus incredibly honest, and he's going for a 4th slide as many laps around McLaren corner. Absolutely going for it. But even so, it seems to be that style he's driving it is the fast way for him to drive it, because it's getting him fastest laps of the race as the circuit continues to keep on drying up quicker and quicker. Rory Jose now trying to catch up now to Kevin Cooper. What's his lap time compared to him? Cook's done a 58.0. The last lap for Jose was a 55.4. He'll go across the line in a second to see what lap gap he's got as the top 2 come back up towards Druids. Across the line goes Jose. There's a 55.2. He's taken nearly 3 seconds out of Kester Cook. The gap is it's 9.9 seconds. I think at this point, Rob, his charge might well end here.
Battle for the lead. Steve Goldsmith right on the back of James Allen. Now it could well be that when they're coming offline to deal with these slower cars, there's just a little bit of hold up there. But Steve Goldsmith all over the back of James Allen, and we've got a big gaggle of slow cars there. They don't have to move out the way. It's up to the faster cars to get around them. So this really could be an issue for James Allen. Steve Goldsmith. Now let's watch him round into clearways now. Let's see how sideways he gets it this time. Look at him go. Superb.
Yeah, that was a bit sort of, it wasn't quite as smooth at that time, but he got twitched and then twitched again. But James Allen is pretty blocked by the faster cars, and they get around the outside of the Puma and the Focus. Look at the way that Steve Goldsmith closes up the momentum. He might look round the outside here. They're on to the last lap of the race. I don't want it to end at this point because it's fantastic stuff between these two. They're battling through the traffic as the James Allen, it literally is David versus Goliath. The big, powerful Ford Focus RS Rory Jones, another new fast lap of the race, a 54.541 as action everywhere you look as Goldsmith has a little peek up the inside to try and get through. There's still 2 more ST150s to get around here, but it's now, look at this, Focus versus Anglia, another twitch from Goldsmith, in towards Greypool Bend. He gets held up by the 2 ST150s. Can he go around the outside? He's going to be squeezed onto the curb. He can't get it stuck, but he gets the traction on the dry part of the circuit. It's Allen on the wet, Goldsmith on the dry. They're back up the inside of both the 2 back markers. Through the left hand side they go, and still getting through if he can. He just about gets through. They've just about got through, and I think with best efforts from Steve Goldsmith, I think morally he's the winner because he's put on a fantastic display. I can't wait to hear his reaction from Richard in the pit lane at the end of this race. There's one of the ST140's gone around, 141's gone around, but in a great battle of David versus Goliath. Goliath wins it this time. James Allen, his second win of the weekend in the Modified Ford Series. What a drive from Steve Goldsmith in the fantastic little Anglia to get second place. It is Kester Cook third, and a drive from the back of the grid to fourth. What an effort. That could also be contender for driver of the day as well. Rory Joseph from the back of the grid to fourth, and by far the fastest lap of the race with a 54.5. Rest of the pack goes through. Oh, what a field and what a race.
And breathe, and breathe. What a fantastic race from the Modified Ford Squad. Oh, Andy Pipe on the last lap, spinning coming out of Clearways. Save it. Oh, a full 360 in the car, number 38, the unique livery car there, just about gets it going again.
10!
Absolutely, that was superb there, guys. But Modified Fords, if you're listening to this, if you're watching it on the live stream, give yourselves a round of applause. That was a fantastic race, and James Allen, well done. 2 great victories, and Steve Goldsmith, what a lad he is, what a driver in that beautifully prepared Anglia. Guys, big pats on the back. This has been superb to watch and great to commentate on.
I'll tell you what, and again, I'll make the pitch to Paul Neville. If you do award driver of the day, my vote without question, I'm certain it's Rob's as well. Steve Goldsmith in that Anglia, wonderful stuff. This car, of course, was the race winner, and so he definitely earned it. But he was certain, even he will admit, he would have been looking at his mirrors thinking, oh crikey, that Anglia's getting a bit close, isn't he? And so that would have been all the way through. So I can't wait to hear what Steve has got to say about that race, because he would have loved every second of that, as will James as well, of course. Even though, yes, it's a bigger, faster car, he would have actually been secretly enjoying that. Well, he'll openly enjoying it, because it was such an amazing race and back to forth. So the cars come in. I think this might be the last time the Modified Fords are out this season, if I'm correct. I think.
Yeah, that's the last time.
So if that's the case, a massive thank you on behalf of the BRSCC to Paul Neville, to everyone involved in the series. You've been absolutely superb this year. Here's the final results of the season then. James Allen in the Focus RS wins, but only by 0.6 per second from old Dancy, at least the driver of the race, Steve Goldsmith, in second place. Kester Cook gets the final podium spot. All 3 of the top 3 are class winners. The Rory Joseph at the back of the grid to fourth. What a drive that was with fastest lap. Then Wayne Crabtree, Jack Gadd, Thurley, Baker, Tester and Pike rounding out the top 10, despite the spin on the last lap. Nick Wall, Justin Fuller, Will Arif, Nick Proudlot, Lewis Clark, Mark Hadfield, Tim Sandu, Gary Johnson, Richard Sanders, and Oliver Bullion round out the top 20. And then further back we go to 21st and Rob Taylor, Julian Fisher, Chris Burley, Gary Littlewood, Malcolm Wise, Jimmy Fitu, and Kevin Hadfield. And we lost Brian Lilly in the RS 500 and Paul Neville parked up in the Escort Mark II. But I'm sure he got just as entertaining a race watching that as he was being part of it.
Absolutely.
Of course, Rob, once again, you've been fantastic in the commentary box, and again all season with the C1s as well. And we'll certainly see more of you next weekend and next season, of course. One person I hope we'll see more of as well this season, along with the Modified Fords, is Richard John Neal, and he's down there with our top 3. I can't wait to hear from this 3. Richard, you've got some stories to hear here. This should be fantastic.
Thanks very much indeed, Scott. So here we are, and James and the boys are all having a handshake and a manly hugs and all that kind of stuff down there. I'm going to go and get James, so bear with me. They're rightly celebrating. We get you guys down there for a quick chat. Well done, James. Gate vault. Congratulations. Let's get you in front of our studio position here. A second win, well done on that, but you've been given a workout with the little Anglia.
Yeah, I mean, last time we was here I was surprised by that thing, but yeah, he was on my tail and he's on slicks as well. He's a brave man. Yeah, it started to dry out. Maybe slicks could have been the option, but I don't know what state they're in, but yeah, they worked. The wets worked.
Good weekend's racing for you though, isn't it, to come away? But it's multi-class racing, plenty of traffic to deal with, so it's not a question of driving off.
There was a cluster that I kind of had to manoeuvre through. at some stage. I think it was down here. I don't quite remember. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it's hard.
It looks like it. First breathless driver I think we've spoken to today. Obviously getting the car, giving you a bit of a workout. Is there much to do when you take this home, or is it fairly low maintenance?
We're going to strip it down. We got lots coming for next year. Lots. Yeah, that's all we'll say about that.
As if you weren't quick enough already.
Oh, we want to be quicker. We certainly want to be a lot quicker.
Let's put the perspective on it. It's class racing, and so lots of classes. So somebody can come in with a car from another championship, fairly standard, less modified, and win their class.
Yeah, absolutely. Anybody can win, as it just shows. I think it was talking to him yesterday. It was 1960, I think, that Anglia, 2010 car. Yeah, it just goes to show anyone can win here. We just need to get Dave Cockle back now and have a bit of a play with him as well.
That'll be good to see. Well done, James. Brilliant to see. Well done on the podium. Let's have a word with Steve Goldsmith in second position. Steve, let's get you down. A car which is going to, you're getting told to do. Let's get you in front of the banner here so that we get a proper view. Congratulations, Steve. The Anglia obviously is a favourite of a lot of people. Those of us that are long in the tooth like me remember them back in the day, and the youngsters identify with it through the Harry Potter films and everything else. But I understand 1960 car, is that right?
61, yeah. 1961, yeah.
And what's inside?
Smith & Jones 2.6, normally aspirated engine.
The key thing that strikes me when we get classics and moderns going together is we look at the Focus that Steve was driving, and you think of it in terms now as not a particularly big car, but when you see the Anglia next to it, the Anglia is diminutive, isn't it? The cars were that much smaller, and does that add to the handling? Is that what you prefer?
It makes it hard work because the contact patch on the track is a lot smaller. These bigger cars are a lot easier to drive. That race there, that was really hard work.
It looked like it. What sort of mods have you had to do to the car? Have you? What's the ownership history of it?
I built it as a mess around car to start with, and then during lockdown I turned it into this. It just makes me laugh every time I drive it. Yeah, it's just a funny car, and I really enjoy it. Underneath it's all homemade. There's nothing off the peg for these cars, so you have to make it, try it, make it again, and then it turns into what it is now.
So was a Ford Anglia sort of on your list of things to do?
No, it wasn't. I got talking to Paul. I wanted to go racing, and I had a Mark II Escort and this was a blank canvas, so I chose that.
What was it like underneath? Because I know on the classic oval racing side they struggle to get one that's rot free.
Well, I bought that car 18 years ago and did nothing with it. I bought it off a friend. It was in his garage, all sandblasted, so I knew exactly what I was buying. It was a quality shell, it really was.
It's a great car, great to watch.
Thank you.
And very well driven.
Thank you very much.
Steve, congratulations on it, Peter, and thanks for coming and having a chat with us in your wonderful car. Kester Cook was there. Let's have a word with Kester. A little round of applause as well. We can do that on camera. Let's get you over here, Kester. First visit to the podium, very welcome indeed, and what a fantastic mix of cars. Tell us about your race car.
It's a bit of a mishmash. It's got a 1.6 EcoBoost engine in it and a Sadev sequential gearbox. Ex-German Cup car, so one of 8 built for endurance racing, all the air jacks and that sort of stuff. But yeah, it's a good little car, and it's taken a little while to develop it, but it's almost there now. So a bit more development work on it. Hopefully be able to get it on some slicks at some time, because I've not raced on slicks yet. So that'll be interesting. That might give me a couple of seconds. So. See how it goes, really.
Going back to the history of the car, did you import it from Germany, or was it already here from someone else?
It was here from someone else, so I've got 2 of them. He got them, and I bought off of him. And SBD decided that it'd be a good idea to put an EcoBoost in it, and they've supplied me lots of bits, really good bits, and yeah, it's a flying machine. So it surprises a lot of people.
Yeah, it's great to see. It's just that the mix is great, and what a great race you guys had out there.
Yeah, it was. I wasn't looking forward to it because of the conditions at the start. No, I wanted it to be wet or dry. And I saw he was on slicks to start with, and I'm on a track day tyre. So it was a bit 50-50. He had grip somewhere where I didn't, and then vice versa. So it was enjoyable, I think. Yeah, got through it. Cars in one piece. we'll live to fight another day.
And hello, Mum, and goodbye, Mum, now. Kester, thanks very much for entertaining us and joining us on the podium. Kester Cook there, our third position driver. Sadly not time to go through all of our class winners, but absolutely mega race and a great show put on this weekend by the Modified Ford Series, and great to hear Rob up there in the commentary box as well. Talking in the commentary box, time to head up there again, and it's the first of our big trophy races. It's the historic final coming right up. So here with the grid and to run through some of the classic machinery that we're going to see in action once again. Here's Scott Woodwis.
Thank you very much, Richard. And now comes a very special race as part of this weekend. It is the first of our two finals for the Formula Ford Festival. It is the historic final sponsored by Race Parts. Now this, of course, is for a very sentimental trophy. It is for the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy. Brian Jones, of course, was the legendary voice of Brands Hatch. We'll go through that in a second. This is the grid. So Cam Jackson, then, he's undoubtedly one of the favourites for this, starts on pole position alongside and must be his biggest rival, Alan Davidson, on the front row of the grid. That will be fireworks on the front row. Dan Redder-Larsen and incredibly Tom MacArthur starting fourth. If he wins this, what a comeback it will be after yesterday's heat crash. Then Jonathan Miles and Mark Sawyer on the third row of the grid. The Goose, Mark Goosen's 1991 Formula Ford Festival champion, starting 7th in this race in the 1980 Duckham's Van Diemen, alongside Peter Lucas from Australia. The legend himself, Rick Morris, looking to go for a historic final win from 9th alongside Dieter Harkel from Germany, but it's Peter Bauer from Ireland, Derek Palmer from Scotland, rounding out the top 12 positions. Matthew Calley might have a chance at a good result. He'll start from 13th on the grid in his Super Classic A car. And 14th place is Oliver Chapman. In his Lola 200. Chris Goodwin, who was third in last year's historic final, will hope to try and do better for 15th on the grid. Sam Street alongside him in the nice 2 Swift. There's Steve Kite and Leanne McShane, some of the drivers that didn't really properly make it through in the races earlier on in the semis and also the progression races. So Steve Kite and Leanne McShane, Jonathan Barnes and Stuart Kestenbaum round out the top 20 in this historic final. And then going further back down the grid, we have Jonathan Nash and Lorna Vickers on the 11th row of the grid. Row 12 sees Bruce Connolly from Australia and Ben Hadfield on the 24th spot on the grid. Another one of our German drivers, Gerhard Hauschel, comes next in 25th, alongside Alan Slater in 26th. And the last few cars on the grid, Neil Richardson, also from Australia, James Vetterplace in 28th, Ian Geary in 29th in the car which is liveried up in exactly the same as Ian Taylor's car that won the festival back in 1972, the very first festival at Snetterton. And then right at the back of the grid, Peter Daly, BRSCC chairman and former historic final winner back in 2020. After he slid off into the gravel at the end of his progression race, he has to now come from 30th on the grid to pick his way through for a strong result. So, we mentioned Brian Jones. For those who know Brian Jones, he was the voice of Brands Hatch, he was the voice of the Formula Ford Festival, voice of Formula Ford all round, and he was someone who was always a distinctive voice on the microphone. He had those dulcet yet booming tones that everyone loved to sit and listen to, whether it was festival weekend, the various Grand Prix that happened here in the 80s and the 70s, also sports car races, British touring cars and everything else that happened before. I think we're going to get 2 formation laps for this, as again there has been some surface change in terms of track conditions. And he was someone who everyone loved, everyone respected in the community, and everyone adored seeing him. And he always had that typical phrase whenever you asked him how he was. And you could always tell he was good when he said the words tolerably well. And that was fantastic. And I hope up there he's tolerably well and looking down and smiling on the fact that there are 30 wonderful super classic Formula Fords here ready to battle for a trophy in his honour. It was established last year. The winner of that first race was, for the first time for the trophy, was Matt Rivette. But of course, as those saw yesterday, had that awful accident. For those who didn't see the beginning of the programme and want to know, he did declare on social media he has been released from hospital. He is okay, a little bit shaken up, but probably a little bit sore. Had to go to the hospital to get checked over. He did have a bit of a sore head after the incident, and thankfully he is okay. Whether the car will be, that's secondary, of course, because cars are replaceable, humans aren't. So thankfully Matt Rivette is okay. Of course, Tom McCarthy was involved in that. Incredibly, after the effort his mechanics put in, starts in 4th. If he goes on to win this, it will be the ultimate reward for his mechanics. But he's got some very tough drivers around him, particularly that front row of Cam Jackson and Alan Davidson. Those 3 in particular, plus also watching the likes of maybe even Rick Morris, and also in there too, Matt Cowley from 13th and Chris Goodwin from 15th. They'll be ones to watch out for as they work their way through. There's Rick Morris in car number 2. We saw Richard talk to him earlier on. And I'm sure that in typical Formula Ford style, that all these drivers will be going, as Brian Jones used to say, high, wide and handsome all the way through. And there's also a phrase that I heard Brian Jones say before, which was incredible during a race at Formula Fords on the circuit commentary. And it was a fantastic way to sum things up. which he simply said, chaos, confusion, mayhem, that's Formula Ford, ladies and gentlemen. Roll up and watch the fun. And it's going to be pretty fun here to see these 30 classic Formula Fords rock around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit for 15 laps to decide who wins this year's historic final and is the second recipient of the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy. So, Cam Jackson in white and yellow on pole position on the left. The Marlboro livery car of Alan Davidson, the Mondial, who's been monstering and hustling the newer P-Class cars all weekend, starts on the front row alongside him. Dan Renner Larsen from Norway, the yellow car on the left and third on the grid. And then Tom McCarthy, the white Van Diemen, just behind Alan Davidson on the right instead. The last few cars getting into place. Watch the likes of Mark Goosens, Rick Morris, Chris Goodwin, and of course Matthew Cowley. Peter Daly slotting into place at the back in 30th and last on the grid. The last few cars are in position. Time to decide our first big trophy winner of the festival weekend. The green flag is up. 30 cars, all set for 15 laps of the historic final of the BRSCC Formula Ford Festival 2022 to see who wins the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy. They blast off and away we go. It's a great start for Tom McCarthy, already getting Dan Renner Larsen off the grid. They charge down towards paddock for the first time. Good start for Mark Goosens and for Rick Morris, but straight into the lead from the front row goes Alan Davidson with Cam Jackson in second and Tom McCarthy in third. Down through Paddock Hill Bend, side by side up towards Druids already. Davidson on the wet part of the circuit lead the way, but still with both, as I expected, Cam Jackson and also they's run wide. So overall's the wet part of the circuit. Cam Jackson takes the lead. Tom McCarthy's up to second place already. It's Davidson third, Brennan Larsen fourth. Great start. I think it's up for Jonathan Miles in P5. It is. And a spin for Oliver Chapman. A spin up at Druids. He spins again at Grave Hill Bend. Thankfully, everyone's just about missed him. They go side by side. Oops, that's 141 straight into the back of him, Neil Richardson. And unfortunately, that's Neil Richardson, who was a bit sort of angst there, thinking, oh no, not a start to my festival historic final I wanted. But he's managed to get going again, but down at the back of the field, I think possibly 29th or 30th. Meanwhile, nose to tail, Jackson and Davidson and McCarthy, across the line they go to end the first lap. Davidson third, then it's Larsen, Miles, Sawyer, Lucas, Goosens, Harkle and Matt Cowley in 77 to round off the top 10. Rick Morris is into 11th place as well, side by side for the lead. Down the outside looks Tom McCarthy, but Cameron Jackson holds the inside line. Big switch back up the inside. Great move from Tom McCarthy. He's completely hooked with Cameron Jackson and he leads the historic final on lap 2. What a pass from Tom McCarthy at Druids hairpin. Fantastic move. Into the lead goes Tom McCarthy in the historic final of the Formula Ford Festival, and he might well start to run away with it now. Alan Davidson swings up the inside straight into second place. Cam Jackson is all arms and elbows. I think he's just stunned as wheel eye. Didn't even expect that at all. Tom McCarthy completely sold Cam Jackson a dummy. Up the inside he snuck and into the lead he goes. And already he's pulling the gap out in front. Wow, what a move that was, and there's still battles further back going on, and he does it while setting the fastest lap of the race, 53.879 in the lead. He gets now taken by Matthew Cowley, who's up to 6th place, so he's fired up after he had his troubles earlier on. He's another one to watch for from P6. So he well could be in contention here too. Also in the top 10 in 9th place there, the Duckham's car is Mark Goosens. He must be enjoying this, being in the thick of the action. Look at this fantastic field of 80s and 90s Formula Fords. It brings back so many wonderful memories of the festival. The proper heydays of the time when you had 140, 160, 180, 200 competitors turn up on a weekend. And of course, those are the glory days when the great man himself, Brian Jones, would have been commanding on the microphone, watching it all happen and guiding the spectators all around the circuit with the action at hand. Brilliant to watch all the way through. Got Rick Morris with Klaus-Dieter Harkle in the bright yellow Formula Ford just behind him. Cross the line they go to end lap number 3. Davidson sets the fastest lap of the race, 3/10 quicker than McCarthy. This could be a real back and forth battle here. Still got plenty of time to go. Under brakes, back into Paddock Hill Bend. The circuit drying quicker and quicker. So it's mostly damp out there, but there are drying patches coming up here as we turn through into the hairpin. This is the fight for 4th going on between Dan Renner Larsen, Jonathan Miles and Peter Lucas from Australia. Good to see one of our Australian friends getting up there in the mix for the top 5. Mark Goose is up to 7th now. Great stuff for him. Now what's happened to Matthew Cowley? He's dropped back a couple of places behind, I think that's Mark Sawyer and Rick Morris. And now he's under threat from Klaus-Dieter Harkle. So after a strong start up to P6, Cowley really dropping down to the bottom of the top 10 and outside it now. So that's a real shame. Cowley had such a brilliant start, but whether he's pushed too hard or there's a developing problem with that Van Diemen, either way, he's got a bit of an issue in that car, I think, and not really running the way he wants to. Out of the final couple of the corners into Clark Curve once again as he comes to the pit lane. He has. So Matt Cowley, I'm afraid that's his historic final over into the pit lane with a problem. And that's such a shame. He was doing such a great run from 13th on the grid up to 6th before he had that issue. Oops, that's Tom MacArthur. Tom MacArthur from the lead of the historic final spins up at Druids. And now that means Alan Davidson gets in front. Now, we didn't see the beginning of that. Whether there was a contact, I guess the big question is, did he jump or was he pushed? Because Tom MacArthur gets going again. He's now side by side with now Sam Street in the 2071 car. But that is now Tom MacArthur down the order. So Tom MacArthur from the lead of the race now spins the wee lead away, and now it's Alan Davidson versus Cameron Jackson at the head of the field for the historic festival final victory. The rest of the field goes through. 179, I think, is Leanne McShane. Then we've got Stuart. Red flag, race has been stopped. Red flag, race has been stopped. We haven't seen the reason why exactly just yet. But the race has been red flagged, so that means it will all come to a halt. There will have to be a restart here once we've cleared that up. Now, what's interesting is that they've red flagged it, I think, before. They've red flagged it before I think Lee has got across the line properly. So they threw the red flag, I think, and they've held Tom MacArthur as race leader. That's the reason why. Oliver Chapman's off the road, so that's his third spin in this in 2 races, I'm afraid. Oliver's had quite an eventful weekend. Another car off the road as well. Now, is that Lorna Vickers off the road? It's either Jonathan Miles or Lorna Vickers. It might well be Lorna Vickers, I think, potentially, so that's a shame. So this could be interesting because even though we had the spin, yeah, it is Lorna Vickers off the road, unfortunately. So Lorna's festival adventure, I'm afraid, comes to an end in the Paddock Hill Bend gravel trap. I know that Peter will be disappointed. Peter Daly will be disappointed to see his other half in the gravel trap, but she looks to extricate herself from the car okay. So the British GT safety car driver, unfortunately, not the way she wants to end her festival, but she's had a great time, I'm sure, so far. She's been getting quicker and quicker. She was able to share the front row with Peter in their progression race. They've had couple of good memories this weekend, and not the ideal way to end it, but I'm sure it'll be all smiles in the Kensington afterwards. So now we have an interesting scenario where the red flag was thrown, but it was before the next lap was completed. So it would have either been Alan Davidson or Cameron Jackson that crossed the line to be in the lead. But the fact that red flag went before essentially that lap was completed, so the order was frozen, and it keeps Tom MacArthur in front. Now, does that mean, because Tom MacArthur was running at the time of the red flag, does that mean that Tom MacArthur gets to restart this historic final and essentially get away with that spin and start from pole position on the restart? That would be very fascinating. Well, the red flag was thrown on lap 5, so it means that we should get 10 lap restart, provided we can get the car extricated as soon as possible. Chris Goodwin, you just saw on the left-hand side of the screen, has just come into the pit lane. So Chris Goodwin, who was 3rd in last year's historic final, might not get the chance to do that this year. The order at the red flag we should mention: Tom MacArthur was shown as the leader after 4 laps completed. Alan Davidson was 2nd, Cameron Jackson was 3rd, but it was Jonathan Miles in 4th position, Peter Lucas in 5th, Dan Brennan Larson was 6th. Mark Gooson's a great job so far in 7th place. He also leads his class as well. He leads Super Classic C by quite a margin. So Super Classic C leader was Mark Gooson's in that 1980 Duckham's Van Diemen. 8th is Mark Sawer, 9th is Rick Morris, and 10th is Klaus Dieter Harkel. Then we have the number 71 of Sam Street. Peter Barrable was showing as not running at that point as well. I'm certain that Oliver Chapman was off the road, which I think he was, yeah. So there's a few more cars that have stopped out on circuit somewhere, I think. Peter Barrable shows not working, but he was shown as 12th. Derek Palmer was 30th. Then it was Steve Kite, Leanne McShane, Stuart Kestenbaum, Jonathan Barnes, Jonathan Nash. Chris Goodwin was 19th. There was Bruce Conley, Lorna Vickers, who sadly won't take the restart, being out of the race. Peter Daly was up to 22nd at that point. And James Fetter placed Oliver Chapman, who, if that is his car in the gravel, won't be going any further from 24th. Then Alan Slater, Ian Geary, Gerhard Hausschult, and then Ben Hatfield and Matt Cowley was in the pit lane, and I think incredibly he was still on the lead lap. So if he does manage to get back out again, he is in the pit lane and he might possibly be able to take the restart potentially. Neil Richardson was the other one in car 141. Now there's a few marshals that are gathered up here on, looks like on the exit Paddock Hill Bend up towards Druids. Does that suggest that there's been some fluid that's dropped down between here? I wonder if possibly maybe someone's dropped a bit of fluid here at the first few corners, and because of that, that's what's caused both spins for Oliver Chapman and Lorna Vickers off into the gravel trap. I wonder if it's fluid, because the marshals wouldn't be out there unless it was for a reason. I suspect they were lining up in sort of like a racing line arrangement, so to speak, up the track from the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend up towards where they are at Druids there. I imagine possibly, is it going to be for a bit of a clear up for some fluid? There might be, I don't know if you can see, just there's a bit of a line possibly in the middle of the screen. There's a bit of a line, possibly some fluid or oil or something that's been dropped down. If that's the case, it's possibly gone straight on. So I wonder if it's maybe fluid or something that's come out, whether it's water, oil, coolant, something else that's come out of this car, or one of these cars which can't make it through. So either that, or I wonder if it's simply just some instructions from the marshals to kind of get themselves together, I imagine. Either way, I thought it was fluid, but I know there is one or two buckets I can see out there just at the, yes, you can see at the top of the screen there, the marshal just now drawing out a white line of quick dry solution, powder, which is they use to clear up fluid and oil spills on the circuit. So there is some oil, so as if the circuit wasn't treacherous enough with damp and drying patches on the circuit, now there's a line of dried up oil to try and fix here. The two cars, you see Lorna Vickers there on the left in the helmet with the blue race suit. She is okay, so she's out of the car, just a simple spin into the gravel. But her car, her Van Diemen, is going to be retrieved here from the gravel trap. So it's never easy with these red flag periods, because when you've had that adrenaline built up and you're right in the moment of the race and you've had that 3 or 4 laps, when it suddenly has to come to a halt due to a red flag, your adrenaline is pumping so much that you have to try and psych yourself up and keep yourself in the zone as much as possible in order to get yourself ready to go racing once again. And that's not always the easiest thing to do in many cases, particularly when you're in such a close fight for the lead. As you can see here, the quick dry solution is being laid down to clear up the oil or the fluid. I think it is possibly oil, whatever it is. I think I got that line right just there, just leading that was in the middle of the screen. So it's some kind of fluid that's been dropped down and it's been quickly scrubbed up. And I imagine that the quick dry is obviously going to get a little bit damp, given the fact it's being scrubbed onto a damp but drying circuit. And that'd be pretty tricky. There is Oliver Chapman's car that's been recovered. He's had quite the eventful couple of races. He had that spin-off in the semi-final, and then he had the spin at Graham Hill Bend on the first lap, which saw Neil Richardson hit the back of his car. And I wonder, it's just, no, I was going to say if it was possibly him that dropped the fluid, but then if it was, his car would not be off the road where it is. So, because either he spun on his own fluid or someone has dropped that fluid further up the road, and both Lorna Vickers and Oliver Chapman have come a cropper on it, hit it, and gone off the road. So there's a lot more, in fact, actually. There's more on the outside of the circuit and also down all the way to Graham Hill Bend. So this might take a bit of clearing up here. Obviously, one thing we've got to be mindful of is the time here, because sunset is about 5:57 p.m. So as long as we can get the rest of our races in before that time, we should be okay. I think one comfort we can take is that essentially we're actually quite far ahead of time because at the moment, because look at the time now, on UK time it's 4 minutes past 3 in the afternoon. The scheduled start time for the historic final was 6 minutes past 3. So we're actually already a quarter of the way into that race, so to speak, before the red flag was thrown. So we'd started it some 15 odd minutes early. So I think actually we might well get away with any time. We've got some time to play with here, thankfully, which allows us to be able to get through it. So we now have to obviously work out the grid. It will be from that red flag result. If that is the case, then Tom MacArthur, given everything that's happened with him this weekend, is, I think, arguably the luckiest driver on the Formula Ford grid, because if he does take up the restart from pole, as he was shown as the leader at the time of the red flag, having that's been the last complete lap, then that gives him a real chance at redemption. And what a story it would be for him to come back from that really awful accident he was part of with Matt Rivette, for the team to go and rebuild the car. I'm sure they went practically overnight rebuilding that Van Diemen back to its full strength, to drive his way through in the progression race, to get through into the to get through. I think did he get through? I think he got through automatically into the semis, I think, as well. So Tom MacArthur, I have to say, is one heck of a Formula Ford driver to manage to get through all of that and to pretty much reward his mechanics' hard work to get himself not only into a position where I believe he's in the main final, but not only that, but he's also managed to get himself in a proper position where he could genuinely, realistically win this historic final. Incredible stuff so far. So the field parked around, you can see, just exiting McLaren up and on Clark Curve and on the pit straight. Peter Daly's car is parked right in the middle of the pit straight on its own. So you can see that's car number 6. That's the black car with the orange nose. And there is his partner Lorna Vickers, whose car is being taken back. You can see there more of the cement dust and quick dry being laid down. It looks as though it's, I don't know how far it's gone or exactly where it starts at Paddock Hill Bend. I might look at my commentary box window and see where they've started laying it, and it is right into, it's pretty much where so when you exit the pit lane at Brands Hatch, there's a line across the road which is kind of like a timing or some kind of a line which denotes the end of the pit lane exit line. And it's right from the beginning of that line all the way down and around Paddock Hill Bend, up the hill towards Druids, through Druids, down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend. I think it ends just before the apex of Graham Hill Bend. So quite a bit of fluid down there, but obviously whatever was in that car emptied itself in the space of 2 or 3 corners pretty quickly. Now, one comfort is that I think for the most part, well, Druids at least, it is off the racing line through Druids because it's all the way around the outside of the circuit. But it is on the racing line going into Paddock Hill Bend, relatively through Paddock Hill Bend, not on the inside of the curb it looks like, but at least on the exit and on the approach towards Druids. So drivers might have to be very careful to try and hold on to that. P-Stay's car being guided back by the marshals thinking, you're not that far in front, get back to 22nd position, which is where you'll be starting for the restart. So the grid will come through in a second, and I'm certain it will be from that result, which means if we do get that restart, if Tom McArthur does indeed start from pole position, I'll be absolutely staggered. Not for any bad reasons, because basically he's managed to get away with starting on pole for the restart from being shown as the leader at the time of the red flag when he just had that spin. So it might well be the great escape for Tom McArthur. It's still on, but we'll wait and see what the next 10 laps have in store. Right now, lap 4 was completed, but we're on lap 5, which means we're going to have an 11-lap restart to finish off the remaining 11 laps that we were going to complete in this historic final. So, of course, we'll have a couple of cars that won't take the restart for various reasons, but we'll wait and see how everything else plays out. So, the field will form up once again. Of course, after this, we've got a couple more great races coming up. You can see here, those clouds look a little bit ominous here at Brands Hatch overhead, but hopefully they're just passing over, or at least passing in a different direction to Brands Hatch. And in the end, it will hopefully get something of a dry final as we can get, because of course, it's been quite clear so far today, but there are some overhanging clouds. But thankfully, the sun is starting to do its job. You can see that the pit lane is still quite greasy and wet, but the circuit itself is drying out pretty quickly. So that should mean that hopefully by the time we get to the final, we can have another dry one like we had last year. It's very similar conditions to what we had last year, where we started off a little bit wet on the Sunday. Thankfully, we didn't have any of the delays we had last year, because if those remember watching last year's coverage, we had a delay in starting racing because the rains that we had overnight caused so much standing water that there was actually a mini flood in the tunnel that basically is the service road that leads the cars into the inner paddock so they can get through to the assembly area to get out on track. So that's going to be pretty key. Now then, let's watch these cars being gridded up, because Tom McArthur's car, which is just crawling its way through on the left-hand side of the screen, is moving towards the front of the grid. And I have a feeling then that, given the fact that he was shown as the leader and they've gone back to the end of lap 4, I think Tom McArthur will start this will take this restart from pole position. I think it will happen. So, down to the grid, and he is moving ahead of Alan Davidson. Alan must be thinking, you lucky so-and-so, because he must have seen that spin happen. But of course, with the red flag coming out, Tom essentially is counting his lucky stripes here, because he will head to the grid and he will start from pole position. So Tom McArthur then gets a second chance at taking Festival historic final victory, but he still has the two very deadly rivals around him. Alan Davidson on the front row, and geographically right behind him in third on the grid, it is Cam Jackson. So I think that's Jonathan Miles lining up in 5th place behind him. It's then 4th for Dan Renner-Larsen in the yellow car just to the right-hand side. So he will park up in P4. And then Peter Lucas will come up next in P6 by the looks of it. So P6 for him. And then it'll be 7th place downwards. So you see there then, the main contenders seem to be these first 4 or 5 cars. But zooming in a little bit here, you can see we've got Dan Renner-Larsen and Jonathan Miles in 4th and 5th positions. They've got Peter Lucas in car 17. Good to have Peter, one of our 3 or 4 drivers over from Australia. We've missed him the last couple of years, but good that we've got a couple of him and a couple of his colleagues. Neil Richardson, who unfortunately had that contact into the back of Oliver Chapman's car at the start of the race, and also Bruce Connolly as well, who's in this race. He started originally in 23rd, but there's quite a few international drivers here in this field. You've got a few the Irish drivers, Australians. We've got German drivers here as well, with Klaus-Dieter Harkel and Gerhard Hausschult. A nice international historic final field here. Here comes Mark Goossens, who's being pulled into position in 7th on the grid, I think, or toward around that sort of 8th or 9th spot actually. So they'll be gridding them up further. I have to say, for best looking cars of the weekend, that is definitely a contender. Any Formula Ford that has a Duckham's livery on it is just a perfect combination. No matter what the year is, it always tends to work with a Van Diemen, obviously, of course. So that is a 1980 example. What a car that is in Duckham's livery. I think the term is chef's kiss. It's a wonderful looking car and a great driver at the wheel of it too. And I know that Mark Goossens, I'm sure, has been enjoying himself no end. He was speaking to Richard earlier on before his progression race, and he said he was absolutely loving being part back of Formula Ford, and he was another one of those big advocates who was shouting from the rooftops that Formula Ford is the category for young drivers to come through. And you imagine how many young drivers would have come through and driven these kinds of cars in the 80s and the 90s, and even further back into the 70s when the festival first began back in 1972. Someone who knows all about that is Rick Morris, just off centre to the bottom left of the centre shot. Rick Morris, car number 2, was racing at the very first ever Formula Ford Festival back in 1972, and now some 50 years later he is here once again. 51st running of the Formula Ford Festival. I don't think he's done all of them, but he's done just about almost all of them, and he's done in both modern machinery and classic machinery, historic machinery, you name it. He's pretty much tackled it in every single kind of machinery you can think of, and it's good that he's back out in his replica 1981. It's a Royale RP29, but he's done it up as a replica livery to that of his factory Royale car all those years ago when he was battling some famous names, including a certain Ayrton Senna as well. The great story about Ayrton Senna is that he was meant to do the 1981 festival. I think originally he said that he was unsure and went back home. So ultimately, to find a driver, Van Diemen decided to put the ever-talented Tommy Byrne into the car to drive Ayrton Senna's Formula Ford. And essentially, the decision for Senna was meant to be made by the 18th. And so I read this in the excellent book, which is, there's 2 excellent books now for Formula Ford. There's one that has been written by Ben Evans. A shout out to Ben Evans for a brilliant book, The Legend of the Formula Ford Festival. I've got a copy myself, and it's a great read so far with some wonderful anecdotes and stories that he had. And there's a great story in there about how Senna essentially on the 18th declared to Ralph Furman, said to him, right, I'm now here, I'm ready to race, and essentially Ralph Furman came back and said, well, sorry Ayrton, but your car's been taken because you didn't give me a quick enough answer. Who took that car? Tommy Byrne. What did he do with it? He won the festival that year. So in fact, actually Ayrton Senna came back the year later, if I'm correct, and actually came and saw the festival and actually said, I wish I should have stayed because it was a mistake for me to not go. And that was a year later, I think he was quoted as saying that he should have come back to the festival and actually done it himself. And imagine if Ayrton Senna had continued his racing career by also winning the Formula Ford Festival. His car won the festival, but it wasn't him driving it. So that's quite a great story in there too. The other great book we should also watch out for is the one that's been put together by Alan Bowles and Darren Banks. They had a book launch for that last night, 50 years of the Formula Ford Festival. Some great stories in there from plenty of alumni and great anecdotes from key people in Formula Ford, where it's past champions, and also key people who've been chassis makers and engineers and tuners of engines and all sorts of personalities who are tied with Formula Ford and the festival. Lots of great stories in there too. I know that if you try and find Alan or Darren, sure that he will more than happily sell you a copy if you fancy one yourself. So some great books around, some great literature that's been produced over the last couple of years about the history of the Formula Ford Festival, and definitely you want to go and check it all out because it is a race event that has a lot of history, a lot of tradition, a lot of heritage, and it's one of those things where it's just a wonderful event all round in terms of the atmosphere that you get and the tension and the anticipation that builds up all the way through the event. You start off with the heats on the Saturday, working your way through, and so you see potentially who are the initial drivers that you need to look out for, who are the initial names that you should be marking on your programs, marking on your entry lists and your timing sheets as the ones that you need to possibly think about as potential favourites to win the festival. Then you go through after the heats. In the olden days, it used to be the quarterfinals, then the semi-finals. You started to whittle the field down, so eventually you had that final. It was either 25, 26 up to now 30 car grid that set set the order for what was set to be, it typically was, a genuinely exciting final race of the weekend. The historic final here recreates some of that, and of course I know some people who are watching, whether it's around the world or at the circuit or on the live stream in the UK or anywhere around the globe, will remember members of the festival of some of these cars. It does take you back to the 90s and the 80s once again in terms of some of the names that drove these cars and did a great job in pushing Formula Ford right to its limits and right to the top of junior motorsport in terms of young drivers. And it was a Formula back then when times were slightly different, when anyone could buy a Formula Ford chassis from any of the big manufacturers and go racing, and so as long as you could set it up nicely and get to grips with it, you could be as fast as anyone else on the grid. You could be fast as anyone else, any of the factory drivers out there, and cause some real surprises. Even in cars that are maybe a year old or 2 years old, Formula Fords tend to be as fast as the driver and the setup allows. So it really is an excellent formula. And also as well, Formula Fords tend to hold their value quite well as well, particularly some of the older cars, because they're well looked after, they've got heritage, they've got experience, they've got race winning pedigree. You can buy and resell Formula Fords at quite decent prices, and you tend to kind of get your money back, if not make some, depending on how well you look after the cars, in what condition and in what kind of heritage and previous drivers and success that you've had. Well, there's still success to be had here in this historic final in the restart here over the remaining 11 laps. We are missing 7th place car on the grid. I'll try and work out who it is. We don't have a grid for it, but we'll try and work out who should have been there in 7th place. But my guess is potentially it's the car which possibly dropped the fluid that's not there. So without them, we're also without, of course, Oliver Chapman. Oliver Chapman, and also we are missing Lorna Vickers. We're also missing as well Matt Cowley on the grid, but he might well start from the pit lane, I think. In fact, he might be down there. Yeah, Mike Cowley is there, just came through the middle of the shot, flashing through in the background. Matt Cowley and Chris Goodwin will both start the restart of this historic final from the pit lane. So you can see here, some of these drivers might want to possibly just get a little bit of the cement dust to try and at least get a judgment on the grip conditions on that part of the circuit. It might well also compromise some of the lines into Druids, because some drivers might want to stay off the racing line. So it might well be that the bravest drivers that want to hold on have to go over that slightly dried up, oily part of the circuit. And so this will certainly add to even more atmosphere when we get to our last couple of Formula Ford races of the weekend after this. We still have, of course, a final race of the season for the Formula Fiesta Junior Championship to decide who wins the title. But that comes later on after this race. So as the cars make their way around on the formation lap back round to the grid, you can see the circuit is still continuing to dry. It's still quite damp out there in some points, but there's a definitive dry line. There's Alan Davidson quite... I think that was either a bit of an apology there from Tom McArthur saying, whoops, sorry for kind of checking you up there a bit, Alan. And Alan was all over the curb there trying to get himself to the grid. But now we've got Tom McArthur this time, despite starting where he was before, which was all the way back in 4th on the grid. He now gets a proper shot at starting from pole. And we'll see if he can get a good start and try and get himself into the lead straight away. If he can hold on, he's got 11 laps to try and hold on to this. But he gets that reprieve after that spin right at the beginning of lap 5, just right before the red flag came out, because the 5th lap of the race had not been completed when the red flag was thrown. So because of that, it means that he gets to reclaim his position at the head of the field, and he gets to restart the race from the front of the grid. So, quick ID check once again. It's the 3 mainly white cars, but it's the all-white car of Tom McArthur that starts on pole position. It's Alan Davidson in the Marlboro liveried car in red and white on the right-hand side in 2nd, and the other car to watch, of course, is Cam Jackson in the white and yellow car on 3rd on the grid, just geographically on the left behind pole sitter Tom McArthur. Also watch for Dan Renner-Larsen, for Jonathan Miles, for Peter Lucas, and also other cars. Mark Goosens also has a chance to go from 9th on the grid. Rick Morris also up there in 10th, and also Peter Daly gets a chance to restart from 22nd on the grid. So the last couple of the cars moving into position at the back of the field. We'll get the green flag at the back from the start marshal, which we get now. And now let's try this again then. Take 2 for restart of the historic final for the BRSCC Formula Ford Festival. Can Tom McArthur now go from pole to a race victory? There's a bit of creeping at the front there, but he managed to get away pretty cleanly down towards Richie's Paddock Bend for the first time. So 11 laps on the restart. We see Mark Goose and Rick Morris going side by side. Good start also for, I think that's Sam Street going around the outside in car 71. It is. Good start for Tom McArthur. It's already immediately combat between Alan Davidson and Cam Jackson. There's a bit of a touch of wheels there between Dan Renner-Larsen going down the outside of Jackson. As now we see Mark Goosens then battling away, I think, with Peter Lucas. He's made a good start. He's up now to 8th position already, so up 1 place for the Goose. 1991 Formula Ford Festival champion when he was a Works Van Diemen driver. And there's Peter Daly in car number 6. He's made him a couple of places. He's got past Leanne McShane. His next target will be one of the older 80s cars as they come through. MacArthur still leads. Big twitch there from Sam Streets. He comes up through Clearways and out to Surtees. And now the next car is car number 7 in the order, Jonathan Nash. So another place might be gained here for Peter Daly. Across the line they go then. So, end of the first lap on the restart. MacArthur leads. Davidson second. Jackson third. Larson fourth. Then Miles, Saw, Street, Goosens, Lucas and Harkle. Round the outside looks Sam Street. And there's Matt Cowley, who's still struggling with that 77 Van Diemen. And that's a real shame. So his festival, historic final, I'm sure is possibly going to be over once again. As for Mark Goosens, no one told him not to sit back and relax in this second part of the race. He's battling away with Peter Lucas. Next target is to try and get past Mark Saw and try and follow Sam Street through if he can. There's Derek Palmer in car 23 ahead of a couple more cars towards the field. I think Klaus-Dieter Hark was in there too. There goes Larson, Miles, then Sam Street, followed by Mark Saw in car 172, battling away with Mark Goosens and Peter Lucas. Lucas having a little look up the inside to try and get past Goosens if he can. But MacArthur, it seems, is trying to get away and out in front early doors here. Fastest lap of the race from the top 3 goes to Cam Jackson, so it might not be over just yet. Still got more opportunities to go here. Despite the track at the top of the screen, it is lap 3 of 11, not lap 1. So that's something to watch out for. But MacArthur not quite got it here. The little twitch of oversteer as he possibly just braked up with his rear wheels onto the oily part of the circuit. As now Davidson and Jackson start to scrap for second, but they know the harder they fight each other, the easier it is for MacArthur to start to make a break. Out of Graham Hill Bend, or more contact behind. That's 145. This comes together. That's Bruce Connolly's got together. That's 61 involved as well. I think that's James Fetty placed. I couldn't quite see the number of the other car. I think it was a single numbered car towards the back as well. Couldn't quite catch who it was. Oops, off the road, got Alan Davidson running wide up at McLaren corner, pushing a little bit too hard. That now gives a bit of reprieve for Cameron Jackson, who will now try to set off up the road after the leading car of Tom MacArthur. But now, Alan Davidson drops back now. He's going to try and put his foot down to try and catch up a little bit more. Meanwhile, further back, battle here now between Mark Goosens and Derek Palmer. Derek looking down the outside line to try and pick up 9th place from the Belgian. One little wide over the curb there. Goes down around the last now to Paddock Hill Bend. He's under threat now from Jonathan Miles and Sam Street. Peter Lucas is 7th. Then it's now Saw, Goosens, and then Derek Palmer rounding out the top 10. I'm sure Goosens will be happy with the top 10 in this one if he can hold on to the position. In there in P12 I can see is Rick Morris behind now 47, which is Dieter Harkle. But Tom MacArthur, meanwhile, tell you what, if he can pull this one off, what an incredible story it will be for the festival this weekend. If he can come back from possible disaster from the incident that he had, and the fact that it might well have been the end of his festival, but they've come back, the team have rebuilt the car superbly, and he's got to hold on now for another 7 laps or so if he wants to possibly come away with the victory. There goes Dan Renner Larson, passed now by Sam Street. Sam Street's the one that's really moving here. He's now up to 4th place now, up into outside the podium. His last lap was a 53.4, not quite as quick as 1 or 2 of the front runners, who in turn both did 52.4 second lap times. So MacArthur and Jackson, in terms of pace, are at least a second clear from everyone else, which is pretty extraordinary. So they head out of the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Now the run up towards the left-hander at Surtees. And let's see if possibly Cam Jackson can start to reel in Tom MacArthur here now. End of lap 5 now. MacArthur and Jackson come across the line. MacArthur across the stripe. What's the gap now this time? 1.3. It's come down. Jackson now, there's a 52.1 with the fastest lap of the race. So a new fastest lap of the race for Cam Jackson. The gap is now down to 1.3 seconds. There's Alan Davidson's faded back a little bit in 3rd place. And Sam Street 4th, battle on for 5th, diving to the inside, Jonathan Miles on Dan Renner Larson. Larson might try and throw the block, but he doesn't cover off too much. Possibly lets him have the space. There's Steve Kite of Misty Racing coming through. He's having a battle with Stuart Kestenbaum and Peter Daly. Peter, for the record, he's got himself up from 22nd on the grid up to 15th. So good run so far for Peter. Getting himself into the top 15, he might be well pleased with that. If he can get somewhere near the top 10, I think that might well be a satisfying way to end his quite challenging weekend. out in front. Let's see if the gap's come down. It really has come down. Look at this. Cam Jackson on an absolute charge here down the pit straight. He was a full 1.2 seconds faster than Tom MacArthur. So now battle lines are drawn for the win of the historic final here. The Brian Jones Memorial Trophy is on the line. Here comes Cam Jackson to the inside line. MacArthur throws the block. Jackson goes to the outside line to get the cut back on the exit. Can he do what Tom MacArthur did to him in the start of the race with that fantastic switchback pass that caught Cam Jackson completely unawares, exiting Druids corner. Down the outside line is that Cam Jackson onto the grass. He just about survives, gets over the curb. He was being a bit too aggressive there, but he's now fallen back by a few car lengths. So Cam Jackson once again falls back, and Tom MacArthur yet again lives to fight another day in the lead. Let's call him Teflon Tom MacArthur, because everything that happens to him, he tends to kind of deflect it and keeps coming back for more. So, down the pit straight, let's see if Cam Jackson can get him back here again. He's closed back in pretty quickly, so we'll see if he can catch up to him a bit more. Davidson's still third, it's still Street fourth, Larson fifth, then Miles, Lucas, Saw, Mark Goosen still ninth, and Derek Palmer rounds out the top 10. But it's Dieter Hark 11th, Morris 12th, Steve Kite 13th in the Misty Racing Swift, then Stuart Kestenbaum and Peter Daly rounding out the top 15. Morris is now up to 11th place, he's passed Dieter Harkel, so one place away from the top 10. So Cam Jackson now, look at the way his car just sails up onto the tail of Tom MacArthur here. Trying to pick his moment here, because look, it's half dry and half wet. There's a definitive dry part of the circuit here, but there are still damp patches on the inside line, and Cam Jackson really getting underneath the gearbox. Tom MacArthur looks up the inside, makes a dive for the lead, and through he goes. But does Tom MacArthur look for the undercut on the exit? Yes, he does. But the outside line of the circuit might well work better for Cameron Jackson, which it does. Now through Clark Corner, he's into the lead. Tom MacArthur back into the slipstream here. They're coming up to lap 247, which is one of the back markers. They both get the toe down towards Paddock Hill Bend. They're getting past Ben Hatfield here in his old school Van Diemen. And I wonder here, does Cam Jackson have the pace he needs here to start to pull away from Tom MacArthur? We're on lap 9 of 11 here, 3 laps to go in the historic final for the Formula Ford Festival. Tom MacArthur's not been left behind too much here. He's still in contention, but Cam Jackson looks as though he's just about got enough pace here to start to pull away. Now he's in front and got clear air, he's starting to make it work. Further back, we've got Peter Lucas here, who's having a scrap with Mark Sawer over 6th and 7th place. Leaders come through. As Cam Jackson gets around two of the older cars, and the field getting squeezed to the outside line. It's going to be very, very tricky. He's trying to get around. Looks like that's Ian Jerry and Alan Slater. Goes round the wide line on the outside line. Managed to get past both of them. MacArthur only clears one by the time Cam Jackson is up the road by a few more car lengths to hold on to the lead. Down the pit straight, 2 more laps to go in this historic final here, and Tom MacArthur gets very close on the outside line. Goodness me, that was Alan Slater he was trying and lap, and now he's falling back into the clutches of the recovering Alan Davidson, because Cam Jackson is running away here in the lead of this historic final on the penultimate lap of the race. Tom MacArthur will try and hold on to second. It will still be a great reward to get second in the festival historic final. I know he would have wanted to get the victory, but what a story it was to come back from the accident he had yesterday, to fight his way through the progression race, the semi-finals, start 4th on the grid for the first part of the race, to be in the lead when the red flag came out, had the spin, and then because of the red flag when it came out, he could keep the lead, led for so long, and then Cam Jackson made that dive up the inside line in towards McLaren and took the lead with about 1 and a bit laps to go. So then, getting past the traffic here, this is Neil Richardson, I think, and Gerhard Hausschultz. Here comes Cam Jackson to the inside line to start the last lap of the historic final. Meanwhile, behind, Alan Davidson's putting Tom MacArthur under big pressure for second place. But Cam Jackson looks like he's away and gone now in the lead in the historic final. There's still a bit of a lap to go. And it might not be settled for second either, because Alan Davidson is all over the back of Tom MacArthur here as they come down towards the bottom of the hill at Druids, down towards Graham Hill Bend. And Davidson is right there underneath the gearbox of Tom MacArthur. He might get a run down towards the checkered flag on the sprint down Shook Cooper Straight towards Surtees for the final time. But this man has been so dominant in classic and historic Formula Fords. He's about to add another fantastic accolade to his ever-great trophy cabinet as Alan Davidson looks up the inside for second place. There's always contact between the two cars, but he just about holds back. But Cam Jackson will do what Matt Rivette did last year. Cam Jackson is the winner of the historic final of the Formula Ford Festival of 2022. He wins the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy in fine style by almost 3 seconds from Tom MacArthur in second place. What a story to climb back to second after his accident yesterday with the winner from last year, Matt Rivette. And Alan Davidson rounds out the top 3. What a fantastic historic final, and what a fantastic winner in Cam Jackson. 4th is Sam Street, 5th is Jonathan Miles, 5th is Peter Lucas, 6th is Mark Sawyer, 7th is Mark Sawyer, 8th is Derek Palmer, 9th will go to Mark Goosens on his returns to the Formula Ford Festival. He gets a top 10 finish in the historic final. Then it's 10th for Rick Morris. He got past Steve Kite in the end. And Rick Morris got 11th for Steve Kite, 12th for Stuart Kesterbaum, 13th for Leanne McShane. Peter Daly did manage to battle back from 22nd on the restart to 14th. Really good drive there, up 8 places from where he started in 11 laps. Chris Goodwin from the pit lane got to 15th. A really good effort for Chris too. What could have been for him after he finished on the podium yesterday. But Cam Jackson in car 139 is a very, very happy Brian Jones Memorial Trophy winner, and I'm certain that's a performance that Brian himself would have been absolutely proud of, and he would have praised him all the way home as he got into the pit lane. So the top 3 then of 3rd place, Alan Davidson. For 2nd place, after that incredible weekend of ups and downs that he's had, is Tom MacArthur. But there's your winner, Cameron Jackson, the 2022 victor of the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy in the historic final at the Formula Ford Festival. Tom MacArthur 2nd, Alan Davidson 3rd to round out the podium, then Sam Street, Jonathan Miles, Peter Lucas, Mark Sawyer, Derek Palmer, Mark Goosens and Rick Morris round out the top 10 in the end. 11th place for Steve Kite, 12th for Stuart Kestenbaum, 13th for Leanne McShane, 14th for Peter Daly. He rounds his weekend finishing in the top 15, ahead of Chris Goodwin, who started in the pit lane for the restart. Then Dieter Harkle, Jonathan Nash, Bruce Connolly, Jonathan Barnes and Neil Richardson. Then Gerhard Hausschultz, Alan Slater, Ian Gerry and Ben Hadfield. And the cars we lost in the end, Dan Renner Larson, James Fetterplace, Peter Barrable, Matthew Cowley, Lorna Vickers and Oliver Chapman from the 30 cars that we had. And of course, the fast snap of the race, who else but Cameron Jackson, 51.989, the only man to go sub 52 in that race as well. So, an amazing first big trophy race for today, and of course it was an amazing race all the way through. But to hand down to have a chat to our brand new Brian Jones Memorial Trophy winner for the 2nd time in its lifetime since it was conceived, your 2022 historic festival winner Cam Jackson, and the top 3 are down at the top of the pit lane with Richard John Neal.
Thanks very much, Scott. So we're going to do this 3-2-1. I'm delighted to say that Brian's daughter Charlotte is here to present the overall trophy as well. So we're going to do 3-2-1, then we'll do the interviews. Welcome up and give a big round of applause to our 3rd place driver, Alan Davidson. We're doing 3-2-1. Congratulations, Alan. We'll do the interviews afterwards. So there is Alan with the trophy and the garland. 2nd position, Tom MacArthur. Come round, Tom.
Congratulations.
And Charlotte's going to present the trophy, and the children as well. Welcome to come up as well. Brian's daughter. The Brian Jones Memorial Trophy is won by Cameron Jackson. Splendid moment. There we go. Oh, a book as well. You better read about the history. Cameron, let's get you over as well onto the podium. Many congratulations on taking that win, our first trophy of the. You got a bit to carry. I hope you got some help to carry this back. But we'll get you just over here so we can get all our sponsor logos in, and what a fantastic race. Very well done. Not an easy race by any stretch.
No, I wonder what was going to happen after the restart, because we obviously got pushed back to 3rd, and it was quite greasy on that side of the track as well. So I didn't get a very good 2nd start, and then you just don't know what's going to happen and who's going to make a mistake. But Alan, I think, just went a little bit wide, and Tom was getting away, and then once he went wide I sort of reeled Tom in. Then I went wide at Graham Hill, and he got away, and finally got him going into clearways. So yeah, very, very pleased after a difficult weekend.
And have you made it through to the final, or are you in the last chance race?
We're in the last chance race, but I don't know whether to quit while I'm ahead, to be honest, but it's not really the spirit of things, is it?
Well, it's up to you. I mean, it's a fantastic win here. And what does the Brian Jones Trophy mean to you?
Yeah, it means a lot, especially when you've had so many issues, and we've never raced in this class before with our own car. So we've quietly been plugging away this year, kind of dialing it in and learning it. And yeah, this is vindication. It's great. Cameron,
many congratulations and good luck for the rest of the meeting. Assuming we see, I hope we do see you on track. Good man. He thinks he will, which is great. Let's do our 2nd and 3rd place interviews, and we'll have 2nd place Tom MacArthur. toing and froing. Apologies for that, Tom, but a big part of the story this weekend. Let's get you over here on spot. And first of all, the good news is that you and Matt are okay.
Yeah, that's at the end of the day, that's all that matters. That was a big one yesterday, so knowing Matt's awake and at home and happy, well, maybe not happy, but better than anything else.
And what a story to come back from that. That's the resilience of motor racing, the drivers, the teams, the work that goes on, isn't it? Tell us about what had to be done to get you on track.
A lot. We did 3 corners in the end, so we were up till 12, stripping the car. The guys at Simon Hadfield Motorsport have done absolutely brilliantly all weekend. That topped it off last night, and like I said, Scott, we had a couple of volunteers from BM Racing as well, so that was mega from them because he didn't have to, so very appreciative to those guys. And the car wasn't really set up and ready to go until about 10-20 minutes before the progression race, so it's been a long old slog for them.
And you've enjoyed most of the driving this weekend?
Enjoyed everything but lap 6 of the heat. The rest of it's been brilliant, as usual, because it's Formula Fords. They're the best type of racing.
It's great racing, isn't it? Tom, many congratulations on P2. Great comeback. Well done to your team as well. Many congratulations. And our third place man, a previous winner, of course, Alan Davidson. Alan, many congratulations. Let's get you up onto the position here. A double winner, the Brian Jones Trophy, not to go to you this year, but maybe another year.
Yeah, really struggled with the slippy conditions and went offline a few times, but yeah, I think the speed was there if I could just keep it on the track. So
the one deal in between the Van Diemens.
Yeah, that's a great wee car, you know. I have to say a big thanks to Leslie Drysdale and everybody for getting the car ready this weekend. Last weekend we weren't even going to come, so yeah, big thanks to them, and on to the final, see how we get on with those guys.
Wish you the best of luck with the final. Look forward to seeing you on the grid. Thanks very much, Alan. Alan Davidson there, who takes third position. Our other class winners were Alan Slater and Mark Goossens. Our congratulations to them, being moved on time-wise. So a big thank you to Charlotte and the family for presenting the trophy. And let's hand you back to Scott Woodwis with the grid for the final race, the deciding race in the Fiesta Junior Championship. Over to you, Scott.
Thank you very much, Richard, and again, congratulations to our top 3 in the historic final, and of course all our class winners in the historic final. And a big thank you to Brian's daughter Charlotte and her family for being present once again to present the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy. I know it means a lot to them to present someone to honour her dear father, and of course someone who we miss very much in the community of motorsport. So thank you very much to the Brooke Jones family, to Roz and to Tim and to everyone else for allowing us to present that trophy, and to also to present it once again this year in his honour to Cam Jackson, who is a very worthy winner of the historic final for this year. So we've still got a championship to settle here in the Fiesta Junior Championship. This is the grid for the final race of the 2022 season. Thomas Jatley and Sid Smith, the 2 title contenders on the front row of the grid together. What a story that's going to be. Albert Webster from third. Can he finally get his first Fiesta Junior win in his last race in the championship? Luke Hilton, who won the race in race 1, on the road in race 2, had it taken away due to a time penalty. He starts 4th and is ultimately the man to beat in terms of pace. Lewis Hodgson and Archie Handy then come next in 5th and 6th, from Dan Lewis and Connor Duncan in the new Mark 7 ZTEC Fiesta Junior Next Gen car. He starts in P8 for Race Car Consultants. Lexi Belk and Ben Moore-Ryan start on the 5th row of the grid to round out the top 10, followed by guest driver Jacob Hotchkiss, one of 4 guest drivers here this weekend. He's alongside George Foxlow in an improved 12th on the grid. 13th for Lucas Hayden, 14th for Sam Nesser. About to see that I think Luke Hilton was a bit slow getting his car away, but he's managed to get it going off the grid in the background. Hadley Simpson, also another guest, and James Pope. And then the rounding out the back of the grid, we will have Jasmine Shaw and the second of the 2 next-gen ZTEC Mark 7 Fiesta Junior race cars of Harry England at the back of the grid. So all 18 cars present for their final race of 2022. So let's really go and have a championship points look provisionally. As they've mentioned, it is a 20-point gap after the 2 results earlier on this weekend between Sid Smith in the lead and Thomas Jatley in second place. As Thomas Jatley mentioned in his interview, all he can do is race as hard as he can and hopes that results go his way. If, of course, Sid finishes ahead of him and wins this race, of course, that gives him the title provisionally. If Jatley finishes ahead of Sid Smith, he will need to try and at least outscore him by, I think, more than 20 points. I have to think at least 21, I think, I'm certain, in order to make that happen. course, we've still got, it looks like Albert Webster looks like he's relatively secure in third place. He looks like he's going to take the third place spot in the title race. There's also quite a battle going on for fourth in points, it looks like, between Lexi Belk and Ben Mulryan, because Ben Mulryan's 8 points behind Lexi Belk on our calculations provisionally. So if he can get himself a good result and finish ahead of Lexi, even get himself into the top 5 and hope that Lexi doesn't have as good a race as she would like, then certainly he will try to get himself back into P4 if he can. Archie Handy's made 1 or 2 good starts here this weekend. But of course, on the final race of the season, we have to say a massive thank you to everyone in the championship, to our brilliant coordinator Laura Payne, to everyone that's been involved in the championship with the teams, the drivers, conceiving the brand new car that we've had, Cook Sport, and everyone at BRSCC, everyone that's put together a fantastic season of Fiesta Junior Racing. And I'm certain with some of the developments that are coming in the next few weeks and months for the championship next year, it's only get set to go from strength to strength once again. What a wonderful way to change fortunes. From 3 years ago when we had just the 3 cars racing here, now we've multiplied that by 6 and we have 18 here for the final race of the season. It's one off the biggest grid we've ever had in Fiesta Juniors. That was about 2016, 2017. That was 19 Fiesta Juniors. So hopefully next year we can break the 20 barrier and have quite a few more cars on the grid to put this championship into the position that it absolutely deserves to be right now. After all the hard work, it all comes down to this, particularly not just for the championship in general, but for the title race. So, one more 15 minutes of action, but to decide who wins for 2022, the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. It is either going to be Sid Smith or Thomas Jack Lee, both on the front row of the grid for the final time in 2022. We're about to go Fiesta Junior Racing at Brands Hatch. We're underway, and yet again from row 3, Archie Handy's at it again. He's got through the middle of both Albert Webster and also Ben Mulryan, and Luke Hilton. He's up the inside into 4th, happy to 3rd place possibly. The 2 title contenders side by side. Archie Handy goes for 2nd on the inside over the curve. Albert Webster hits the curve on the inside line and gets sideways, but manages to hold on. But now here we go. Thomas Jack Lee leads the way. Archie Handy going for 2nd now on Sid Smith. He goes up the inside. He might want to make it stick. Luke Hilton also on a decent start going round the outside, but he runs out wide, battling with Albert Webster. He now falls back into the clutches of Lexi Belk. She's made a great start also from what was the 10th on the grid up to 6th. Great start for her. A terrible start for Ben Mulryan. He's down outside the top 10 already. They make their way out of Graham Hill Bend, down towards 30s for the first time. Thomas Jack Lee is just about away and gone, but it's 2 by 2. Hurrah for 2nd and 4th. Almost touching as now Archie Handy dives up the inside line to get 2nd place. Albert Webster's getting involved too. He's got past Luke Hilton, or stays ahead of Luke Hilton, who's trying to get past him to get back into a podium place to try and round off the weekend in the best possible fashion. They make their way onto the pit straight. Thomas Jack Lee leads then. Here comes Sid Smith to the inside to challenge Archie Handy for 2nd place. But it is Thomas Jack Lee who leads it then. So Lee, Handy, Smith, Webster, Hilton's the top 5, then Lexi Belk in 6th, Lewis Hodge in 7th, then Hodgkiss, Lewis and Connor Duncan in the Mark 7. The blue and yellow car in the middle of shot. That's the new Mark 7 car. Off the road is Lexi Belk into the gravel track. She's to the drop down behind Ben Mulryan. That's crucial for 4th in the championship. 8 points between them, but of course if Ben Mulryan finishes ahead of Lexi Belk, that will certainly help him get back up the order. So we'll see how far she can get back up to the pack. Connor Duncan there battling with Lucas Hayden and Ben Mulryan. Mulryan looks around the outside line. A little bit of a twitch there from Lucas Hayden. Mulryan one's wide. Here comes San Nessa on the inside to go 3 abreast. Why not? It's the final race of the season. Go for it. And now Linus Stern, top 6, up through 30s. What a brilliant start this has been to this final Fiesta Junior race. Pardon the pun, but it's term. It's almost kind of proper end-of-term atmosphere here for these young juniors. Really going for it here. And some of these drivers will have a championship on the line. Others simply just want to end their season with a bit of fun and just on a high here at Brands Hatch. It's been a wonderful season of racing. Fastest lap of the race only fractionally goes to Sid Smith. Both of them, in fact, actually Sid Smith did at that time a full 2nd quicker than Thomas Jack Lee. He's right on the rear bumper of his main championship rival. Here he comes to the outside line. The 2 title contenders side by side into Druids, and he looks for the undercut on the exit. Can't find it there because Thomas Jack Lee has that big blue Fiesta parked right on the apex. Archie Handy gets swung out wide to have Luke Hilton up the inside for 3rd place. Hilton's got past both Webster and now Archie Handy. Chops off the nose of the 41 car. Handy now runs wide. Here comes both Albert Webster and Lewis Hodgin. I tell you what, for this top 6 here, it's only the first couple of laps. This is one of the, already playing out to be, one of the best junior races of the season. Fantastic. You can tell it's the last race of the season because they're going absolutely hell for leather. Contact between Hodgin and Webster. Webster gets put out wide. I think Hodgin might let him have it initially, let him hold station for the next few seconds, then try and get him on the inside line down the pit straight. Look at this, wheel to wheel, side by side, door mirror to door mirror between 5th position. 7th place for Connor Duncan. Luke Hilton takes the fast lap of the race, 58.6. He's back to a 2nd quicker than the 2 cars in front. The top three covered by 0.3 of a second. Smith runs out wide. Here comes Luke Hilton on the inside line, side by side for second. Hilton has the inside. Now he wants to get his second race win of the season. With the third time if he wins, that he's crossed the checkered flag. Third, if he wins this race, but he's crossed the checkered flag first. But only the second time it's counted as a win, because of course he had it taken away in race 2 thanks to a 10-second penalty for track limits. Top 6 look pretty close together. They're starting to pair off a little bit here. 5th and 6th have dropped back. Webster and Hodgson are in their own scrap, but Archie Handy is going with the top 3 here. So it's going to be a leading quartet in a second. It's good to see the likes of Luke Hilton and particularly Archie Handy on their toes here, really looking to show some good pace as they go forwards. I think it might well be Archie Handy's last year in the championship as well too. So one or two of these drivers certainly trying to enjoy a last weekend as a junior racer before they move up into the senior ranks. As here comes Luke Hilton to the outside line. Archie Handy with the fast lap of the race. Hilton goes down the outside. Lee breaks that a little bit later. Trail breaks into the apex. Sideways twitch there for Hilton. Runs out wide almost over the curb. And now he's under pressure both from Sid Smith and Archie Handy. And Handy's moving around in 4th place in the white and pink number 41 car. Nose to tail, look at this, 4 junior cars all the way through Druitt's Corner. What a fantastic race already. Haven't even hit a third distance yet, and this is a great spectacle of junior driving. If you want to learn junior racecraft for future tourer car and GT stars, this is the place that you come, because these young junior drivers are a credit to junior motorsport, and they've put on some fantastic battles all over the last couple of seasons, particularly this year, and they're ending the 2022 season in absolutely fine style here, nose to tail, proper junior tin top action as you expect from Fiesta Juniors. Luke Hilton runs out wide. Sid Smith now having a look up the inside line. They're going to run door to door, wheel to wheel. Now Sid Smith will get a tow from his title rival Thomas Jack Lee down the pit straight, but it mightn't even matter because the momentum on the outside line is big enough for Luke Hilton to sweep round the outside. Handy now has a look for 4th place. He's sniffing around for a podium place if he can. Takes the widest run into the corner. Looks for the switchback on the exit. Look at that, nose to tail between Hilton, Smith and Handy. And watch out also behind for Webster and Hodgson to get involved. And Connor Duncan's not far away in the Mark 7 Next Gen car too. He's got Daniel Lewis for company. I wonder, are we going to get an 8-car train here at the end of this race? This is wonderful stuff from the juniors so far. And at the moment, let's look at points then. So at the moment, it's going to be, looking further back here for a second, that's Hadley Simpson battling with Jasmine Shaw. Careful, these two are teammates practically. And Hadley Simpson squeezes past in Jensen Brickley's 2021 junior title winning car. So good to see that car is back out getting some mileage. And also in there too is Harry England and James Pope. So this is towards the back of the field. But again, there's always someone in Fiesta Juniors, as there are many championships in BRSCC, where you can fight amongst each other and have someone to race with. Top 6 all together, down towards Paddock Hill Bend again. Here comes Luke Hilton, trying again on the outside line. Will he break that a little bit later? Was Thomas Jatley going to let him have it? He won't. Ooh, very close, they almost touch bumpers. Ben Moore Ryan sets the fastest lap of the race back in 9th place, so the track is continuing to dry out on the racing line as much as possible. We'll come out towards the hairpin at Druids. Again, Hilton attacks, but again, Lee throws the block. He knows he has to stay in front because he knows that Sid Smith will come back. All Thomas Jack Lee can do is hold on to the lead as best he can and try and hold back the tide of attacks from Luke Hilton, because he knows he has to win and hope that Sid Smith falls back and has a nightmare in the next few laps if he can. He needs to try and outscore him by at least 21 points if he wants to try and take the title. As for Sid Smith, let's look at the points then at the moment. At the moment, it's going to be 50 lap points for Thomas Jack Lee. It'll be 42 for Sid Smith. So the title winning gap at the moment would only come down by 12, down to 12 points. So it'll be 700 points at the moment, provisionally to 688 as it stands right now. If it stands in 1st and 2nd, now we see Luke Hilton diving down the outside line. Is Jack Lee going to get back down the outside, back in the inside line? No, he won't. He tries it. He has a look. He thought about it. Hops over the curb on the inside of Paddock Hill Bend, and now he's under pressure from his big title rival Sid Smith. So now this puts Thomas Jack Lee losing 4 points, puts him on 46 for this result. As behind, Albert Webster has caught Archie Handy, so he's now got up into 4th place now. It's just a late surge from Albert Webster, I wonder. Round the outside he looks, and Archie Handy gives him the room. Round the outside goes Webster, up into 4th place. Not too far behind, we've got Connor Duncan and Daniel Lewis. Look at this, top 8 are that far together. Top 8 covered by 4 seconds. How brilliant is this? And also how great it is for Connor Duncan in his ever-drying conditions to showcase the true potential of the Mark 7 Fiesta race car, getting up there amongst the Mark 6s. And in the right hands, it will be, in fact, it is just as quick. He proved that in qualifying. He's proved it all over this weekend. This new car is absolutely brilliant. Now it's Now it's up there towards the front, battling with the established Mark 6 cars. That is a big, big statement for 2023. For any teams and drivers looking to pick one of these cars up, here's your proof. It can hang at the front. It can race at the front. It is as quick. Off the gravel, into the road, off the gravel goes Lewis Hodgin. Can he keep it off the barriers, hopefully? The answer is yes, he can just, but he recovers. He's under threat from Ben Moore Ryan, so look out of my commentary box window. As Luke Hilton continues to lead, now the battle is on for second, as now Sid Smith is all over the rear bumper of Thomas Jack Lee. He's trying to hold on as much as he can, but it might well be not enough here, as Sid Smith is looking for a move here. If he can try and get past, he sits back into third place now, as Luke Hilton this time tries to run away. He has been the class of the field all race weekend so far, and certainly now the car is exactly where he wants it. If he's back for next year, he might well be someone to watch out for 2023. So Hilton now escaping up the road. The gap last time was 0.8 of a second. The gap this time by, with a new fastest lap of the race, 57.8. And then he's a full 1.4 seconds faster than the cars behind him. So gap is out to 2.2 seconds in one lap. And the reason being is because these two are so basically battling each other for the championship and for second place in the race that they don't have time to think about trying to keep up with Luke Hilton. Still knows to tell. In fact, Connor Duncan's got past now, Daniel Lewis. So Mark 7 car's coming to light now. Up into 6th place. He's in the tail here, so looking very impressive here for Connor Duncan in that Mark 7 Fiesta Junior car. Luke Hilton, though, is up the road here and hoping to try and make it a second win of the weekend here in the final Fiesta Junior weekend of 2022. The last race of the season, and these cars are really going nose to tail. This is proper junior racing that you want to see. Proper nose to tail, mini junior tin top action between these young guys and girls. They really have been a credit to the championship. Oh, now off the road's got Connor Duncan. The new Mark 7 car will proving its rallycross abilities, but off the road it goes. Back off the road goes Connor. It is his first weekend of a championship. We have to remember that, of course. And now they make their way in towards the right-hander. Down the hill, big hit hop of the curb over for Thomas Jack Lee on the inside. Hasn't killed any momentum. Less than 5 minutes to go in the season. Still, Thomas Jack Lee holding on to the place. But Sid Smith holding in station. He will score 42 points. He's only going to have 4 points taken out of him. It will still be a win of 16 points for the title for Sid Smith. He's going to do what, if he can hold on in the next 4.5 minutes, he will do exactly what his father Rob did last year with the senior title. He will pick up the reins for the junior title and make it 2 titles for the Smiths in as many years. 1 in the seniors and potentially, in the next 4 minutes, 1 for Sid in the juniors. Oh, that's James Pope off the road. Has he made contact with somebody? Is that damaged left rear, right rear suspension possibly, I wonder? Has he also possibly even got I think he's got a left front puncture, I think, possibly, if it's just James Pope. It looked like it anyway. He's continuing on, but the car, he's sort of shaking off the gravel a little bit there, but I thought for a second the car was sitting down on its left front. Meanwhile, leader Luke Hilton is away by almost 4 seconds out in front. It's still Thomas Jack Lee in second from Sid Smith in third place. And now still Webster and Handy up in there too. It takes 1 small slip from either of these 5 cars and it could change the complexion of not just the podium but the top 5 as well. Really great, close, evenly matched junior racing here between these cars out in front. Luke Hilton is just away and gone out in front here. It's quite a substantial lead that he has. He's even out of shot already by the time the second place train comes through into Surtees and McLaren. Through the right-hander, out of McLaren, up through Clearways and Clark Curve. And now back onto that pit straight. Sid Smith now 3 minutes away at the moment, if he stays where he is, from provisionally wrapping up the 2022 Fiesta Junior title. In the pit lane, a couple of cars in there. James Pope is in, I think possibly with a puncture that I pointed out, and also so is Lucas Hayden. There's Jacob Hodgkiss from Race Car Consultants. He's the brother of former Fiesta Junior and British F4 racer Nathaniel Hodgkiss. He won a couple of races and was in contention for the title as well back in a couple of years ago. Good to see Jacob out there. He's been mainly racing Ginettas this season, but also having a play in Fiesta Juniors this weekend. He's driven that car before a few times, but hasn't actually raced it in a competitive weekend thus far. Archie Handy, meanwhile, this is one of his best runs of the season so far. P5 for Archie. And I imagine some of this progress has been made thanks to the prize that he received earlier on this week. He was chosen as the Goodyear Above and Beyond award winner for his conduct and his enthusiasm and his personality and his general help and assistance in promoting the championship, being a great person within the paddock. So he got the chance to go down to Silverstone earlier on this week to spend the day with Napa Racing UK and the Motorbase guys down there with the BTCC Ford Focuses that were driven by the likes of Dan Camish and of course Ash Sutton, who started his career in senior Fiestas, not juniors. I want to see people I think that wrongly say that Ash Sutton was a Fiesta Junior. He wasn't. He was a Fiesta Senior right in the early stages of his career, and raced in Fiestas at a senior level before he started moving up into things like Formula V and then Clio's, and up into, of course, becoming a 3-time British touring car champion. If you watch some of the reaction from Archie on the social media pages for Fiesta Junior, you'll see that Archie absolutely loved his experience there, and he learned so much from the team in terms of feedback, from gathering data, and just from learning from how a team and drivers give that great feedback and the experience that he gets from that as well. And he looks like he's putting all of that to really good use to end 2022 and possibly his time in Fiesta Juniors on the highest possible point. There is now 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock. We're going to get this and one more lap that we're going on to. So Luke Hilton onto the penultimate lap of the season now. He is away by 6.4 seconds. Goodness me, where this pace has come from, it's incredible, but he's really found something here as Luke Hilton. James Popey's back out in the race. He's got the indicator on because he's keeping out of the way of the leaders. He's going back out again. It's now Thomas Jack Lee heads the group for second. Still Lee, Smith and Webster. It's really been those three mainly at the front consistently. And yeah, Webster was dropping back a little bit there. He didn't quite get the run down the hill, but he might well be off a little bit. Has he got a problem, Albert Webster? Oh no, I think, is that Webster with a problem potentially? He's dropped back now behind Archie Handy, and also I think as well Daniel Lewis. Is he struggling here? Well, he's missed a gear or so or something, because Albert Webster was not too far away from the top two, and now he's for second and third, and now he's fallen back into the clutches of Archie Handy and also Daniel Lewis. Meanwhile, Luke Hilton makes his way in towards Paddock Hill Bend for the final time. Ooh, very sideways, careful Luke, it's not done yet. Runs wide out over the curb. He's over some of the cement dust that's been down there from an earlier Formula Ford race. And now under brakes in towards the hairpin for the final time at Druids. For second and third, though, it's still Thomas Jack Lee ahead of Sid Smith. And at the moment, as it stands, it will be more than enough. Even though Thomas Jack Lee is ahead of Sid, it's only 4 points taken out of him. So at the moment, he's now corners away from provisionally wrapping up the title. For fourth, meanwhile, Archie Handy is now up in the fourth place, battling with Albert Webster coming back at him on the exit. But this man has been absolutely dominant all weekend. Our two championship contenders come into view here. Second is Lee, third is now Smith, and then we've got Albert Webster back up to fourth now, past Handy and Lewis. They'll battle all the way to check and flag. There's contact between Handy and Webster on the final lap. Meanwhile, for the second time this weekend, it'll be victory for Luke Hilton in the Fiesta Junior Championship. It'll be second for Thomas Jack Lee, but third place should provisionally be enough to crown Sid Smith the provisional 2022 Fiesta Junior Champion. Fantastic effort all year from Sid. And both he, his dad Rob, and the entire green team and Jam Sport should be absolutely delighted with that for a fantastic effort all season. Provisionally, Sid Smith is the 2022 Fiesta Junior Champion. Fourth goes to Albert Webster, fifth to Archie Handy, then Dan Lewis, Ben Moll, Ryan finishes ahead of Lexi Belk. So that I think is more, because Lexi was 11th, so I think that should definitely give him fourth place in the points, because Lexi was 8 points ahead, and Moll Ryan has finished in 7th place, Lexi in 11th. So 7th place points I think gives you 32 and 24. Ooh, that's close actually. That's 8 points. That will put them on level points I think, because it's 7th and 11th. So that could be interesting in fact how that works out, because 7th place is 32 points. You get 24 points. So I'll have to work that one out. It might well be level points between those two for fourth. We'll work that one out in a second. But amazing stuff from all the juniors this year. What a wonderful championship it's been for 2022 for the Fiesta Juniors. From start to finish, they've been a credit to the championship. Penalty last minute for Archie Handy, though. So Archie Handy, another late penalty. They do leave to late these track limits penalties right to the end, because we seem to see the result across the screen, and then it changes after they cross the line. So Luke Hilton then ends the season with a fastest lap and the race victory. Third time he's crossed the line first, second time, but it counts. Victory for him, Thomas Jack Lee second, but third place provisionally is enough to give Sid Smith the provisional 2022 BRSCC Fiesta Junior title. Fourth for Albert Webster, fifth for Dan Lewis, sixth for Archie Handy after the penalty. Then it's Ben Moll Ryan. Connor Duncan survived to 8th in the next gen Mark 70 Tech car. It's then 9th place for Connor Duncan. 8th place for Sam Nisa, sorry. Then it's 10th for Lewis Hodgin. Then it's Lexi Belk, George Foxlow, Hadley Simpson, Harry England, Jasmine Shaw, Jacob Hodgkiss is in the pit lane, and also we lost had James Pope a couple of laps down, and we lost Lucas Hayden early on as well. So for the final time in 2022, after a wonderful Fiesta Junior season, it's time to have a chat to our final top 3 and provisionally our brand new champion of Fiesta Juniors. They're down at the top of the pit lane with a very happy, I'm sure, Richard John Neil.
Yeah, great racing as ever from the juniors. It's been my pleasure to be in and around them for a number of seasons, I think from the word go actually, but plenty of passion down there at the moment. Let's get our race winner though to come over first of all. Oh, careful, someone falls over the signs, and our winner, Luke Hilton. Well done, Luke. Let's get you in front of the backdrop here, just get you over in the centre. And race 2 didn't wind up the way that you wanted it to, but this time it has two great wins for you.
Yeah, well, second race, I was leading for a good lead, but then I was past my grid position, and they handed me 10-second penalty. It's fair, it's reasonable. So I got put to P4. Then I tried my absolute hardest to get to P1 again, and I managed it. I got hit a few times, I got smashed about a few times, but I still made it. I've got ring marks on my car, but it's racing, Robin's racing, but still came P1.
The car's been well dialed in, and so have you this weekend. I think it's fair to say you must be happy to take that form into next season or whatever you do.
Well, yeah. Well, my mechanics have been working so hard, night and day, preparing this car for this weekend. We've done a lot of testing, as I said yesterday, or the day before, I don't know, forgot. But yeah, no, I'd like to thank all my sponsors, my dad especially, and all my mechanics, because they've put so much effort into this weekend. And to come P1, all 3 races, except race 2, but I still led the race. But much more can you ask for?
What are you going to do next year?
Well, we're doing another season in Fiesta Juniors, but over winter I'm going to be testing a JCW Mini, and hopefully when I come back on the grid next year, I'll be up the road like I am today.
Well, it'll be good to see how you develop over the winter. Many congratulations. A super weekend. Thanks for talking to us. Luke Hilton, who takes that. Second position, Thomas Jack Lee. I think he's having a photo opportunity at the moment, so rightly so. Look at the camaraderie between these youngsters, which is exactly as it should be. Thomas Jack Lee, well done. Good to see you. You did all you could, but you know, P2 in the Junior Championship, I know from years covering it, is a very hard-earned thing, and it's one that you should be rightly proud of.
Yeah, I think we did all we could this weekend. We just beat Sid and fought as hard as we could. So yeah, but since the start of the season we were hoping for like some good battles and a good year, but we didn't expect to be this far up in my first year, so it's a really good thing to see for me.
Well, it's been a pleasure to see your racing progress over the year, and do we know next year? Have you got any thoughts? I have the odd chat with Dad, and he says, but what are you hoping for?
Well, we don't really have any plans yet. It all depends on sponsorship and money and stuff, really, as most racing does now.
But whatever you do in racing, I know you've got a bright future ahead of you. Well done. Second position in the race, runner-up in the championship as well. Many congratulations. Thomas Jack Lee, Wayne there to congratulate him as well. But of course we come to, I did this one 1, 2, 3 deliberately because our third place driver is our new provisional champion. He's over there in the distance. Let's get him over. Let's hear it for Sid Smith. Let's spin Sid round. There we go. Sid, many congratulations, and 2 champions in the family in 2 years. That's amazing.
Honestly, I've no words. It's like a dream come true. I knew what I had to do. I'd do it, start with him. Let's play it smart, and that's it. We've won it. We've done it.
When did you first realise that the championship was a possibility? What stage of this season? Because it's a long year, there's a lot of races to go into. We'll just get your hat straight, the BRSCC hat perched on top there. There we go.
Well, we knew it was good from the start. We started off strong with a couple of wins here actually, and then from there onwards we knew that we had the space to actually win this thing. So from day one, really, we just tried our hardest all year, drove as hard as we could, and it's ended up like this. I'm so happy. I'm lost for words, honestly. I just want to thank everyone for making this possible. My mum, my dad, Roy, Matt, Green Recycling, everyone, just Jam Sport, everyone just made this possible. It's just a dream come true, honestly.
Sid, many congratulations. We've got the Formula Fords on the grid. We'll just say well done again to our race winner and our champion, Sid Smith. Well done, Sid. Sid takes the 3rd position in the race. The championship title we have to have provisional on, but the celebrations are going to go on into the early evening, probably a little bit later as well. He's just broken the champagne out. I'm glad it was that way and not this way. I'm looking that way because we've got the Formula Fords on the grid for the last chance race back to Scott Woodward.
Thank you very much, Richard. And again, a massive congratulations provisionally to Sid Smith, our brand new Fiesta Junior champion. I'm certain he has quite the future going forwards, as do all of our fantastic juniors. Again, massive thank you to all of them for participating. And I know going forward, of course, as you'll see in the next few weeks and months, there are some good things happening for Fiesta Juniors. It should be on to another level next year. Well, some drivers need to go to another level here for the last chance race. 8 laps to decide who gets the final 6 qualifying spots for the final. Tom Hawkins and Tom MacArthur on the front row of the grid. Krista Otterström from Norway and Drew Stewart on the second row of the grid, just behind them on row 2. Pascal Monbaron and New Zealand's James Penrose start on the 3rd row from Cam Jackson, who of course is our newly crowned historic Formula Ford winner for the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy. He starts 7th alongside Megan Gilks, Elliot Budzinski for Team USA and Gabe Tesh, his fellow American, starting in P10. 11th on the grid is William Lowing from Australia, then Bryn Kinch alongside him in P12. Then it's Drew Cameron and Mark Sawer on row 7 of the grid, followed by David Parks, and one definitely to watch out for from 16th on the grid, Jake Cowden for Team Canada. Watch for him to carve through from P16 on the grid. P17, fan favourite Roberto Moreno, a 1980 champion, is there. 17th, he's got some work to do from the 9th row of the grid alongside Molly Dodd. Then Dan Renner Larson and Peter Lucas from Australia come next. Jonathan Miles and Dieter Harkel then on row 11 from Mark Goosens. So the Goose is back in this race too on row 12 alongside Derek Palmer. Then Gilles Chloé from Belgium, Abdul Ahmed after his spin in the semi-final earlier on. Then Rick Morris, Peter Barable, Matthew Cowley, hopefully if he's fixed his issues with the car, and Oliver Chapman to complete the 30-car grid. They'll have to contest a very frantic, I guarantee, 8 laps to decide who gets the final 6 transfer spots into the all-important 51st Formula Ford Festival final. Formula Ford Festival Grand Final. I know what I meant. It's been a long weekend so far. It's only going to get longer with the next couple of races coming up. So, who to watch out for here? Well, the biggest ones on the platform, I'm certain, going to be the likes of Tom MacArthur from the front row. I'm keen to see what Krista Otterström can do here, because he's the new Norwegian Formula Ford champion. It's a new champion they've only just put together in the last year or so. They ran it for the first time this season, and he was their first champion. So he'll be one to watch out for, I'm certain, from 3rd on the grid. But other drivers that are a bit further back, James Penrose was strong earlier on. He starts from P6. Cam Jackson, the new historic final champion, he starts from 7th on the grid. Watch out for Megan Gilks. Can she get into the final now towards the back of the grid from P8? Elliot Budzinski, I think, is the last of the 3, possibly the last of the 3 Team USA cars that hasn't got through just yet. He got a good chance from 9th on the grid. Can he work his way through with Gabe Tesh alongside him? William Lowing, a very talented young Australian driver, he starts 11th. Then you've also got the likes of Jake Cowden, 16th. Roberto Moreno, can he possibly squeeze up to 6th place? It'll be a tall order, but you might be able to manage it. And also maybe a miracle for Matt Cowley, 29th on the grid. If he is there, it's going to be quite a tough task for him to get through. So this is really it then. This is really the last chance to continue your festival journey. If you can make it through in the top 6 here, you've got one more shot at glory later on in a few minutes' time for the grand final. As the light begins to fade a little bit here, and as the sun starts to set, it's starting to cloud over a bit more. But thankfully, touch wood, the heavy rain showers that we promised were going to happen, thankfully have stayed away. And like it was last year, it started off a little bit wet, but it's dried out all the way through. And I think we are just about get something of a dry final later on this afternoon. So, Tom Hawkins in the Brawn GP light and fluorescent yellow car on the left side on pole position. Tom MacArthur looking for a reprieve after he missed out on historic final glory. Krista Otterström, the dark blue car, 3rd on the grid. Also watch out for Drew Stewart. Pascal Monbaron is there in 5th. James Penrose, the blue car with the white nose. Also watch for Cam Jackson, 7th on the grid. And also the likes of Megan Gilks, Elliot Budzinski, William Lowing and more. 8 laps to decide the final 6 spots in the Formula Ford Festival for 2022. Lights up and the fight for the last chance race is on. Decent start for Tom Hawkins and also for Tom MacArthur. Some cars further back are trying to dart their way through if they can. It's always forward press, very tight down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Budzinski's in there, Lowing's in there. A couple more cars going side by side round the outside. They can. Molly Dodson there as well, I think. 1-2 cars off. James Penrose off into the gravel trap. So is also Drew Stewart. Another car getting sideways. Abdul Ahmed right across the pack, but somehow everyone avoids him. So I think possibly, I'm afraid, James Penrose, his chances of festival glory in the final are going to be over, I'm afraid, going through the gravel. As for the top 6, we'll try and get the orders as they funnel their way through on the inside line of Graham Hill Bend. Safety car's already been deployed instantly. So a safety car is out here on this first lap of last chance race. So everyone trying to back off. You see David Parks waving to the other cars, saying, look, slow down, safety car out. More cars involved. Is that Rick Morris involved in contact? I think it is. And is that maybe Bryn Kinch has made contact too? There's another car in the barrier. That's Chris Goodwin, I think. Is that Chris Goodwin? It might be Chris Goodwin in the barriers too. So, wow, all sorts going on in there. That's unfortunate. I think that is Chris Goodwin. I think he was one of the reserves that could make it onto the grid if one of the cars in front couldn't. So Chris Goodwin did make it onto the grid, but he's out of it. So, that's a shame, because it was always going to be a frantic race, this one. It's only 8 laps. You've only got literally the last chance to get through into the final. So it was always going to be a real bun fight to try and get those last 6 transfer spots. And it can get a bit messy at times, but of course some drivers simply just trying to get into the position more eagerly than others. And unfortunately, it's seen 1 or 2 drivers come to blows right at the first corner. Well, under safety car, this is what the top 6 looks like then. So currently, under the top 6, it is Tom MacArthur that leads. Tom Hawkins is 2nd. Krista Otterstrom is 3rd. Cameron Jackson is 4th. He might still well get to the final at this point. Elliot Budzinski is 5th. And William Lowing is 6th. As for fast starters, Megan Gilks is 8th. Jake Cowden is 9th. And Roberto Moreno is 11th. So not bad going from those 3 men in the field. I have to say, men and women, we should say, because Megan Gilks is in there too. So those 3 drivers certainly want to make their way up there. We're hoping it's quite a quick safety car recovery. They're trying to recover them as quick as they can. Chris Goodwin's car is not in too dangerous a position, I don't think. It should be okay midway down the straight. They're trying to recover, I know, as quick as possible. Drew Stewart's car, they've got it lifted up on the recovery crane, so we might well get it recovered in quite quick succession, actually. Either going to put it right against the barrier. I think they might well do that, actually. So this is playing into the hands of the cars currently in the top 6. For the likes of David Parks and Megan Gilks, Jake Cowden and Roberto Moreno, they really do need to hope the safety car ends pretty quickly, because they want to get as quick a restart as possible and move up through the order. But I have to say, Roberto Moreno in P11, he's up 6 places from where he started, so impressive stuff for him so far. I think they've moved Drew Stewart's car as close to the barrier as they can, so hopefully, now they've managed to move it out of as much harm's way as possible, we can get racing back underway, fingers crossed, next time by the line, because the recovery snatch vehicle has quickly put Drew Stewart's car up against the barrier. You can see the spectators starting to gather here around at Brands Hatch as we get to crunch time in the festival. It's great to see so many people around watching, and hopefully some more of the support pet championships, the Fiestas and the modified Fords and others that are here in attendance too, are staying on for what is essentially the main event of the BRSCC calendar. And it has been a mega weekend of racing. Right, red flag has been shown, race has been stopped. So I think admittedly we have got time to play with here, because it's currently 13 minutes just before 4:15, and this race should have started, for the record. Okay, it should have started 2 minutes ago, which it did. So have to be careful on this one to see if we can get it going. Usually with quite good efficiency, the BRSCC are quite good at turning things around quite quickly. So I think what they're trying to do is, I imagine they've got to try and recover possibly Chris Goodwin's car, because that car may be not in as safe a position as it could be, maybe. So they're going to have to really press hard here to try and get this one done. Of course, the cloud cover isn't helping the license in many cases. Of course, sunset is at, I think, 5:57, I think, from what I read, having given it a quick Google search. But red flag is out, and race has been stopped. They'll get a restart then, I'm sure, or possibly, I would probably say maybe 5 laps, I'd imagine. So red flag, they'll bring the cars back around to they're going to stop them pretty much as close as possible. So yeah, they're telling Tom MacArthur and co to stop up the grid, so they can then start to get these cars formed up in order. Now the race has been stopped at the end of lap 3. I wonder if it did that to make sure they don't have to do a full grid reset and try and save time as much as possible, I wonder. So they got them to the end of lap 3, or end of lap 2, and then decided that, right, that's the order they're going to restart in. So the order in which they were off the grid, this is actually going to be benefit on the restart for the likes of Elliot Budzinski and William Lowing and Megan Gilks and Jake Cowden and possibly even Roberto Moreno, who's up there in P11. So this could be quite crucial for all of them to get themselves at that one of those last transfer spots up into the final. We'll just clarify one thing I was a bit unsure about as well for those watching, and I appreciate those in the comments who are either slightly paying more attention to the regulations than I was at one point, or have a bit more knowledge in some cases than I do, is that essentially if there's a red flag, then it's down to the race that covers the longest distance, essentially is classified as the faster of the two, because we went the full race distance. So I believe, in that sense, it should be then for the final, Max Esterson on pole with Michael Eastwell alongside him. But even then, the prospect of what's going to happen in that final is just absolutely impossible. I'm not quite sure exactly how that's going to play out, but it's going to be quite a spectacle, I'm sure, over those last 20 laps. And of course, we've still got to find out the full grid. We've still got 6 more spots to decide, which comes courtesy of this last chance race. So the grid now starts to form up then. It's now Tom McCart. Oh, that's intriguing. Right, so the grid then back up in original grid order now, actually. So that's interesting. Interesting. I think the restart's probably going to be 5 laps then, so 5 laps of racing. It really is going to be a shootout between them. Recovery vehicles out there to grab both Chris Goodwin's car and Rick Morris's car. Thankfully, both are out. You can see Chris Goodwin far off on the left, and behind just standing on the barrier, and on the right there was Rick Morris next to one of the marshals. Both drivers are out. Both drivers seemingly appear to be okay, which is a good thing. Of course, we never like to see accidents at all in racing, so good to see that they both have managed to get away from that. It seems on the surface at least unscathed. Whilst they're out there on circuit, I have to say a big thank you as well to every single one of the marshals, officials, medics, volunteers, everyone here that's played their part this weekend, this wonderful weekend of racing, as it always is at the festival. If you're in the chat watching on the live stream, give us some orange emojis, orange hearts, anything else, because all the volunteers and marshals and everyone else, they absolutely deserve the credit that they get, because particularly events like this, there have been so many marshals that have volunteered to come here for this weekend, many because they want to help, many because they love the event. It's a fantastic end of season atmosphere for everyone involved, and it's a brilliant spectacle for them to watch and be a part of. And as a whole, we stress this time and time again, but the fact rings true. Without the help and the dedication of marshals, officials, volunteers, medics, the timekeepers, our safety car drivers, everyone that plays their part in a race weekend, race events like this with the BRSCC or around in general UK motorsport just couldn't happen the way that they happen. So from the bottom of our hearts at the BRSCC, thank you ever so much to everyone who plays their part in motorsport, not just here this weekend, but throughout the whole season. You've all been absolutely fantastic to give us what's been one of the best seasons, I think, for quite a while for BRSCC. It's been a very incredible season for many, many reasons, and of course, for all the announcements that we've had, and the news that we've had, a new series and new announcements and new developments that have been coming through for 2023. Next year it promises to be potentially even better than it was before. So it looks like we've got... Okay, that's interesting. So because they are going to regrid everyone in the original order, I tell you, one of the people who's the luckiest out there is James Penrose. Just the car coming through now into his grid spot, because he's going to be so lucky and so fortunate being given the chance to restart again from P6 on the grid, because the last time we saw him, his car was tracking through the gravel in exiting Paddock Hill Bend. So that is a great relief for him, and I'm sure anyone else who's watching in New Zealand. We're going to signal it's going to be a 5-lap restart, so 5 laps to decide who gets the final 6 transfer spots. We've got one car in the pit lane. I think it might be Bryn Kinch, who is down in pit lane, so he's going to start them from there after they're getting a bit of an adjustment or final tweak. I think he's down there with Esther Crook, who of course has been, again, fantastic in the coordination of the National Formula Ford Championship, and indeed this weekend with their efforts in the festival. So big credit to Esther and to all our coordinators, of course, at BRSCC, everyone who works hard for the Mazdas, Fiestas, BMW Compact Cup, for the City Car, for Club Sport Trophy, and all the championships that we run. It's been an incredible season with some incredible champions and brilliant racing all the way through from start to finish. So it's been one of those great, memorable seasons. It's been tough and it's been testing, but we've had something back to normality in many cases after 2 disrupted years with the whole COVID situation and the pandemic and everything else. But it might not be the easiest out there in the world sometimes, but at least for those who love motorsport and love club racing, they can come here with events like the BRSCC and they can enjoy themselves, they can have a great time, they can go racing and enjoy it and just be part of the atmosphere and part of the spectacle. So the Rick Morris Royale is on the back of the low loader. So too is the Van Diemen of Chris Goodwin. Chris watching on very carefully as he will no doubt hitch a lift on the recovery vehicle to go back into pit lane. So as I say, there is going to be a 5-lap restart. So basically it means we can conclude the remaining 5 laps that are scheduled for the last chance race. The runyourfleet.com BRSCC safety car is just trickling up to the back of that incident point, and I'm certain it will then reverse backwards up the track and back into its little parking spot. So I think it's going to go back around again. I think either that or it's going to go do another circle around to make sure that all is well on the grid and around the circuit. I feel like it might well actually. I think possibly sit at the back of the grid to watch what happens at the rest of the race and see if anything happens. So I can hear the sirens going off, which means we're going to get a restart here for our last chance race. The 51st running of the BRSCC Formula Ford Festival nearing its conclusion. One more race before the all-important grand final this afternoon. So the restart for the last chance race. The remaining 5 laps we yet to complete. 6 transfer spots to make up the last 6 positions on the grand final grid. And any one of these 27 or 28 cars still left in this race could well take it. So we give you a run back through again of the grid as it is pretty much as it was from the start of the race originally. So as it was then, Tom Hawkins starts again back on pole position. It's second on the grid alongside him for Tom MacArthur. Then we have Krista Otterström in third. No Drew Stewart, as he was in 4th place, but he was off into the gravel. His car is, just see it there, the blue speck against the barrier. That is Drew Stewart's car off the road. Then Pascal Monbaron, 5th place, the Swiss driver. He will start P5 alongside James Penrose, who gets a bit of respite after you can see there his muddy excursion through the Paddock Hill Bend gravel trap at the start, that first start. Then it's Cam Jackson, the winner of the historic festival a little while ago, earlier on. And he starts alongside Megan Jilks back in 8th. Elliot Budzinski starts 9th for Team USA. And his fellow American Gabe Tesh rounds out the top 10. Then William Lowe from Australia, Bryn Kinch, who I think will start from the pit lane in 12th. Then it's Drew Cameron and Mark Sawyer, David Parks and Jake Cowden from 16th. He's going to do it all over again from the 8th row of the grid. And then Roberto Moreno, again, is going to do another great start to come up from 17th. It'll then be alongside him Molly Dodd in car 147. And then we have Dan Renner Larsen and Peter Lucas, Jonathan Miles and Dieter Harkel, Mark Goosens, the 1991 champion, starting 23rd in his 1980 Duckham's Van Diemen. Then Derek Palmer, Gilles Chloe, Abdul Ahmed, Rick Morris, of course he won't take the start because he's out of the race, Peter Barrable, no Matthew Cowley because he didn't start. I think Oliver Chapman might well be there. And then of course we had taking the start originally as first reserve that got through was Chris Goodwin, but unfortunately he won't take the start either, I'm afraid. And of course once the race starts, I don't believe any other reserves can come back in and take his place because the race has already started and therefore it's already some kind of a result. So Tom Hawkins then back on pole position in the white, yellow and black Brawn GP livery number 28 Ray chassis. Alongside him Tom MacArthur. He's got a chance to at least win this race and get himself onto the back, or at least get himself in the final 6 spots, get himself onto the back of the main festival. Who knows what he could do from anywhere between 25th down to 30th. So I want to ask him a chat why Callie didn't start. I think the reason is because he had some kind of mechanical issue. Remember, in the historic final, he had that problem in the historic final, trying to take the safety car restart, or tries to take the restart after the incident, and then had those issues that unfortunately seemed to force him out into the pit lane. So Cowley's car seemingly with mechanical issues. So take 2 for the start of the last chance race at the Formula Ford Festival. Who takes the final 6 spots on the final grid? Red lights are up. Tom Hawkins from pole, but it's a better start from the front row for Tom MacArthur. He's got a better launch from the outside of the front row and down towards Paddock Hill Bend. He should lead from Tom Hawkins down into Paddock for the first time. He does. He sweeps across. Cam Jackson with 2 wheels on the grass up the inside of both Pascal Monbaron and looks like that was Molly and James Penrose. And thankfully this time James Penrose has got through without going through the Paddock Hill Bend gravel trap. He's now battling away with Megan Jilks, who got a good start. Also up there too, his fellow Oceanic driver, which is William Lowing in the Solely Motorsport car. He's up there with a good start too. Looks like falling back a little bit of elbowing there between Bryn Kinch and Jake Cowden, who's certainly getting himself into quite a fight here. But MacArthur leads, Hawkins second, Otterström third, but under threat from Cam Jackson towards McLaren, and a big dive also up the inside of car 12, which is Drew Cameron. Up the inside goes Jake Cowden, Team USA, and 3 goes. So MacArthur, then Hawkins, Otterström, then it's followed by Cameron Jackson, followed then by Pascal Monbaron and Megan Jilks. At the moment, those are the 6 drivers that will make it through, but there's still 4 more laps still to run here in the last chance race. Line astern, up towards Druids. One car off in the back, I saw off in the gravel to the right-hand side. Don't know who that was. They had just about tracked through. I think it might be Drew Stewart, Drew Stewart off into the gravel, it looks like, looking out my commentary box window. switch there for Elliot Budzinski. He's the last of the 3 Team USA cars yet to make it into the festival final. And there's Jordan Kelly also. We forgot about him. He retired with a mechanical issue in his semi-final. But he's quite the way back in the order. He's quite far back and trying to make his way up through the order as best he can. So there's more of the pack going through. Now look at this, nose to tail. Here we go. MacArthur, Hawkins, Otterstrom, Jackson. And here comes also James Penrose looking for that final transfer spot. Wheel to wheel with Megan Gilks. Down towards Paddock Hill Bend. And the New Zealander gets himself in front. Now can William Lone find his way through? It's, look at that, for 6th position. It's fifth and 6th position. It's between Penrose, Gilks and Lowing. It's between New Zealand, Canada and Australia between that proper international field. But Krista Otterstrom goes to the lead of the race of a Norwegian Formula Ford champion into the lead here in the last chance race. If he can hold on there for the next 2.5 laps, he will qualify on his first attempt to the Formula Ford Festival final. Up through Surtees now, lap 3 of 5. Otterstrom, MacArthur, Jackson, Hawkins. Then it's Pascal Monbaron. Oh, is there a puff of smoke? What's happened there? So off the road. Oh no, it's Tom Hawkins off the road. Tom Hawkins with the wheel off into the barriers. Now then, what's that going to do for the race? Will it be yellow flags? Will it be a, dare I say it, a safety car? I'll have to wait and see. Meanwhile, it's a repeat of the historic final, but now for 2nd place rather than the win. Cam Jackson down the outside of Tom MacArthur. Can he get round the outside for the 2nd time? He can't make the high, wide and handsome line work. He runs wide out onto the curb, and now with the threat from Pascal Monbaron. Here he comes down the outside. The Swiss driver under brakes, round the outside into Druids, into 3rd place. And now Cameron Jackson is under threat from James Penrose. Meanwhile, behind, red flag, race has been stopped. Race has been stopped. That might well be it. That might well be the race result declared. It might well be when they cross the line. I wonder if that's going to be it. Is that going to be the last chance race declared as a result? And is that going to be the 6 cars through? At the red flag, it was Otterstrom, MacArthur, Jackson, Monbaron, Penrose and Lowing. Is that going to be the final 6 that make it through into the final in a little while? Later on. We'll wait and see. I wonder if that's checker flag this time, because I'm certain they won't restart it for 2 laps. I'm sure they won't. But if that is the final 6, what a final 6 that is going through. We've got Norway, 2 Brits, a Swiss, a New Zealander and an Australian, all onto the back of what will be a truly international Formula Ford Festival Grand Final. So red flag came out at the end of lap 4. On lap 4, so I think that will certainly have to be. I'm sure that's a race result declared. I'm sure it is, because they're bringing them to the front of the grid. But I can't see them restarting for 2 laps. But that surely will be it. So that will be, I think, I'd like to think at least, that one. That will be it. So if that is the case, then 6 very feisty, very fast drivers making their way through into the final, and that means we've got quite a few nationalities represented in the festival final. Everyone just been directed to the inside of the pit wall. Yeah, checker flag is on the timing screen now. That's interesting because, okay, so it says it's gone back to lap 3 of... Right, that's intriguing. It's gone back to lap 3 of 5 now, so they've gone back a lap to the completion of lap 3. So actually, it's MacArthur who's being shown as the winner. At the moment, I don't think we're going to get a restart, so I'm taking this as if it's the last 6 going through. MacArthur is being shown as the winner now. Hawkins in 2nd. So then again, he didn't finish the race, so therefore he probably might not get up there. So instead, it might well be, in fact, MacArthur. If we take out Hawkins out of the equation, because he wasn't running at the time of the red flag, MacArthur, I think then Otterstrom, Jackson, and I think then Monbaron, Penrose, and maybe Gilks are going to be the 6, because the timing screen's gone back to the conclusion of lap 3. But of course, that factors in Tom Hawkins. But the rule is, if you're not running at the time of a red flag, you're not classified. Well, this is what's coming up on the screen. This is what we've got then. So it's showing as a result. So we'll take this at the moment with a pinch of salt. But this is what we think is the final 6 going through then. Ignore Tom Hawkins because he wasn't running. So I think it should be Tom MacArthur, then Krista Otterstrom, as Hawkins wasn't running, Jackson, Monbaron, Penrose and Gilks. That, I think, will be the 6 cars that go through, which is a shame for William Lowing, as initially he was showing as being in the top 6. So if he does miss out, that's a real shame. Also, he will appear to be losing Elliot Budzinski, David Parks, also as well Jake Cowden, who fails to make the final, unfortunately. Neither does Gabe Tesh. Roberto Moreno's festival ends with 13th place has been classified. Then Bryn Kinch, Derek Palmer, Jonathan Miles, Dieter Harkel, Saw, Dodd, Ahmed, Kelly, then Adam Fathers, Jill Chloe in 23rd, and then Chapman, Cameron, and also Dan Renner Larson, who was the car that was showing is not running, in 26th position. So it looks as though there, as that might well be the final 6 cars we think. As I say, Tom Hawkins was not running at the time of the red flag, and rules usually state if you're not running at the end of the red flag, you don't essentially get classified as being a finisher on the results. So by that margin, it looks as though I think provisionally, don't take it as a pinch as a gospel just yet. We think the top 6 based on what those rules are. MacArthur, Otterstrom, Jackson, Monbaron, Penrose and Gilks. We think those are the 6 cars that will go through to make up the back of the festival grand final grid. We'll wait and see. We'll wait for the final grid to come through, and of course we'll get a handle on what to expect as we get the build-up for what will be the main event of this afternoon, the grand final for the 51st running of the Formula Ford Festival. So, let's see if... Yeah, cars have been directed around again, so I think that's being told that actually that's the result done. So, yeah, I think for the purposes of Richard John Neal, if we are going to get our top 3 in, I think for him it is going to be, we believe it's going to be MacArthur, then possibly Otterstrom and Jackson, because as I say, Tom Hawkins was not running when the red flag came out, and I don't think he would be really, I don't think he'd be classified as a runner, because as a as a finisher, because the result here goes back a lap when Hawkins crossed the line in 2nd place. There's also going to be a bit of clear up to do because there's a couple of cars off. Tom Hawkins' car, of course, is off the road up at McLaren. And also off the road, you can see there, which is Drew Stewart's car, which was recovered after the first start. So those 2 cars are going to have to be recovered off the road before we begin the build-up. We take a bit of a break in our coverage and begin the build-up towards the grand final of the 51st running of the Formula Ford Festival, which promises to be an incredibly fascinating and unpredictable 20 laps ahead of us, I think, because I don't really even think that anyone can sit there and confidently predict exactly who the favourite might be. Again, if someone forces me to give me a prediction, it's probably going to have to be, if someone's forced me to give a name, I'd stick my neck out and say possibly Max Esterson, because he was quite dominant in that first heat, in his first semi-final. The second final was tighter, and I wonder if Esterson has got the pace on everyone else to possibly pull away from people. But that's to come up shortly. I don't think, sadly, we're going to get the top 3 because everyone's been directed back to the paddock. But we will figure out exactly who the top 6 is. We believe if Hawkins is to be taken out because he wasn't running at the red flag, I believe at least it should be MacArthur, Otterstrom, Jackson, Monbaron, Penrose and Gilks. But now as the cars make their way through, got a great shot here as the cars, quite a novel shot coming down back towards the Parc Fermé. Don't really get this shot, but we've turned the camera around that's looking down at around this part of the circuit. So see them heading back towards Parc Fermé. It was Andy Brickles there on the scooter, I think, as well, just sweeping through the shot. There goes Roberto Moreno. He's, as he spoke to Richard John Neal, is certainly enjoying life in many cases, but this should be quite the fascinating spectacle coming up from us ahead of us here. So a bit of a break in our Formula Ford action now as we continue to get the build-up and suitably get ourselves ready for what I'm certain is going to be a heart-stopping 20 laps ahead of us. So the low loader is now picking up Drew Stewart's stranded Van Diemen. And that will now put itself onto the low loader. So we're going to continue our build-up to what will be, I'm certain, a thrilling Formula Ford Festival final, and we're going to have a chat in a few moments' time with the chairman of BRSCC, Peter Daly, who's finished his racing activities for today. I'm sure he'll relay us with what his fortunes have been like this weekend, I'm sure, and also be some good conversation with Richard about some of the announcements that we've had, his advocacy of Formula Ford, and also all the great exciting projects that we've had, including the comeback of TCR, who are deciding their final rounds of the championship here this afternoon, today at Snetterton. And best of luck to everyone competing for that title. Of course, we've got these new projects coming in for BRSCC, including, of course, the new Audi TT Cup Racing, the new Cook Sport Renault Cup that's been announced, and also the Formula Foundation E car as well on top of that. And there's still plenty more great things to come from BRSCC to be announced in the next few weeks and months as we go into the beginning of the off-season. It's been quite a long season for everyone so far this year. It's been very busy, it's been very packed, very congested, but lots of great fun racing, wonderful action on track, and some very worthy champions in the end of it. And of course, congratulations to all of our new champions that we've crowned this weekend provisionally, particularly our 2 Fiesta champions. In the overall ST240s, it was Jensen Brickley who has provisionally wrapped up the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta Championship, and to Sid Smith, who's provisionally been crowned the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship champion after a long battle all season with Thomas Jack Lee. So congratulations to them provisionally. And also we should give a mention to Nick Moore, who finished the season in the Fiesta Championship in the seniors as the best placed ST150 class car in the order. So he essentially becomes the winner in many cases of the ST150 class, which is a massive effort for him. So congratulations to all 3 of those drivers too. And also congratulations to all of our other champions throughout the season. Of course, last weekend we crowned a few more. We crowned provisionally a few more like Mikey provisionally. Such as the City Car Cup. We crowned, of course, in the Mazdas. We had, it was a championship provisionally for Fraser Fennick in the Mark 1 MX-5 Championship, for Declan McDonnell in the Mark 1 MX-5 Clubman Championship, and Will Blackwell Chambers in a very dramatic final race for the MX-5 Super Cup, where it was a battle between Will Blackwell Chambers and Colin Bysouth. Colin Bysouth essentially spun out on the first corner at Ritchie's, went wide out onto the grass, all out of shape, but powered his way back through to go past. So I think we can go down to have a chat to Richard and the chairman of BRSCC, Peter Daly, to see if we can find out how he's found his weekend and how BRSCC looks for this season going into next year. So Richard, down to you.
Thanks very much indeed, Scott. Scott's done the introduction already. Peter Daly, pleasure to have the opportunity to talk to you here at Brands Hatch today. First of all, the festival mainstay of BRSCC from my years in short trousers, possibly. I won't leave you with that thought. Watching the festival, a terrific event over the years, and still here and pleased to be here. But what does it mean to you as chairman?
Well, as chairman, there's a huge amount of pedigree with the festival. You only have to visit the Kentigan. We were in there last night and the night before. Mandy, the host at the Kentigan, remembers it going back years ago. The plaque on the wall details everybody: Roberto, Mark Goosens, you know. And then you look at the Sky TV team that we can never get to come and join us because of their commitments to F1. It's huge for the BRSCC. Last year was the 50th anniversary. We put a big purge in to get the grids up. We got the grids up. This year, I'm really pleased. We've got 79 cars in the end. Roberto, a last minute signing. Mark Goosens came along. Alan Bowles has done so much work for us, and Alan Bowles has just released a book. So 50 years of the Formula Ford Festival, well worth buying. It's a fantastic book. For me personally, I raced here in 2002, so this is my 21st year. I've not done every festival. I had a couple of years out of racing a few years ago. But for me, it's the highlight of my racing year, and it's so frustrating.
Going back to that last chance race, front row with Lorna.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, I didn't sleep much last night. We were, you know, we did speak. If it was going to be chucking it down with rain, we were quite happy perhaps just doing 2x2 all the way around for 10 laps. No one to get by with the spray. But as it was, she tried to take me on the first corner, so I dug deep and managed to get the lead. And then, as you probably saw, well, you might not have seen it because we were running sort of midway to the back of the historic final. And in that, of course, I was behind Lorna for about 3 laps, and unfortunately she got the oil and ended up in the gravel. I managed to get, I think, P14 off the back of the grid. But it's just a fabulous atmosphere. Down in the lower paddock here, we've got drivers from 16 countries, and that in its own way is just phenomenal. All the drivers are helping each other. You're constantly asking, what's your setup, what's your setup, what are you doing here, what are you doing there? I do like to give that information out, normally the wrong way, because you need a fighting chance. But we saw, and again we saw some really close racing through all of the heats. So the office will regroup Monday, perhaps Tuesday, and believe it or not, we'll start planning for next year's already. And the guys at BRSCC, we've got Charlotte on board, who's a new recruit, Antoine, Luke, Greg Graham, Esther, who's one of our coordinators, and Paul McCurlian, and then of course Sophia and Chloe in the office. They put a huge effort into this. They get me on the phone every week. So from a distance, I'm ringing up saying, how many entries, how many entries, how many entries, who needs a deal? What can we sort? What's the sponsors? So yeah, for me personally, it's fantastic, and I'm really proud that I was available to take part through the era where we'd got, you know, Dave Pierre, Bernard Cottrell as the senior officials, and of course Brian Jones. You know, Brian would always he'd be intolerably well, and then he'd be looking at you saying, Daly, you've still not won anything. And Brian was so compassionate like that. But he liked a good race.
And everybody enjoyed listening. I made the comment earlier on that, you know, I sat on the banks, the grass banks, year in, year out, listening to him. He was just a joy to listen to, and the font of all knowledge. And I don't think, not once did we ever think of him saying anything wrong.
No, that's right. Well, I caught him once saying something wrong. So I live up in the Midlands near Mallory Park, between Mallory and Donington, and I used to race a lot, you know, in the early noughties at Mallory. And as a result, Brian came up as our commentator for one of our Formula Ford races, and one of my friends said to me, I thought the first corner was called Gerard's Bend. Why? Because Brian was on the microphone saying, and they're off, and as they go down into Paddock Hill, and we were at Mallory Park. So we did catch him out on that one. But Brian, I went on a few of our international events where Brian came as a steward, and he was such an entertainer, not only as a steward, as a commentator, and then of course, you know, when we have to go away for a long weekend, there's a lot of camaraderie. We all end up having dinner together on the Friday or the Saturday, and yeah, Brian enjoyed those. He was always ready to tell you stories about different people, and everyone knew him. Fabulous guy, and he's dearly missed.
I was lucky enough to work with him on a couple of things, a couple of launches and things like that. I learned so much from him, and you carry on learning, don't you? And yeah, greatly missed, but fantastic that he's remembered.
Yes, that's right. So I'm really pleased that Ros is here today. So Ros is spending the afternoon with the stewards, and of course Charlotte is here with Adam, and they're going to be presenting the Brian Jones Trophy after the grand final as well. They've already presented it once. I think for me personally, I was the last person not to win it because I won the final in 2020, and of course we introduced it then. I would have loved to have received that, but I'll work hard for next year.
Good, that's good. And talking of the hard work, that continues as chairman for the BRSCC. Some very important announcements and high-profile announcements we've had over not just the last few weeks, but the last few months. The direction of the club. So I'm a member, and I've been delighted to see some of the things that are coming through.
Yes, well, you saw this weekend we had our Formula Foundation E, which is the first. We hope to be the first, permitted electric club vehicle. A brilliant RSR research, along with Nick Mason's company, have put that together. I was over at Snetterton on Tuesday, saw it personally for the first time, witnessed it yesterday, where we were watching it do half a dozen laps, and that is really exciting. That's because we've got people like Paul McCurlian and Greg Graham on board. Greg is our formula development guy. It goes back quite a few months ago. We were having a conversation. What came out of that conversation was the idea of a single-seater championship. We were going in the plan was to go in one direction. We restocked and said, no, what we need is an electric single-seater with a halo that complies with Article 277 of the FIA regs. So we need a car, but it's not carbon fibre, and that gives us an option now. Because it's not carbon fibre, you've seen the accidents we've had here. These cars are steel chassis are incredibly tough, and with it not being carbon fibre, it makes it perhaps a bit easier in workshops for the club level racer rather than specialist repairs. So we're really pleased with that. We announced, I have to be careful what I tell you because I'm not quite sure of all the things, but we announced our deal with TCR, Stuart Lyons, Nicky Lyons at Maximum Motorsport. Really pleased they're coming on board. They're coming on board with us. We've had relationships before. We used to run their VW Cup going back. We actually ran TCR before Stuart and Nicky transformed it into the big grids that it is today. So that's going to be fantastic. We've got our TT. Audi TTs. We have, if I said in grid terms, we're over halfway full on a grid, and it's only just been launched. So Sean up at SW Motorsport is building the kits and getting people through the workshop. Greg Graham and I had a conversation at the BRSCC dinner 2 and a bit years ago, where we looked at this Citroen C1, sorry, not the C1, the City Car Cup. And of course C1 with Robin Welsh has come and joined us, and we've really enjoyed entertaining Robin, as in putting on the background stuff, and Robin's entertained us all with some fantastic C1 racing. The other one that we do is City Car Cup, and that was Greg Graham's baby. We looked around the world and we saw something happening, and we thought, why don't we do that? This weekend, the biggest Fiesta Junior grid we've had. I was involved in meetings, as you might know, at Motorsport UK. I sit on the race committee, judicial committee. As chairman of the BRSCC, I have some interests for the club. And there were people around the table saying, it's dead in the water. And that was 2018 or 19, 2019. Laura's just told me that. Laura, come over here. So, Laura is our coordinator, and Laura's efforts, together with the guys behind her, and we're constantly saying, Laura, we've got to go 15, we've got to go 16. So I wound her up the other night. Laura, you've let me down. I thought we get 20, but 18 is the biggest grid in 5 years. Yeah. So we're so pleased, and of course we've got the new Fiesta Junior car, which I understand was up at the sharp end this weekend. You've got to remember that the drivers in this only have a 2-year window, so the guys at the front are in their 2nd year. So that car will really start to fill the grid towards next year and definitely 2024. So we're really pleased with the way that's come on. And then we've got other things that are happening at the club. We invested in a new IT system. Since then, we have upped the way we do our website, and that's going to be changed over the winter. Entering races has never been easier. You become a member, you go on your phone, click, 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 and you're entered. You get reminders, you pay 2 weeks before, you then click on to sign on. That's working really well. And then, of course, the other thing that's coming through, we've just ordered our 3rd rescue vehicle. So you saw the tremendous job that the volunteer rescue crews do here. And BRSCC, we've got some old rescue vehicles with reliability issues. So, as a club, we've invested over £200,000 in the last 3 years. And I'm just really, really pleased that the team at head office and the regional centres who all throw in for these events are just pushing. And we've got some exciting clerks as well, clerks of the course. So anyone out there who wants to get involved in BRSCC, you don't have to be a racer. You just need to be really enthusiastic. Come and join us. And you could be a trainee clerk, timekeeper, you could work on the rescue crew, you could do specialist things. We're crying out for coordinators, people that want to come and give customer service to our really valued customers. I'm excited. Can you tell I'm excited?
Yeah, I think we all are.
Yeah, it is. It's fantastic. And of course, we've got our annual awards dinner coming up in November, which we've not had for a couple of years. So it's a hard one, that, because I don't have a glass of wine until 10 o'clock at night. But no, I'm looking forward to, lots of our supporters. You'll see here one of our big club supporters is Run Your Fleet. And Steve Whitmarsh, the CEO of Run Your Fleet, has been really loyal to the club. Over the last couple of years, we've got the Jaguar XF Sport Brake as our safety car. And Steve's just agreed another deal to continue his partnership with the club for a few more years. And that's through a relationship with Trevor Parry, who's one of our directors and also chairman of the Midland Centre. And probably a voice in my head most of the days when he rings me up.
It's a great insight into what's going on. Peter, I'm going to put you on the spot now. Who's your tip for the festival final?
I'm going to say Joey Foster's got a chance, and it's got to be his year. And he beat me to 2nd in the Walter Hayes in 2003, so he must be a good driver.
That's a good out. Peter Daly, chairman of the BRSCC, thank you so much for your time. Well done to you and the team on a great year. And I've been made to feel really welcome in the events I've done, which I greatly appreciate. Thank you so much.
We really admire you coming here and helping us out. Thank you.
Loved it. Thank you very much indeed, Peter. We're going, mate. Get ready now for the final. Peter Daly, the chairman of the British Racing and Sports Car Club, joining us there. Excuse me. Fascinating insight. I'm going to go and tee up a few people in the holding area. I'll hand you momentarily back to Scott, and we'll give you the thumbs up once we're ready to have a word with some drivers ahead of the 51st BRSCC Formula Ford Festival final.
Thank you very much, Richard. Great to hear from Peter Daly, chairman of BRSCC, and all the projects that are going on for the future. So, the build-up now starts for what is going to be, I think, quite a stellar final for the 51st running of the Formula Ford Festival, particularly when we look at the grid, because we've got a bit of a build-up here. And I have to say, we've got the grid sheet through. I haven't seen a 30-car grid look this strong for a long, long time. I thought last year's grid was strong. This possibly goes to quite another level because there is so many top drivers that have made it through to the final. I think everyone that I'd hoped would make it through to the final has done so, and it should be pretty amazing. So let's go through it then from the top whilst Richard and co make their way down towards the assembly area to try and have a chat to some people. Let's try and talk you through it then. So pole position has been given to Max Esterson. So he will start the 51st Formula Ford Festival Grand Final from pole in car number 42. Alongside him on the front row of the grid is number 92, Michael Eastwell. They both won their respective semi-finals. Difference being that Max Esterson completed all 14 laps in his final, and therefore it's the fastest time of the fully completed final. Eastwell completed 13 laps, but the race was red flagged right at the end. So therefore, he by default starts on the right-hand side of the grid. It might work as an advantage because on the front row of the grid, the left-hand side has a flatter, more level patch on that circuit. I've seen it before in championships like TCR UK and others, where the left-hand side of the grid at the front can give you a better, more level platform in order for you to get off the line much better. So if Michael Eastwell can be on his toes here and get a good start, he might well beat Max Esterson, or be at least alongside him heading into Paddock Hill Bend. Then you get to row 2, Joey Foster in car 277. Again, 2-time Main Festival winner, 1-time Kent Festival winner when it was a separate final, in 3rd place. He's always got to be in with a shout towards the front. That firm of cars looked very strong at weekend. He definitely could be in the mix. Then you get Chris Middlehurst, last year's national champion. He's been on the overall podium for the Formula Ford Festival no less than twice, I'm certain. Well, at least once, in fact, because he was on the podium in 2016. But I'm sure he's been on there more than once. But yeah, he's at least more than once. So he's certainly been on the podium more than once, and he's going to start from 4th. His chances are as good as anyone else's. He would love to win it, as would the other cars that are racing for Team Dolan, for Bernard and for the rest of the Team Dolan squad after their awful workshop fire that caused them to have to rebuild everything from scratch. They lost several cars, including, sadly, the legendary Nice 99 Van Diemen that Niall Murray's been driving for several seasons and won 2016 festival in. But now, of course, he's got a spare car. Chris Middlehurst has rebuilt his car, the amazing effort that they've had. So he will want to honour that work with a win in the final if he can make it. Then we come to row 3. We've got Jordan Dempsey, the new national champion. He's got to be somebody to count on. He was victorious here when the national rounds visited back in August. He has to be in there as a potential favourite to win. But then you look at the field, this should be pretty intriguing. Alongside him, David McCullough in car 128. He's been one of the surprises of the weekend. I don't doubt his ability, but amongst arguably stronger opposition, he's had a really stellar weekend, but one of the standout drivers of the weekend for the surprise that he's given in terms of the level of pace that he's got, which should be pretty interesting. So from P6, should be quite interesting. We'll quickly wrap up the rest of the top 10, which is Thomas Schrage for Team USA, the highest placed Team USA driver. We've got 2 of those through, Thomas Schrage and William Ferguson, I believe, yes. Brandon McCorkin, who is the best placed Oldfield Motorsport car in 7th place. He's just ahead of his teammate Lucas Romanek and Jeremy Fairbairn for Kevin Mills Racing. So look through must be the top 10, and everything else in there with the likes of Niall Murray, Alan Davidson, and Jamie Sharp, and everyone else in the field. Let's now hand over to Richard John Neal, who'll take us through some of the stories, some of the interviews as we now ramp up for the grand final, the 51st running of the BRSCC Formula Ford Festival. Richard, how's your nerves?
Thanks very much indeed, Scott. So the cars are assembling. We haven't got all of them here. Some of them a little bit late on parade, maybe. But bear in mind, the last chance race that we had was just before the support race that's out on circuit now. So we didn't get a chance to do the podium interviews. It would have been unfair to drag them onto the podium, chat to them, and then send them away with less time to get ready. So we do have the last chance runners to make that. I'm going to grab a couple of interviews, which is why we're down here. The first driver I'm going to talk to, if we're okay, is Morgan Quinn. You okay for a quick chat? Thumbs up as ever from Morgan. So Morgan, back on, trying to find you on the grid, little way back, so work to do. Tell us about your weekend.
It's not been the best of weekends. We were hoping a bit more. I think the heat hurt us a little bit with a lack of pace in the dry, and then on the semi-final I was a bit cagey at start because the mirror decided to let go, so that could have gone a bit better as well, but just have to see what we're going to do for this one, hopefully. Okay, well,
wish you well for it. Thanks for the chance to speak to us. Well done, cheers. So Morgan Quinn, let's have a quick word with Rob Parks next door. Rob, this is such a busy weekend, isn't it, from start to finish, and even before that with the preparation, the testing and everything else. When does the prep start for you guys?
Oh yeah, it's an amazing weekend. Firstly, the festival is just fantastic. The prep, probably, to be honest, the prep starts the season before for everything, and getting the cars ready, putting the plans in place to come over here and race. And yeah, it's a lot of work, but it's brilliant to be here and nice to be in the final.
Well done for making it, and much progress to be had, do you think?
Yeah, I'm starting a little bit further back than I'd like to be, but we'll push as hard as we possibly can and see what happens.
Best of luck for the race. Let's go. Thank you for chatting to us. We'll have a word with Kevin Foster. We caught up with Kevin at the start of the weekend, and remember, the point's been made. This is Kevin's first race car meeting. So how's your first car meeting gone? Have you enjoyed it?
Yeah, I think this first car race weekend has gone a lot better than I could have imagined, honestly. But it's not like I'm completely devoid of racing. Sure. Coming over from huge karting events in Canada, being the reigning Rotax Canadian champion, the racing blood is there. It's just now we're doing it at a step with bigger machinery, bigger toys.
For sure, that's a great way of looking at it, but I'm guessing you'll always remember this weekend.
Yeah, I'll always remember it as my first, and yeah, what can I say? A debut to do it at the Formula Ford Festival. There's no better way to do it.
I agree with that. Good luck for the race. It's been a pleasure to meet you, and who knows, might see you on the podium. All the best. Kevin Foster there, come all the way from Canada to race, and you heard in the interview with Peter Daly the amount of countries that are taking part in the festival. It's back up to the levels we had years ago, which is absolutely fantastic. Let's go over here. I haven't spoken to Brendan McCocken this weekend, so let's try and have a quick word with Brendan, who's over here in the 96. You all right for a quick word, Brandon? Brandon McCocken, we had a quick chat. I haven't spoken to you since a podium last year, I don't think, so it's great to have a chat with you, and a little bit of work to do, but quite well placed.
Yeah, happy with how I play. It's just all weekend I've just been keeping it steady. Last year I left myself with a lot of work to do after the heat, so this year I've just kept it steady, kept my nose clean. I was hoping for a top 10 finish in the final. As you can see, might be rain, so just going to go for it.
You happy with either weather?
I'm doing a rain dance here. I'm hoping it's wet. So yeah, hopefully, here's hoping.
What do you do in the last half an hour before you get in the race car? Are you still looking at data, or are you chilling out? Have you got a ritual?
Depends really. For a big race like this, just try not to think about it really. You know, obviously keep an eye on the weather. Been keeping a close eye on the weather. Was looking at track conditions, you know, watching the last chance race. So, and then all in that, just keeping occupied, you know.
Yeah. Well, best of luck for the race. Thanks for chatting to us. Good to see you again. Brandon McCocken, starting on outside of row 4. So I wanted to have a word with, I think we're going to go next door again. Thomas Schrag, let's have a quick word. Thomas, we caught up in this position at the opening part of the weekend, and here we are again at the end of the weekend. Not bad so far. I thought you were on for a podium in that last one, just a shade off of it, but row 4 is a good starting position.
Yeah, I can't complain with a row 4 starting position. I feel like we have a chance, and I felt like that all weekend. And, you know, overall, I think between all of us, we've had some pretty unlucky stuff happen, Team USA scholarship guys, and I've been a little bit lucky too, and we'll just go forward from here.
We wish you well for the race. Thanks again, and we've enjoyed seeing you race over here. Thank you very much indeed. Thomas Schrag. Got David McCullough. We've had a few podiums from David. His first win, remember, yesterday in the heats. Jordan Dempsey is next up. Then we've got Chris Middlehurst. Joey Foster we spoke to before the first race. Let's have a quick word with Michael Eastwell if we can, unless we get run over by Niall Murray, who's in the 555 car. And Niall's going to sort himself out. Michael Eastwell this way, so we'll go over here. See if Michael's teed up for a quick word. Michael, what was involved in your preparation for the final?
Not a lot really, just staying cool and you know, don't know what to expect from the elements now, like anything could happen, so honestly just, you know, great result in the last race and just looking forward to this one.
Just literally for enjoyment?
Well, I'm very competitive, but that's the enjoyment for me, yeah. So.
Okay, and much to change from earlier on when we saw you in the semi-final. I mean, conditions have maybe dried up a little bit, so does that necessitate much of a change?
A bit of a change, but as I say, there's a lot of clouds looming, so there'll be different options, different setups everyone's on, I'm sure, for this one.
The whistle's blown. Good luck for the race, Michael. Thanks ever so much for talking to us. That is all we've got time for in the build-up for our 51st Formula Ford Festival final. When I first came and watched Gerrit von Cowen winning the festival many years ago, back in the 80s, I never envisaged that many years later I'd be down here in the paddock talking to the drivers and interviewing the winners. So it's a real privilege. Also a privilege to be working alongside, once again, Scott Woodward, who's in the commentary box. Over to you, Scott.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. This is what it's all been building for this weekend. The grand final of the 51st running of the BRSCC Formula Ford Festival. There's been some great people that have won this race over the years. Let's just remind you some of the names that have come through here in the festival. Way back, of course, from Ian Taylor back in 1972. Then you have the likes of Don McLeod, who was the first person to win it twice. Richard Morgan, Jeff Lees. That was the first 4 festivals at Cesarton. Then to Brands Hatch. We go through the names here. Here's some ones to take you back. Derek Daly, Chico Serra, Michael Rowe, Don McLeod again, Roberto Moreno in 1980, Tommy Byrne in 1981 in Ayrton Senna's car. Then Julian Bailey, Andrew Gilbert Scott, Gerrit van Cowen in the year that Richard first went in 1983. Then you start to get into Johnny Herbert, Roland Ratzenberger, Eddie Irvine, Vincenzo Sospiri, Nico Palhares, Dave Coyne, a legend of Formula Ford, Mark Goosens in 1991, who's been here this weekend, Jan Magnussen, who was here last year, Russell Ingle, Jason Watt, Kevin McGarrity, and then the likes of Mark Webber, Jensen in 96, Jensen Button in 98, Andy Davidson in 2000, and then even drivers here this weekend, Joe Foster in 2003, Nick Tandy in 2007, Dennis Lind in 2011, Scott Mulvin in 2011 for Scott Mulvin, and then it was the likes of Niall Murray in 2013 and 2016, Joe Foster in 2017, all the way to Rory Smith in 2020 and Jamie Sharp in 2021. The 30-car grid for this final is pretty stacked, and to add an extra element in there, the clouds are rolling in and the rain might set in. This is it. This is the stacked 30-car grid. Max Esterson starts the final on pole alongside Michael Eastwell alongside him. Then it's row 2. Joey Foster, 2-time main winner, 1-time Kent Festival winner. Chris Middlehurst, last year's national champion. This year's national champion, Jordan Dempsey, starts 5th alongside heat winner David McCullough in P6. Then Team USA's Thomas Strake alongside Brandon McCorkin for Oldfield Motorsport. His teammate Lucas Romanek, 3rd in national championship this year alongside Jeremy Fairbairn for Spectrum in the KMR Spectrum. Niall Murray has to try and win this festival from 11th to get his 3rd win in the festival, alongside the ever-formidable Alan Davidson in 12th, then Morgan Quinn and Rob Parks in P14 in the orange number 39. The middle of the grid sees then Kevin Foster in the sole surviving Team Canada scholarship car, alongside Wallace Martins, who makes the festival final for Team Brazil in P16. Then going back to row 9, Jamie Sharp. Can he win the festival from 17th on the grid? It's a tall order, but he might well be able to do it given the way he's carved his way through after his incident in the heats. Ben Cox comes next, then Cadu Bonini in the Spectrum car for 19th position. I think all the Spectrum cars have got through this weekend, which is great. William Ferguson for Team USA in the top 20. Rory Smith, 2020 champion in 21st. Tom Nippers has been great all weekend in 22nd. Ivan McCulloch can try and pick his way through from 23rd. Ben Maludi in his first Formula Ford Festival will start 24th in the final on the grid. Then some of the guys who made it through from the last chance race, Tom MacArthur after his wild weekend starts 25th. Krista Otterstrom, a Norwegian Formula Ford champion, is 26th on his first festival visit. Cam Jackson, a new historic festival champion for the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy, starts 27th. Then Pascal Monbaron for Switzerland in 28th. And at the back of the grid, the New Zealand driver to Europe, James Penrose, and Megan Gilks back in 30th. So I challenge you, ladies and gentlemen, pick a winner from that lot, because it is practically impossible. There are so many top drivers, top nations here, nations from around the world, from the UK, from Ireland, from Brazil, USA, Canada, from New Zealand, from I think there's 1 or 2 Australians in here too as well, and of course from Norway and from around Europe. It is going to be one of the, hopefully, fantastic and possibly classic Formula Ford Festival finals. I hope it's not an anticlimax, because it could be very intense. There is also the threat of rain in the air. I'm hearing reports of a chat from some people that nearby there is heavy rain, there is thunder, there is lightning, there is winds about. Is it going to hit the circuit within the next 20 laps? Who knows? But the clouds are rolling in, the light is fading, but the tension is rising. There are goosebumps, there are a mass of anticipation, adrenaline, tension, everything is building here. If you want to win the festival, you need luck, you need cunning, you need skill, you need ability, you need to plot your way through, as these drivers have done, from the heats, through the progression races, through the semi-finals, through the last chance race, and into this 30-car final. But as it was said, you don't go out and win the festival by choice. The festival chooses you. And so now we have to decide who is the lucky person that will come through to add their name onto the Neil Shanahan Trophy for 2022. Max Esterson has won his heat. He's won his semi-final. He starts on pole position. Michael Eastwell has picked his way through to start on the front row. But you've also got Joey Foster, Niall Murray, Rory Smith, Jamie Sharp, Chris Middlehurst in the mix as well on top of that, and everyone else who's been great. We've got the great drivers from Team Canada, Team USA, 2 of them are on the grid here. We've got the Brazilians in the mix, Cadu Bonini and also Wallace Martins, James Penrose at the back, Megan Jilks is in there too, Krista Otterstrom from Norway. It is going to be one of the most talent-stacked finals I've seen for quite a while. It has the prospect of being a mega 20 laps in prospect. I'm almost breathless because I can't wait for this to start. Last few cars are coming into position. All the talking, apart from me at least, now stops. The last couple of cars in position, and we are all set. Strap yourselves in. These next 20 laps could be some of the best of the Formula Ford season. The green flag at the back. This is it. 20 laps, 30 drivers. The grand final of the 51st running of the BRSCC Formula Ford Festival, when the red lights go out, will be on. It's go. Decent start for everyone so far down towards turn 1. Foster's on the inside of Michael Eastwell down towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. But Max Esterson from pole gets the clean start. He's into turn 1 first, and he's almost away and gone. Down the hill, up towards Druids for the first time. It's Esterson leads, Foster second, Eastwell third. Middlehurst defends from Dempsey down towards the hairpin. Round the outside there of Thomas Schrey goes, looks like Brandon McCorkin. And Chris Middlehurst, a really poor start for Chris Middlehurst. He's down to about 8th or 9th and 4th on the grid. Niall Murray picking his way through also around the outside of Brandon. He's wide over the grass and over the runoff strips. And they charge their way down towards Surtees for the first time. They're all over each other as Esterson, with Foster on his tail, heads out through Surtees. Dempsey third, Eastwell fourth. So Dempsey's got past Eastwell despite starting behind him on the grid. They turn their way through McLaren for the first time. Running out wide there looks to be, I think that's possibly, is that David McCullough? It is. He's out wide a little bit. He's down to 6th position, but across the line for the end of lap number 1. It is Esterson that leads then, Foster in second place. Then for third, it's Dempsey, Eastwell, Schrey, McCullough, Middlehurst, McCorkin, Murray and Romanek. That's the top 10 at the end of lap number 1. Already they're at it here as they come up the hill once again. Foster on the tail of Esterson. They're all over each other for 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th backwards. They're all scrapping for places here, side by side. McCulloch and Romanek in there too. Murray on his gearbox. You've also got in there too as well. Looks like, I think that's more Quinn battling with Parks and possibly Pascal on Barron up there as well. I think that's actually Kevin Foster, in fact, in there too. Out of Graham Hill Bend for the second time. Down the short straight. Up towards Surtees for the second time. At the moment, now it's Esterson and Foster, but again, Jordan Dempsey's getting in there too. Remember we said that Heat 1 was like the festival final because it was that close and that battling between the top 3, but it was Rory Smith in that heat, not Joey Foster. But Foster is up there, he's in contention. Top 3 breaking away. Esterson, Foster, Dempsey, side by side between McCorkin and also Chris Middlehurst. Dempsey sets the first proper flying lap of the race with a 51.513. Murray up the inside now, trying to make a move on, looks like that's Brandon McCorkin, I think. He's managed to make that stick, but careful of the rain because it might well be coming. It's starting to fall in the commentary box here, and that could change everything, of course. Oh, behind more contact. Michael Eastwell's into the gravel. That's contact with Thomas Schrey off the road. It's Robbie Parks. 2 cars off the road at the complex, and it's pouring down with rain. The rain has finally hit, and it's not just a sprinkle, it's an absolute deluge. It is absolutely tumbling down here at Brands Hatch. So the weather conditions are going to change in the blink of an eye. Look, there's spray on the circuit already. Easton's almost off the road. Foster's up the inside lines, trying to take the lead if he can. Dempsey's in there too as well. The light is starting to fade a little bit more also. There goes Niall Murray up the inside of his teammate. Safety car has been deployed. So on lap 3 of the festival, as it starts to absolutely team it down with rain here at Brands Hatch, festival safety car has been deployed. The race is neutralised. There's contact in the back. That was David McCulloch, I think one of the Team USA cars. David McCulloch is obviously off into the pit wall. He's managed to just about survive that, but I think everyone was so caught out by the safety car. One or two drivers not paying attention too much, and contact on the pit straight. Well, I have to say, they said that the weather was going to come down in buckets. It is absolutely pouring it down here at Brands Hatch. So the weather has really, it's not caught everyone off guard because they expect it was going to come, but very, very heavy weather is coming in. And so I wonder how much is this going to play a factor in the festival final. So let's take stock of where we are then. Lap 4 under safety car here in the festival. 2 cars off at the hairpin. Michael Eastwell and Robbie Parks. They're both out of it, I'm afraid. That's their festival journey over in the final. You can see already the way it's been raining. Already there's spray on the circuit and standing water. That's how heavy the rain is so far. But the order then at the end of lap number, coming up to the end of lap number 4, you can hear the rain on the camera. You can hear it in the background. Listen. That's how heavy the rain is here at Brands Hatch, how quickly the conditions have changed. So Esterson, under safety car, leads the way. Foster in second place, Jordan Dempsey in third, Brandon McCork in fourth, fifth place for Chris Middlehurst, sixth for Thomas Schrage, seventh for Niall Murray from, what was that, some 11th on the grid, eighth for Jamie Sharp. Jamie Sharp, well, we should mention this, in fact, red flag, race has been stopped. I think they're going to have to quickly use the time to recover this car off the road. Now, sunset is at 7:57. They've got time here to try and recover this. Yeah, because David McCullough's car has had damage. He's possibly got a damaged left rear, I think, after the contact he solved. And, yeah, so cars are going to pull up onto the pit straight here. And I was going to mention Jamie Sharp, in fact. Now, he started back in, where did Jamie Sharp start? I'm looking at the last chance grid, the grand final one. Jamie Sharp started 17th, and he's already up to 8th. If that's not determination to win the festival back-to-back for the first time, I'm not sure what is. Well, thankfully, Michael Eastwell and Robbie Parks are out of their cars, thankfully, and the recovery teams are quickly on hand. What they're going to have to do now is try and regroup everything to get themselves back on the grid. Now, they've completed, if we look at the... They have completed 2 laps. So it was, red flag was on lap 4. So I wonder if they're actually going to set the grid based on what the order was going into that red flag, I wonder. So it might well be that Esterson starts again on pole. But what could be crucial, if that is the case, you've got drivers like Niall Murray, who's up to 7th now, Jamie Sharp, who's up to 8th, and other drivers that have been picking their way through. Those 2 in particular, I think, could be very key, given where they started back in the order. Because Niall Murray started the festival final back in the 11th, and Jamie Sharp was 17th. So that could be quite crucial if they can pick their way through. Gives me a chance to breathe as well, because that was quite an intense first few laps. So, who says the festival doesn't deliver drama? It certainly has done all weekend, and it's bringing it here. And the rain is coming down quite substantially. I think it's starting to ease off a little bit, but of course, it's that dark out there at the moment that we can see that there's cars with their headlight, or the cars that are on the banks here watching inside at Druids and Graham Hill Bend along the Cooper Straight, right at the top where the old rallycross circuit is, which is now a viewing spot for anyone that's parking on the inside of the circuit. There's cars with headlights on. That's how dark it's starting to get out there. It might just be my commentary box window, because it's a bit of a darker tint here to possibly take away some of the sunlight. If I move that, it's okay, actually, looking at it. I was thinking it was looking darker than it actually was out there. But we should possibly be looking at quite an intense restart. And that's what we talked about with the previous stoppages, is that the fact that you had so much tension, so much adrenaline built up, it's then just a massive explosion of energy on this first couple of laps when everyone's dicing for positions, everyone's looking for places to move, to make passes. Everyone's so desperate to keep their position or move up through the order that it takes one small slip from somebody, not necessarily purposeful or not, to cause any trouble for anyone, but simply just to try and find a space on track somewhere. And you could see how frantic it was getting towards the front. And that's what I mentioned about this being such a competitive festival final, because you look through the order, so many top drivers in this field. I have to say, I'm going to stick my neck out and say, I thought last year's final entry was talent stacked. This year's could be even more, given the level of international talent that's involved in this year's festival too. There's lots of different nationalities that have been in there too. So now the drivers get a chance to at least breathe for a second, as do we here in the commentary box and watching on the live stream here and around the circuit here at Brands Hatch. We get a chance to at least take some stock of where we are. Max Esterson, though, got a great start from the front row of the grid from pole and had led every single lap until the safety car and then subsequent red flag. Joey Foster, at the same time, beat Michael Eastwell off the line, and he'd been chasing Esterson all the way through to the race stoppage. It was quite a strong effort from Jordan Dempsey. He also picked his way through the order. Brandon McCork got a really good start and picked up a few spaces up into 4th wherever he got to. And then you look to the rest of the order, if you look through the order, which is going to be Chris Middlehurst P5, Thomas Schrage in P6, and then Niall Murray P7 and Jamie Sharp P8. I would say watch out for both Murray and Sharp, because they were definitely picking up moves as quickly as possible in order to get themselves up into the top 10. If they're in there in the lead pack and they can pick off, they can get a good start here and then go forwards to make up a few more positions. They might well be dark horses still for festival victories. Don't count them out just yet. So I think they're going to bring them around again to form upon the grid properly, because they're in quite an order. I don't think they're in fully the order that they were at the time of the red flag. So we'll get them back again. So the grid should be, according to our timing screen here, it should be Esterson from Foster, Dempsey and McCorkin. They have Middlehurst and Schrage, Murray and Sharp, Romanek and Fairbairn, the top 10. Of course, you've got to remember, of course, there are two Fosters in this race. There's Joey Foster and there's Kevin Foster. And I have to say, Kevin Foster, I stand by the statement that I think he's one of the standout drivers of the weekend, purely because this is his third ever car race. His first ever car race was in the heat. His second ever car race was in the semi-finals. His third ever car race is in the grand final of a Formula Ford Festival, which is quite good going, if you ask me in many cases. I'm sure many would agree watching on this, around the world here. I will say as well, big thank you to nearly 2,000 of you watching on my live stream right now, concurrently at this point. Massive thank you to everyone that's here. And also, I believe we've got some viewers over from Canada, of course, as well. So those watching in Canada and their particular methods, welcome to all of you guys. I hope you enjoyed it all the way through. Still, it rains here at Brands Hatch a little bit. We wish the weather conditions were a bit better. But then again, it is October and it is autumn here at the UK, so typically it's going to be wet, it's going to be cold, it's going to be blustery, but that's typical festival weather. Of course it is. You know, it wouldn't be a festival without a little bit of rain, so it was quite interesting to see how the weather conditions have really played their part all the way throughout the weekend. I think the camera doesn't even really give them much of an exaggeration as to just how dark it actually is at the moment, so that's pretty key. Yeah, I think they're bringing the cars around to try and work out the grid order. I think they will then grid them back up. And I think given how overcast the clouds are, this might well be quite a challenge to even see where you're going, never mind where they are. And oh, goodness me, look, you can see the rain coming down right now. Look, even in the headlights of the safety car, look at the deluge that's coming down right now. That is unbelievable. It's huge amounts of weather. So the grand final restart, they're going to bring them back around again. Well, I don't wish to joke, but welcome to the UK in autumn. This is pretty much the weather that you expect. And as they come back around here, I'm certain. I think that they will. I think they will bring them around in this order. But even so, look at the rate the weather's coming down. That you can see, it's completely saturating the track even further. Look, even one or two cars trying to warm up their tyres a bit, and even getting loose in the back end. So we're getting close to. You can even see it on the screen at least how severe the weather conditions are. So they're actually bringing them into the pit lane. Now they're bringing them round to let the recovery carry on here at Brands Hatch, as the weather is just getting absolutely... You see the wind is even blustering up. You can see just how severe it is. I think they're bringing them through the pit lane, either at the end of the pit lane, or they're going to bring them possibly through it again to try and sort out. But see that the wind is getting quite blustery. The weather is coming in quite hard. And let's see if what the situation is going to be. Of course, it's down to senior clerk, of course, Andy Holly to decide what the decision is in terms of when we get this race restarted and in terms of where we are in many cases. Let's see what the decision is. I mean, yeah, the weather is not playing ball with us here at Brands Hatch, it seems, to end off Festival Sunday at the grand final. The weather caught, of course, quite a few cars off guard, but at the end of it, it looks as though it's going to be quite a tough one. If they do get them back out there, it's going to be very, very treacherous conditions. I've seen wet festival finals, maybe not as wet as this, but let's see. To give you an idea, there's a bit of a buzz above my head. That's not any buzz or anything. That is wind that's causing that. So there's quite strong winds out there. You can see, look, it's pushing the rain that's actually been falling down the circuit right now quite substantially. So you've got to be careful, because testing was postponed in Thursday because there was quite a heavy rain shower, and those rain showers actually forced one or two rivers on the circuit. So it's going to be quite tricky conditions here. I think that's an understatement in many cases, just how severe it is out there. Ultimately, it's down to decide kind of what the drivers want to do. Of course, at least they know setup-wise it is going to be full wet conditions. So we shall wait and see how this plays out. So I think possibly we're going to throw down to, hopefully not too wet, Richard John Neal down in pit lane. Let's just see what he's got to say with a couple of the drivers down there. Richard, I hope that you've either got an umbrella or some kind of a coat that's keeping you dry, because look at the weather out there. It really doesn't look very pretty.
Yeah, Scott, it's not too good. It is driving rain. The wind is, it's like, the best I can give you is that it's like if you've ever been to Knockhill on a bad day, and we call it horizontal rain there, and it was driving across. The wind sort of dropped back a little bit at the moment, but my concern, I think, is how is the water going to dissipate off of the racing surface? That's going to be the difficult part. I don't think we can stretch down towards the cars. We might maybe try and have a gander down and have one word with one of the drivers towards the back. As you can see, my concession to the weather is a baseball hat, so that's what I've done. But I want to thank Mark Cross for messaging me and saying the rain's on the way. Thanks, Mark. We kind of got that, but never mind. Let's see if we can get down here. If the signal breaks up, I apologise, and we'll cut back to Scott in the commentary box. But we're going down here on these little rivers taking us down here. Martin Brundle doesn't get this, does he? I tell you what. Oh, he does sometimes, but then he doesn't get the joy of doing Formula Ford. It's entirely worth it, isn't it, for the festival? Bit of lightning happening as well, which is not good. We heard the rumbles before, and very big decision for the organisers to make now about getting the cars out on track. So we'll see whether that does actually happen or not. So we've got Alan Davidson over here. Let's see if we can grab a quick word with Alan. I'm not sure if the picture's working. And I'm going to stick the mic under the... Alan's got the right idea. Alan, sorry to interrupt your shelter from the rain, but not great out there, is it?
No.
Shouldn't be if you were Clark. I know you're not, and we're not taking this advisedly.
Yeah, I definitely. I think it's too wet this time, and it's getting too dark. It's my opinion. So I think they should call it a day.
Well, thanks for that. If it does get going, I hope you race safely. Thanks for chatting to us, Alan. Double historic champion. So you heard it from one of the drivers. A little bit difficult. We'll throw back to Scott, and we'll try and get a little bit more of a picture as to what is going on with the team. They will do their utmost to get the cars out if possible. Obviously the clearance of the cars is the first thing, and then we'll have a look. So I'll hand you back to Scott.
Yeah, thank you very much, Richard. Forgive us for the slight camera break up there. Of course, you can understand, of course, with the range in the pit lane, but also with the weather around, it's not certainly helping out the signal. And there's one or two people that I agree with in the comments. It is quite a shame that the weather is playing its effect. We have had, festival finals in quite heavy weather conditions, but I have to admit, I haven't ever seen thunder or heard thunder or lightning in a festival final before. So that in itself is a first for me. I don't know if it's a first for the festival, but in terms of the weather. At the moment, it doesn't seem as though it's letting up any time soon at this point. Fingers crossed. I hope it does at least abate a little bit, so we can get some of these cars out there as safe as they can do if we do go racing again, which is the case. I guess in that case, if it does come to the point where we have to call a result, I say if because we're not at that stage just yet in terms of calling a result, then ultimately I'm presuming it will go back through to what the order was at the end of the red flag, which in many cases, which in that case was a top three of, and of course take this with a massive pinch of salt, of course here, there's another shoot of lightning there, as you can see in the background. Max Esterson was in the lead at the time of the red flag, Joey Foster was second, and it was third place for Jordan Dempsey. Now, of course, don't take that as any gospel because we still don't know what the weather's going to do going forwards. But if they have to call it at the result based on the red flag result, that essentially is what the top three would be. I know that Max, Joey, Jordan, and everyone else would love to do it in a proper way, which is to go and do the proper 20 laps and actually go ahead and race for it properly. And they did do for the first 3 or 4 laps before the rain came in. But unfortunately, that sometimes the elements do tend to go against us, and it's going to be very, very tricky. You can see there Marshall's, of course, running across the track to try and either get some shelter or go and recover something, I think. Not sure what they're up to. But possibly walking across to get back into position, I think. Of course, one thing that has to be taken into account, of course, is safety of the marshals, safety of the officials out there as well who are working hard. Of course, this is testing conditions for them, of course, particularly with thunder and lightning around. So, of course, you have to think about them. You have to think about their welfare as well on top of anything else. I know from this camera shot, it might not look as bad track-wise, but, of course, you have to think about there is light. There is, of course, the rain that's falling as well. There's the water that's being left on the circuit being from the rain that we've had. And, of course, on top of that, it just makes it a very tricky situation all round for anyone to make that call. And, of course, you can see here, even to the inside look of Graham Hill Bend, it looks as though there's even a little bit of standing water forming up on the inside of the apex too, which of course is just the nature of how the circuit flows. So this is going to be pretty tricky. Good point also, of course, from John Creech in the chat. Of course, the camera operators as well, fantastic camera operators who've been out there all weekend, having to stand there pretty much in the cold and rain here to kind of film here and give you the shots. That's not a promising sight, of course. You can see there because there is rain falling all the way through, and of course that means that usually with some standing water like that, it makes it very tricky to even go ahead and properly race. Because of course, if anyone hits that, it's going to cause quite a bow wave in terms of water, and of course, the way it drains is not always that simple too. So this might well be. I don't want to be the bearer of potentially bad news, but it's going to be pretty tricky to, I think, potentially get this race restarted. If there's any way in which it can be, obviously anyone wants to do that, but at the same time, you've got to think about the safety of the drivers, safety of the team, safety of the marshals, our camera operators, everyone else out there, and you've got to make a sensible decision. So it's not, maybe it's if it does turn out that way, we haven't got to that level just yet, but ultimately we have to think of the safety of everyone out there and to at least try and come to a decision whether we restart things or not, that essentially ensures the safety of everybody in terms of how the weather's playing. I don't know if it's possibly maybe the rain is easing off, maybe a tiny bit. The wind is still quite as strong as ever. Kudos to the flags that are staying in their position on the poles. They're flapping around as much as anything. That's an indication of just how strong the wind is, and that can have an influence on cars out on track if they're running, because of course it takes a strong gust of wind and it can throw a car completely off balance and off the road. So that, in many cases, can have a massive effect on there too. Now, what's interesting is that I'm seeing that we've got drivers walking around out of cars, and I can see photographers down there taking pictures of drivers. So is there a, I'm not going to say it, but is this a possible suggestion or a possible sign that we might have well made a decision on what's happening with the race? Because I can see they're taking pictures possibly of potentially Max Esterson, and if that is the case, I wonder is or has a decision been made? Because if that's the case, obviously then, you know, ultimately as a club and as a broadcast, we have to apologise obviously for if it's coming to that conclusion, for the way that it's concluding. But of course, at the same time, nobody can control the weather, so it's a case of the elements have to come into play. It's the light, it's the fact there's the outer weather, there's the standing water that could be on the circuit now, the wind that's coming down, which I think has died down a little bit for the moment, but it might well be the weather in that many cases. We'll wait for an official signal on what's happening, but of course we can still stay here and hold on. Again, there are still, I wonder if it's just photographs being taken, but there are quite a lot of photos down there which might suggest that possibly we're getting close to the declaration of some kind of a result, which if it's the case, is a real shame, but obviously we have to think about everyone out there involved. Right, in fact, I can actually tell you that on the timing screen, there is now a checkered flag. So it might well designate then that sadly, we only got 4 laps worth of racing in, but we might well take that as a signal that the organisers, as cars are also heading back to the Parc Fermé, that very sadly, and I'm sorry to have to say this, it's the first time I think it's ever happened in many cases in the Formula Ford Festival, as far as I'm aware, that we've had to declare a result due to the inclement weather. So unfortunately, that means that after only a few laps, we have had to declare the result of a Formula Ford Festival. But we can at least put some positive on it, because essentially it means we have some kind of a top 3, because we do have at least third place, it seems, to Jordan Dempsey, second to Joe Foster, and we believe on that case then that given he was in front at the head of the red flag, that we think provisionally then it seems as though that Max Esterson may well be declared the winner of the 2022 BRSCC Formula Ford Festival. It's not the way in that case that anyone wanted it to happen, but of course that is simply just how the weather is and how the situation's been. Obviously, the senior clerk of the course, Andy Holly, and the officials have to make a call based on the conditions, the safety of the drivers, the light, the weather, the standing water on the circuit. All these factors come in. It is a real shame, but unfortunately, it's one of those situations where it is completely out of the organisers' hands, out of the clerk's hands. They have to make the call based on the safety of the drivers out there. So. Everyone wanted to see a fantastic 20-car final that went, 30-car final that went for the full 20 laps. It looks as though, unfortunately, due to the weather conditions that we've had, that the weather is going to not deny us that chance. But it has been a mega weekend of racing all the way through. The races that we have had in the festival have been absolutely sublime. So we'll be able, so at least in many cases, we'll be happy to take some of those memory back. The heats that we had, the dramatic heats that happened, of course, with the victory of Max Esterson in the heat, victory of Max Esterson in the semi-final, and then all the way through to this final here where he led for those laps. He was there when it counted. Yes, it's disappointing that we've had to seemingly call the race provisionally. In fact, the marshals are all packing up and heading towards it, so it looks as though pretty much that is that for the race then. So we'll take it as a sign, but that is the race called, very sadly. But it does mean that Max Esterson, he becomes the second American, to my knowledge, to win a festival, because Joseph Newgarden won the Kent Festival in 2008, but he's also the first American to win a main festival. Here, because of course the Kent Festival wasn't the main engine category at the festival back in 2008. I think it was the Duratec. So he becomes the first American to win a main festival final in the race's history, or the event's history, since it started back in 1972. So, not the way anyone wanted it to end, not the way anyone wanted it to conclude, but we can at least give you a top three, at least a third place of Jordan Dempsey, second place of Joey Foster, and it seems as though that your 2022 BRSCC Formula Ford Festival champion, not the way he wanted it to happen, I'm sure neither he nor anyone else, appears to be AIRTEC Motorsport and America's Max Esterson. If that is the case, we can provisionally say a congratulations to Max. He has managed to make the comeback that he promised he would do after missing out on it last year. He has put it right in 2022, and he has gone ahead and taken the main prize, which is the Neil Shanahan Trophy. And let's be honest, the heat and the semi-final drives he put in were worthy of winning the trophy anyway. But of course, so was Joey Foster. Won his heat, was top in his semi-final, I think came second in that semi, so he was always quite strong in many cases. He battled with Max right at the front of the field. And Jordan Dempsey, of course, third place. Car number 3 takes P number 3, and of course he can come away with the season with a third in the festival, and of course the national title as well in Formula Ford. Yeah, it's of course not the way anyone wanted this to end. Again, we can only apologise, of course, but again, in many cases, as much as we love or hate it, we can't control the weather, and unfortunately the weather has played its part and decided to choose the outcome of the event. This is the unfortunate situation that we have with the festival. But whilst we're waiting to get the podium celebrations, which we usually would have done the past couple of years on the pit straight, I think you can agree with the weather, that's not going to happen. So we'll do it down where we've been doing our top threes up at the top of the pit lane, where Richard, I'm sure, will be with them in a moment when we've got some idea of how we're going to announce things going forwards. In terms of the trophy victories, I can give you, I think, a couple more, because I think with the Roger Pedrick Trophy, which is given to the best finishing Englishman in the final, I think that will go to Joey Foster this year because he was in second place. And then it will be the John Nicol Memorial Trophy, which goes to the best performing British driver in the final. Of course, that's chosen in many cases by John Nichol's long-standing widow, the wonderful Debs Nichols, who will choose who takes that. Of course, the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy will be represented properly with the help of Charlotte Parks and the Brian Jones family, to Cameron Jackson, who once again represented it, and then of course we'll present trophies to our top 3 in the Formula Ford Festival final. Again, of course, all we can do is give an apologies to the outcome of the race, of course, but again, the weather has beaten us, unfortunately, and forced us to call a premature end to what would have been, hopefully, if it had stayed dry, I'm certain a magnificent 20-lap, 30-car final. Let's give some thanks to everyone else as well. Thank you to all of the officials, amazing all the marshals, of course, as well, for their incredible work, both in the wet and the dry, out there both days today. You've been absolutely stellar, as you always have been all season. And so congratulations to all of them for putting in a fantastic year all round. Thank you to all of our Formula Ford teams and drivers for appearing, including all of our overseas teams that have come across from USA, Canada, Ireland, from Brazil, from Norway, from Germany, from Belgium, from, and if I'm missing one or two more, I apologise, but all those drivers have come across and enjoyed the festival and made it what it should should be, which is a proper international celebration of Formula Ford and young driving talent within it. Thank you, of course, to all of our support championships. Congratulations, of course, to all of our Fiesta drivers and to the provisional new champions, which is Jensen Brickley in the ST240 class, and also our ST150 class winner, which is Nick Moore. Congratulations also to all of our Fiesta Junior drivers, biggest grid of the season of 18 cars, plus also our new provisional champion, Sid Smith. Well, thank you to all our modified Fords. Also, we didn't sadly see them on stream, but thank you to all the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club Intermarques cars that came and raced in their 2 races earlier on today. Also, thank you to everyone at BRSCC, to all of our officials, to all of our coordinating team. A big thank you to everyone who's been involved this weekend. Of course, to all the HQ team. I'll name them all. I won't name check myself, even though I'm part of it, but thanks in particular, of course, to all of them. Goes to, in general, to Paul McCurlin, of course, who's the Chief Operations Officer, to Greg Graham, who's the Head of Formula Development, to newly appointed Charlotte White, who's, I'm saying this, I'll be terrible, I've slightly forgotten her job title, forgive me. Apologies for that, she's going to shoot me for that, but forgive me. To Luke Souch, of course, to Chloe Banbury, to Sophia Gray, to Anton Mowatray, and to everyone that's played a part in the BRSCC. Of course, to Chairman Peter Daly, all the board, and everyone else for all their work, hard work. And of course, to all our centres, of course, to all of our fantastic officials and everyone else that's played their parts too. And of course, to, I think one of the biggest thing has to be to all of you for watching. Again, from a personal point, I'm very sorry that you guys didn't get the festival final that I think you probably guys should have deserved. So, and not everyone deserved in many cases, but as I say, it's just how things play out, unfortunately. There's still rain about, but it looks as though, ironically, that the looks like the weather has eased up a little bit. So, but of course the light means that we can't obviously run in that sense, which is pretty tricky. So a big thank you to, in general, for the season, to all of you that have watched in our live streams, to all of our championships, to all of our series, to all of our coordinators, everyone that supports us and sponsors us, particularly Run Your Fleece as well. Steve and all the team there as well for all their hard work in awarding that. We're just awaiting the presentations now, we think. I think we're going to get a proper run of the top 3, and then once we are able to hand down for our presentation, which I think should be around the podium area that we had set up at the top of the pit lane, because we can't run usually in the last couple of years, if it was dry, we would have had it just in the space between the 2 white lines, in the sort of box area there, where we had it the last couple of years. Which is born out of necessity for COVID in many cases, but it was such a good success in 2020. We did it again for 2021, and that worked out well. And of course, thank you to all of you that have watched, that have subscribed, that have supported us throughout the season. You'll be able to see individual programs of all the different championships and series that we're going up in the next few weeks, from the start of the season all the way through to all the way through to this weekend here at the festival. And yeah, big thank you to just everyone involved at the club, all the championships, all the drivers and teams, everyone that supports the club and everyone else. It has been a very busy but a very, very entertaining year all round, and it's certainly one that I will look back on with some relatively fond memories in many cases on that side of things. A big thank you also to our production crew as well, to Digitex Television, who've put on some exceptional live streaming all the way through this season as well. They've done an amazing job all the way through, of course, from Barry Welch and Dan and all of our camera crew around here, of course, that have been working so hard on our live stream events that we've had, including this weekend, of course, as well at the festival. And also as well, thank you to, I'm running out of thank yous here in many cases, but thank you, of course, to Richard John Neal, who has been stellar on the microphone all the way through the season. I also have to give a thank you also to Andy McEwen as well, who's been on the live stream commentary too throughout the season. He's been overseeing the TCR UK season finale at Sneston, but he's been present, of course, throughout the season. And yeah, just thank you to every single person that has supported the club, been part of the club this year, been part of the championships, the series, whether it's been as a clerk, as a volunteer, as a marshal, as a driver, coordinator, team member, everything else. Amazing work all through the season. It's not done quite yet. We've still got one more event to go, which is the Race of Remembrance, which is coming up on the weekend of 11th to 13th of November. That, I believe, we'll be able to see more information on that in the next coming weeks. Should be a really strong entry for that in many cases. A brilliant occasion to support Mission Motorsport and their cause to help injured and affected servicemen and women from coming out of active service, to retrain and to reskill them in terms of getting involved in automotive and motorsport projects in many cases. So. And also as well, we should also as well, I say all the drivers this weekend have been fantastic. They've all been orderly to get themselves into Parc Fermé, orderly to get themselves into the assembly area, and ordered to getting themselves involved. It's been one of those seasons that's been quite emotional for many reasons. Quite busy, quite entertaining, lots of great racing up and down the paddock, lots of memorable moments. And in many cases, and I think it should be amazing. I know there's quite a lot of conversation in the chat, and I appreciate everyone who's been watching here and waiting on for what would have been, I'm certain, would have been a mega final had it stayed dry. But as it's saying, as it would happen, all the cloud cover that's come over has now decided to abate, which is always typical. We declare the result, and then the weather improves up afterwards, which is always typical. But that is just how it plays out in many cases, unfortunately, and that is in many cases not ideal. But unfortunately, that's just how things have played out in many cases. So we are just waiting patiently now to get our presentations underway, we believe. I'm just waiting for them to get a signal on when we might be ready for those. Once we are ready, we will hand over to Richard John Neil, who I know he's also going to take the circuit mic, I believe, and also broadcast the circuit to help with our presentations as well. So we are going to wait now for see if we can get those underway. Of course, as I say, we will be also we should talk about the World Cup as well, because we talked about the World Cup was coming into the weekend. We had Ireland ahead of Brazil in that one, but of course we've got to work out the World Cup points as well, and of course that will be a trophy handed out too. There were 7 national teams out there, so we will also be able to do that as well. So a few different accolades to hand out. There's the World Cup trophy for the winning team. There's also the, as we say, these trophies for the Roger Pedrick trophy for the best placed Englishman in the final, for the most outstanding performance by a British driver for the John Nicol Memorial Trophy. And then it is also going to be then for the representation by Charlotte Park and Brian Jones's family of the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy to Cameron Jackson, and of course then our top 3 declared from the festival final. So also we should mention as well that of course the BRSCC will also be present at Motorsport Days Live, so if you want to try out possibly a Ford Fiesta that you've seen this weekend, or even like a Mazda MX-5, BMW Compact Cup car, a City Car Cup car, a Citroen C1 Endurance car, or anything else, it should be pretty crucial. Just waiting, we believe, we're hearing for the last few drivers to be gathered up so we can then go ahead and do our presentation, so we're just trying to gather those up as quickly as possible. Some of them would have gone down a race to the paddock, so we're trying to quickly escort them back up to the top of the pit lane so we can then get this run through. So we'll then get them underway very shortly. But yes, if you're interested, if you want to go onto the BRSCC front page of the website and see the option to, it says you can book a test drive at the Motorsport Days Live event, you can go to that link and then follow the inquiry form, and you can also tick the options that you want to pick of any cars that you want to get involved in. So a couple of busy weekends coming up for the BRSCC. Of course, the Motorsport Days Live attendance, then of course the race remembrance, and then of course the planning continues with more announcements and more news and more exciting developments coming through the next few weeks. So we're just waiting patiently here for presentations to get underway. Hopefully the last few drivers will be rounded up very shortly and we can get them underway in due course. And we'll be able to run through the presentations as in order from possible. So just hopefully we'll get some developments on there momentarily, and then once we do get a signal from that, we will throw down to Richard John Neil to commence them shortly. And I think we should give some thanks to, in particular, drivers that come overseas. We should give thanks to the Team USA drivers, of course, to Elliot Budzinski, to William Ferguson, Thomas Schrage. Of course, that entire spectacle has been put together by Jerry Shaw, who I'm sure would have been watching and would have wanted a proper final, but again, the weather unfortunately has beaten us on this occasion. To Team Canada, of course, to Jake Cowden and to Kevin Foster as well. To Team Brazil, of course, to Wallace Martins in the Swift chassis run by Swift Cooper. We had James Penrose, who was the New Zealand driver to Europe after he won last year's New Zealand Formula Ford Festival. Also, we had a young talent in William Lowing. There was also Jordan Kelly. We had other drivers in there too with young talents like Krista Otterstrom, who was the Norwegian champion, Jules Chloe from Belgium. Lots of nationalities, as Peter Daly alluded to in the interview earlier on. 16 different nationalities that were represented here this weekend, which is brilliant. And it's not just the nations, but it's also the younger age of some of those drivers and of those younger age of some of those drivers, which is really giving hope for the future in many cases. So as we look on the Brands Hatch pits, as we wait for our presentation to hopefully get underway once again, and be able to have a chat. I'm waiting for the signal to throw down if we can. The result has now been put back up on the screen, so we might be able to give you, on the timing screen at least, it's been reaffirmed as being the result. So essentially what's been declared as the final result, I can talk you through it very carefully. So Max Esterson then on the screen has been declared essentially on the screen as the winner of the 2022 Formula Ford Festival in many cases. Again, not the way he or anyone else would want to do it, but of course that's unfortunately how the race has played out. Second has been declared as Joey Foster, and third has been declared as Jordan Dempsey. Then from fourth backwards, it's fourth for Michael Eastwell, fifth for Thomas Schrage, then McCorkin, Middlehurst, Murray, McCulloch and Romanek. Right, I think everything is now in place, so now for the last time we can hand now, most importantly, to Richard John Neal, who can conduct the podium presentations for the shorter than expected grand final for the 2022 Formula Ford Festival. Richard, all yours.
Thank you very much indeed, Scott. And I think we're joined on the PA system here at Brands Hatch as well. Thank you to Josh for handing over, and welcome along. First of all, obviously an understandable decision given the conditions. The rules and regulations of the championship very, very clear indeed that if the race is done 4 laps, then a result can be declared. Now with the event that happened and everything else, the result that has been declared is all right within the rules and regulations. This, to be fair, is the first time ever that we've had to take this action with an early checker, so it's a great shame but unprecedented, which seems to be a word we use rather a lot in the UK at the moment, rather sadly, but that's how we have to deal with it. I'm sure the next year's weather will be absolutely superb, but let's crack on with our presentations, and we're going to start off with the Roger Pederick Trophy. This is to be presented by Antoine Maritre, so let's have a round of applause for Anton. Is Anton here? Anton, you've got to present our first trophy. So Anton's just away to get the silverware, and we'll be ready, hopefully our drivers are ready as well, for the winner of the Roger Pederick Trophy. Roger, of course, the driver that started the whole thing off, and this is for the best English driver in the festival, and of course it's Joey Foster. Round of applause for Joey. Joey takes that. We'll grab a word with Joey a little bit later on with the overall podium presentations, if we may. Our second award is the John Nicol Memorial Trophy. To make the award, and hopefully with the silverware on its way, give a nice warm welcome please to Debs Nicol. I'll grab a quick word with Debs, if I may. Lovely to see you again this year. I actually was responsible for picking the John Nicol winner for the Legends cars a couple of months ago. Oh, it's always a joy to think about John and remember what his contribution was, not just to the BRSCC but through club racing as a whole. But lovely to see you again. I hope you're well.
I am, thanks. It was 22 years this Friday gone that we lost John, so it's a very poignant weekend.
I should have worn a mad tie to celebrate, really.
You should have done.
Next year I will do, Debs. But would you like to make the announcement on the winner?
Well, it'll be no surprise to anybody, I don't suppose, but Joey gets it again.
Joey Foster, ladies and gentlemen. And this is for the most outstanding performance by a British driver in the festival. An annual award, very well deserved. Debs, thank you so much for coming along, and well done to Joey Foster. I'm not sure if we have Cameron Jackson back with us. He's on his way. So we will move on, if we may, to the top 3. We did give Cameron the trophy earlier on, but obviously nice to do it formally here a little bit later on. So on to the top 3 for the Formula Ford Festival, and a great pleasure to welcome Esther Crook, who's doing the honours here. Round of applause for Esther. Would you like to say a few words, Esther? No? All right, I won't force the matter.
One hell of a weekend.
It has been a heck of a weekend, hasn't it? Third position also goes to the driver who will receive the World Cup at this event, because the winners are Ireland, and third position goes to Jordan Dempsey. Well done, Jordan. Even more to carry home. Garland, trophy, and we'll let the pictures go first. And I will grab a quick word. We can probably focus very much on more stuff coming up. Here you go. He's run out, Esther. He's run out of hands. A disappointing end, but the racing up to that point was great.
Yeah, I really felt like I had a chance of winning that.
you know, before the red flag, I think I caught the lads by 8/10 a lap or something like that, I was just told. So yeah, the Kevin Mills car really had the pace to win that. Just a shame maybe the race was a bit too late. If we had it a bit earlier, we might have got to run the race. So yeah, a bit disappointed now. Came here for a win, but we'll try again.
We look forward to seeing you, and congratulations on second position, taking the World Cup for Ireland as well. The lads back home are pleased with that.
Yeah, glad to bring a trophy back home. Yeah, just happy.
We'll see you next year. Well done. Jordan Dempsey, everybody, takes second position. We continue on our journey up the podium and go to second position. No stranger to our podium here, Joey Foster. The podium step counts incredible, isn't it, for Joey? So there's the trophy and the bubbly and the garland. Thank you very much, Esther. We'll do the pictures first. And grab a quick word with Joey Foster. We were looking at the grids. It's been a fascinating festival again, isn't it, with the way the heats worked out, but sadly not to get to the end properly.
No, it's a shame not to have a race, but you know, it's understandable in these conditions. You know, we were well set for the final. We put a full wet setup on, and obviously the race started, and you know, there wasn't much water on the ground, and then it started spitting spot, and thought, right, it's going to come to us. Here we go. But it's a case of be careful what you wish for, I think, and too much rain, and obviously that's it.
There was a lot of rain dancing going on, wasn't there, last night? But hopefully we'll see you again next year.
Yeah, I think we'll come back and have another crack.
That'd be great. We look forward to seeing you there. Well done on all the silverware this weekend. Joey Foster, everybody. And so on to our winner. The winning trophy, of course, is the Neil Shanahan Memorial Trophy, and we think of Neil as indeed, of course, we think about John Nicol, and we think about the late great Brian Jones as well at this event. And the winner of the trophy, a very well deserved winner, I'm sure you'll agree, from qualifying through the heats, the semi-final and the start as well off the final, Max Esterson. Presentation in the middle, so Esther will do the honours again.
Sure. Oh, thanks.
Photos of. I was going to do the play on word about Esther's son, but it's. I'm sure it's been said before. There we go. Racing Mum's good enough, isn't it? Let's have a quick word with Max. You certainly started off in the way which you continued here. It was a very determined campaign throughout the day. And I guess what the third race. Oh, could we get the trophy as well? Let's come back to that in a minute. The Neil Shanahan Trophy. Sorry, my point. I think I did that last year as well.
Well done. Thank you.
Peter Daly making the presentation there.
Okay. I'm just going to stand here for a quick one.
Guys, just wait, please.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Thanks for that. As I said, you started off meaning business here to get this, and you know nobody will say that you're not a worthy winner.
Yeah, I mean I qualified first, led every lap of the heat, led every lap of the semi, obviously led every lap of the final. I mean, yeah, it's super tricky. Unfortunate at the end, but I mean you couldn't see a thing, so it was the right call. But yeah, well deserved, and the whole team deserves it after finishing second the last 2 years. Couldn't do another second.
Well, many congratulations and great words about the team. Obviously, you used Formula Ford as a stepping stone, race winner in GB3 this year. And one of the messages that we've had recurring throughout the course of the weekend is how important Formula Ford is and can be and should be to young drivers on their way up the ladder. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's the best place to learn by far. I mean, if you're serious about wanting to make a career out of racing, then you have to start here, in my opinion. And yeah, needs more people driving, so just come on in.
Max Esterson, you're winner of the Neil Shanahan Trophy and the 2022 Formula Ford Festival. Let's hear it again for Max Esterson.
Just lift your eye up.
I'm going to ask Max if you can stay in the wings for us for just a moment, because it would be lovely to get you side by side with our other winner, who we can now honour as well. The Brian Jones Memorial Trophy. Is Charlotte here to do the honours again? Charlotte, thank you so much for coming up and doing this again. We did present this after the race, but Charlotte, thank you for coming. Lovely weekend. What would Brian have made of it?
Oh, I think he'd have been, he would have been sort of astounded, really, the fact that it's the first time in 50 years that we've had to abandon the race. So, but I'm sure he'd have had plenty to say about it. But yeah, shame we didn't get the race that we really wanted in the end. But congratulations to the winner. So yeah.
Thank you, Charlotte, and plenty to discuss in the Kentagon,
yes,
which Brian would have done for sure. So thank you very much, Charlotte, and our winner is Cameron Jackson. Well done, Cameron. We'll get you in the middle so we can get some proper shots. I'm going to dip out of the way. Sorry to cut across the camera, Jeremy.
Richard.
Can we get you over into the middle, Cameron, by the number 1 sign, just so that everyone's clear for the picture? Charlotte joining him as well. And then we'll do the joint picture with Max Esterson, our 2 festival winners together once that's done. Great shot, wonderful moment. Thanks to Cameron for coming up. I'll grab a quick word with Cameron, if I may. We had a quick word on the podium, but a fantastic effort. Many congratulations once again. And has it sunk in with yourselves and the team?
Yeah, it's all been a bit of a mad rush, to be honest. Every time we went out, we were going out again 15 minutes afterwards. So yeah, it's just been a complete panic all day. So it's not really sunk in yet. But yeah, amazing to have won it. That was what we were here for, really. Our main objective was to win the historic. So yeah, we're delighted. It's brilliant. We're just a bit of a shame that we didn't get to come through from the back, because we'd gambled on a wet setup for the final, and I think that was looking pretty good. But hey ho, weather got the better of us.
Well, congratulations on a fine weekend and winning the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy. Very well done, Cameron, and thanks for talking to us. That concludes our presentation. Some photos with Max. I think they've probably done that already. A big thank you to everybody who's come down and joined us for our presentations and made the presentations. Massive thanks to drivers and teams for a superb weekend's racing. The BRSCC once again put on a terrific show for us. I'll sign off, hand it back to Paul Trustwell in the commentary box, and to Scott Woodwiss back at race control as far as the TV and live stream coverage is concerned. So from us here, bye for now, and thanks for watching.
Yeah, thank you very much, Richard. Again, obviously understandable frustration and disappointment with the circumstances, but we do at least have a top 3 from the event. It's been another incredible Formula Ford Festival, memorable for some of the right and maybe not quite the right reasons we were hoping for in many cases with the final in the end. But in the end, it's been a magnificent event. All 79 cars that have been out in force have been absolute stars up there on track all the way through from start to finish. It has been another festival to remember for many, many reasons, and of course, many congratulations to those who have succeeded, to all our trophy winners, and to everyone who's been part of it here. Congratulations to all of our champions from the weekend and from the season. The regular season in terms of championships has all been settled now. The last event, also Alton Park yesterday, took place with Fun Cup, STXR Challenge and Northern Super Classic Formula Fords completing their season. And of course, last weekend was a big finals weekend for the likes of Mazdas, BMWs, a City Car Cup and more. So this essentially, in terms of championships, concludes the 2022 BRSCC season. It has been a roller coaster ride, lots of highs, lots of great things, and there's plenty of great things coming in the pipeline for 2023. Be sure to join us at Motorsport Days live in the next couple of weeks in November 5th and 6th. Also, the Race to Remembrance is coming up on the 11th to the 13th, and that will certainly be a great event. Well, as a final word for me, this has been, for me, genuinely an honour to be a lead commentator on the 51st running of the BRSCC Formula Ford Festival. It's an event that I've got some family history in, with my father having raced in it twice, particularly the first time he got to the festival final, and only made it a few laps, and then unfortunately ended up in the tyre wall at Clearways. But it's a special race for me because I love Formula Ford, I love the festival, and to be lead commentator on it is something that I take inspiration from the likes of Brian Jones. He was a friend of mine. He was someone who I learnt a great deal from, and I'm certain he would have enjoyed this weekend as much as I had. I guess it's best for me to say thank you for everyone that's watched. Thanks for everyone that's been supporting the BRSCC this year and supporting the club and the racing that we've had. And what a weekend it's been to essentially round off another season of racing with the BRSCC. As I said in the press earlier on this week, drivers don't choose to win the Formula Ford Festival. The Formula Ford Festival chooses you. And this year, the festival, and sadly the weather, has also decided that this year, the Neil Shanahan Trophy, on this occasion, go stateside. For third place, Jordan Dempsey. Second place, Joey Foster. Our historic winner, Cameron Jackson, for the Brian Jones Trophy. And your 2022 Formula Ford Festival champion for the Neil Shanahan Trophy is Max Esterson. From all of us here at Brands Hatch, thank you for watching. Thanks for support this season. And join us next year for another great festival and another mega season of racing for the British Racing and Sports Car Club. But until then, take care. Have a fantastic Christmas and New Year. We'll see you for more action in 2023.